Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Phil Easterday.
Easterday?
That's right.
Out in San Diego.
Right, with Mono Guarantee Insurance.
Well, sure. How are you, Phil? It's been a long time.
I'm fine, yes, I know it has. How'd you like to take a little run out here, Johnny?
Sunny Southern California? Why not?
Okay. Now, according to this plane schedule I'm looking at, if you can get a move on, you can just about make connections on one of the jets coming out this way.
Good.
I'll pick you up at the airport. See you, Johnny.
Hey, wait a minute, Phil.
Yes?
Give me something to worry about along the way. What's your problem?
Burglary.
Oh?
Or rather, a whole series of them.
I see.
Yep, all directed at the same man. Or rather, man and wife.
Whole series of them, hmm?
Right.
What's been taken?
The same thing every time, Johnny.
That's so what?
Hold your hat.
I'm holding.
Just exactly nothing.
All right, I'll grab... What was that?
You heard me.
Well, I asked you what had been stolen.
Yes, that's
and you
right.
said exactly nothing.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
I know. But now you'll have to hurry to make your plane. Goodbye.
Phil, just a minute.
I'll be here and waiting for you.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Mono Guarantee Insurance Company office in San Diego, California. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the double-barreled matter. Expense account item 1. After I'd grabbed some breakfast and packed a couple of bags, $5.50 for a cab out to Bradley Field. Item 2, $180.40 plane fare to New York, to Los Angeles, to San Diego. Thanks to one of the newer jets on that swing across the country, it was only a few minutes after noon, Pacific time, that is, when the plane landed at San Diego's Lindbergh Field, which incidentally is only about a mile south of the city's main business district. San Diego, you know, was California's oldest Spanish settlement, the spot where California's modern history got its start. Also, I've heard, it's the town that has the ideal climate that Los Angeles talks about having. Anyway, it's a nice town with nice people. A busy naval and fishing port, and a popular year-round tourist resort. The latter because of its miles of clean beaches, fine motels, and, as I said, wonderful climate. I like it. Phil Easterday was waiting for me. We piled into his car, drove to his office, and he told me what it was all about.
That's right, burglaries.
But, Phil, if nothing's been taken...
Now, look it up, Johnny. Burglary means breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony, whether that felonious purpose is accomplished or not.
All right, Mr. Webster, I'll take your word for it.
When you've had to use those as definitions correctly, as often as I have in connections with insurance claims, well, the point is, Johnny, that Mr. and Mrs. Warner's apartment's been broken into some 7 times now. 7 times in a row, over a period of about 2 months.
Warner?
Yeah, Charles Hastings Warner and his wife, Trudy. He's, well, now to come to think of it, I don't know what he is, what he does for a living. But if the size of his insurance policies means anything, he does all right. His straight life alone has a face value of nearly $1 million. It could be, I suppose, that he simply retired out here. He came out originally from Chicago, I think.
I see. Phil, what do the police think about these burglaries?
Well, that's just it, Johnny. They were never reported to the police.
Why not? How did you find out about them?
My wife plays bridge a couple of times a week. One of the group is Trudy Warner. Trudy told her, she told me, so I called up Mrs. Warner and got the story.
All right, now answer the first part of my question.
What, about the police?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she said that as long as nothing's been missing, her husband Charlie said there was no point in bothering them. But it kind of has Trudy worried, never knowing whether it's going to happen again or when they might clean out the place. Now, if you ask me, Johnny, I think it looks kind of peculiar.
That's the understatement of the week.
Right. And I think we ought to do something about it.
7 times in a row, you said.
That's right.
And absolutely nothing taken.
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, that is peculiar, Phil. Very.
Well, that's why I called you up as soon as I heard about it. You know, one of these days, they'll find whatever it is they're looking for, and we'll find ourselves faced with a hefty claim.
I wonder.
What do you mean by that?
I just wonder, that's all. Want to give me their address?
Sure.
And you might call and tell them I'm on my way out.
Right.
No.
What?
On second thought, just give me their address.
Oh.
Yeah. Expense account item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car. The Warners' apartment was really a single detached cottage in back of one of the better hotels. Very nice, very exclusive, very expensive. Rather than go into all the details later, let me tell you right now that it was expensively furnished, too. Thick wall-to-wall carpeting, fine furniture, everything very modern but in good taste, obviously the work of a high-priced decorator. As for Mrs. Trudy Warner, well, she was 25 or 26, tall, statuesque and blonde, with just enough makeup to enhance her natural beauty. She had a rather distinguished look, a quiet sort of dignity in her bearing. She wore a housecoat of fine oriental silk, long jeweled earrings with enough diamonds to choke a horse, but also in good taste. A couple of bracelets and the gold band of her watch were set in gems, and I'm sure that the huge stone in one of her well-chosen rings was a genuine ruby. At first glance, this all meant wealth, social status, a blue blood. But when in response to my knock, she opened the door and then opened her mouth.
Yeah?
Mrs. Warner?
Yeah, that's me. Who are you, huh?
My name is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, I ever seen you around anywheres before?
I doubt it.
Well, then, listen,
Is Mr. Warner at home?
No, he ain't. He's gone away for a couple of days. But no fooling around, Buster, so you better get back on your bicycle and scram. Goodbye.
Just a minute.
Hey, now,
Mr.
get
Warner.
your foot out of this door. You want I should scream for help or something?
No, that won't be necessary. Believe me, I'm here because I represent your husband's insurance company.
Oh, you do, huh? Well, can you prove it?
Well, here, let me show you my credentials.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. Well, what do you want to see him about, huh?
Well, about those burglaries you've been having.
Oh, about those people busting in here, going through all our stuff all the time, hmm?
That's right.
Boy, am I glad to see you, Johnny. How'd you find out about it?
Well, I just happened to be here in town and talking with Mr. Easterday.
Oh, yeah. I just knew I shouldn't have told that insurance guy's wife at that bridge the other day. And when he called me up and made me tell him more about it, but there wasn't ever anything stolen, so there wasn't anything he could do about it, he said. Only why Charlie wouldn't call the cops in, I'll never know.
May I come in, Mrs. Warner?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, come in.
Thank you.
But if Charlie finds out, I mean, he's not even wanting to bother the cops, well, maybe he won't like this.
I don't know why not.
I'm glad you're going to do something about it, because I asked you, Johnny, what if I was to come in from shopping or something? I mean, like in broad daylight. Like when Charlie was away like this, and maybe find somebody's busted in and was still here and pulled a gun on me or something. Sit down, huh?
Thanks. These burglaries have all occurred while your husband was away?
No, it's always Right after he's come home again, we've been out somewheres at night together. We do a lot of night clubbing and stuff, and even sometimes go up to L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And they always go through everything with a fine-tooth comb, even pulling up the rugs and taking the beds apart, but they never steal nothing. I don't get it. Well, I also don't like it neither.
No, I can't say I blame you. And your husband?
Charlie?
Mm.
Well, all he says is it's probably just some crazy hotbed or something, or a psychopath? Yeah, that's it. And as long as he don't take anything, we should worry. Only I don't like it.
Mm. But that's his only explanation, though, for nothing being taken.
Well, that's his only one. Gee. I don't know how he can take it so cool and casual, but that's the way he is, Johnny. Just real cool and casual about everything. You could fire a gun under him. He wouldn't even blink his eyelash.
Anybody ever tried that, firing a gun under him?
A nice, sweet guy like Charlie? Of course not. You want a drink, Charlie? Johnny.
That's all right. No, thank you. Tell me, what's your husband do for a living, Mrs. Warner?
Only it's Trudy, Johnny. No use being formal, huh?
All right, Trudy.
Only that's no invitation like you should get fresh or anything. You remember that?
Oh, indeed I will. I remember
Okay,
that.
You sure you don't want a little drink?
No, I really don't. Thanks very much.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to have another one.
Oh, you go ahead.
If you pardon me, please.
You just help yourself. You started telling me about your husband's business.
Oh, he hasn't got any business, Johnny. At least not since I met him out here in Dago and married him.
I see. Do you know what he did before?
Well, why should I care, huh? As long as he keeps the money coming in and treats me good like he does. You sure, Johnny? Just to keep me company.
No, I'm sure. If he has money coming in, where's it come from, Trudy?
So I'll give you the same answer he always gives me when I asked him.
Well?
Didn't you never hear of the stock market? That's what he says.
Oh, I see. Where did you say he is now?
I didn't. But he's gone hunting like he always does.
Always?
Well, almost every week lately.
Oh? Where, do you know?
Oh, sure I know. It's down near El Centro. You know where that is?
Somewhere down near the border, I believe.
Yeah, down there in all that farm country in the Imperial Valley.
Oh, yes, I understand there's a lot of dove shooting down there in the Imperial Valley.
Yeah, doves or pigeons or whatever they are. Only he always calls them pigeons.
Oh, yeah?
Little tiny things, a lot of feathers. You only get a mouthful out of them. I always get stuck. I have to cook them for him, but he's always so nice to me, so why not?
Sure.
I'm a good cook, too, Johnny. You wouldn't believe it, but I am.
Oh, I bet you are. Tell me, do you know where he stays down there?
Well, sure. I always call him up on the phone every night while he's gone. It's the Bluebird Motor Court. It's a real swell place. I seen it myself a couple of times when him and me was on our honeymoon.
When did he leave?
Early this morning. That means he won't be back until day after tomorrow. Only what are you going to do about this burglar and bit, Johnny?
Gee, I'm not sure yet, Trudy.
Well, whatever it is, I sure hope you do. Only don't let on to Charlie I said anything about it, will you, honey?
Well, if you won't, I won't.
Oh, well, don't you worry about that. This is not even a short one, Johnny. Just to keep me company.
Well, all right. Just a short one. More conversation, but no more information of any consequence. After the second short one, and just to keep her company, believe me, I left and drove to the nearest shopping section, picked up a handful of change, dove into a phone booth, and spent item 4, 80 cents, on calls to all the stockbrokers in town. Not one of them had ever heard of Mr. Charles Hastings Warner. Okay. Item 5, $3.90 for a call to an old friend of mine in Chicago, Pete Fuller, a feature writer for the Chicago Sun-Times.
Charles Hastings Warner? Are you kidding, Johnny? You don't know who Chicky Warner is? Or rather, was when he was operating here in Chi? And you in the private eye business? Well, brother, leave me pour you an earful. And I hope you got plenty of dimes to feed that slot machine you're talking through.
I can only tell you this. By the time Pete Fuller got through giving me a rundown on Chick Warner, it suddenly began to look as though I'd got myself involved in one of the most important and possibly one of the most dangerous cases in my whole career.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub often.
With Chick Warner due back in San Diego in less than 2 days, I decided that I'd better act fast. Act on a hunch? That's all it was, but for once I felt there was plenty of reason for it, and not because of the circumstances, the burglaries, but the character of the man I now knew I'd be dealing with. I spent item 6 in one of the local sporting goods stores. For a total of $314.61, I came out with some lightweight hunting clothes, a pair of bird shooter boots, a good quality double-barrel 12-gauge shotgun, and 3 boxes of shells loaded with number 9 birdshot. I also bought a hunting license. I piled the stuff into my rental car and headed east on Highway 80, making time now because it was getting dark. A little over 100 miles later, near a place called Coyote Wells, I pulled off the road and gave the hunting clothes a little age and character by the simple expedient of driving the car over them a couple of times. When I got to El Centro, I took a room at the Bluebird Motor Court. Quite a place. Not only 20 or 30 nice modern motel cottages, but a big fancy dining room with a bar attached. And it was in the bar that I met Mr. Charles Hastings Warner. He was a cold-looking man of about 50. Tall, lean, gray, and with gray eyes. Kind of a prominent aquiline nose and almost prim sort of mouth with thin lips. It was late and the bar was almost empty, so it wasn't too hard to make conversation with him.
Why, yes. Matter of fact, I am here to do some pigeon shooting. How'd you know?
Oh, I didn't, Mr. Warner, is it?
Yeah.
I just hope to find somebody around here who could tell me where to go for some birds. I took a chance on talking to you, and it looks as though I picked the right man.
Oh, I can tell you where to go, all right. Find lots of pigeons.
Aren't they really doves, though?
Dollar, the way you can knock them off so easy, I like to think of them as pigeons. Another drink, baby?
Yeah, I'll buy it.
You bought the last 4.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Waiter, a couple more of these.
Yes, sir.
If you can lead me to some good shooting, it's certainly worth a couple of drinks.
Lead you?
Well, do you mind if I kind of tag along with you tomorrow?
Well, I mostly like to go alone, Dollar, but sure, why not?
Good.
I'll make 2 of you.
2 of us?
Yeah, I promised some other guy I'd let him come along. Name is Al Melford. You know him?
No.
When he hurt in the bartender, somebody that I always bring in the pigeons, he latched on to me. Bought me a couple of drinks like you did. So I couldn't turn him down.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, maybe it's good to have a couple of witnesses along.
Witnesses?
Sure.
To what?
You know, to see I don't come back with over my limit.
Oh.
What'd you think?
Well, I had no idea.
Also, I don't know how good a shot this Al Melford is. Just met him today, so you can be along to make sure you don't blow my head off by mistake.
You're not serious.
Dollar, a man has a gun on him. You never know. Remember that.
Early the next morning, far too early for my money, was long before sunrise. The three of us, Chick Warner, Al Milford, and I, set out in Warner's car. We headed south across the flat desert and farmland, to and through Calexico. Within spitting distance of the border, we turned right and then hit a narrow, dusty road that wound around so much I wondered a couple of times if we weren't getting a little too close to Mexico. Al Milford, by the way, put me on guard. 35 or so, there was a kind of shiftiness about him that I didn't like. I began to wonder if I'd walked myself into a trap of some kind. Finally, Chick stopped and deployed us around a vast, heavy cover of what I believe they called deer brush. Oh, there must have been several acres of it, and mesquite and sage that was higher than my head. Al went to the north and I to the west and Warner to the south, and we waited. Sure enough, as soon as the sun came up, as Warner promised, the birds started rising. For the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, I had more action than I'd ever dreamed possible in bird shooting. But I noticed two things. Chick Warner's shooting was only one blast at a time. And more important, after the first big flurry, there wasn't a sound from Al's gun. I worked my way slowly, cautiously toward the spot where Chick Warner supposedly had his stand. What I came on stopped me in my tracks. Al Milford, lying prone, his shotgun aimed toward the spot where Warner should have been, and beside him in reach, a .38 revolver. As I sneaked up on him, he suddenly, quietly swung around, and I found myself staring into the barrel of that gun.
Just take it easy, don't
Yeah.
Before you do anything silly, just take a look at these. My credentials. Catch.
Credentials?
I know who you are, but you don't know who I am, so you better look.
You think I'll argue with you as long as... Oh.
Yeah.
Narcotics squad.
That's right. Now listen. Put down your gun and listen before he gets back here.
Sure.
He's been quiet quite a while now, so I think he's made his haul.
What?
Don't you see, we know how he gets the stuff across the border.
Stuff?
White stuff, heroin, pure, uncut heroin.
I figured as much from his record in Chicago.
Sure. Now he picks it up on these so-called hunting trips.
From a contact just across the border.
Yeah, and he always has company, a witness who would swear he just came out here shooting, sometimes one of our men. But none of them has ever found the stuff on him.
Then those raids in his apartment, yours.
I didn't say that, Johnny. But strip him down, strip his apartment, there's never a sign of it. Yet somehow he's not only getting it, but storing it, then spreading it around up north. And somehow I've got to find out what he does with it after he picks it up here, where he hides it.
You'll never know that.
Warner!
All right, Warner.
No!
No, Dollar. You reach for that gun, you get this other barrel. That wasn't any bird shot at him. That was a slug. I can see that. Okay. Pick up that handgun of his. With your left hand. Toss it over here. But real careful. Go on, do it. I say toss me his gun or I give you this other barrel. What's the matter, you blind? They only use one shot on him. This gun's a double. Can't you see that? Sure, Warner. Do like I tell you. You want this other barrel? Yes, Warner, I think I do. Stay back or you'll get it. Stay back. Stay back! Clever, Warner. Clever hiding place when you took the stuff home. Get back. Not even the experts could find it. They're at your cottage. Get back, I tell you. And out here, after birds, only one shot at a time. That's what gave you away. You hear me? I'll pull this trigger. And let the hammer fall on the barrel full of the white stuff that it's loaded with? Why bother, Warner? Okay.
Okay, Dollar, listen. I'll make a deal with you. The stuff in this other barrel is worth a lot of dough. You want to talk? You want to make a deal? Sure.
Sorry, Warner. I'm afraid the only deal I'll make with you is this. All right, Al, are you still with us?
Sure. Sure, Johnny, but it just caught my arm. If you can carry me back to the car.
Take it easy, Al. When our friend here comes around as a reward for his cleverness, we'll let him carry you back. That one shotgun barrel loaded with heroin? Sure, it was only a guess, but thank heaven it was the right one. You know, for a second there, I was afraid he might have a shell in it. Expense account total, including the trip on back to Hartford, call it $760 even, and cheap at half the price. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the rottenest rackets in the world, but a story with a real twist at the end. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Santos Ortega as Charles Warner, Elizabeth Lawrence as Trudy, Court Benson as Phil Easterday, Carl Frank as Al Milford, and Robert Dryden as Pete. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. There are a handful of talents newly come up on the show business scene who seem to be headed straight for the big time. There's that ukulele player, a red-headed fellow named Arthur Godfrey. Then there's this crew-cut chap who calls himself Gary Moore. In Hollywood, a youngster by the name of Art Linkletter runs a show called House Party. Also on the coast, there are two youthful hopefuls called Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney. They're all here to entertain you on the CBS radio network each Monday through Friday. Let's run down the lineup again. Arthur Godfrey Time, Art Linkletter's House Party, the Gary Moore Radio Show, and the Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney Show. Weekdays, you'll find them all right here. Crosby and Clooney every weekday on the CBS Radio Network.
This is Kelly Maddox, Executive Secretary of the Citizens Traffic Commission, with another safe driving tip. As a motorist, do you give the proper signals for turns and stops? Always before you slow down, turn, change lanes, or stop, make sure that other motorists know in advance what you plan to do. Use either hand or mechanized turn signals. As a precautionary measure, use both. Give signals distinctly by extending your arm well out of the car window. Your hand pointing to the ground means slow or stop. Your hand extended straight out means a left turn, and your hand pointing upward means a right turn. If you use mechanical signals, check them often to make sure that they are functioning okay. And check your brake or stop lights, and if bulbs are burned out, replace them immediately. The Citizens Traffic Commission reminds you that the best way to tell a good driver from a bad one is to watch if the proper signals are given. Be safe. Signal your intentions at all times.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mary, the operator at Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, Mary.
I had a call for you, but now he seems to have picked up his other phone.
Oh, Les Wallace, no doubt.
Oh, excuse me. Worldwide Mutual, Good morning. Yes, he is. I'll ring
Mary?
for you. I'm sorry, not you, Mr. Dollar. That was another call that came in, and I'd left your line open.
Oh, okay. Look, if Les Wallace wants to call me back a little later.
Oh, here you are. I can ring now.
Oh, hello?
Hey, you're a bum.
I beg your pardon.
I said you're... Wait a minute. Who is that?
Are you Johnny Dollar?
That's right.
Good. Dollar, this is Jonathan Harmon of Worldwide Mutual.
Mr. Harmon?
That's right. You sound surprised.
Yes, I am, Mr. Harmon. I was expecting a call from Les Wallace there in your office.
Oh, I see. And that explains your reference to a big bum, did you say? I thought you two were the best of pals.
Oh, we are, sir. But he was supposed to call me early this morning about going down to New York tonight to see a hockey game at the Garden to celebrate my birthday belatedly.
Oh, I see.
If, that is, he could get away from his wife for the evening.
Well, I hope everything's all right there, don't you?
What's that, sir?
I mean about Walters and his wife. And she's such a charming little lady, too, isn't she?
Yes, indeed, very.
But he's not here, and what I called you about is...
Oh, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, I guess I interrupted you, Dollar, but what I called you about is this, and I think perhaps you'd better get out there right away.
Yes, sir.
About an hour ago, shortly after noon, a client of ours, Mr. William Willoughby, insured for some $70,000, was found dead in his apartment over at 19525 East Maple.
Oh? What was the cause of death, Mr. Harmon?
As the very unfunny police officer put it when he called, it was a case of lead poisoning.
There's certainly nothing funny about that.
So I think, Dollar, that perhaps you'd better get right on out there and see what's what.
Right away, Mr. Harmon. And if Les Wallace can...
Fine, Dollar. Goodbye.
Hello? Mr. Harmon? I wonder what he meant about Les and his wife.
CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Can't Be So matter. Expense account item 1. $2.15 for a taxi to 19525 East Maple Street. There was a prowl car out front, a small group of thrill seekers, and a patrolman with his hands full, keeping them from entering the smart new apartment building. When I showed him my credentials, he told me to go up to 5B, where I'd find Sergeant Tommy Bravo in charge, and I did.
Sorry, Dollar, but you got here a little too late. The boys just hauled young Willoughby, what was left of him, off to the morgue.
Was it you who called the insurance company, Sergeant?
Yep. See, I knew he had a policy with him.
You did? How come?
Oh, we've been kind of keeping an eye on Willoughby ever since he moved back here to Hartford and put up in this fancy place.
Why?
You, know him when he lived here before?
No, I didn't.
Well, he wasn't much use to himself or to anybody else. Wanted the best of everything, but wouldn't do an honest day's work to earn it.
I know the type.
The chief even wondered there at one time if he might have had some connection with a narcotics pusher that we nabbed and set up the line.
Narcotics?
Well, I couldn't prove it, though. Anyhow, when he left here was to get out from under a lot of bills he owed, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so then when he came rolling back a couple months ago, apparently rolling in dough, well, it just made the chief kind of suspicious is all. So we kind of kept an eye on him. But he stayed clean so far as we could see.
Just what happened here, Sergeant? No signs of a fight or anything like that?
No. And the lab boys, before they left, well, Dollar, they figure it was somebody he knew pretty well.
How come?
Because Willoughby himself must have let him in, for one thing.
Him?
Him, her, what's the difference? But it was probably him.
Was it?
See those chalk marks on the coffee table?
Mm-hmm.
Lab crew made them, where a couple of drinks were sitting. Willoughby's next to that chair, and the other guy's next to this one.
How'd they figure that?
Well, that one had Willoughby's prints on it, and this one didn't.
Did it have any prints?
They were all smudged pretty badly, except one. Looked like they were deliberately smudged. So they took the glass to the lab for good look. Anyhow, there was no sign of lipstick, so it must have been a man.
And he shot Willoughby?
With a cannon. They'll find out for sure down there at the lab, of course, but it looked to me like it was a .45 at least.
A 45?
Yeah. But, Dollar, that's just about all we know so far. No other prints around or nothing. Nobody was seen entering or leaving. And if the man 3 doors down hadn't stayed home from work with a virus and heard the shot... how did you find out about this?
I got a call from Les Walters at the insurance company.
Walters?
Well, I should have said from Mr.
Walters, huh?
Yeah, why?
Isn't he the one with that tall, good-looking blonde wife? Name of Constance?
That's right. Connie. Why?
Nothing. Just that I saw her having lunch with him one day last week.
Lunch?
You know, in one of those intimate little joints out on 44.
With Les?
Walters? No.
What?
With our now departed pal here, Willoughby.
Then I remembered. Willoughby's name was familiar. I'd never met him, but he was the one who'd made such a play for Connie before she married Les. But Les do a thing like this? Impossible. Yet Connie had been seen having lunch with Willoughby at a quiet little place out on Route 44 where the chances were they wouldn't be recognized. Had Les found out about that? Is that why Willoughby was now very dead? No, of course not. I knew Les too well. He simply wasn't the type. And the police apparently saw no reason for suspecting Les, so why should I? What's more, there wasn't a single solitary clue that might point to him. Not yet, anyway. Item 2, $1.75 for another taxi. This time into the Spear Building and the office of Worldwide Mutual.
No, Dollar, I thought I told you that over the phone. Lester Walters isn't here today. As a matter of fact, that's why I myself called you about the Willoughby matter.
Did Les come in at all today, Mr. Harmon?
Nay? No, not to my knowledge, but then he pretty much keeps his own hours, you know. Sometimes when he's out selling or calling on some of his clients, he doesn't come in here for 2 or 3 days at a stretch.
Well, he hasn't even called in or anything like that?
Well, not that I know of. You can check at the switchboard, however, if you like. But now, about this Willoughby thing.
Mr. Harmon.
Yes.
When you talked to me on the phone earlier...
yes, my boy.
You said, you indicated, you were a little concerned about Les and his wife, Connie.
Well, you know how it is, Dollar. Well, in spite of the size of this organization, I have a real personal interest in all of my people.
I'm sure you have, sir.
The boys all know it, and they never hesitate to come to me with their problems, and I always try to help them if I can, financially or any other way.
I'm sure you do.
They always tell me everything.
Oh?
Except where their wives are concerned.
Oh.
That's the one thing they like to keep to themselves, so I never meddle. So, well, yes, I can always tell. Yes, I know them better than they think.
But you have no real knowledge of anything wrong between Les and Connie?
Oh, there's some little worry there. There's no question about it, but... Now, about the...
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Harmon, there are a couple of things that I have to do right away.
Well, have you found out anything?
I'm not sure. But don't worry, I'll give you a full report.
Yes, I'm sure you will, my boy.
I checked with Mary, the switchboard operator. No, she hadn't heard from Les Walters all day.
But he usually checks with me, you know. I mean, when he doesn't come in this way. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
I told her then where I'd be,
Mutual.
and that if Les did call in, she was to let me know immediately, and from where he called. I told her she was not to mention this to Les. The fact that I was looking for him, under any circumstances. Item 3, $1 even for a cab out to the little apartment that Les shared with his wife, Connie.
Johnny! Well, happy birthday, whenever it was.
Hi, Connie.
At least I think I heard Les say you had a birthday not long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But what in the world are you doing in this part of town, this time of day?
Well...
Oh, come in, Johnny. I'll put on the percolator and we can have ourselves a coffee clutch.
Well, sure, Connie, thanks. Les around?
Oh, no, he isn't. You tried the office?
He isn't there.
Oh. Well, then he must be out selling people insurance or something. Why, Johnny?
It's just that we talked about maybe taking in a hockey game tonight, and I haven't heard from him, that's all.
Oh.
Connie?
Yes?
But
come in, sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Connie, does Les keep any kind of a gun here in the house?
Well, now that's a funny question. Especially from you. You're the gun collector.
Listen, Connie.
Have you added any to that beautiful collection of yours lately?
No.
Oh.
Connie, listen to me a minute.
Incidentally, you know why he wanted to take you to the game or something, don't you?
Why?
Well, maybe you don't realize it, but he's been trying for months to find some way of thanking you for solving that embezzlement case that got the promotion for him. When was it? Last fall?
Where is he, Connie?
Did you know something? I'll bet he forgot all about it. I know I haven't seen any tickets around.
Where is he?
I'll bet he completely forgot to send for them. That's just like him, too. But he'll think up some excuse or something or something.
Connie, where is Les?
You say he isn't at the office? Well, he did say something about some errands when he left this morning, but I don't... What's the matter, Johnny? You're acting very peculiarly. You know it?
Maybe I better lay things right on the line, Connie.
What?
Do you know a Bill Willoughby?
Oh.
Well?
Yes.
Go on.
Bill sort of had a crush on me, Johnny, before I married Les.
And?
That's all.
Is it? Have you seen him since he moved back here to Hartford?
Now, why should I want... Well, he called me a couple of times.
Have you seen him, Connie?
Johnny.
Please tell me.
Yes. Yes, I have. These questions, Johnny...
Tell me.
Well, I don't see what... All right. One day last week, Thursday, I guess it was, I was way out on Albany Avenue.
That's Route 44.
Yes. A seamstress who lives out there did some work on a dress for me. On the way back, I stopped at a gas station and... Johnny, what's all this about?
Just go on, Connie.
Well, Bill Willoughby was also there getting some gas. He insisted on taking me to lunch in one of those little places way out there, and... Well, that's all.
That's all?
Oh, well, he talked some nonsense about still being in love with me and wanting to see me again, but...
Have you seen him again?
Well, I certainly have not. When he started talking like that, I just got up and left him there. After all, I never really cared for him, and... Johnny?
Connie, did Les know that you had this date with Willoughby?
But it wasn't a date. Not really. Not at all.
Well, did Les know about it? Did you tell him?
What difference did it possibly make?
Well, Les can be pretty jealous, can't he?
Les? Of course not.
You say that as though you don't really mean it.
Of course I do.
Well, where is he, Connie? Where's he been all day?
Johnny, how should I know?
I think you do.
Will you please tell me what this is all about?
Will you please tell me why you're being so evasive?
But oh, excuse me, that's the telephone. Hello? Why, yes, he is. It's for you, Johnny.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
This is Mary at Worldwide Mutual.
Oh, yes, Mary.
I just found out, Mr. Dollar, there was a call from Mr. Lester Walters.
Oh?
Phoebe took it early this morning before I came on duty.
Yes?
He was checking in to see if there was any messages for him and to say that he wouldn't be in today. Or maybe even tomorrow.
Or maybe the next day, the day after.
Oh, and that call was collect.
From where, do you know?
Oh, yes, we always check. It was from Equity 30114. That's over in Waterbury, you know.
I know. And it sounds familiar. Thank you, Mary.
Johnny. Now listen, Johnny, will you please tell me...
Later, Connie. Later. I went to a phone booth at the nearest gas station and spent item 4. 40 cents for a call to that equity number that had sounded so familiar. I hoped and prayed that I was wrong about it. That it wasn't.
Backoff's gun shop.
Who?
Backoff's gun shop.
Gun shop.
Can I help you?
Did a Mr. Lester Walters buy a gun from you recently?
Yes, just this morning, early this morning.
What kind?
It was a handgun, a 45.
45?
Yeah, it was one that we... Oh, now wait. Who are you, if I may ask?
Never mind.
Not everyone is as lucky as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, who has an unlimited expense account. In many communities throughout the nation, though, high school youngsters are learning to conduct profitable businesses. They're learning by doing, running their own miniature business firms under the sponsorship and guidance of Junior Achievement Incorporated. To find out more about this unique project and how you may help it expand, write to Junior Achievement Incorporated, 500 Fifth Avenue, New York 36, New York.
I still couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. And yet all the evidence, every bit of evidence I had. Sure, it was circumstantial, that's all, every bit of it. But it all pointed to only one person, to my friend Les Walters. I still couldn't believe it. Yet there it was. His failure to check in at the office the way that he usually did. Didn't he know that would arouse suspicion? His slip-up on our date for the hockey game. Didn't he know that would make me suspicious? Connie's having been seen with Willoughby. If the cops knew about that, why not Les? And then Connie's evasiveness about Les's whereabouts. But did she really know about what finally happened to Willoughby? And the gun. A 45 did it, Sergeant Bravo had said. A 45, the gun shop owner had said. That was sold to Les only that morning. All right, there it was. Okay, now what? Go to the police? Tell them what I knew? Or let them find out for themselves? Why not? They had as much to go on as I had. Almost. It was their job to run down Willoughby's killer just as much as mine, wasn't it? Yes, and it was my job just as much as theirs. My dirty, rotten, lousy job. Why? Why did it have to be? Couldn't I just... No, I couldn't, and I knew I couldn't. If Les did commit that murder, if... I made another call there in the phone booth.
Sergeant Bravo.
Sergeant Johnny Dollar.
Hey, Dollar, have I got news for you? Real progress.
Oh?
So much so, the lieutenant took it right out of my hands. And, Dollar, you'd never guess who's the guy they've got a lead on.
Wouldn't I?
Ought to be wrapped up real pronto. And like I promised, I'll call you just the second I've got anything real definite for you. Are you at your apartment?
No, you can reach me at Les Walters' place.
At Walters?
That's right.
Well, what do you know?
Too much, Sergeant. Too much.
No, I don't know. And I don't know when he's coming back. And, Johnny Dollar, you just sit yourself down here in the den and tell me why you're acting so strangely. Now, sit down, Johnny. Please.
Sure, Connie.
Look, would you like a drink? Maybe that would help whatever it is that's bothering you.
Yeah, maybe it would.
Well, all right, then. I'll go get you. Oh, now, who could that be? Excuse me.
Hi, honey.
Les.
Sorry I'm so late.
Les.
Did a couple of business deals on the way back. Sold a couple of policies.
Les, listen.
Hey, look, honey, I got it. The gun shop over in Waterbury.
Now, wait here. Let's wait.
Look here. Isn't it a beauty? And honest to goodness, genuine, original, single-action Army Colt. 45 caliber.
Honey, do you have to yell this way?
Why not? Isn't it a beauty?
Do you know who's sitting there in your den?
Oh, boy.
Johnny Dollar.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, you didn't tell him anything, did you?
No. So go on in and make the best of it. Go on, Les, while I get the phone.
Okay. Well,
Hello?
I didn't expect to find you here waiting for me, Johnny. Kind of spoils all the big surprise. But here you are, baby. Catch it.
Thanks, Les.
Well, don't you like it, Johnny?
Should I?
Oh, now look. After seeing that gun collection of yours and seeing what was missing from it, and after what you did for me last fall and with that birthday you had, well, listen, I've been negotiating with the old man Berghoff over in Waterbury for 2 weeks to get this for you. What's the matter, Johnny?
Johnny?
Oh, yes, Connie.
That phone call is for you. Sergeant Bravo, I think he said.
Oh, thanks.
Johnny?
No,
Johnny Dollar.
Well, it's all wrapped up, Dolly.
Well...
Yeah?
Yep. Prints on that glass led the lieutenant straight to him.
Well, what was that?
The killer, the one that knocked over Willoughby. It was Shorty Scarpone, one of his pals in the dope racket. Broke down and confessed the whole thing when the lieutenant busted in on him. And Dollar...
Oh, brother. Oh.
Johnny. Okay, now, what is bothering you?
What's bothering you anyway?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, you.
Not a thing. Believe me, not a thing. Connie, where is that drink and we'll celebrate?
Good.
My birthday and a lot of things. I can only tell you this. I was never so glad to be wrong in my life. And I mean all wrong about a case. Expense account total? What expense account? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a talisman. A good luck charm that proved to be anything but. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Mason Adams as Sergeant Bravo, Margaret Draper as Connie Walters, Arthur Cole as Jonathan Harmon, Pat Housley as the telephone operator, Casey Allen as Les Walters, and Sam Gray as Mr. Berghoff. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. Durward Kirby's favorite program, The Gary Moore Show, on the CBS Radio Network.
WROW Albany.
Welcome wagon hostesses rate their work as the most fascinating public relations job in the whole world. In the United States and in neighboring Canada, too, you will find thousands of welcome wagon hostesses who do a vitally important job every day of the week. Right here in the Capital District, there are more than 20 welcome wagon hostesses, your neighbors and mine, each one a charming ambassador of goodwill. We'd like you to meet one right now.
I'm Lenny Gannett. I welcome all the newcomers in the McGonville-Gilliland area. I try to make new families feel at home. The basket of gifts I bring is just a small part of my welcome. I'd like to call on your new neighbor. All you do is tell me who she is.
Call Welcome Wagon at State 59640. Give the hostess the name and address of the newcomer you know. She'll call on them with a basket full of gifts from civic-minded businessmen. Call State 59640 for Welcome Wagon.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Frederick Benham.
Benham?
That's right, a Tri-Mutual Insurance Company Limited.
Oh, I see.
There's a very important matter I'd like you to look into for us.
I thought you always used members of your own staff. I mean, as investigators.
Ordinarily, we do, Mr. Dollar. Ordinarily, any problem that might arise would be handled by one of our own men. In this case, however, unfortunately, not one of them is a fisherman.
Did you say fisherman?
That's right. I understand from those reports of yours that broadcast on the radio that you are a very good one.
Well, I like to think so, but do you mind telling me what connection that can possibly have with an insurance problem?
I would be very glad to. Shall we say at 3:30 this afternoon here in my office?
Well, if it has anything whatever to do with fishing, Mr. Benham.
Oh, it has, Mr. Dollar. It has. 3:30 then?
Okay. I'll be there.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Mutual Insurance Company Limited Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the low tide matter. Why kid about it? Tri-Mutual is not a company I'd ever pick to work for. Although I'm sure they serve their clients very well, they just happen to be a notoriously stingy outfit when it comes to handing out money for assigned services. But it's the old story. Mention that magical word fishing, and I'm gone. Expense account item 1. At exactly 3:15 p.m., $1.20 for a cab to Mr. Benham's office in the Tri-Mutual building. Being the methodical sort that he is, he kept me waiting at the reception desk until the exact time of our appointment.
Very well, Mr. Dollar. You may come in now.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten I was waiting out here.
Date was for 3:30, I believe.
Well, then you're slipping, Mr. Benham.
Slipping?
Mm-hmm. According to my watch, it's nearly 3:31.
Then your watch must be wrong. Come in, please.
All right. Now, let's get one thing straight.
Yeah?
I'm freelance. That means you pay my expense account on whatever it is you want me to do.
I'm fully aware of that.
Also, I'll expect a fee.
I'm quite familiar with your scale of fees, Mr. Dollar.
Or, of course, a commission. A percentage of the actual amount of insurance involved.
Of the amount saved, Mr. Dollar.
All right, have it your way.
I usually do.
I'm sure you do. But whichever comes out largest, fee or commission, that's what I get. Okay?
Yes. But now sit down.
All right.
I wouldn't want you to start charging us for the time taken with these, shall we say, amenities.
What's it all about?
The Foster Machine Tool Company, or rather, Mr. Charles Foster himself, and his junior partner, Michael Brady.
They're both clients of yours?
Our concern is over a partnership policy we've written for them. That will pay the survivor some $500,000 if and when the other dies.
It's a lot of money. Which of them is on the sick list?
Neither. But I'm seriously worried about Charles Foster.
How come?
He came in here the other day to ask if the policy could be canceled.
I see.
And, of course, I had to tell him we couldn't do that without the permission of young Brady.
Mm-hmm. Why does he want to cancel?
He and Brady haven't been getting along. Business hasn't been good, and he suspects Brady, who is much younger and completely and selfishly ambitious, of being responsible.
Why, when Brady himself has a share in it?
To ruin Foster, force him to sell out his share of the business cheap.
Oh, it's been done before, I guess.
Of course it has. But then Brady walked in and said he wouldn't consider cancellation of the policy for a minute. So the only trouble with Foster was that he was overworked. But what he needed was some rest and relaxation.
Don't we all?
I beg your pardon.
No, nothing. Go on, Mr. Benham.
I've tried to reach them for several days now in the hope of talking it out with them. Well, of helping them reach some amicable solution to their problem.
They've refused to see you?
No, not exactly. They've gone away together.
Where?
On a fishing trip.
Look, don't knock it. It's the best way in the world I know of to get rid of troubles.
Best way in the world I know of for Brady to get rid of Charles Foster.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
And thereby collect $500,000 insurance.
Mr. Benham, aren't you jumping to conclusions just because a couple of men...
You wait a minute, Dollar.
You don't know these two as well as I do.
I don't know them at all, but it does seem to me
Perhaps
that...
Foster is getting old. Perhaps Brady is right in wanting that business for himself. He'd certainly make a go of it.
Then what's the beef?
Well, the more I think of it, the more certain I am that Brady knows only too well that the one way to get that business without its costing him anything, and $500,000 besides, is by having Foster dead. For old Foster to go on a fishing trip. Ridiculous.
What's the matter with the fishing trip?
Nothing. For you or me or Brady. But for old Charles Foster, ridiculous.
Yes, you said that.
And when Brady wouldn't inform me or Foster's wife or anyone else where he was taking him, well, Dolly, you've just got to find them. Make sure that Foster gets back here safe.
Now, Mr. Benham...
Or if it's too late, that Brady has already done him in. That Brady is brought to justice.
Well, you sure can build a mountain out of a molehill.
And I tell you that if you knew those men as well as I do, Donna, you've got to find them. And don't forget there's a possibility of a commission on $500,000.
Yes, but not much probability. I think you're going off half-cocked.
Would you rather not take on this potentially highly lucrative assignment?
Okay, as long as you're paying the bill, I'll go out and look for them.
Good. Now, what's your first move?
Well, you know something, Mr. Benham?
Yes?
I haven't the vaguest idea.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic, rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub often.
My first move was to call on Mrs. Charles Foster, a sweet, lovely little lady in her 60s. She was worried sick over the way her husband had suddenly taken off for parts unknown with young Michael Brady. She didn't trust Brady. She was afraid of him, of what he might do to get his hands on the business. By the time she got through talking, I began to wonder if maybe Fred Benham's fears weren't justified after all. Then I called on Mrs. Mike Brady. This was something else again. Kathy Brady was a living doll, and not one bit worried about the way her husband had taken off. Why should she be? This girl had everything. I mean, besides looks and charm and all that goes with. He'd set her up in a home that must have cost $200,000 with a couple of expensive cars, clothing, jewelry, the whole bit. Whether business was bad or not, they were living high on the hog, no doubt of it.
And while Mike's away, Johnny, I'm having a ball. A flock of big parties that are really the most...
I don't doubt it, Mrs. Brady, but
oh,
now what
please, Johnny, call me Kathy,
Okay. Now, Kathy...
And if you're on the loose, I mean, if you'd like to be included in on some of these brawls...
I'm afraid that I have a job to do. I have to find your husband. And I would certainly appreciate your giving me any ideas of where I could start.
Oh, now look, honey, don't worry about Mike. He'll be back. He always comes back. He kind of likes me.
You said always?
Well, you don't think this is the first time he's just up and gone fishing or something?
Well, where does he go?
Oh, I don't know. Somewhere as far away from business as he can get. When we lived on the West Coast, he'd go up to Lake Mead or Mojave. Sometimes he even came east to Maine, New Hampshire. So, now, who knows?
Tell me one thing, Kathy.
Anything, Johnny.
Did he usually take somebody along with him on his trips?
Oh, now I get it.
What?
It's that old Mr. Foster, his partner, that you're worried about. Now, surely you don't think a thing like that could ever happen again.
A thing like what, Kathy?
I mean like that partner he had a few years ago when they went on a hunting trip to Canada and some fool with a big rifle almost killed Michael, too.
The man who was then his partner was killed?
Oh, poor Michael. He was so upset about it, he sold out the business. And you know, it still upsets him if I even so much as mention it to him or anybody else. But now about these parties I'm throwing while he's away. Johnny?
Kathy, you're sure you don't know where they might have gone?
I haven't the least idea, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
But now listen, if you're free and like a lot of fun...
I'm sorry, but I really have to go now.
Oh? Where to, Johnny?
A long, long way from here.
Sure, Mike Brady could use $500,000. Living it up the way they obviously did. And what a plum that machine tool business would be if, that is, he didn't have to share it with an old man. And what about his former partner? Hunting accident? I'll bet. But where to start? I took a cab back to my apartment. That's item 3, $1.50. Poured myself a drink, pulled a steak out of the refrigerator, and then something Kathy Brady had said clicked in my head. I fairly ran to the telephone and put in a long-distance call to my old pal, Ham Pratt.
Johnny, good to talk to you. Coming out to Lake Mojave for a little fishing?
I don't know, Ham. Depends on your answer to a question.
Fire away, Johnny.
Well, it's a real shot in the dark. Have you seen or heard anything of a guy named Charles Foster?
Charles Foster?
Yeah, Foster. You know anything?
Boy, Johnny, your shots in the dark are getting better and luckier all the time.
What do you mean?
Well, the police from over in Kingman and the sheriff and the coroner seem to think that a guy named Charles Foster has been in some kind of accident or something. But, Johnny, if you ask me...
Just hold everything, Ham. I'll ask you in person. I'm on my way. Item 4, $6 for a record-breaking taxi ride to Bradley Field. Item 5, $170.40 for a night flight to Los Angeles. Item 6, $21.10 for a plane to Las Vegas. There I got hold of a rental car. The deposit of $50 on it is item 7. Shortly after noon the next day, I was at my favorite fishing spot, Lake Mojave Resort, just above Davis Dam in the Colorado River. But I had other things in mind as I sat in the little office down by the dock and talked with Ham Pratt, the manager of the place.
And the authorities have asked Mr. Brady, that was his partner, you know, have asked that Brady stay around a few days just in case.
Now, let me get the whole thing straight, Ham.
Go right ahead, Johnny.
All right, now, Monday, that's 3 days ago, Brady and Foster hadn't been getting along too well, so each of them went fishing alone.
Right. Mr. Foster went up toward the Big Basin. That's about 10, 12 miles up the lake.
And Brady said he fished down below, near the dam.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody has any reason to believe otherwise.
Nobody except you.
Because of the way young Brady had been behaving, Johnny. You see, with all the people I meet running a place like this, well, I like to think I know a little something about human nature.
And that's the understatement of the week.
Well, thank you.
Then the wind came up.
Yeah.
All the rest of the fishermen came back in, including Mike Brady.
All but old Mr. Foster. As soon as we dared, after the big blow let up a bit, we sent the launch out looking for him. But all we found was his boat.
Where?
Beached on the side of the big island. You know, the one about 7, 8 miles up over on the west, the Nevada side. Could have come from almost anywhere, and that much wind, though, Johnny.
And there's been no sign of Foster's body?
No, sir.
All right.
Excuse me, Johnny. It sounds like that's for me.
Sure.
Yes. Oh, hello, Sheriff. Oh. Yes, I see. Okay, sir. Thank you. Well, Johnny.
Yeah?
Sheriff says I can tell Mr. Brady it's okay, that he can pack up and leave if he wants to.
Don't.
Oh? Why not?
Just don't tell him, Ham. Not yet.
You have an idea, Johnny?
Let me make a phone call. Then, if it works out the way I hope it will... You got a boat with a good outboard on it that I can borrow?
Well, sure. You can take my own with a 40 horse on it. That'll be fast enough for whatever it is you're up to.
That'll be fine. But first, let me have that phone. My call was to the Weather Bureau in Vegas, and they were able to tell me the exact direction of the big wind of 3 days before. Then, alone, I took off in Ham's outboard and drove some 8 or 9 miles up the eastern, the Arizona side of the lake. There, for the next few hours, I carefully explored every wash and cove that was a few degrees north of northeast of the big island on the opposite side, the one Ham had mentioned. Luck was with me. The lake was smooth as glass, the water clean. There were a few other boats around in some of the coves, fishermen. I hope I didn't disturb them too much with my prowling. I noticed that one boat kind of followed me, as though the man in it hoped I might lead him to a hot fishing spot. He didn't follow me into the cove they call the rock pile, where a lot of huge boulders have fallen from the cliffs above into the deep, clear water. And there I found it. The body of a man, wedged down between two rocks some 15 feet below the surface.
One foot apparently was tangled in an anchor line. I quickly stripped down to my shorts, dove on over the side. Two hours later, well after dark, I quietly took the body, what was left of it, back to the resort. The body of Charles Foster.
What in the world did they do? Who put the men in menthol smoking?
Alpine, that's who. Alpine, that's who.
Nice.
Now, the menthol cigarette has tobacco flavor a man can get hold of. Alpine always tastes rich, never smokes rough. Alpine filter cigarettes.
Nice.
And you don't think we ought to notify the sheriff's office?
Not yet, Ham, because we haven't any proof that he was thrown overboard with that anchor tied to his leg. Even the bruises on what's left of him don't really prove anything.
Pretty diabolical, Johnny. If you hadn't been carefully looking for him in those coves, I mean at that depth and with usually a ripple on the water.
I know. That dead calm was the only thing that made it possible. That and a little luck.
And if the body had stayed there a while, nobody ever would have found him. But now, look, Johnny, if what you told me is true, if all that insurance was set up to go to Brady and the business, well, now, listen, you better nail him fast.
Proof, Ham. Don't you see, without proof that Brady did it, and with everybody believing his alibi about being down at this end of the lake near the dam, if only there was some way to make him show his hand, something we could do that...
Yeah, well?
Ham, I got an idea.
Believe me, Johnny, better be a good one.
Now, don't tell me how you cooked this yourself, Mr. Pratt.
Hardly. I just had it sent over from the cafe. Nothing wrong with it, I hope.
Well, can't you tell by the way I'm making a pig of myself? It's fine.
More coffee, Mr. Brady?
Yes, thank you. But, you've aroused my curiosity.
Oh? About what?
Just why you asked me here to have breakfast with you.
Well, with all you've been through these past few days, it seemed like the least I could do.
I appreciate it. Oh, a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks. You go right ahead, though.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, the reason for all this food is I was half expecting somebody else to join us.
Oh? Who?
Old friend of mine who pulled in here yesterday afternoon. His name is, oh, now, maybe that's him now. Come in. I thought you was going to have breakfast with us, too.
Damn, I forgot all about it. Sorry.
Well, sit down and have a cup of coffee with us anyhow.
Why not?
Meet Mr. Mike Brady, one of our new customers here.
Hi.
Mr. Brady, this is Mr. Johnny Harris.
Oh? Harris?
That's right. Why do you say it that way, Mr. Brady?
Oh, I just thought there was something familiar about your voice, Mr. Harris.
I don't believe we've ever met before.
No. I guess we haven't.
Coffee, Johnny?
Sure.
Well, Johnny, you plan to bring in a string of lunkers today?
You're going to try.
See, Mr. Dollar is one of our most avid fishermen, Mr. Brady.
Mr. Pratt, wait a minute. Just then you called him...
Yeah, Ham. I thought I'd take a crack at the rock pile this morning.
The rock pile, did you say?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Brady. It's a big cove about 8 miles up the lake on this side. Lots of rocks fell off a cliff and made a kind of rock pile under the water. Haven't you tried that spot yet?
Why, you know that all my fishing has been down at this end of the lake, Mr. Pratt.
Oh, yes. I guess you did tell me that, didn't you?
It happens to be a fact.
I'm sure it is.
But now, look here. Didn't you introduce this gentleman as Mr. Harris, Johnny Harris?
Oh, well, sure.
And yet a moment ago you...
Yeah, as I told you, Mr. Brady, Johnny is one of our best visiting fishermen.
Mr. Pratt.
But, Johnny, there's no point in your trying the rock pile today.
Why not, Ham?
Well, I just got word from the boys at the dam they're going to let out a lot of water. Some emergency or other down at one of the lakes below us here.
Let out some of the water?
Yes, sir. It'll be low tide today. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Oh, so am I. Well...
how much do they drop the water in this lake, Mr. Pratt?
The way I understand it, may go down as much as 20 feet.
20 feet?
What's the matter, Mr. Brady?
Why, nothing. Nothing at all. But now, excuse me, gentlemen. There are some things I have to do.
Well, now, Mr. Brady, I thought you was going fishing, too, this morning.
Yes, I am. Thanks very much for the breakfast.
Wait a minute, Brady. Why don't you go out with me?
I'd rather go alone, thank you.
Oh, we could at least try the rock pile until the water gets too low up there.
No, excuse me. I'll see you later on.
What's the hurry?
I tell you, I want to go fishing.
Oh, no, you don't.
I beg your pardon?
You want to be sure of getting up to that rock pile before I do.
What are you talking about?
So that you can move the body of your partner, the man you murdered, out of that cove before somebody else sees it.
What are you talking?
Get it out of there and hide it somewhere else.
You're crazy.
Because you know it'll be a dead giveaway.
No.
You know the bruises on it will show how you murdered him, how you tied the anchor line around his leg to make him sick, to get your hands on the insurance, $500,000 worth. Get your hands on the business that he's left behind. Can you deny that, Brady?
No, I can't. Any more than you can deny who you really are. Mr. Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
Insurance investigator.
Right again.
Oh, it's too bad. It's too bad for you. Too bad that you caught up with me. Do you see this?
Now, put away that gun, Mr. Brady.
You see, you give me no choice now, Dollar. And I'm sorry, Mr. Pratt, but the same goes for you.
Don't be ridiculous, Brady.
Ridiculous or smart?
Surely you don't think you can get off a shot with that thing before I can draw my own gun.
Dollar?
For instance, like this.
Oh, no.
Ooh, Johnny, that took a lot of nerve.
Nerve? Damn, I was scared to death.
What?
I guess I never qualify for a part on Gunsmoke. Needless to say, Ham's talk about dropping the level of Lake Mojave by a full 20 feet was all a bluff, but it worked. Expense account total, including the trip on back to Hartford. Well, Mr. Benham, I think I'll just forget that. In view of my nice fat commission on that $500,000 policy. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, somebody takes a crack at the perfect crime, and with pretty exciting results. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. The role of Johnny Dollar was played by Mandel Kramer. Also heard in our cast were Santos Ortega as Frederick Benham, Terry Keane as Kathy, Bernard Grant as Brady, Bob Dryden as Ham Pratt. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hannes speaking.
Hi, this is Arthur Godfrey, and I'll be back on Monday with tales like this one. They sparkle, they bubble, they're gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble. You're overworking them. There's danger lurking in their eyes. Let me hear you go, Richard. On Monday's Arthur Godfrey time with Richard Hayes, Dick Hyman and the orchestra, and yours truly, John Philip Sousa.
That's right, Arthur Godfrey, every weekday on these stations of the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
Pat Fuller, Johnny. Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Oh, no, Pat, please. Forget you ever heard of me.
Now, what brought that on?
I don't want another assignment right now, that's all.
Oh, you don't?
I've been going too hard lately, Pat. I'm tired, and I need to get away for a few days for a good, solid rest.
Well, who said anything about an assignment?
Now, don't tell me you're wasting company time and money just to call up and pass the time of day.
No, I called to read you a telegram or a cable or whatever it is.
Oh?
And, brother, what a message. It'll make your eyes pop.
Who's it from?
A fellow by the name of Emmett Gowan. Did you ever hear of him?
Are you kidding? That man knows more about fishing than you and I could know in 1,000 years.
Right.
Also, Emmett and I got to be real pals after he helped me solve a rather important case back in, 58, I think it was.
I remember that one.
But it's been a couple of years since I've heard from him. Where is he? What's he doing?
You better let me read this wire.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, this spot is the closest thing to heaven a fisherman could possibly find.
Oh?
Sailfish, dolphin, amberjack, snappers, bonefish, tarpon, just about anything you can think of.
Makes my mouth water, Pat, but keep reading.
If you don't come on down here and be my guest, and right away it says I'll never forgive you. I mean it. This is really urgent. And it's signed Emmett Gowan.
Well?
What do you mean, well?
Well, are you going, you lucky dog?
For me?
Only thing I don't understand is why he sends a wire like that to a lousy fisherman like you. Especially when he knows me.
That's just the point, Johnny.
What's just the point?
Well, the wire was sent in care of this office, all right, but it's addressed to you.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure. So if you're so anxious to get away, why don't you take him up on it?
Well, sure. What else? And what's the address? Where is he? Pat? Pat, you still there?
Sure, I am.
Well, give me his address.
Why don't you come on over here, and I will.
Can't you give it to me over the phone?
I could, but I won't.
Why not?
Well, put it this way. If you will come on over here, maybe we'll pay your expenses.
Ah, I get it. You do have an assignment for me, and that telegram's a phony.
Oh, it's a McCoy, Johnny, I swear
Instead of a rest, a fishing trip, all I'm in for is some more work and headaches.
No, really, Johnny.
Then give me Emmett's address.
Sure. Over here in my office.
Pat?
Okay. You think I'm kidding about the wire?
Yes.
Well, there's one way you can find out. Well?
Okay. I'm on my way.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Universal Adjustment Bureau, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the lust for gold matter. Expense account item 1, $1.20 for a cab into Pat Fuller's office. Much to my surprise, he hadn't been kidding. I mean about the wire from Emmett Gowan inviting me to enjoy what he claimed to be the greatest fishing in the world. And where? On the little island of Cozumel off the coast of Mexico.
Yeah, and if anyone can show you where and how to land the big ones, Emmett Gowan sure can.
You couldn't be more right, Pat.
So if I were you, I'd pack up my duds and head for the island of Cozumel, and I mean right now.
And you know something, Pat? I'll do it.
And I just happen to have your plane reservations all set up and waiting for you.
Oh, Patrick, you're a doll.
Yeah. Now, you fly from here to New York to New Orleans, then across the Gulf of Mexico to Merida. Now, that's the capital of Yucatan.
Now, wait a minute.
And from there, it's only about an hour's flight to Cozumel.
Pat.
By this time tomorrow, you'll be fighting bonefish or wahoo or tarpon or whatever.
At company expense, did you say?
Yeah.
Why?
Don't worry about it. Until after you've got in some fishing.
And then? Come on, Pat. What's the hitch?
No hitch, really, Johnny. No, it's just that, well, after you've had a few days rest and fishing, well, maybe you'd like to fly on over to our Mexico City office.
Why?
Oh, some client's been reported missing. A man by the name of Juano Ansana.
Mm-hmm.
His wife wants somebody on it, and, well, as long as you're going to be down that way, I thought maybe you might look into it.
After the rest and the fishing.
That's the deal.
Pat, I still think there's a hitch in here somewhere.
Oh, now, Johnny.
But Cozumel, here I come. Expense account item 2, $7.30 for a taxi back to my apartment, where I packed my bags, and then late in the afternoon, another taxi to Bradley Field. A prop job took me to New York, and less than 5 hours later, I was in New Orleans. Item 3, $14.20, covers a cab from Moisant International to the Roosevelt Hotel, a bed for the night, then a very early breakfast the next morning on the ride back to the airport. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, we landed at Merida, out on the tip of Yucatan. I took a ferry plane from there, and well before noon was comfortably ensconced in one of the Cabanas del Caribe, a private bungalow overlooking the Caribbean. As I finished unpacking my bags... Come in.
Johnny, I just knew you wouldn't let me down.
Emmett, how are you?
Just fine, Johnny. Just as fine as silk.
How are you?
Well, you want to know the truth, Emmett? I'm bushed. I'm a little beat.
And you look it, too. Don't you worry, Johnny. A few days of the greatest fishing in all the whole world. And I mean that, Johnny. It'll make a new man out of you.
Only one thing I don't understand about all this.
What's that, Johnny?
Universal Adjustment Bureau footing the bill. Not only for a trip to Mexico City on business afterward, but for this.
Did you ever hear of a man named Juano Anzana?
Then you do know something. Because that's the man Pat Fuller mentioned.
Tell you what, Johnny. If we get going right now, maybe we can pick up enough fish for dinner.
Emmett, do you know this Juano Anzana?
I have the boat all ready, all the gas and tackle we need, so come on now.
I knew there was a hitch.
Well, you ready to start fishing?
All right, Emmett. What's it all about?
Fishing, Johnny.
Emmett.
And I mean it. Right now, there's nothing for you to think about except fishing. Well, ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
For a suit that's a beaut, look for Dacron on the label, 'cause Dacron is a man's best friend. A man looks his best in a suit that is able to stay wrinkle-free and neat. In summer rain and summer heat, in coats and slacks, you can relax when you know there is Dacron in the blend. There's just no denying in the clothes he'll be buying, Dacron is a man's best friend.
If I told you the truth about the kind of fishing we had that afternoon, you'd call me a liar. So I'll tell you anyhow. Emmett Gowan used an 18-foot skiff, rigged with a pair of 20-horse outboards, and equipped with every size, shape, and sort of fishing tackle you could possibly think of. We cruised southward around the edge of the little island of Cozumel to a big sort of lagoon with a mangrove island on one side and a palm-lined beach on the other. There, at Emmett's direction, I made my first cast. The result? A fighting mad tarpon that nearly tore my arm from the socket before I could finally work him alongside the boat and release him. On the second cast, a hefty snook made my reel scream. The third got me a moon-eyed snapper. The fourth, a log barracuda. Those fish, all of them, were simply begging to be taken on for a scrap. Then when I tied into 3 tarpon in a row, I said it and I meant it. The fishing down there is almost unbelievable. By the time the afternoon was over, I was completely but happily exhausted. Felt better than I had in months. And by the time I lay my weary body on the bed that night, I'd completely forgotten all about the insurance investigation business. And that's something. Early the next morning, about the time the sun came up, Emmett made a careful appraisal of the weather. We climbed into his boat again and set out across the 18-mile strait between Cozumel and the Yucatan mainland.
Yes, sir, Johnny. You look better already.
Emmett, I feel great. Where are we heading for today?
Over toward my Boca Pala fishing camp on the other side, or rather a little north of it, up towards Matanceros.
Matanceros? Haven't I heard that name before?
An old sunken ship there, Johnny, an old Spanish galleon.
Oh, sure, I remember now. A lot of treasure hunters have worked it over.
Yeah, including Senor Juano Anzana.
That name again.
That is, until he found another wreck the other day, a smaller one.
Who is he, Emmett? Why all the mystery? What have you and Pat Fuller cooked up for me down here?
Well, let's put it this way, Johnny. It's the Piñana, that other sunken vessel we're heading for.
Yeah?
And the Piñana is where maybe we'll use this scuba, this skin diving equipment I brought along this morning.
Yeah, I see it here. But, no spears?
Well, let's say that now the weather's calmed down enough, we're just going to explore it.
This, Juano Anzana found the wreck?
Yes. When I brought him over here for some spear fishing.
But he's the one that...
Johnny, he's the most unlikable man I ever did meet. I wouldn't trust him any more than I would a hungry shark.
Emmett.
But I had him as a customer, so I had to put up with him.
point is, he's the one who disappeared from Mexico City.
Point is, Johnny, that he not only found some fish around the wreck of the Pinana, but he found something else.
Some old Spanish treasure?
He wouldn't say. He wouldn't say a thing about it, Johnny. But I've seen too many of these treasure hunters, and I just knew from the looks of him that he'd found something down there.
Well, Emmett, didn't you come back later and see for yourself?
Johnny, let me put it this way.
Yeah?
After all those years of fighting for the almighty dollar up north, for the first time in my life, I'm completely contented. I fish a lot, I ride a little, do some guiding. Gives me everything I need to be perfectly happy.
I see what you mean.
So why should I spoil it all by trying to find, then trying to hide, and then trying to spend the thing that causes other folks so much misery?
Pretty unusual attitude, Emmett.
Maybe so.
But I guess it has its points.
Johnny, I don't want anything, not anything, to interfere with this paradise I've found for both myself and my wife, Claire. That's why I didn't come back here to the wreck of the Pinana, because I was afraid that I might find some treasure in it.
But you think that Juano Ansana did come back, huh?
Well, that unholy gleam in his eye, Johnny, I felt sure he would.
So that's it.
So when I got a phone call from his wife in Mexico City that he hadn't come home, and the radio message from your Mr. Pat Fuller at the insurance company yesterday...
Then your wire to me was the put-up job, Emmett, between you and Pat.
No, in a way, I guess. But he did make me promise to get you a good rest and a lot of fishing.
Now, I suppose the first thing to do is examine the wreck and see if we can tell if Ansana has come back to it.
And, of course, Johnny, if he's there and working on it, well...
Sure. That'll explain his disappearance from home. Emmett.
Yeah?
You surely don't think he'd be foolish enough to come out and dive alone?
Johnny, where treasure is concerned, a man can sometimes get mighty foolish.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And a man like him, Johnny...
Yeah?
Could also be mighty dangerous.
A few minutes later, at the outer edge of a little cove, he pointed out the vague shadow of the wreck, in some 40 or 50 feet of water, and almost entirely hidden by a sort of coral overhang. Emmett cut the motors, and we drifted into the beach. As we slid the boat up on it...
Now, there we are. Now he can put on the scuba gear and... Johnny, look.
Yeah, I see, Emmett. Somebody else been here with the boat, too.
Yes.
Pulled it over into those bushes. Palmettos, whatever they are. The bushes have hidden it.
So he is here. Mr. Ansana? Senor Ansana? I'll go take a look.
There was a well-hidden boat in the brush, but no sign of Juano Ansana. Was he out there in the water, then, poking around the wreck? Only one way to find out. I put on one of the scuba rigs, the air tank, mask, and flippers. Emmett carefully worked the boat out to the edge of the outcropping of coral.
Be mighty careful of that coral, Johnny. It can cut you to ribbons.
And then I went on over the side. I was amazed at how clean and clear the water was down there. Once my eyes got used to the pale green light, I could see for literally hundreds of feet in all directions. The water was warm and comfortable, too. Myriad tiny fishes with all the colors of a rainbow dashed in and out of holes in the coral. And here and there, a huge one hung motionless, looking warily at me, the intruder, as I slowly descended into his realm. Then he casually turned and swam away. A rather large shark gave me the beady eye at one point, and then decided to ignore me. As for the wreck of the little schooner Pinana, finding it was easy. But so, a few minutes later, was finding something else. Wedged in there between a couple of barnacle-covered timbers was the body of a man.
Have you tried the mild, kind taste of Kent? You should, because
you'll feel better about smoking with the taste of Kent.
With the micronite filter.
Refines away harsh flavor, refines away hot taste. It makes the taste of a cigarette mild as a balmy day in the month of May.
Kent is the best for the flavor you like. Kent is the best for the flavor you like.
yes, Kent is the best for a mild, kind taste. Smoke a carton of Kent without switching. Discover the kind taste of Kent's blend of the world's finest quality tobaccos. Then try your old brand. What a difference in taste.
Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite filter. Refines away harsh flavors, refines away hot taste.
You'll enjoy the mild, kind taste of Kent with the micronite filter.
The body, trapped there in the wreck of the Pinata, wearing breathing apparatus and flippers, was that of a Mexican with a bullet hole in the back of his head. Although the light was poor, I was able to read the lettering on a dog tag on one of his wrists. The name was Juano Ansana. But who had killed him? And why? Could it have been whoever had hidden the boat up there on the beach? And Emmett's reaction to that boat when he saw it was as though he was familiar with it, knew the owner. I thought of trying to pry the body loose, but then, looking upward, discovered the shadow of Emmett's boat in the 20 minutes or so I'd been down there had moved far over to one side of the coral reef. So instead, underwater, I worked my way over to it and then surfaced. Then, hanging onto the side of the boat with one hand, pulled off the breathing mask with the other and looked up into a very unfamiliar and a very unpleasant face.
I do not know who you are, senor, but you might as well come aboard.
What the devil? Who are you? And this boat, it's the one I saw hidden over there, and who are you?
It's no matter. Here, I will give you a hand. Come on.
Oh, sure. But where is...
Here now.
Thanks. Now, listen.
No, senor. You listen. You see this gun?
Who are you?
You, senor, will never know. Because you will join him down there. You understand? You will join him.
Join who? You talking about the body down there in that wreck? Or have you done...
Yes, the body of the man I killed. Because he came here after my treasure. The treasure is mine, you understand? It's mine. I find the pinata down there. I find it first. Even the Senor Emmett Gowan, he does not know of it.
Now, wait a minute. I see his boat over there, but it's empty.
He will never know. Nobody will ever know. Nobody but me, you hear? Because I will kill anybody else. See? That is why, now that you have found out about him, you must... No, senor, do not move.
You have the gun.
See? And I shall use it on you. Before I bury you down there with him. So the secret of the pinata will only be mine.
Now, look, mister...
No, senor. There is no use. You must die. And right now...
Must I? After capsizing his boat, I suddenly found that in my struggle with him under the water, I was not alone. From somewhere over near the wreck, Emmett Gowan appeared in his scuba rig. Subduing our unfriendly companion was easy, and when we finally hauled him up onto the beach, completely tamed, out cold, as a matter of fact.
Well, it's this way, Johnny. Like I said, he'd had a bad gleam in his eye, and it was more than just from a lust for treasure. It was like you'd think of madness.
You're talking about Juano Ansana, down there in the wreck.
In the wreck?
Yes. I found his body down there, Emmett. A dog tag on his wrist.
No, Johnny. This one's Ansana.
What?
Yes, sir. This one.
He was mad. Don't you see what it means, the body down there?
Well, now, I'm not sure.
That other man found out. about the piñata and came here to investigate. Ansana found him here and killed him.
But why put his dog tag on him?
So that when Ansana, found the treasure, he could just disappear with it. What little was left of the body by then, if it was ever found, more likely just a skeleton, would be identified as his because of the dog tag.
Oh, I see.
He'd be free and have the treasure, and nobody would ever know that he'd murdered over it.
Johnny, I think you're right.
Oh, wait a minute, Emmett.
Yeah?
How come you so conveniently appeared there underwater after I capsized his boat? And when I really needed your help?
Well, Johnny, I knew that hidden boat was his.
Yeah?
But he wasn't anywhere about. And also, Johnny, there wasn't any sign of bubbles out there to show he was diving.
Oh, you're so right. I never thought of that.
So, he had to be hiding somewhere and watching us.
Of course.
So I took my boat around the other side of the reef, put on my scuba, then went on under, where he wouldn't know where I was. At least that wouldn't make both of us sitting ducks for him.
That's darn good thinking, Emmett.
And then when I came up real slow and quiet under the flaring bow of his boat and heard what was going on, when I saw you starting to capsize it, sort of helped.
No wonder it flipped so fast and easily. Thanks, Emmett.
My pleasure, Johnny. Well, shall we get him back to Cozumel?
Why not? I imagine the police might like to see him. You know, the ironic part of it all is that there wasn't one single dollar's worth of treasure in the wreck of the piñata. So he had murdered for nothing. And now, of course, we'll have to pay for it. Expense account total after 4 more days of absolutely fabulous fishing. Ah, wait a minute. This one's on the house. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the 2-step matter. That means 2 steps to murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber, sound patterns by Walter Otto and Don Creed. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Bob Dryden as Emmett Gowan, Ralph Camargo as Juano Ansana, and Lawson Zerby as Pat Fuller. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Warren Sweeney speaking. Highways are not for sleeping. Stay awake and drive safely. This is the CBS...
Johnny Dollar.
This is George Caldwell, Mr. Dollar.
Caldwell?
That's right. I'm in charge of the Office of Amalgamated Life Association here in Meridian, Mississippi.
Oh, I see.
Yes, sir. And I'm certainly glad I caught you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Caldwell?
Well, I understand that you've been given top security clearance.
That's right, sir, I have.
Good. Our client was certain you have, and that's why he asked that you be called in on this problem of his.
Who is the client?
His name is Dr. Emmett Melcher.
Yes?
Yes, he is head of the Melcher Laboratories here in Meridian. He does a great deal of work for the government.
I see.
And he's most anxious that you lose no time in getting down here to see him.
Sounds pretty important.
I'm certain it is.
What's it all about, Mr. Caldwell?
I don't know.
What?
The only thing I'm sure of is that whatever it is, it's top secret.
All right. I'll get there as quickly as possible. The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Amalgamated Life Association, Meridian Office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Philadelphia Miss matter. Expense account item 1, $81.60, cab to Bradley Field and plane fare to Meridian, Mississippi. Making connections wasn't as easy as I'd hoped. I had a stopover in New York, another in Atlanta, Georgia, so it was nearly 7 p.m. by the time I landed in the busy railroad and manufacturing center with its stockyards and business in cotton, tobacco, fruit, poultry, and lumber. In the hopes that Caldwell might still be waiting for me at his office, I grabbed a taxi. That's item 2, $1.85.
Okay, buddy, where to, huh?
You know the address of the Amalgamated Life building?
Are you kidding, buddy? I know this town like the back of my hand. Where'd you say you want to go?
Amalgamated Life Association.
Say it again, just once more.
Amalgamated Life.
I knowed it the minute you open that yap of yours. Hiya, Johnny.
Johnny?
Sure.
I don't get it.
You mean you don't recognize me?
I'm afraid not.
You kidding? I drove you halfway all over New York City one night when I was working up there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago. You was chasing some crook from all the way down to Pier 27 all the way up to the Bronx. That's my old hometown. Sure, you're Johnny Dollar. Remember how much help I was helping you run down that crook that time? My name is Bernard York, and just call me Barney.
All right, Bernie.
Yeah, boy, I sure remember that big fat tip you gave me that night. Hey, kept me eating steak for a week. And now you listen, Johnny.
Yes, Bernie.
You need any more help? I mean, down here, you just give me the buzz. Now, you do that, Johnny.
All right, sure.
Yeah, I may not talk too good, Johnny, but when it comes to using the old noodle, a New York boy like me has it all over the yokels from any other part of the country, and that's a fact. So, what kind of case you got down here, huh?
I haven't the least idea.
Oh, now don't give me that, Johnny.
No, it's a fact.
Okay. You keep it a secret if you want. I don't blame you. I guess it's part of your business. But I'll try and keep an eye on you, Johnny. And when you need my help, you just let me know, okay?
Okay, Bernie. Okay. George Caldwell was still in his office, and we got to the point right away.
Yes, I checked the airline schedule, Mr. Dollar, found out how late you would arrive, and figured I had better stay around.
Well, tell me, have you found out any more about what's bothering this Dr. Melcher?
Well, I phoned the laboratories to tell him you were on your way, but it seems he was suddenly called to Washington and may not be back until quite late tonight.
Mm-hmm.
However, his secretary, Miss Mona Littlewolf, said that she would wait for him.
Little Wolf?
Yes, she's a Philadelphia girl. Part Indian, I understand.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose I better grab a taxi and get on out to the laboratories.
I would think it advisable.
And the man behind the wheel of the taxi that just happened to be waiting out front? My pal, Bernie again.
Melcher Laboratories, huh? Must be real important, Johnny.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I do. And they got more government secrets going on at that place, you know, man in space and all that caper.
Oh?
Hey, is that what you come down here to investigate, something like that?
Bernie, I told you I wouldn't know.
Okay. But when you need me, Johnny, you just holler. I'll be around.
I'm sure you will. That secretary, Mona Littlewolf, it was worth the trip to Meridian. About 5'3" or 4", with jet black hair and an olive complexion that was out of this world. Dark eyes that didn't miss a thing but said plenty. And when you talk about two people who click on the spot, brother, this was it. It was first names right off the bat, and I felt perfectly willing to forget about Dr. Melcher and all his problems and give my time to her. And, she kind of gave me reason to think she felt the same.
Oh, now, stop. Flatterer.
Well, how do you keep that beautiful tan sitting around in an office all day?
I told you. I'm part Indian. One of the few 1,000% Americans left around here.
That explains the last name, Littlewolf.
Mm-hmm. And you're sure your name isn't really Johnny Big Wolf?
Oh, Mona, you cut me to the quick. Tell me, when will Dr. Melcher be back?
His last wire, it came in about an hour ago, said not until morning. That I should tell you to wait for him.
You know what it is that he wants to see me about?
You know something?
What?
I am his own private personal secretary.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know what goes on around this place. What he's developing or working on or anything. It's the eeriest thing, working here and not knowing what it's all about.
Well, I'm sorry I had to keep you waiting then.
I'm not. Johnny.
You know something? I'm not either.
Good. The only trouble is I'm going on a vacation tomorrow.
Oh. I'm going to be tied down here with your boss.
Oh, no.
Look, as long as I have until morning before he gets back.
While the cat's away?
Why not? Must be all sorts of ways to spend a pleasant evening here in Meridian. With you along.
Why not?
As I fully expected, pal Barney and his taxi were still waiting outside, and after some snide comments on how fast I work and how well I pick him, he drove us back to town. I dropped her off at her apartment, then registered at the Lamar Hotel, showered, shaved, then picked her up and we proceeded to do the town. This time, by some miracle, without Barney around. It was something after 3 o'clock in the morning by the time Mona and I helped close up the last nightclub on our list, then went out to the nearly vacant street to look for a cab.
Taxi, run!
Oh, what a wonderful evening, Johnny, darling.
Mona, have you looked? It's morning.
Then the morning's wonderful. You're wonderful. Everything is wonderful.
Oh, Mona, are you sure you want to go away on that vacation?
Mm-mm. But I'm afraid I better.
But why?
Truth, Johnny?
The truth.
You? I'd better kind of get away and think about you and me.
Mona, another day or two.
You want a taxi, mister?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I didn't want to disturb you and the lady, but here you are, sir.
All right, thank you. Mona?
Yes.
Get away, mister. I'll help her in.
Wait a minute now.
Get in, lady.
Just a minute.
And stay in there and shut up.
Now, look. No, you don't.
Oh, no? Ah. And just to make sure, mister.
A number of years ago, it was said that, in spite of the large population of this planet, men and women remain the most inaccessible things on it. Today, we see this lack of understanding among peoples of the world reflected in headline stories. But it isn't because the people of the world are enemies. All people want to be friends. Long before the termination of World War II, Reverend Eugene Wood, a Methodist minister from Oceanside, California, went into a Scottsdale, Arizona camp where German prisoners of war were interned and offered his services to the imprisoned men. Among other things, Reverend Wood taught the men English, and he taught them about the United States of America. During the following years, after the men had been repatriated to their native Germany, nearly half of the internees corresponded frequently with Reverend Wood. Those men expressed a unique understanding of the people and the country of the United States of America. This great feeling of friendship and understanding prompted the minister to make a pilgrimage to Europe to seek out the men he had befriended in the prisoner of war camp in Arizona. This gesture on Reverend Wood's part gained him a fantastic welcome everywhere he went. In all the places he visited, he spread the gospel of love and friendship and had it returned to him. There were no enemies, only men with the love of freedom, the right of all men, everywhere.
I came to in my own bed at the Lamar Hotel. And working over me with a wet towel in one hand and a bottle of bourbon in the other was Barney the cabbie.
Atta boy, Johnny, pal, you're coming around all okay.
Barney.
Hey, you want another slug of this here now, bourbon?
No, thanks, Barney.
Told you was going to need my help around this bay. Boy, sure lucky I was cruising around late last night. I seen you laying there in front of that fancy saloon. Boy, was you out cold like a fish.
Barney, what time is it?
Well, it's almost 9 a.m. in the morning. Now, you lay still. I'll call. I'll have some breakfast brung up
No.
And some good strong coffee, boy.
Here, let me have that phone, will you?
What? Now, listen, Johnny, pal, you better just relax.
Hello.
Now,
Hello, operator.
Johnny.
Operator. call was to Mona's apartment. No answer. But why that attack on us? And the kidnapping of Mona? The few nice jewels she'd been wearing? Hardly. I asked Bernie if he'd seen the taxi.
Well, I seen a car pulling away, Johnny, but no taxi.
Well, now that you mention it, maybe it wasn't.
You sure tore up the street getting away, too. And, Johnny, it looks to me like somebody got wise to your being here on whatever kind of a job you're working on, and they figured they better stop your clock.
You may be right, but why carry off Mona?
Well, because they maybe thought she was working with you. And now they know you don't dare make a move if you don't want her getting hurt.
Well, that makes sense, I guess.
So maybe I better call up the police.
Wait a minute.
Easy now, Johnny. You just lay there and let me open it. You got a gun?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, you keep me covered. You ready?
Ready.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Who are you? Inside, buddy. And start talking. Who are you? Just start talking.
Wait a minute, Bernie.
Are you Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
Oh, thank goodness. I am Dr. Melcher.
Oh, say, Doc, I'm sorry.
But what is going on here?
Well, that's exactly what I'd like to know, Doctor.
And what has happened to you, Mr. Dollar?
Bernie.
Yeah, Johnny.
Don't call in the police, not yet.
Anything you say, Johnny.
See if you can find somehow what happened to the girl, what happened to Mona.
Mona?
If anything really did. Check with all your driver pals all over town. If anybody's likely to have seen her, they are.
You're right, Johnny. A hockey is better than all the cops in town when it comes to
right,
checking.
now go ahead. Circulate around. Put it on your meter, and I'll pay the bill.
And if I get a lead on her, should I bring her here?
No. Don't even let her know. Just call me. If I'm not here, I'll be at the doctor's laboratory. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir, Johnny. You leave it to me.
All right now, Doctor. Tell me what it is that you wanted me down here for.
Oh, but it is too late. It has already been stolen.
Been stolen? What has?
Well, I'll tell you what I can about it. You see, it is highly classified. I'll tell you in a moment.
Whatever you say.
The point is that for some days now, I've suspected that someone was trying to get hold of it.
Yes?
Yes, the vault, the temperature-controlled vault in which I've kept it. You see, no one else has worked on this formula but me.
Formula for what, sir?
I found the vault had been tampered with. I didn't dare to call the police because of the secrecy involved, but perhaps I should have called in the FBI, but I sent for you because I knew that you... Oh, but you are too late now, Mr. Dollar. When I got back from Washington, I got there this morning. It was gone.
The formula?
No. The product itself. And unless it is found within 2 or 3 days at the most... But now I suppose I'd better tell you what it is.
Yes, Doctor. I think maybe you'd better. Believe me, what Dr. Melcher told me is classified. I can only tell you it has to do with, well, a sort of experimental fuel he's been working on.
What's more, Mr. Dollar, this substance is not only very powerful, but extremely unstable. Unless carefully controlled temperature and pressure are maintained constantly...
An explosion, Doctor? Something like that?
A most devastating explosion would take place. Not when it is perfected, you understand. That is what I am working on. But in its present form, the form in which it was stolen.
Why would it be stolen?
Full knowledge of it could be worth millions.
You mean to a foreign power?
To anyone working in this field. But don't you see, whoever stole it does not know the sample he took is incomplete, is imperfect, is terribly, terribly dangerous. Within a matter of a day or two... You've simply got to find it, Mr. Dollar.
Listen, did you tell anyone that I was coming here?
No one. Except, of course, Mr. Caldwell at the insurance company.
But no one else?
No one else. Absolutely no one.
But she told me she had orders to wait around for me.
She?
Yes, Mona.
But I...
So, obviously, the attack on her was only a fake, a cover-up.
Oh, no, Mr. Dollar.
I have a sneaking suspicion that when we find her, we'll find this... what we're looking for.
Oh, but I can't believe it. Mona.
You said it's worth $1 million, didn't you?
Millions.
All right, she knew I was coming because Caldwell phoned your office yesterday. And she must have figured out why. That girl's got a brain, Doctor. She knew then that she'd have to act fast, she and whoever's working with her, like the man who tried to kill me last night.
Tried to kill you?
Yes, it was her idea to go to that particular nightclub. It was a rendezvous with that goon. Now it all ties up. Hello?
Here's the word on it, Johnny.
Yes, Bernie.
I got it from one of the drivers waste the depot in the bus station.
Yes?
Furthermore, he's known that dame for years.
Yes, Bernie, go on.
I mean, he's seen her around. He's had her for a fair, so there's no mistake about it.
Where is she?
Took off on a bus with a heavy suitcase with her.
Took off to where?
Bought a ticket to Philadelphia.
Philadelphia?
That's right. But now, Johnny...
All right, Bernie, thanks. Caldwell said she came here from Philadelphia. Doctor, I'll see you later.
Where are you going, Mr. Dollar?
The airport.
Airport?
That's right.
Oh, but I'm afraid I don't... Oh, but you must understand the danger, Mr. Dollar. If that substance is not found...
No time to talk about it, Doctor. I've got to get out to that airport and fast.
Democracy, that has always provided the greatest opportunity for every man to have an equal chance to work where he wishes, doing the kind of work he can do best. There is opportunity in a democracy for every man, if he wants to work hard enough, to advance professionally and socially in many facets of a complex and interesting life. There is also opportunity in a democracy for every man to worship his God in his own way. Democracy is opportunity, and free opportunity in a democracy gives mankind its greatest legacy of freedom.
Expense account item 4, $2 for a cab. Not Bernie's, couldn't wait for him. A cab to the airport. Item 5, $30.45 plane ticket to Philadelphia, PA. But before taking off, I called the office of the bus line, talked to the manager, and gave him specific instructions about a checkup on all passengers who'd cleared for the city of brotherly love that morning, about where and how to contact me. Then I jumped aboard the plane and we took off. When I got to Philadelphia, I enlisted the aid of my old pal, Lieutenant Harry Langley, of the police department. He went to work immediately, but then, nearly 24 hours later...
Nothing, Johnny, nothing. I checked that bus line from stem to stern at every station between Riddy and Miss and here.
Well, it's the Philadelphia Miss I'm interested in.
And don't forget, when that bus line manager called you here, he said he had no record of any long-trip ticket, any Mona Little Wolf to begin with.
Well, then she must have used another name.
Yeah, when he said the only through ticket to here was bought by a man?
Well, maybe by that henchman of hers. The cab driver back there meant the ticket was bought for her.
And, Johnny, I've had good men at the railroad stations and the airport, too, just in case. All of them with a perfect description of her. I don't think she's coming here.
Lieutenant, can you think of a better place to hide out than a big city like this?
Some out-of-the-way small town.
Yeah, I suppose so. Of course, her ticket...
Of course, Philadelphia was pretty small when I was born in it. You know, only a couple of hundred people.
What's the gag?
No gag. When I was born in Philadelphia, that's exactly what the population was, about 200.
What?
That was in Philadelphia, Indiana.
What'd you say?
Sure, my old hometown, Philly, Indiana.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Wait a minute.
You didn't think that right here in PA was the only Philadelphia, did you?
Lieutenant, if there's one more Philadelphia, maybe there's more than one more.
I wouldn't know.
Come on, get me a handful of maps, an atlas, anything. And the other one? The third Philadelphia in these United States? Not 40 miles north of where I'd started from, north of Meridian, Mississippi. And that's where Mona had gone with that deadly explosive with her. Airfare back to Meridian, $30.45, then $50 deposit there on a rental car. I raced north and west on Route 19 up in Neshoba County, heart of Mississippi's Indian country, where Mona Little Wolf could be sure of finding protection among her friends. On a side road a couple of miles short of Philadelphia, parked 100 yards in front of what was apparently an abandoned farmhouse, Bernie slumped down, sound asleep behind the wheel of his taxi. Bernie, wake up. Wake up. What goes on here?
Johnny, holy mother, what took you so long?
What are you doing here?
I told you, didn't I? My pop seen her buy a bus ticket up here to Philadelphia. Where you been?
Don't ask.
But listen, when you didn't show, I come on up here myself.
Good
see?
boy.
And I found out that her and that goon, his name is Willie Bigtooth, he's a bad one. They're inside of this busted down old farmhouse. See it?
They're inside.
Yeah, and me, I've been sitting here watching it so they couldn't make a break until you got here. But a solid day of it, Johnny. When them taking pot shots at me now. Ooh, you see what I mean?
Come on, get around the other side of the cab.
You ain't kidding, but I'm glad he's a lousy shot.
He or she.
Mona Little Wolf, do you hear me?
She hears all right.
Go away, Johnny. Go on away. You and that crazy cab driver.
No, listen to me, Mona. That stuff you stole from the lab. Leave it there and get out, Mona. It'll kill you.
Sorry, Johnny. A bluff like that won't work.
I'm not bluffing, Mona. That stuff is explosive. Now leave it. Get away from there before it's too late.
What? Too late for what, Johnny?
You don't realize the danger in the stuff you have there.
All I know is it's worth a fortune, Johnny, darling.
Mona, listen to me.
And if you think we can't get out of here after dawn...
She's right, Johnny.
Mona!
You're forgetting. We have Indian blood in us.
Get out of there, Mona. Get away.
Yes, darling? Get away from what?
Holy Toledo.
Any comments on this case? Why bother? Expense account total, including a mittful for good old faithful Barney, $485.75. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Mason Adams as Bernie, Arthur Cole as Dr. Melcher, Rita Lloyd as Mona Littlewolf, Martin Blaine as Lieutenant Langley. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Harvey Weller at Tri-Eastern Indemnity Associates here in New York.
I think I know what you're calling about, Mr. Weller.
You do?
Little matter of $100,000 in diamonds that disappeared from McDilby's jewelry outfit down your way.
Yes.
Just got the word over the radio.
Well, tell me, are you free to work on it?
Have you thought of what my commission on that stuff will be if I manage to recover it for you?
No, I hadn't, but now let me see.
All right, you figure it out while I grab a plane.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-Eastern Indemnity Associates, New York City office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the hot chocolates matter. Expense account item 1, $16.45. Taxi to Bradley Field and a plane to New York's Idlewild. Item 2, $5.20 for a cab to McDilby's house of jewels on Madison near 57th. A sign on the door said closed, so I walked in and joined a sad-faced mob of clerks and cops.
Now, just a minute, mister. Did you see that sign? Johnny!
Hi, Randy. I might have known the indomitable Lieutenant Randolph Singer would be in charge.
Yeah, here I am. But how'd you find out about it so soon? It only happened 2-3 hours ago.
Never underestimate the power of radio, Randy. Now, what's the plot?
Well, Johnny.
Here it is, Lieutenant Singer.
Huh? Oh, right, Mr. McDilby. Thanks.
Aye. And if we find anything else missing that is not on that list...
Yeah, you be sure and let me know.
I certainly shall.
Here, meet Johnny Dollar. He's a special investigator.
Mr. Dollar, I am very glad to see you, sir.
How are you? Yeah, Johnny's a special investigator for the insurance company.
Yes. I know all about him. Lieutenant, Mr. Dollar, you can count on me as a great admirer of both you personally and the fine work that you do.
Well, I thank you, Mr. McDilby.
Now, perhaps we'll be able to get to the bottom of this.
Now, if that's supposed to mean you didn't expect us to get to the bottom of it, McDilby...
You heard the man, Randy.
No, of course not, Lieutenant. But I am glad that Mr. Dollar is here to work with you.
Oh, sure. He'll be a lot of help.
If you don't get in my way.
If I don't...
Now, at about how much do you figure the total loss, Mr. McDilby?
Fush, I'm afraid it's close to $104,218.51 approximately.
Approximately?
Yeah, that's what it comes to on this list.
Tell me, were there any witnesses to the robbery?
Have you had any word on poor Mr. McDuggan, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I checked with Bellevue Hospital just before Johnny got here.
And?
Well, they doubt very much if the old man will pull through.
Terrible. My heart is filled with grief to hear that.
Who is McDuggan, Randy? The old night watchman. Whoever did this job came in just before opening time, tore him up with a .38, and then just helped himself.
Aye, to approximately $104,200.
Yes, you told me.
Aye.
How did he get in, Randy? I mean, after all, if there was a night watchman on duty.
Aye, and a good one. McDuggan was not only a personal friend, but an old and very, very faithful employee.
Well, there was no sign of tools on the doors or windows, Johnny, and the burglar alarm was still on, so either he somehow got hold of a key or McDuggan let him in.
Somebody that McDuggan knew, then.
Possibility, all right. But now it looks like he'll never be able to tell us.
Terrible.
Now, who came in here and found out what had happened? You, Mr. McGilby?
No, sir. It was Miss Tavish, my chief clerk, who always opens up the store. Would you like to have a word with her?
Later, maybe. These people here, are they all your employees?
Yes, sir. Only one that's missing is Daniel Fairling, cleaning boy.
Oh, don't worry, Johnny. I've already ordered a rundown on all of them and put on an APB on young Fairling.
Well, you're improving, Randy.
Well, thanks, pal.
Now, does anybody beside you know the combination of the safe, Mr. McDilby?
No, sir. But the safe wasn't touched.
Do you mean that you left over $100,000 worth of stuff lying around out here in the showroom?
Ordinarily, no, sir. But we closed up so late last night after a special sale we were having. And was McDuggan on the job?
McDuggan's in Bellevue,
Right, but now listen, Johnny.
I'll see you later. Item 3, $1 even for a cab to Bellevue Hospital. As I stepped off the elevator at the 4th floor and sounded toward the door of McDuggan's room, a familiar young policeman was trying to hail a pretty young nurse at the other end of the corridor who misunderstood his intentions and was pointedly ignoring him.
Oh, no, listen, baby. I'm not trying to make a pass, honest.
I'm busy, Buster.
I only want you should... Oh, Dollar. Listen, am I glad to see you?
Hi, Rogan. What's the trouble?
Listen, the doc just left and he says McDuggan's got himself conscious again.
Oh?
Yeah. Only for a little while, see, though. Still a couple of minutes, maybe. No big curtains for him. Just about gone.
Have you notified Lieutenant Singer?
Oh, no. He gave me orders to stay right here. When I tried to call that nurse, she thought, she thought that maybe,
Sure. Look, Rogan, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Yeah?
You go down to the 1st floor to the main desk. There's a telephone there. I'll keep an eye on this room while you call the lieutenant and tell him to get over here.
Yeah, good. There ain't any phones on this floor?
Well, the stairway's over there at the far end of the corridor. You won't have to wait for an elevator.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Dollar. Thanks a lot.
Now, let's see. Mr. McDuggan? Mr. McDuggan, can you hear me?
Ask.
Yes? Ask somebody something? Who?
Ask Fairling.
Fairling?
Danny Fairling.
He did this to you?
Ask Danny.
Mr. McDuggan. Mr. McDuggan.
Nurse, get a doctor in here quickly.
this ever happen to you? You're driving down a long highway or working late, and then monotony makes you feel drowsy. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose keeps you alert with the same safe refresher found in coffee. Yet No-Dose is faster, handier, more reliable. Absolutely not habit-forming. The safe way to stay alert without harmful sounding. No-Dose.
This time, I tore on down the stairs to get to one of the phone booths I'd noticed on my way in. But as I reached the second floor landing...
Oh, why don't you watch? Oh, Dollar.
Listen, Rogan, did you get Randy's finger?
Yeah. Lieutenant's coming right over, but, hey, you left old man McDougan alone?
You get on back to him and hope he lives until Randy gets here.
Oh, yes, sir.
In the phone book, I found only one Daniel Fairling listed. Item 4, another $1 for another cab to a shabby apartment building in a section the other side of the Williamsburg Bridge, not too far from the docks that line that side of the East River. The push button beside the name Fairling in the outer lobby didn't work. Then I found that the front door was open. I went in, up a rickety stairway to start looking for apartment 3B. Let's see now. Here we are. Danny, open up. Danny Fairling?
Hey, what's the racket? What's all the noise? What's the matter with you?
I'm looking for Mr. Daniel Fairling.
Well, you won't find him here.
What?
Only his missus. He moved out.
Oh, to where?
Only it looks like they're going to patch things up again like they always do, and then he'll be back.
What do you mean?
Some fancy delivery boy was here a while ago, delivering a box of fancy chocolates to her. That's what I mean. So if you ask me...
You know where I can find him?
Oh, he works to one of them fancy jewelry stores up on Madison Avenue. But why don't you ask her?
Well, I did, but there's no answer.
Well, I didn't see her go out, so knock some more.
Well, I'll try, but I don't know if... What was that?
What was it?
Inside the apartment. Do you have a key?
No, sir. And the landlady, she's out. What was that?
I don't know. While I break in the door, get to a phone, will you, and call the police?
You're going to break down the door?
Yes, go on. Will you please?
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay,
let's go. It wasn't pretty. The bomb had been inside the box of candy. It had gone off, and the Fairling woman had opened it, plastering wall, ceiling, and floor with bits of chocolate. As for Mrs. Fairling, young or old, beautiful or homely, nobody can tell now.
Okay. I called the cops, mister, and they're coming right over.
All right, good. Will you stay here until they arrive?
Yeah, but did you find out what the... Oh, no. Oh. She was such a pretty one, too.
Item 5, 10 cents for a phone call to Lieutenant Singer's office at the 18th Precinct.
Yeah, Johnny, I got there. But just in time to watch old McDougan die, and without saying a word. So, what about you? You have any luck when you saw him?
He was able to say only one thing to me, Randy.
Yeah? What was it?
The name of that cleaning man that McDilby mentioned to us this morning.
The one that's missing? Danny Fairling?
Uh-huh. But all he said about him was...
Well, then we're in luck. We're really in luck.
Why do you say that?
You hop in a cab and get on over here.
Look, Randy.
You'll see, Johnny, you'll see. Now, come on over here and as fast as you can.
Item 6, $1.90 for a cab to the 18th Precinct headquarters.
Well, I've always told you we don't waste any time around here, Johnny. First rundown we made was on that Fairling. When we found that Danny boy had a record.
A record?
As long as your arm. So, Natch, we put out the word on him. And do you know when the boys downtown picked him up?
When, Randy?
About the same time you and I were talking there in McDilby's shop.
No? Where'd they find him?
Oh, some little rooming house way downtown.
They didn't try his apartment?
Well, sure, but his wife said he and she were on the outs and told them where to find him.
And if they hadn't left, they might have saved her life.
What?
A box of candy blew up in her face, Randy, when she opened it.
Oh.
Don't worry about it, though. It's out of your bailiwick.
Oh, now, just a minute, Johnny.
Come on, I want to talk to this Danny.
But listen, do the police in that precinct know about his wife?
Yes, they know. There's nothing you can do about it from here.
We'll see. Well, in here, Johnny.
All right.
Open up, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Well, here's our boy.
You're talking about me, Fat. I demand to know where you're holding me. What kind of grounds have you got?
Fairling, I demand to know what you did with all those goodies you took from your boss's jewelry store, and the quicker you start talking, the better for you.
That's a fact. Yeah? Who are you?
My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, Johnny Dollar, huh? The big insurance eye. Well, if you think I made that heist, you're just as dumb as the cops. I'd like to see them prove it. I'd like to see them prove anything on me. Now, when are you going to let me out of this stinking place?
It'll take the best lawyer in town to get you out of here, Fairling.
Now, don't you worry, Dad. Don't you worry about that. When the time comes, I'll have a lawyer. I'll have a lawyer that'll make a monkey out of you guys. Can't prove a thing on me.
If you didn't pull the heist, Danny.
Oh, now, Johnny.
How come you didn't show up at the store this morning?
Because I was late getting there. And when I saw the mob and heard what happened, well, do you think I was going to hang around and beg for a pinch? Me? With my record?
Did McDoby know about your record when he hired you?
You mean I should go around blabbing about it? Oh, you're real cute, Dollar.
Danny.
Now, look. I'm fed up to here with you guys. Why don't you leave me alone, huh? Or else let me out of here.
Saying the bit about his wife on him, Johnny.
No, don't you, Randy.
What? What'd you guys say?
Danny, if you didn't pull that job, do you have any idea about who might have?
Sure, like maybe everybody who works in that joint.
You know anything?
No. Well, that's all now. You all through with me?
There's a standard offer that I'm authorized to make. If you can and will furnish information that will lead to the arrest and conviction of the guilty party and recovery of the merchandise, the insurance company will give you the best legal assistance possible.
Now, isn't that sweet of them?
All right, Randy, let's go. So, that's the picture, Randy.
Okay, Johnny, but the boys from that precinct are going to want to be asking him a lot of questions about it.
Well, just don't let them know that you have him yet. Not until I have time to check this a little bit more.
Yeah? Why?
Because if Danny is guilty of that robbery...
And the murder.
Of the robbery, maybe the shock of finding out about his wife will open him up if it's used at the right time.
Which is when?
Let me worry about that, Randy. Meantime, we'll be finding out if your boys have uncovered anything new back at the shop.
Johnny.
Yeah?
Are you holding back something on me?
Like what?
Like what maybe old man McDuggan said to you there at Bellevue?
All he said was, ask Danny. Ask Danny Fairling.
And to me, that says we're holding the right man.
Well, I wouldn't bank on it, Randy.
You have a better idea, Johnny? For both the robbery and the murder?
Yes, I have an idea. And I don't like it.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent. Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette.
Yes, people who want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes know that the one to switch to is Kent. And there's a very good reason why. Kent, with the micronite filter, refines away harsh flavor, refines away rough taste for the mildest taste of all. Yes, that's your reward for smoking Kent, the cigarette that made the filter famous. So when you want to get away from harsh, rough-tasting cigarettes, remember, the finer the filter, the milder the taste. And you decide to treat your taste kindly with Kent.
Treat your taste kindly with Kent. Smoke Kent, the micronite filter cigarette. We finished the recheck, Mr. Dollar, and my loss is just exactly as I stated to you previously. Is it permissible to open up now for what little is left of the day's business?
Well, I don't see why not.
Let's wait a little, Randy. A couple of things I'd like to check on.
Oh, now, Johnny, you know that my boys have covered everything.
Do you have any notions, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, we sure have. That cleaning boy of yours, Danny Fairling.
Young Danny? Do you think like this?
Young Danny.
Oh, fush, no, I can't believe it.
And that ain't all he did.
Oh, but he couldn't. And yet, perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps? That crook and killer now has a record a mile long.
Aye. Then perhaps it was Danny. But can you prove it against him?
It might be a little harder to prove than the lieutenant thinks. You mind if I look around a little?
Oh, I'll be glad to show you anything and everything.
Well, there's no point in taking your time if you're getting ready to open up again.
No, he's perfectly all right.
Miss, perhaps you can help me.
Yes, sir.
Miss Tavish, this is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
You'll be kind enough to show him anything that he likes?
That'll be a pleasure, Mr. Dollar.
All right. Then let's get to work. I was sure that Randy's men had done a good job, but I had to follow through on this idea that was bugging me. And that meant looking for something. Anything to back it up. And then I found it. In a small cleaning closet in the back. How did this box of chocolates get in here?
Oh, well, you know, chocolates were young Danny's weakness, Mr. Dollar.
They were?
He simply loves to nibble on chocolate candies all day long.
I see.
And so whenever he'd do an errand or a special favor for one of us, we'd buy him a box of them. Those French ones are his favorite. The sort he couldn't really afford.
Any address on this box? Yeah. All right, Miss Tavish. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
You've been more help than you may realize.
Well, find out anything, Johnny?
Plenty. I'll see you later.
Where you going?
To a candy shop over on Fifth Avenue.
Candy shop?
Mm-hmm. Then, with your permission, Randy, I want to see Danny Fairling again.
Well, sure.
Alone.
Mais oui, monsieur. We did deliver a box of our excellent chocolates to that address this morning.
Just chocolates,
I remember it well, monsieur.
Now, tell me.
Because the gentleman who made the purchase last evening took them with him, but then came back later and asked that we deliver them today.
How much later?
Oh, perhaps an hour.
Mm-hmm. Plenty of time to open the box, take out some of the candy. Tell me this. That customer, was he a small, tough-looking young fellow?
Oh, no, monsieur. He was a well-dressed English or a Scottish gentleman.
Thank you, my friend. You've just helped me solve a murder.
Murder?
Or I should say two. Okay, Danny. You can say you don't know all you like. But I'm convinced that McDilby himself killed McDuggan and pulled that robbery.
Oh, you are, huh?
Yes, I thought of that as a possibility the minute I learned the place hadn't been broken into, that it had to be somebody McDuggan knew and knew well and let in there.
And just how are you going to prove that?
I'm also sure that you were part of the plan.
Nah, you're not.
That instead of getting there late, you got to that shop early this morning. That you saw McDilby, saw what he did. And because you knew what he was up to, you were there to give yourself a handle for some blackmail if he didn't come through for you. Because he told you to stay away this morning, to stay at home. That would put you on the spot, Danny, wouldn't it? Because of your record, and immediately remove any suspicion from him. Am I right, Danny? All right. Don't say it, not yet. But that was the deal, wasn't it?
Neither you nor anybody else have got a thing on me.
I know. I know there's no direct evidence against you, Danny, any more than there is against McDilby. That's the reason he promised that if you play along with him, he'd not only give you a cut of the loot, but make sure that you had legal help that would keep you out of the pen. Isn't that what he promised you, Danny? Well, come on, you can't deny that, can you? Do you think for a minute he was going to keep any such promise? When you and ex-con made such an easy whipping boy when nobody cared what happened to you? No, Danny. McDilby had other plans for you so that you'd end up like McDuggan did on a slab. You haven't thought of that, had you?
No. You're crazy, Charlie. You're crazy.
Am I? Well, what about your wife, Danny?
What do you mean about my wife, huh? What do you mean about her? What's a little family argument got to do with this?
Maybe a lot.
So what if maybe I did walk out in Pearl for a couple of days? It isn't the first time I did that, but I was going back to her, like I always do. Because I love her, you see. So what about her, huh? Now, why are you bringing her into this?
You like chocolates, don't you, Danny?
Yeah, sure I do. So what?
Especially the French kind.
Okay, so what?
And McDilby didn't know that you'd moved out on your wife.
So why should he? Him or anybody else?
So he thought that you would be there at the apartment this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe so. But so what? What's that got to do with Pearl? Now, look, start making sense, Dollar.
That's the reason he sent the box of chocolates there.
Huh?
The box, Danny.
So that makes him a crook and me an accessory?
Danny, the box had a bomb in it.
What? A bomb?
Yes. It killed her.
Pearl. No. Pearl. Sorry, Danny. You listen to me. If the law doesn't kill him for it, Dollar, I will.
Don't worry, the law will take care of McGilby. And Danny, his term will be a short one because of his testimony. And my testimony. Expense account total, including the ride back to Hartford, $49.35. And don't forget the commission. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, high adventure in the colorful, romantic gold rush country that can also be very deadly. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Do you like a car with plenty of pep? A car with reserve power for safe passing? Most good drivers do. But they don't like to pay extra for premium gasoline. Listen, in 3 out of 5 cars, regular priced Sinclair Dino gasoline matches performance of premium gasolines, saves you up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair Dinosaur sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dino. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Jackson Beck, Sam Gray, Gil Mack, Bill Lipton, Guy Rep, Betty Gard, Ivor Francis, and Vicky Bola. Music supervision by Eugene Sines. Sound patterns by Walter Otto. Technical supervision, Mike Shotsford. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. Keep in instant touch with world events through this Net Alert station of the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. This is Ted Newberry over here at good old Union States Casualty.
Well, hi, Ted. What's this I hear about you going off the deep end a couple of weeks ago and getting yourself engaged to, what's her name, Mary Ann Hooper?
Idle rumor, son. Just idle rumor.
Oh, since when does an idle rumor hit the society pages of the Sunday paper?
Oh, that.
You mean this was just another false alarm?
Just a sly bit of skullduggery by Mary Ann's mother. She figured if it hit the papers, then I'd have to pop the question to her darling daughter. But Johnny, my boy, it backfired on her.
How do you mean?
When Mary Ann saw that blurb, she got so mad she not only won't speak to her mother, she won't even see or talk to me.
Instead of you having to worm your way out of a romance again.
Right. Thanks to dear old Mama, and without having to go through any soppy farewell scenes, I'm back in circulation and ready to play the fielding.
Well, just you wait, though, Ted.
Huh?
When you do fall, and I mean all the way, including the marriage route, you are going to fall so hard the crash will be heard halfway around the world.
No, Johnny. The only girl in this world I could ever really take seriously, who has the looks and figure and brains and wit and charm and all the other attributes.
Oh, who that?
Pandora. Pandora Peters, the most beautiful, most charming, most everything gal I ever knew. So when she does finally come to see and talk to me, okay, what happens?
Oh, tell me.
All she wants to know is how and where and when she can see and talk to you.
Well, you can't win them all, you know. What was that?
You heard me, so it looks like you're the lucky one.
And, she's really everything you say she is?
Everything. So I smothered my feelings and set up a date for you, subject, of course, to your confirmation.
When?
Today, okay?
Why not? What time?
2:30. That's about a half an hour from now.
Great. Now, let's think about the place.
It's all set.
Oh, it is, Where?
In this cozy, quiet little office of mine.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Ted.
That's what I suggested. That's what she agreed to, so that's the way it'll have to be.
Oh, Teddy, you're a bum.
Take it or leave it, Johnny. Well?
I'll be there.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Union States Casualty Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Nugget of Truth matter. I shaved, showered, put on a clean shirt and a new tie, taking my time about it, then spent item one, $1.30 for a cab into Ted Newberry's office at Union States.
Ah, here he is, the answer to a fair maiden's prayer. You look like a million, Johnny.
Hiya, Ted.
Sit down, huh?
Sure.
But I thought I said 2:30.
You mean I'm late?
Late? Let's see, it's only 2:18. Oh, you really made time.
After that pitch you gave me, what did you expect?
Ah, that Pandora.
Well, where is she?
Oh, but there's one thing I just plain forgot to tell you.
Yes, Teddy, like what?
Johnny, she's married. Well, no reaction?
Well, I suppose I could take off my jacket and mop up the floor with you.
Well, let's say you could try.
And certainly it is the very least you deserve. But what's the use? All that build-up was just to drag me out of my nice, comfortable apartment and down here to take on some kind of assignment.
Now, just wait till you see her.
Sure. But what's it all about, Teddy?
Well, the guy to whom she's happily married is young Philip Truesdale Peters. Good family and all that, but no money. That is, not much at the moment. But, Johnny, thanks to some electronic gadget he's invented, and with her dough to get him started.
Wait a minute, Ted. Is that the new little plant about 10 blocks east of here?
That's the one. And one of these days, maybe he'll make it.
Well, good for him.
Good for that money of hers, you mean?
Oh, she's loaded?
No, but she has enough. Anyhow, they're both clients of ours, straight life policies.
How much, Ted?
Something over 100,000 apiece.
And each of them is the other's beneficiary?
Yeah. Now, don't get any wild ideas.
In spite of the fact that he needs money to push this invention of his?
Well, don't worry. He doesn't need her dead to get it.
Well, just the same, Teddy.
Oh, now, come on, Johnny. Give that suspicious mind of yours a rest for a change. The way you talk sometimes, you'd suspect your own mother of murdering for a couple of bucks.
Well, maybe I do go overboard once in a while. Hey, what's the matter?
Through this portal is about to pass the most beautiful girl in the world.
What?
You, Ted Newberry, are the biggest flatterer in the world.
If only that handsome husband of yours wasn't bigger than I am. But come in, my lovely, come in.
Thank you.
Mrs. Peters, Pandora, this is Johnny Dollar.
Well, hi, Johnny.
I'll say this. What I stood there staring at was worth staring at. 25 or 26, maybe. Tall, willowy, blonde. A faultless complexion with just enough makeup to enhance her natural beauty. Eyes a kind of gray-green, with little smile wrinkles at the corners. A cute little tilt to her nose and soft, full lips. And a darned attractive figure in a dress that didn't hurt it one bit. But there was something missing. Or maybe it was the other way around. Something there that shouldn't have been there. In her voice, in her eyes, I'm not sure. But there was a subtle coldness there that wasn't quite right. Not with all that beauty. The calm, calculating female that's invariably more deadly than the male. I wondered.
I said hi, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And did I lie to you, Johnny, about this gorgeous, glamorous creature?
Oh, now, Teddy.
What, so help me, how anybody like you could ever have any problems? Pandora,
But I do have one. And I'm afraid it's a pretty serious one. That's why I wanted to see you, Johnny.
What is it, Pandora?
Johnny, somebody is threatening to murder me.
Really?
Here, Pan, you better sit down and tell us what this is all about.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I am.
Just the key to the Peters family car.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
What?
Little charm on this keychain.
How about that? Little golden skull.
Very unique. Looks hand-carved.
Well, it is, Johnny. From a single nugget that my grandfather found out in California back in the 1800s.
Oh?
It's my good luck talisman.
Well, if you're being threatened, honey, you'd better hang on to it.
Don't you worry, I will.
But now, let me tell you.
Yes, I think you'd better.
Well, it started about 2 months ago. Little notes stuffed into the mailbox. We live out on Barclay Drive, you know.
Better put that down, Johnny. It's 128 Barclay Drive.
Oh, I'll remember it. Go on, Pandora.
It was right after Phil got the final patent on his invention.
Just what is that invention, by the way?
Oh, it's some kind of an electronic battery, I guess you'd call it.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tiny little thing that might be used in rockets or something.
I see.
And Philip hopes to make a lot of money with it.
You don't sound too enthusiastic about it.
Well, I wasn't. At first, Johnny. It looked to me and my lawyer like just a waste of time and money for him to work on it. But when those notes started, well, I told Philip to go ahead with it. At least until the money ran out. So he put up that little factory building, and he's buying machinery and all sorts of things for it.
The threatening notes made you change your mind.
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm just plain stubborn, I guess.
Well, what'd they say?
Well, the first one started out with a quotation, a kind of a religious thing.
What was it? Do you remember?
What profiteth it a man if he gain the whole world, but suffer the loss of his own soul?
Uh-huh.
And then it went on to say that for one person alone to profit from such a device was all wrong, was sinful. Unless you give it to the whole world, you'll be sorry. That sort of thing.
That doesn't seem like such a dire threat, Pandora. And what's more, it was meant for your husband.
Well, that's what we thought, Johnny. And Phil just laughed at it. He said it was the work of some crackpot.
Just the same, Pan. He should have taken it to the police.
Well, he did, Teddy.
And their opinion?
They agreed with Phil. Because of that word sinful, they said it was probably some religious fanatic, that such things happen all the time. But then more of them came, and they got more threatening. Threats against my life, Johnny.
Your husband's life, you mean?
Well, we still thought so. And the police gave Philip a sort of bodyguard for a while. But then yesterday, another one came in the mail. It was addressed to me, in my name. And it said...
Yeah?
It said that... Oh, here, Johnny, I made this copy of it.
Well, let's see. Blind, foolish woman. It is you who are guilty. Because of your money in that device of the devil. It is you who must die. And very soon.
Do you see, Johnny, why I'm worried now?
Oh, darn well I'd be, you poor gal.
Pandora.
Yes.
The police have the originals of the notes?
Well, yes, but they say it's just the work of some fanatic who's trying to scare us. I don't think so now. Now I'm frightened.
Now?
What?
You weren't frightened for your husband when you thought they were meant for him?
Oh, well, no. Because, well, he just sort of passed them off. He laughed at them. The way the police did. But now, well, don't you see?
Yeah, maybe I do.
Now, what do you mean by that, Johnny?
Or, oh, dear, maybe they're right. Maybe I am getting all upset over nothing. Maybe it's just some crackpot. But won't you find out, Johnny? Won't you make sure?
Pandora.
You bet he will.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Well, I can't just stay locked up in the house all the time.
Of course not. At least not unless you've got some police protection out there.
Yes, well...
Where's Phil now?
Over at the new plant.
Huh? It's in operation already?
No, but he goes down every day in case they deliver machinery and furniture and things.
What time does he get home?
The bus always drops him off in front of the house about 5:15.
And your plans meantime?
Well, I have to do some shopping and have a fitting here in town about 3:30. That'll take about an hour.
Yeah.
Then I'll drive out to that farmer's market on Spring Road where I always buy the meat. I promised Phil a steak tonight.
And then?
Then it'll be time to go home and get dinner ready. At least that's what I planned. But what should I do?
Well, until I've had a talk with the police, I see no reason for you to change those plans.
Now, listen, Johnny, she needs protection, so if there's anything I can do...
Oh, no, it's all right, Teddy. With Johnny on our side now, I think everything will be all right.
You don't feel that you need police protection?
Well, do you? I mean, until you find out how serious these threats really are.
Unless the police convince me otherwise. I'll be in touch, Pam.
Good. Thank you. I feel better already, Johnny. You're a darling. And thank you, too, Teddy, dear. Bye.
What a gal.
I don't get it.
Huh? What do you mean you don't get it?
Teddy, there is something very fishy about this thing. Very fishy. Expense account item 2, $1.20 for a cab back to my apartment, where I picked up my own car, then headed out in the direction of the Peters home, way out on Barclay Drive. But after driving all of half a dozen blocks, the car suddenly conked out on me. By the time I got a tow from the auto club to a service station, then a repair job on my carburetor by the slowest mechanic I ever saw, it was after 5 o'clock. So instead, I drove to police headquarters and talked to Sergeant Bill Budd.
Johnny, I've been on top of this thing from the very first of those notes to Peters, or to his wife.
And the last one apparently was addressed to her.
The last one, yeah.
Well, if I were you, I'd put somebody on that gal 24 hours a day, Sergeant, until we find out where those notes are coming from.
Now, you listen to me, Johnny.
Go ahead,
That's
shoot.
just what we did for him right in the beginning for nearly 2 months. Good men, too. Not even he had any idea they were on him, looking out for him. What happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
You figured the notes were just the work of some nut?
That's what I told them. Meantime, we nearly broke our necks trying to find out where they were coming from. We bore down on every fanatic, every troublemaker in the town, and we know them all. Nothing. Then, suddenly, I got wise.
How do you mean?
You know very much about those two, the Peterses.
Well, frankly, no.
Well, in the first place, they aren't as lovey-dovey as they look.
Oh?
No, sir. And she has the money, Johnny. Some money, anyhow.
Yes, so I understand.
And I know it for a fact that she didn't want to sink a lot of it in that crazy invention of his.
Crazy?
Well, he couldn't get any of the big companies interested in it, I know that. But he was bound he'd go ahead with it. You know what I think?
What, Sergeant?
I think she started writing those notes in the hopes of scaring him out of it, out of spending her dough on it. You see, if he did scare and quit by himself, then he wouldn't blame her for his giving up on it. And, Johnny.
Yeah?
That would explain how those notes were getting to him, in spite of all our attempts to locate the source. See?
Well, it's a possibility, I suppose. But what about the one addressed to her?
She hoped that would be the clincher, that's all.
Of course, your little theory might explain why she didn't jump at the chance to have a bodyguard.
You suggested that to her?
Yeah. But there is still another possibility, Sergeant.
You mean that he's been writing them?
Mm-hmm.
So nobody suspect him if he knocked her off to collect all her nice insurance money?
Right. In other words, until we can clear this thing up...
Wait a minute, Johnny. You think I'm going to put tails on both of them, on their house, on that plant for 24 hours a day? No,
Sergeant Budd.
Mr. Peters.
Sergeant, I knew it. I told you something like this would happen. And don't you see, after that last threatening letter, it was Pandora. It was she this killer was after.
Now, wait a minute.
Because it's been her money going into my invention, into the plant, and... Oh, this is terrible.
Now, wait a minute. What do you want, Conroy?
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I try to keep him from barging in this way. What's the matter with you? Aren't you going to do something about this terrible thing that's happened?
Well, what terrible thing? You know what he's talking about, Conroy.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. You see, I'm the one that found the body.
The what, did you say?
The body?
Yes, don't you understand? Don't you understand? My wife, Pandora, she's been murdered.
Frontiers change rapidly today. Mostly they seem to expand. Lately, they show even promise of expanding right into outer space. CBS News is presently covering the effort to break into space, and when the time comes to report news out in space, CBS newsmen will be looking for space helmets with room for microphones. Through the facilities of the CBS radio network, expanded CBS News, brought into your home hourly, combines with this station's local reports to give you up-to-the-minute accounts of events that change the world. Listen to expanded CBS News every hour on the hour, weekdays, here.
Your wife was murdered, Mr. Peters?
Yes. Pandora, somebody killed her.
When, Mr. Peters? Where?
How should I know? I asked this policeman. He's the one who found her.
You didn't see her?
No, ask him. He's the one who knows about this horrible, terrible, awful thing.
Conroy?
If only you'd taken those letters seriously, we could have prevented this.
Mr. Peters, if you want our help, you've got to calm down and pull yourself together. Here now. You better take a slug of this.
No.
Take a
I'm
drink.
sorry.
Take a drink of this brandy. Now, go on. Go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Please, officer, tell them what you found.
Yes, go ahead, Conroy.
Well, I was out in my prowl car, you see, in the Spring Road section, my regular beat.
Yeah.
Well, somebody reported there was a car blocking that little side road into the woods about half a mile this side of the Spring Road shopping section, you know?
Where, Pandora went to the meat market.
Yes, she always bought the meat at the same place out there.
And she said that for dinner tonight...
Okay. Now,
I can't...
All right, now, wait. Go ahead, Tony.
Yes, sir. Well, I investigated, and I found this car parked there with nobody inside of it, and the motor was still running, you know.
Go on.
So, well, I decided maybe I'd better look around, so I did. And that's when I found her, over at the side of that little pond that's out there, her head all bashed in.
Oh, terrible way to... Can't you say some other way?
Now, come on, please.
Go on, Conroy.
Well, I went on back to her car, cut off the engine, and then went back to the prowl car. Got on the horn to headquarters to Lieutenant Briggs. He's in homicide, you know?
Yes, I know.
Well, him and Doc Campbell arrived at the scene a few minutes later, and I told them all I knew, and they took over. To the best of my knowledge, they're still out there.
Well, did you find the weapon that was used on her, Conroy?
Oh, no, sir. You asked me, Sergeant, it got thrown into that muddy little pond. You'll never find it in there.
Yeah, it may be.
No, sir. I mean, with all the mud in the bottom of that thing?
Yeah.
Must be a layer of it 10, 12 feet deep in the bottom, you know?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, with all the trees around it.
Okay, Conroy.
And I know. Account of some kids trying to swim in it last summer.
Conroy.
One of them got stuck. I had to haul him out. And if I hadn't have gotten there when I did...
Conroy, where and when did you find Mr. Peters?
Oh, I drove right out to his house, Mr. Dollar. I figured somebody ought to tell him.
I see. You were home by then, Mr. Peters?
Yes. I was worried sick when I found she wasn't there and had left no message. It wasn't like her. And, well, after those threatening letters, I knew something was wrong. I knew it. And when this officer came and told me what he'd found, Pandora.
Yes, sir. That's when he insisted I bring him right here to see you, Sergeant.
Yes.
You didn't take him to the spot out there in the woods?
No, sir. He had me bring him directly in here.
And, Sergeant, if you don't do something about this, if you don't find his killer...
Look, we're going to do everything we can now, Mr.
Well, if
Peters.
you'd done something before instead of just talking about it, this wouldn't have happened.
Mr. Peters.
No, there was nothing to worry about. It's only some crackpot, some troublemaker. It was a killer. Don't you understand that? It was a killer.
I'm telling you, we're going to do everything we can.
Mr. Peters.
Now, excuse me, I got to take this. Sergeant Bud.
My wife has been murdered.
Yes, he is, Lieutenant. For you, Conroy.
Me, huh? Okay, thanks.
Now.
Yes, sir?
Let's see now.
Oh, yeah. I guess Well, gee, I'm sorry.
Well, now what has he done?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. Sure, whatever you say. I'll be out there right away.
Did you pull another boner, Conroy?
Well, I stuck the keys to that car in my pocket after I turned off the engine. The lieutenant wants them.
Well, go ahead then. Take them out to him.
Wait a minute. Can I see those keys, Conroy?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dollar. Yeah.
What? Just an ordinary set of car keys, Dollar?
Yeah. And that's why they give us the answer to this whole thing.
Yes, sir. Oh, I hope so.
You have a set of these, too, haven't you, Mr. Peters?
Why, yes, of course.
May I see him, please?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks.
Hey, will you look at that, Sergeant?
That's some gold nugget carved to look like a skull.
It's a sort of a good luck talisman.
Good luck?
Yes.
I'm afraid, Mr. Peters, not for you.
What?
These are the keys your wife had early this afternoon when I talked to her. That means that to get hold of them, you had to be with her. Between the time I saw her and the time her body was found.
Dollar.
That also means, Mr. Peters, that... Well, do you want to tell us?
Well, I had to. Don't you see, I had to kill her. Because of the money. Because I needed the money for my invention. I had to kill her.
Sergeant, don't you think somebody better take this all down?
I sure do. Thanks.
Develop my invention.
So, with that full confession complete with signature, there'll be no problem. He did it. He'll pay for it. Expense account total, and I may as well include the work on my car. Do you think you can afford all of $20? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the most unlikely crook I've met in a long, long time. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Rita Lloyd as Pandora Peters, Jim Stevens as Ted Newberry, Don McLaughlin as Sergeant Bud, Port Benson as Philip Peters, and Bill Lipton as Conroy. Be sure to join us next week. Same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Phil Rizzuto's Sports Time scores for the fans Monday through Saturday on the CBS Radio Network.
Dollar, do you by any chance happen to remember a case you accidentally got yourself involved in just 4 weeks, 3 days, and 13 hours ago?
What?
In the course of which you saved a man's life?
Well, if you're talking about that federal man, the fellow from the Bureau... Wait a minute. Hal?
Yeah.
Hal Leonard.
That's right.
You're okay again.
I sure am. Hale, hearty, and back to normal.
Well, thank goodness for that.
But if you hadn't just happened to walk in from the back room of Becker's print shop that night, Johnny, I'd be pushing up the well-known daisy.
Oh, I don't know about that, Hal.
Well, I do, and I'll be eternally grateful, Johnny.
Oh, forget it.
But you didn't answer my question. Do you remember just what happened that night?
Well, of course. The miracle is that you remember now.
Yeah, I guess it is. Believe me, complete amnesia is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, the wallop on the head that character gave you must have been a dilly.
One more like it would have killed me. But then you walked in like the U.S. Marines.
Would you forget it?
Forget it, huh?
Sure. I mean, after all, it was just a matter of luck, my being there in the back room of that shop. And all because I had the mistaken idea that Becker was fencing some loot from a burglary job.
Instead, you uncovered his real racket, the one I was investigating.
Well, let's say I stumbled on it.
So, what happens?
I don't know. What happens?
You, one Johnny Dollar, the real hero of that fracas, end up eligible for a nice long prison term.
Well, that's just a matter of... What?
Sure.
Prison term?
That's what I said.
For what?
Possession.
Possession of what?
Of evidence.
Evidence?
Yeah, think now. Weren't you busy packing a lot of the stuff you'd found into the back of your car when you heard him slug me and came barging in on us?
Holy smoke, Hal, you're right.
So, where is it now?
Still in the back of my car.
And you know the penalty for possession, so maybe I better fly up there and take it off your hands.
Oh, I'll be waiting, Hal.
I'll be there.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Takes a Crook matter. So help me, I'd forgotten all about that evidence I'd picked up at Becker's shop. And of course the federal boys would want it, would need it to prosecute their case. The reason I'd forgotten it was because I hadn't used my car for some 4 weeks. All my investigations had been out of town. Well, it would only take Hal a couple of hours to get up from Washington. I could simply meet his plane and... Johnny Dollar.
Les Walters, Johnny, over here at Worldwide Mutual.
Oh, of course. How are you, Les?
You want to take a run over here to see me?
What about?
Well, you ever hear of the Moray Madonna?
The what?
It's a painting, an oil painting, and a pretty famous one.
Oh, sure. It was the pièce de résistance in that exhibition over at the Manhart Galleries.
Yeah, that's the one. Painted by Marcel Moray and worth $200,000.
Hal, why anybody would ever pay $200,000 for an impressionistic atrocity like that is something I will never understand.
Well, the point is, friend, somebody did. We insured it to the hilt, and now it's gone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Can you get on it right away?
Well, almost right away.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, Les, I have to stick around for a while to meet one of Uncle Sam's boys coming up from Washington.
Aha, they finally caught up with you. Happy days in the clink.
You know something, Les?
Yeah?
For what I have in my possession, I could be locked up for life.
You're like what, Johnny?
Well, I don't think I'd better go into it. But as soon as he gets here and picks it up...
Well, when'll that be?
Well, according to a timetable, he should pull into the airport around 7:05 p.m.
Well, now, look, I'm working late on this thing, so, well, in the meantime, why don't you come on over here and let me tell you what I know about this stolen painting?
Good idea. Why not?
Okay, good.
I'm on my way. Well, looks like a busy evening ahead. Instead of calling for a taxi, the usual procedure when I was on expense account, I decided to use my own car. It would give me a chance to make certain that all important evidence in the federal case was still safely locked up in the trunk. Matter of fact, on the way down to my garage, I decided that it might be a better idea to take the stuff out, take it back up to my apartment where I could check it over. Now remember this. It was nearly 5 p.m. of a dark and cloudy day. My unlighted garage is at the back of the apartment building, but faces out toward the sidewalk in the street. And it has one of those quick lift doors on it. There wasn't much in the way of traffic or pedestrians. Here we are. Now, first we make sure the stuff is still in here. Yep, sure is. Now, if I can just pile these stacks together and carry them upstairs in one load. There we are. Ooh, brother, when I think of all the people who would like to get their hands... Hey, wait a minute. Who slammed down the door out there?
Not out there, mister.
What?
I'm right in here. Ah!
It's fun to get your adventure vicariously from programs like yours truly, Johnny Dollar. But you can have the real thing, adventure in far less dangerous form, by joining the Peace Corps. Helping the people of the new and underdeveloped nations of Africa, Asia, and Latin America is an immensely satisfying adventure. The Peace Corps needs qualified teachers, engineers in all fields, and farm experts. If you're interested in a fascinating life, write to Peace Corps, Washington 25, D.C.
Just when I came to, I'm not sure. But as I lay there on the floor of my garage, I wondered for a few minutes if my skull was still in one piece. It was, but there was a very fancy lump on the back of it, and I was so dizzy I could hardly get to my feet. I managed to feel my way to the door, painfully pushed it up and open, and in what little light came across from one of the street lamps, saw just exactly what I expected. The trunk of my car was still open and very, very empty. I must have been hit pretty hard because I passed out again for a few minutes. Then I got up again and staggered around to the front door of my apartment house, though I could barely make out where I was going. I half remembered stuffing something into the pocket of my jacket. Something I'd all the while had tightly clenched in my right hand. In the foyer, I clumsily stumbled against a man who was pushing a doorbell under one of the mailboxes.
Hey, take it easy, old man.
I'm sorry,
Have yourself a little too much...
Johnny.
What?
Johnny, what happened to you?
Oh.
Here. Let me give you a hand.
Hal.
Yeah. Here now.
Hal, let it.
Yeah. Say, it looks like somebody really worked you over.
Listen.
Now, you listen. Let's get you upstairs to your apartment and find out what this is all about. Got away with all of it, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Hal.
Oh. Now, just lie still and take it easy, will you?
Oh, boy. Yeah, sure, Hal.
You, want another little snort of this?
Hmm? Oh, no. All I want is just to lie here and sleep for about 3 weeks, that's all.
Well, you do that while I run this thing down. Now, Johnny, you're sure you didn't get a look at him?
Oh, Hal, when he yanked the door down behind my back, inside the place was just dark as pitch.
But you left the garage open.
Yeah. And, wait a minute, somewhere in this pants pocket here.
Yeah?
I have the keys to the garage and the keys to my car in case you need it.
Okay. Now, you get some sleep. I'll be back in time to get you some breakfast, if not before.
Oh, thanks, Al. You are a good man. You know something? I think I might have slept for 3 weeks. If it hadn't been for the telephone there beside my bed. You know something else? That darn instrument gets me up and going like nothing else in the world. Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, where under the sun have you been?
Les.
Yeah, that's right, Les Walters. I waited around my office until after 7 o'clock, then I left word with the watchman and came on home. When I still didn't hear from you by, let's see, that's after 10:30. What happened to you anyway?
Oh, plenty, Les. I just couldn't make it.
Well, I hope you can now.
Sure.
Well, look, to save time, instead of coming over here to my place, you go see Mr. Thaddeus Brittingham, the man the painting was stolen from. He can tell you more than I can. Let's see, he lives in apartment 7B at the Selfridge.
The Selfridge?
Yeah, you know, that fancy, big, new apartment building over on the other side of town.
7B.
That's right, 7B. I'll phone him and tell him that you're coming.
Yeah, Les, you do that. But instead of going over to the Selfridge, I ran up item 1. Item 1? At this stage of the game? Anyhow, it's 90 cents for a taxi to a rooming house of a character who calls himself Little Willie. To put it bluntly, Little Willie is a stool pigeon. One of the few that even the police don't know about. And they know most of them. The reason I picked on him was because of his almost uncanny knowledge of art thieves and their activities.
Oh, hiya, Johnny.
Willie, I've got $50 I thought maybe you might find some use for.
Only 100, Johnny? When I've been just sitting here waiting for you to pay me a visit?
Oh, about what?
That Moray Madonna. What else? And ain't it worth 100 if I can tell you where to look?
All right, Willie. 100.
You see, I know there was something up when I seen him sitting there day after day.
Who, Willie? Sitting where?
At that gallery.
The gallery, hmm?
But just looking wasn't enough, I guess. So that's when he took it. Took it home to copy it.
Who, Willie?
And him being one of the best copyists ever lived. Why, Johnny, he could almost fool the artist himself. But listen.
Yeah?
You better get on him pretty fast. He never made a copy unless he had a customer. And with the wad he'll get for a copy of that Madonna, well, he ain't going to stay around. He'll get out of the country.
Willie.
150, did you say, Johnny? And that painting worth a couple of $100 grand?
Okay.
Okay. Old Charlie Starkey.
Charlie Starkey? Out of the pen again, hmm?
Yeah.
Where'll I find him, Willie?
He's been renting a room at 324 South Crocus.
Good.
But if he's already finished his copy and made a sale...
Willie, let me worry about that. Item 2, the $150 I mailed in cash to Little Willie on the way out of my apartment.
I should have waited, because item 3 is $1.70 for a taxi over to another dingy little rooming house at 324 South Crocus. But I got there too late. Yep, old Charlie Starkey, his mission accomplished, had paid off his landlady, a character by the name of Sally Botts, and had taken a powder.
Yeah, he's gone. Not more than a half hour ago.
I see. Well, okay, Mrs. Botts.
And I'll say this, mister. He sure left in a big hurry.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Left all his paint pots and stuff and all his extra clothes behind. Oh, all sorts of stuff.
Oh? Wait a minute.
Yeah? Now what's the matter, mister? Don't you believe me?
Mrs. Botts.
Then look. Looky here. Here's the money that he paid me off with. See?
Okay, but the only thing I want to look at now is... Wait a minute.
What?
That money, let me see that. Just let me have that a minute.
This money?
Yeah, let me see it.
What's the matter with it? You think maybe it's marked or something?
Marked? You bet it is. And Mrs. Botts, you don't know how well.
Hey!
Come along. I want to look at his room. Sure enough, carefully rolled up and parked in a closet where sooner or later it was bound to be discovered, was the Moire Madonna. Okay, part of my job was done. Item 4, another $1.70 for a cab back to my apartment where I stashed the painting away. And then, now, don't try to get ahead of me, ahead of this report, I mean, because it couldn't have been old Charlie Starkey who'd made the attack on me to get the stuff out of the back of my car. He wasn't the type. He wasn't strong enough to have laid me out that way. And the voice I'd heard certainly hadn't been his. But I suddenly remembered that when whoever it was slugged me the first time there in the dark garage, I'd made a grab for him and had torn away part of his clothing. And what I had clutched in my hot little fist was still in the pocket of my jacket. I took a look. It was a small piece of paper, a receipted bill issued to a Mr. Harvey Twiller, a name that didn't mean a thing. But it was a receipt for rental paid for an apartment. And where? At the Selfridge. Then things started adding up. Item 5, $2 for a cab across town to the Selfridge, where the uniformed doorman had ideas that didn't quite fit into my plans.
27B, Mr. Brittingham's apartment?
No.
Well, yes, of course, sir, because I know that he's expecting you.
I know he is, but you see...
But I can't let you go up to see Mr. Twiller, who hasn't told me that he's expecting you, unless I call him up and announce you.
Now, look, take a look at my credentials. Here.
Special investigator?
That's right.
Well, I suppose that does make it a little different, sir.
So where is he?
But are you sure I hadn't better announce you first?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Well?
Very well, sir. He's in 5A.
Okay.
Come in. It's open. Come on in.
Well, Scotty Bagney.
You're surprised, Dollar? That means my alias Harvey Twiller did fool you.
Did it, Scotty?
Well, it must have, mustn't it? Or you'd be the one holding a gun instead of me.
So you're out of the pen, too, hmm?
For quite a while now, Dollar. Quite a while.
I knew I should have recognized your voice there in my garage.
Ah. When I saw you here at the door just now, I thought you had. That you'd seen through my alias. But now, since I do hold this gun on you, I suggest that you come in, close the door, and carefully remove your own gun and drop it on the floor.
I suppose I haven't any choice, have I?
None whatsoever. That's the good lad. Now, kick it over here. Thank you. Now, sit down, please.
Why not? But tell me, Scotty.
How I happen to know what you had in the trunk of your car?
Mm-hmm.
I heard about the job in Becker's print shop, so I've been tailing you. And since I occasionally have need of that sort of thing that you had in your car trunk, I belted you and purloined it, as we say in the trade. I'm sorry, though, that you found me.
Oh, you should be.
Well, you misunderstand me. I mean, because I've got to kill you now, Dollar. Now.
Don't,
Scotty.
Hell.
Drop the gun.
Very well. Who are you, sir?
Well, so you found him first, huh, Johnny?
Oh, I'm mighty glad you did too, Hal, but how come?
There's prints on the door of your garage. Here's your gun.
Thanks.
I got an ID on the prints. The local police steered me to a couple of stoolies who knew about them, and here I am. You found the stuff?
No.
Nor will he, my friend. You see, I made a little purchase with it, most of it, that is.
Purchase?
Don't you get it, Hal?
I'm afraid not.
The painting.
The Moray Madonna?
Or rather, a copy of it.
Copy? What are you talking about?
One of the oldest gags in the world. You see, Bagney here somehow got next to another old crook by the name of Charlie Starkey.
Yes, I met him in prison. But what do you mean when you said that the painting I have...
Hold it, Scotty, and listen.
Yeah, very well.
Now, go on, Johnny.
He found out, of course, that Charlie had been sent up for stealing fine artworks, that he knew his stuff and was one of the best.
Until he got caught.
Yes.
But, go on.
What Scotty didn't learn, though, was that old Charlie was not only an artist himself, but a copyist. As good as they come.
A copyist?
So here was the deal, and you can call me on it if I'm wrong, Scotty.
Well, no, listen, please.
Just shut up, Scotty. Go on, Johnny.
Scotty, with his fancy manners and good clothes, was a pretty successful fence for good artwork. He always knew enough of the spoiled, filthy rich who'd buy, even though they realized the stuff was stolen. And when he learned that old Charlie was a master at lifting such things, well, he just couldn't wait to team up with him and get hold of the Moray Madonna. What he didn't know, though, was that Charlie was more of a nut than a crook. That he'd only steal the stuff long enough to take it home and copy it.
$1.
No kidding. And later, he'd sneak it back. Or just let it be found somewhere. Meantime, of course, he'd pass on the copy for a price to a sucker like Scotty here.
Oh, I don't believe it. Dollar, look at the painting. It's there in the closet.
You admit you have it.
Well, now you've tagged me. You'd find it anyway, so go ahead. It's there in the closet.
You mean the copy is?
No. The original. It has to be. Don't you see, I already made a deal to sell it to a millionaire down in New York. Well, go on, look at it.
I don't need to, Scotty. The original is locked up in my apartment.
It can't be.
And it is the original. So that is that.
Okay, good work, Johnny. You've done your job, but now what about mine? Where is the evidence from that operation in the printing shop that I came to get from it?
Oh, that'll show up, Hal.
And that's what I'm afraid of, in dribs and drabs all over the country.
Oh, no, I mean right here.
What?
Sure, thanks to our good friend Scotty.
Thanks to me?
I'm afraid I don't get it, Johnny.
Well, I'm sure that I don't.
I'm only surprised it hasn't already shown up. Oh, wait a minute, maybe some of it is right here now.
What?
Why don't you take a look through Scotty's pockets? He said that most of it went for the painting, not all. In that case... Now, be quiet, both of you. Over here with me, Hal, but keep that gun on him.
Right.
Scotty, don't move.
Don't worry.
Come in, it's open. Come in.
Scotty, you crook. This money you gave me for the painting. Look at it.
There's your evidence, Hal.
What's the matter with it?
What's the matter? It's counterfeit, that's what it is.
Counterfeit?
Look at it, all of it. Counterfeit, phony.
Just like the painting you sold him, Charlie.
What? Who are you?
You'd be surprised, my friend.
Now, don't move, either of you. Thanks, Johnny.
Yep, there it is, Hal, your evidence.
Yeah?
Except for whatever Scotty may have held out for himself. It's kind of a quadruple play, wouldn't you call it? Dollar to Scotty, to Charlie, to you. Happy now?
Real happy.
It's kind of a complicated mess, I know. But the painting is back to its owner. The counterfeit money is recovered. I'm in the clear with Uncle Sam. And all is well. Expense account total? Why not just pay me the commission on that lovely Madonna? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a couple of sweet little old men. Real characters. Especially one of them. The killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Martin Blaine as Hal Leonard, Ralph Bell as Scotty Bagney, Jack Grimes as Les Walters, Leora Thatcher as Mrs. Botts, Bill Kramer as Little Willie, Guy Repp as the doorman, and Louis Van Ruten as Charlie Starkey. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Where songs are king, hear Richard Hayes sing weeknights on the CBS Radio Network.
At the crossroads of the Empire State, this is WROW Music, Albany.
Hello, I'm Beaven Horn, one of your welcome wagon hostesses in Colony.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. This is Lou Little over here at State Unity Life.
Lou, it's about time I got a call from you.
I know. But then our nice, quiet, wealthy clientele hasn't been giving us any trouble. Up to now.
What's the problem now?
Johnny, I've got a crazy writer on my hands. Well, maybe not crazy. Actually, he's a very nice old guy, but you know how writers are.
Do I?
Well, don't you?
Only writer I have any contact with is Johnstone, the man who dramatizes these cases of mine to put them on the air.
And he's perfectly normal?
Well, let's see. He's kind of a nut about fishing.
Is he? If it isn't fishing, it's something else. So help me, every one of them is, well, they've got some peculiarity.
Look, Lou, if liking to fish is a peculiarity, I'm the nuttiest guy around.
Well, you know what I mean. They get so wrapped up in things. Anyhow, this man, this author, is a nut on murder. Writes nothing but murder stories. That's all he thinks about.
So that makes him a killer?
Can you think of anyone better qualified to plan a perfect crime?
You have reason to think something like that's going on, Lou?
Maybe. Maybe you better come on over here and let me tell you about it.
Yeah. Maybe I better.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the imperfect crime matter. Expense account item 1, $4.26 for a tank full of gas. As long as I could fill up my own car on the expense account, why not? When I got to his office, Lou Little wasted no time in getting to the point.
Bodyguard. Well, I'd say that's up to you after you've heard the facts in the case.
Go ahead, shoot.
Must say, though, I can't think of a nicer job than acting as a bodyguard for her. Her? And I mean, what a body. And all that goeth with, wow.
Then you meant authoress rather than author.
No, Johnny, I'm talking about Mrs. Porter.
Porter?
That's right, Denise Porter.
The wife of G. Stanley Porter?
That's right. You know him?
No, but I'd like to.
I doubt that.
Lou, in my book, he is one of the best mystery writers alive.
Oh, no question of it. And over the years, he's done very well for himself.
Well, he deserves to. That man can take the simplest plot and build it up into a fantastic mystery. And his descriptions, Lou, of people and places and things, why, he can almost make you see them just the way he does. What's his problem?
Hers, Johnny. And I've asked her over here to tell you about it herself.
Well, then bring her on.
Well, she should have got here before you did. At least, let me tell you this while we're waiting.
Yeah?
We sold them both life insurance policies right after they got married a little over a year ago.
Each made the other the beneficiary?
Right.
How large are the policies?
$750,000 apiece.
What?
Double indemnity. Yep, $1.5 million in case of death of either one of them.
And now they're not getting along, huh?
Apparently they're not. You see, Johnny... Oh.
Your secretary said to come right in, Mr. Little.
Yes, do. Please, come in.
And suddenly I began to hear sweet music. That whole office took on a kind of soft, warm, pleasant glow around one of the prettiest girls I've ever seen. Denise, maybe 26 or 7, tall, blonde, and beautiful. Her complexion, faintly tanned, was flawless, and her figure, well, her expensive, carefully tailored clothes, even a few carefully chosen pieces of fine jewelry she wore, seemed almost tawdry compared to the girl herself. Her eyes were a warm, rich brown, yet there was a twinkle there, a sparkle that was almost an invitation. But into her eyes as she talked to us came what? Apprehension? Fear? I'm not sure, but it was disturbing.
And it isn't as though my husband hasn't been good to me. He has. Almost too good. A little too considerate. But, well, there's been something insincere about it lately.
Ask me, Johnny. It's like giving the condemned one a hearty last meal.
That's a horrible way to put it, Mr. Little. Oh, maybe that's what it amounts to. Yes, he's been so moody, so morose lately.
Why? Have you given him any cause?
No, of course not. I'm afraid it's just because... Well, you see,
Go on, Denise.
Johnny, I don't know how to say it. I thought that our marriage would be different, not like the others.
You've been married before?
No, but he has. And I just found out all about it. And not just once, Johnny, but 4 times. 4 other wives.
Happy as a lark with every one of them, too, for a couple of years.
And then?
Then each of them died. Suddenly, unexpectedly.
Under suspicious circumstances?
Apparently not at all. Apparently a couple of them were accidents. But mind, I use that word, apparently.
He's such a master of the perfect crime, Johnny. In his writing, I mean. But don't you see? That's all he thinks about. Planning perfect crimes, perfect murders. It's almost an obsession with him. And when I found out that right after each of them died, he'd written another book about the murder of a woman...
But to commit a crime and then put it into a book would be ridiculous.
What I said about authors still goes, Johnny.
Well, do you or you, Denise, have any real reason for thinking that he might have murdered his other wives?
4 in a row? And each of them after only a year or 2? And each of them well insured?
Doesn't prove anything, Lou.
Not the least suspicious, huh?
Well, of course I am, but if nobody's been able to prove anything, why...
I'm scared, Johnny. The way he's been acting lately. And this not knowing what he's thinking or planning. If only I could know what he's writing about. Locked up there in his study every day, all day long, most of the night. And I lie there alone in my bed every night, wondering what sort of a clever, diabolical trap he's setting for me.
If he is.
I'm sure he is. And the same thing will happen to me that happened to the other 4. Unless you can help me. Unless he falls into his trap himself.
How long has this been going on, Denise?
Months now, Johnny. Several months.
So she finally called this morning and asked for you.
Please, Johnny. Will you help me? Will you protect me from whatever trap he's setting for me?
Of course he will, Denise.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Johnny.
Let me think about it, no? I'll be in touch. Maybe in a couple of days.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on the way. Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic, rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub often.
I went back to my apartment to think this one over. I couldn't imagine anything pleasanter than acting as a bodyguard for beautiful Denise Porter. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered. No question but that an author, constantly preoccupied with planning the perfect crime, would be the most likely to get away with it, or at least to think he could. I'd told Denise I wasn't sure if I'd take on the case. I was sure, only I didn't want her to know it. Not yet. Especially in view of the fact that when she pulled a handkerchief out of her bag in Lou's office, a plane ticket had dropped out. A ticket to New York. Okay, item 2, 90 cents for a phone call to New York to my old pal, Lieutenant Randy Singer of the 18th Precinct. Then I hopped into my car and drove out to the home of G. Stanley Porter, author. It was an old place, but in its way, a very handsome one. The front door of heavy oak led into a large reception hall, its floor of polished marble. At the right was the entrance to a huge living room. At the left, a long, straight staircase, also of oak, going up to the second floor in a sort of gallery with various bedroom doors facing on it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That front door was opened for me by a man in his late 50s. Tall, well-built, handsome, with a shock of white hair.
Yeah?
Mr. Porter?
That's right.
My name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar. By all means, come in.
Thank you.
I don't know what brings you here, but I can assure you it's a real pleasure to see you.
Thank you again.
I've been following these exciting exploits of yours for years on the radio.
I'm glad to hear that.
Let's see now. About 6 feet, huh?
That's right.
Perhaps 160 pounds.
On the nose.
Dark hair and eyes of gray, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And built like a steel spring, I'm sure. Just the way I've always visualized you. But, what I can do for you?
Your wife isn't at home.
Oh. I see. She's been checking with you or one of your companies about our insurance.
Something like that, yes.
Well, now, I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I can assure you we have all we need, and surely they aren't making you fill in your time as an ordinary salesman.
No, Mr. Porter. It's just that where policies the size of yours are involved, we like to keep in touch, that's all.
Well, it's a matter of making sure that we're hale and hearty and able to keep up these fantastic premiums they charge for a man of my age. I can assure you that everything's all right.
Well, seeing this home of yours and the way it's kept, I'm sure it is.
No, I'm a writer, you know.
I certainly do know. I've read and thoroughly enjoyed most of your books.
And things have been going nicely for me, financially, I mean. And, well, as long as I have the money, I like to surround myself with beautiful things, this home, the garden, beautiful paintings.
And a beautiful wife.
Yes. Denise is beautiful, isn't she?
Very.
Young, beautiful, full of vitality. Yes, I'm very lucky for a man of my age.
And I suspect that all she needs to do is ask, and you give her everything she wants.
Everything? Well, I try, but working the way I do, the long hours alone. You see, Dollar, my writing is a sort of compulsion. Writing is my whole life. I get ideas from everything, from everyone I meet. Now, it may sound morbid, but even the passing of my former wives, and believe me, I love them dearly, gave me ideas for stories. And if I don't get them down on paper and work them out immediately, well, I have to, or I'll lose them. You understand that, Dollar?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. But apart from some of my, perhaps too much of my time, I try to give her everything to keep her happy. And, of course, when I die, she'll have not only my insurance, but other things and money as well. It's the least I can do when you consider how she nursed me back to health from an almost fatal illness.
And if she dies before you?
Have that happen again? Lose her, my little Denise, the way the other... Sorry, Dollar, forgive me. I'm sorry she isn't here. She went down to New York with some of her girlfriends, and she won't be back until after the theater.
Mm-hmm. Well, it really doesn't make any difference, I guess.
As long as you're here, come along. Up to my study, second floor. Only it's really where I practically live these days with the book I work on.
Oh?
I'd like to talk further with you. Who knows? Maybe some of your exciting adventures will give me plot material. I'll lead the way. Well, you coming?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, why do you say it that way? A little surprised, perhaps, at the way I move around this place?
More than a little, Mr. Porter.
Why? Just because I happen to be totally blind?
Up there in his study, only it was a small, complete apartment. I tried to speak further with Mr. Porter about his wife. But all he'd talk of was plots for his whodunits, and ask about some of my relatively mild experiences as an insurance investigator. Despite the fact his interest lay only in the fine points of murder, I found his conversation fascinating. Later, after making and pouring enough cocktails to give both of us a bit of an edge, he opened the door of a sort of a built-in kitchenette and fixed one of the most delicious steak dinners I've had in years. And with such ease and sureness of touch, I almost forgot that he was completely blind.
Well, enjoy your steak, Johnny.
Prime, well-hung, and broiled to a T.
Fine. Now, just let me get these dishes cleaned up, and we can talk some more. You can give me some more of your ideas.
No, you don't.
Now, you stay right there. You stay right there and finish your cigarette and coffee. I'm the host. I'm the boss.
All right. Tell me,
You always eat your dinner up here?
Well, when Denise is away, which is rather often these days. But my real fun is in raiding the big refrigerator downstairs every night, long about 2 or 3 in the morning, after I put my typewriter away.
Mr. Porter?
No?
I think I would like to raid that icebox with you.
Fine, fine.
Maybe for 2 or 3 nights, if necessary.
Oh? Oh, of course, I'd be delighted to have you stay over.
Provided one thing.
What's that?
That neither your wife nor anyone else knows that I'm staying in this house.
Some little mystery you're cooking up for me, Johnny?
Yeah, something like that. And while you're doing those dishes, I'll go down and move my car over to the next block. A hunch? No, not at this point. Just lay it to experience. Some long, sometimes pretty unpleasant experience. When I went out to move my car, I put in another call to New York. That's item 4 to Lieutenant Randy Singer. And what he had to say told me that I'd guessed right.
That's right. He met her at the plane.
She got off alone?
All alone. No, I don't know yet who he is, Johnny, but don't worry. I'll find out for you.
And where'd they go?
Well, like I said, before they started the round of the nightclubs, they made that one stop.
At a machine tool supplier's.
Yeah. And all he bought and gave to her was a...
Yeah, you told me. Okay, Randy. Thanks a lot. It all added up. And why call me in on the whole thing? As a cover-up, of course. To convince me so that I would convince the law when it was all over that Mr. G. Stanley Porter had slipped up. With his mind on his book, he'd forgotten the trap he'd set. That he'd fallen into it himself. That's what it would look like, all right. And what was the trap?
Johnny, this mysterious behavior of yours intrigues me more than you may realize.
Well, who knows? Maybe you'll get some material for a story.
Well, at least give me some clues to what you're up to.
Later, Mr. Porter. Maybe later. Maybe tomorrow.
Whatever you say. Another drink?
No, thanks. I'm fine.
See, may be that I'm ahead of you. Huh?
What is it, sir?
Front door. Denise is home. Now, as I told you, Johnny, she'll stop in here for a minute to say good night to me. So if you want to go through this little stunt of hiding from her, she's coming up the stairs now. I'll get to my typewriter.
When I look back on it, the business of hiding in that tiny kitchenette with the door open only a crack seems almost childish, like a couple of kids playing mystery story. But believe me, this was playing for keeps.
Still working, darling?
Yeah, usual. Did you enjoy the play, my dear?
Oh, the other girls seem to like it.
How was it all about?
Oh, you know, usual thing. Oh, I'm terribly tired, dear. I think I'll... Oh, there's plenty of milk and a nice chocolate cake. Your favorite kind in the refrigerator. You know, for your late supper.
Thank you. Night, dear.
Night.
Well, my fellow conspirator, you may come out now.
Kind of a silly sort of a game, I suppose.
Is it?
Well, isn't it?
I wonder.
You wonder what?
I was thinking that maybe I'd let you see the manuscript story I'm working on. Later on, perhaps.
Whatever you say.
But it might be quite apropos to this game of ours with Denise. Except, of course, that I haven't written the ending yet.
Is that why you've been so interested in talking with me? Having me here, Mr. Porter? In the hope that maybe I can help you write the ending?
I'm not sure. Not yet.
Tell me this, Mr. Porter. Is there by any chance a character in it like yourself? A man without sight, who nonetheless manages to get around his home as though he could see as well as I do?
I'm not going to tell you a thing, Johnny, not yet. And shall we go downstairs and raid the icebox?
After that huge dinner only a couple of hours ago and those drinks? Don't you think a little snooze sounds like a much better idea?
Yeah, perhaps you're right.
Good. You want to sprawl out on the sofa? I'll grab some sleep right here in this chair. after what seemed like a couple of hours, he began to snore, softly but deeply. Quietly as possible, I slipped out of the room and to the head of the long, dark staircase that led to the marble floor of the reception hall far below. Then, carefully feeling my way, one step at a time, I started down. And there they were, on the fourth step from the top. There must have been a couple of dozen of them. Small, smooth, steel ball bearings that she and her boyfriend in New York had bought. Had Porter ever stepped on them, in one of his usual quick flights down those stairs, nothing in the world could possibly have saved him from crashing to the stone floor below. And when it was over, she could have gathered up those ball bearings, disposed of them, and nobody would have known the fall wasn't an accident by a blind man who simply missed a step that he couldn't see. There'd be nothing to suggest that he was pushed down the stairs because he wasn't. No marks where a wire might have been stretched across because there was none. No sign at all of what really happened. Carefully, still feeling my way in the dark, I collected the ball bearings from the stair tread and put them into my pocket. Then I went back up and started feeling my way back to Mr. Porter's.
Oh, it's all right, Johnny.
Mr. Porter.
I've seen now what you planned for me. Or rather, my ears have told me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Porter.
And it looks as though you have given me an ending to my story, doesn't it?
You mean your story is about this? About Denise?
And her having got tired of living with an old man, about her lover in New York? Yeah. I'm afraid I've known all along, Johnny, about a lot of things. And a man of my age, married to a lovely young girl, only half his age.
I guess that's why I felt in the beginning, Mr. Porter, that if one of you were plotting to kill the other, it wouldn't be you.
All I didn't know was how she would try it, or when.
What'll you do now, sir? Though I know it's really none of my affair.
Now, give me the little steel balls you found. When I give them to her, and she sees that I know, I guess from now on, mine will be a very lonely life, Johnny.
I left him then, walked out to my car, drove back to my apartment, poured myself a good stiff drink, and have been quietly sitting here writing out this report. Whatever may have happened when he faced her with the evidence of her attempt to murder him is none of my affair. The expense account? Forget it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is Mandel Kramer to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I start out to collect a small debt, but instead I collect a bullet. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced by Bruno Zerato Jr., directed by Ed Oates, musical supervision by Ethel Huber. The part of Johnny Dollar was played by Mandel Kramer. Also heard were Alan Manson as Lou, Evelyn Joster as Denise, Raymond Edward Johnson as Porter, Eugene Francis as Randy. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Herbert Lynn, State Unity Life, Denver, Colorado.
Mr. Lynn?
I wonder if you're free to come out here and see me right away.
Well, now, let me see.
I hope so. What's more, I can promise you a handsome fee, in addition to your expense account, of course, whether my fears are justified or not.
Fears of what, Mr. Lynn? What seems to be the trouble?
A murder, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
That has not yet been committed.
I see, but you think will be, hmm?
I must confess that I alone anticipated, or at least an attempt at it. I hope that you can somehow forestall any such attempt.
Well, I can certainly try.
Fine.
I'll grab the first plane.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the State Unity Life Insurance Company, Denver, Colorado office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the old-fashioned murder matter. Expense account item 1, $111.45 airfare. The first plane to make the right connections didn't pull out of Hartford until late in the afternoon, so it was close to midnight by the time we sat down at Stapleton Field on the outskirts of the mile-high city of Denver. In spite of the time of year, the mountain air was cold, crisp, and clear. It was well after midnight by the time a cab, and that's item 2, $6 even, dropped me off at the famous old Brown Palace Hotel. I got myself a comfortable room and hit the sack, then first thing in the morning I dropped in on Mr. Herbert Lynn at the State Unity office in one of the big new buildings in Mile High Center.
I suggest you rent a car, Mr. Dollar, because this client of ours lives in Green Mountain Falls. That's a small settlement down just west of Colorado Springs, Manitou Springs, that section.
Oh, I know the place well, Mr. Lynn.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm. Back in the summer of 58. I spent a couple of weeks fishing out of the Lucky Four Ranch with my old pal, Ray Schmizny.
Ray, what did you say?
Schmizny. But believe it or not, that name's a lot easier to say than to spell.
I'm sure it is. Now, this client's name is Howard Hartzell.
Yes?
He's 73 years old, Mr. Dollar, and at one time was quite wealthy, which explains his insurance policy for nearly $250,000.
And you think somebody wants to murder him?
Yes, I could almost say I'm certain of it.
Who, Mr. Lynn, and why?
One or all three of his beneficiaries, or at least two of them.
Want to tell me who they are?
Well, to begin with, Clara Johnson, a niece, school teacher in Colorado Springs. 45, I'd say, and about as mean, selfish, and grasping an old maid as I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
When she found out about her uncle's insurance policy, she immediately wanted to know why she wasn't made the sole beneficiary. Mr. Hartzell had quite a time with her.
What does Clara teach?
High school chemistry. Then there's another niece, Barney. She's young, smart, good-looking, married to a plumber by the name of Harry Briggs, also lives in Colorado Springs. They have no children and managed to make a living of sorts.
Now, you have the addresses of these people?
Yes, right here. I've listed them on a slip of paper for you. Here you are.
Good, thank you.
And finally, as you see, there's Tony Johnson, a nephew.
In Manitou Springs, it says here.
Yes. Tony inherited quite a bit of money from his own family and went through it in less than a year. You know, big parties, expensive cars and girls and so on. And he's now working as a bartender in some cheap saloon there in Manitou Springs. Lazy, no-good wastrel, Dollar.
In other words, if something does happen in your book, he'll be number one suspect.
Yes, and I pride myself in having a sort of instinct in such matters.
Which of the two girls, the nieces, would you put next?
Well, if there were any reason to suspect anyone else, I should say Clara. I'm sure that when you see Barney and talk to her, you'll realize that she couldn't even think in terms of murder. What's that?
Oh, excuse the chuckle. I suppose if all the stuff you read in detective stories means anything, then Barney is the one I should suspect.
Didn't you hear me, sir?
If only because she apparently is above suspicion.
You'll see for yourself.
But suspect of what? Has there been any actual attempt to murder Mr. Hartzell?
Twice, Mr. Hartzell was narrowly missed by a car that bore down on him as he was crossing the highway in front of his place.
Mr. Lynn, you're talking about Route 24 that cuts through Ute Pass there at Green Mountain Falls?
I am.
Good grief, as I remember the traffic on that main highway.
Howard Hartzell is absolutely certain that each time the car tried to run down, and it was the same car each time.
Well...
Then, early one morning, a small caliber bullet plunged through the window of his living room, missed him by only a couple of feet.
Might be a careless hunter.
Then there was a mysterious fire at his home. In the middle of the night, Dollar. If a passing motorist hadn't seen it...
Even so.
And Mr. Hartzell was confined to his bed at the time. Well, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Incidentally, there's another thing.
What's that, sir?
His health recently.
After all, I believe you did say he was 73.
But up until recently, as healthy a specimen as you could... Why, if I'm in as good shape when I reach that age as he is, or rather was...
What's been the trouble?
I tell you, Dollar, that whatever's ailed him has been too all-fired mysterious.
Hasn't he had a doctor?
That's another thing. That ancient family doctor of his, Dr. Easterday.
What about him?
Well, if you ask me, his name ought to be Yesterday. He should have quit practice 20 years ago. But he's the only one that Hartzell will have. Matter of fact, Doc Easterday is living there with him now, to protect Hartzell, he says.
Oh?
Yes, and I suppose I must give the old pill pusher credit for that anyway.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm not the only one who feels that Hartzell's life is in danger, that those things that have happened weren't accidental. Now, that fire didn't come from any greasy rags.
Is that what the fire department said?
Yes, but I don't believe it.
Tell me, is Mr. Hartzell sick right now?
Well, right now he's on the mend from this last attack of, well, whatever it is. Liver ailment, says old Easterday. I think he was poisoned.
Have these nieces and the nephew been to see him recently?
Not since the doc moved in there, believe me. And that's been a couple of months now. He's allowed them absolutely no contact whatever with his uncle.
Well, if they've had no contact with him, how could they poison him?
That's what you've got to find out, Dollar. And find out which one and bring him to justice.
Him, you say?
Of course. It has to be that no-account nephew, Tony. But just because there's no reason to suspect her, I suppose you'll go to work on Barney.
Mr. Lynn, I think you're making a couple of mountains or two out of a molehill.
Oh, you do?
But as long as I'm here, I'll look in on these folks you've mentioned.
Now remember one thing, Dollar. If I'm right...
If?
And I'm sure I am...
Well?
Whoever would plan the murder of the uncle would be only too glad to get you out of the way.
Mr. Lynn had given me a good idea, possibly a dangerous one. It was simply to make no bones about who I was, why I'd come out here, why I wanted to see and talk with them. The nieces and nephew, I mean. Then, if one of them did try to make a fast move, get me out of the picture, I'd be on guard. It was a pretty sure way of knowing who was up to something. Item 3, $1.95 worth of phone calls to tell the relatives and the old man that I was on my way to... Item 4, $50 deposit on a rental car. I'd like to have stopped off at the U.S. Mint there in Denver, one of the largest in the country, to see if they were handing out any free samples, but instead I headed south on 87 past the big new Air Force Academy into Colorado Springs. Clara Johnson, the older niece, lived in a tiny 3 or 4 room house badly in need of repair on a side street off Cascade Avenue. Fortunately, for pretty obvious reasons, the interview was a short one.
It's ridiculous, that's all. Utterly ridiculous.
Now, Miss Johnson...
I mean that Uncle Howard, the old fool, should have included those other two in his will, in his insurance. Positively indecent.
Well, tell me, does your uncle have much of an estate besides the insurance?
No, not anymore. But do you know how much that insurance is?
I have a pretty good idea.
Nearly $250,000. And do you know what that would mean to me? To me, who's worked and struggled along all these years alone. I could give up this miserable teaching of those nasty, unappreciative brats at the high school. I could travel, go abroad, enjoy myself for a change, the way I deserve to after all these years.
Now, don't you think that Tony and Barney...
Oh, look at Barney. She has that young husband to take care of her, give her everything she wants, or at least most everything. And she's pretty. She has a nice figure, and do you think that Tony deserves anything?
Miss Johnson.
After the way he went through the fortune that his father left him. He does not.
Well, nonetheless...
Saloon keeper, that's what he is. And always getting into scrapes for those gangsters that hang around that dive where he works. It's disgusting.
Miss Johnson.
I'm the one who deserves that money. All of it.
Clara.
If only that old miser would die before it's too late. before I get too old. But he keeps on living just to spite me.
Too bad you can't help him along then, isn't it?
I don't wish I could, Mr. Dollar. Believe me, if I could find some way to... Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Didn't you?
No, I shouldn't have said such a thing.
Well, I'm afraid you did. Thanks very much, Miss Johnson.
Now, wait. I didn't mean that the way it sounded.
Bye. My next stop along the way was at Harry Briggs' plumbing shop. Barney was there holding down the store while her husband was out on the job, and she was pretty. Although it always kind of stops me a little when I see a girl working on her makeup over a business desk.
And I was so glad when you phoned to say that you're here to kind of look out for Uncle Howard. Oh, I called Tony and told him you'd be seeing him, too. Here. I look better now?
Oh, you look like a million.
Well, thanks, Johnny. Gee, you're cute for a private eye.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
No derby, no cigar in the corner of your mouth. Just a real good-looking guy. Only I shouldn't talk like that, should I?
Well, I'm afraid flattery will get you nowhere.
Oh, darn.
Tell me, did you mean that you two have been worried about your uncle?
Well, of course, after those cars that almost killed him and that fire at the posterior of his house and these sicknesses he's been having one after the other. Oh, I'm sure that Dr. Easterday is doing all he can for him, but much as Harry needs me around here, business isn't too good these days, and I feel I ought to be out there taking care of Uncle Howard, nursing him. It isn't as if I didn't know how.
Would he have you?
No. No, he wouldn't, Johnny. I'm afraid he thinks that all Clara and Tony and I keep hoping is that he'll die and leave us that insurance.
And isn't that true?
Should I lie and say no? Of course, we'll be glad to get that money, all of us, at the proper time.
Completely forthright and frank, and I must admit I was well impressed. Maybe Herbert Lynn was a good judge of character. He was certainly right about Tony there in the cheap bar and grill over in Manitou Springs. This was a character I didn't like immediately. Short, thin, hair plastered down with nervous hands and shifty eyes set close together. As we stood there behind the bar talking, with Tony claiming only undying affection for poor Uncle Howard, another man came in and stood by, as though waiting for Tony's signal to rough me up. Yeah, Mr. Lynn was right, all right. I wouldn't have trusted Tony as far as I could throw the Empire State Building.
Sure, Dollar. If you can figure some way to knock off the old man. Well, I know 3 of us would be glad to cut you in on that nice fat hunk of insurance. What good is he living out the rest of his days? Sick half the time.
Maybe you'd like to help him along, huh?
You think I wouldn't, wise guy, if I thought I could get away with it?
Don't pull any boo-boos, Tony.
Don't worry, buddy. I'm too smart.
Or all talk.
Hey, Tony, give me his bag.
Hey, look, I got to get ready for the afternoon train, huh?
Go ahead. Maybe I'll see you later.
Sure. Any old time. Usual, Eddie?
The important thing now was to see Mr. Hartzell and the old family doctor at Green Mountain Falls. I walked around to the back of the saloon, got into my car, then turned on the ignition. But in that brief moment before the starter took hold, I heard a buzzing under the hood, a sound that I knew only too well. That car had been wired. I jumped out and ran, almost too late. By the time the smoke cleared away from the carefully set explosion, I was blocks away at another car rental agency. I knew that Tony would be even further away, if, that is, he was the one who planted the bomb. So item 6 is another $50 deposit on another rental job. I sped up to Green Mountain Falls, then, to keep the date I'd promised over the phone. In answer to my knock on the small 2-story home there on the side of a mountain.
Mr. Dollar?
That's right. Mr. Hartzell?
No, I'm Dr. Esterday, and thank heaven you've got here.
Oh?
Albeit I'm afraid you're too late.
You mean something's happened to him?
Howard Hartzell is dead.
When?
Just a few moments ago. Would you like to come in?
Yes, I think I'd better.
We can sit here in this combination living bedroom of mine, unless you wish to see him. but there's really no point in it.
How did he die, Doctor?
It was a severe case of toxic jaundice.
Oh, jaundice?
Yes, this hemolytic jaundice, a liver condition, has been bothering him for quite some time.
Just one moment, Doctor.
Yes. Well, Mr. Dollar.
In spite of your rather fancy medical terms, something has just rung a bell. I can't quite tie it down. You're sure that jaundice is what killed him?
Mr. Dollar, after all, I've been practicing medicine some 50 years.
Well, maybe that's good, and maybe it's bad.
I beg your pardon.
When I was out here before on a vacation, I had an infected finger.
Well, I failed to see what...
Now, the doctor who treated me was a young fellow by the name of, Ed Wilson. Where's your phone? What young Dr. Ed Wilson had to tell me was more than a little interesting.
That's right, Johnny. If administered at repeated intervals, even minute quantities of arsenic compounds may produce a subacute type of poisoning.
Go on, Ed.
Well, the victim may develop a toxic degeneration of the liver. It may progress to an acute or subacute yellow atrophy that's accompanied by an intense toxic jaundice.
I see.
And that, in turn, can be followed by severe, even deadly gastroenteritis.
And is that sort of poisoning something that might fool an old-time doctor who hasn't kept up with modern developments in medicine?
Johnny, I wouldn't want to go so far as to... what is all this, anyway?
Thanks, Ed. Thanks a lot.
Do you mind telling me what that was all about, young man?
Doctor, I want you to have an autopsy made immediately.
But there was a physician in attendance at his death. I myself, it isn't necessary.
Doctor, will you please order the autopsy?
Well, very well, if you insist.
The result, arsenic poisoning beyond the least shadow of a doubt. But then came the real problem. How and when was it given to him? More important, how it was given to him in small doses over a long period of time and by whom?
I, Mr. Dollar?
Well, apparently you're the only one who's been with him all this time.
But to think that I might... Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, I hope so, Doctor.
I said, yet.
Yes? Well?
Well, I suppose I can't blame you for wondering about me. Ever since I began to worry about him and he began to suspect his relatives of planning his death, I've permitted no one else to see him. As you can see, I have my room and bath here on the first floor. His are on the second. And there is no way anyone could have gotten to him up there without my knowing about it.
You always ate the same food he did?
Always, and I prepared it myself. The only time during his waking hours when I wasn't with him, watching over him, was when he was in the privacy of his little bathroom up there.
Mm-hmm. And yet somehow... Did Clara ever come here to see him?
No. As I told you, ever since I've been here...
How about Tony?
Well, Tony hasn't been here since the day he... And even then I didn't let him in the door, since the last time he delivered a bottle of whiskey.
Whiskey?
Yes. In the beginning, I had Mr. Hartzell take a small quantity of it each night as a stimulant.
Well, all right, then.
Well, that was stopped months ago.
Oh. Where's the rest of the whiskey?
Oh, I'm afraid I drank it myself.
Oh, well, then that's out. Now, how about Barney?
Well, I told you, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, you told me.
Even her husband, when he came to fix the plumbing in the basement.
Oh?
That was 2 months ago.
Yes?
Even he wasn't permitted inside the house proper.
I see. You say you did the cooking?
Yes.
Who brought in the groceries?
I did all the shopping myself. No one could possibly have contaminated them, and I myself ate them.
And while you were out shopping?
The house was locked, and Mr. Hartzell let no one in.
You're sure of that?
Absolutely. Because during the past month or so, he was upstairs, unable to come down here.
Yet somehow, somebody... Wait a minute.
Oh, yes.
Posterior. A fire in the posterior of this house.
What?
That's the way it was told to me, and that's what's going to tie up this case.
I'm afraid I don't
Not the back of the house, Doctor, but the posterior. That's what you would have said. You, a doctor. So would a nurse, and a nurse would know all about arsenic, too.
Well, of course, but I
told me that she ought to have been here taking care of him, nursing him, that she knew how. Of course, she'd been a nurse.
Mr. Dollar.
And her husband is a plumber. Come on, Doctor, let's see if we can find the green telltale that arsenic would leave up there in his bathroom, say around the nozzle of a water spigot. And that's exactly where we found it. And downstairs in the cellar, hidden behind a furnace pipe and hooked up to that cold water line, not the line to the kitchen or the bathroom on the first floor, but hooked up to the line to the second floor was that ingenious, deadly device, a small container half full of an arsenic solution with a valve, so that only a drop at a time would enter the pipe that gave Mr. Hartzell his drinking water, The one drop at a time that killed him. Funny. It wasn't the sweet, gentle Barney who finally broke down and confessed their little plot, but her husband, the plumber who'd rigged the device, who'd also rigged my car for that explosion. So, once more, it's up to the courts. My only regret is that worthless Tony and selfish Clara will share that nice hunk of insurance. Expense account total, including the trip home, $347.85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also heard in our cast were Leora Thatcher as Clara, Lawson Zerbe as Dr. Easterday, Patsy Campbell as Bonnie, John Seymour as Herbert Lynn, Richard Holland as Tony, and William Lipton as Dr. Ed Wilson. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Alan Burns speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Down here in Corpus Christi.
Well, sure I know. How are you, Jackson?
Pretty good, pretty good.
You're all upset over some insurance problem.
Well, no, not really.
Well, don't tell me you called up just to pass the time of day and on the company's phone bill.
No, not that either.
Well, then?
Tell me, Johnny, did you ever hear of the Padre Island treasure?
I never even heard of Padre Island. Wait a minute.
Sure.
Are you talking about that long strip of sand and stuff out there in the Gulf?
That's it.
Runs down the coastline from Corpus almost all the way down to Mexico.
That's Padre Island, all 115 miles of it.
I didn't realize it was that long.
It sure is. Like you said, that narrow finger of land, sometimes a couple, sometimes 10 or 12 miles off the coast, goes all the way from here down to the northeast corner of Mexico.
Uh-huh.
That's why it's going to be so hard to find that old Spanish ship. What remains of it.
What are you talking about?
Loaded with Spanish doubloons. A lot of solid gold bullion and heaven knows what else.
You mean you want me down there to hunt for treasure?
Among other things.
Ah, there's a hitch to it. What other things?
Pretty good bait, though, wasn't it? That treasure fish.
What other things, Jackson?
Why don't you come on down here and see?
On expense account.
That's right, on expense account.
Okay, you've asked for it. I'll grab a plane first thing in the morning.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The Kingston Trio sings for 7-Up.
Was you ever in Quebec? Getting thirsty, mighty thirsty, loading timber on the deck, getting mighty thirsty. Was you ever in New York? Getting thirsty, mighty thirsty, loading all them barrels of pork, getting mighty thirsty. Fresh up with 7-Up, so clean tasting, fresh clean tasting, fresh up with 7-Up for a quick refreshing live, boys.
Yes, no matter where you are or what you're doing, when it's break time, take 10 and reach for sparkling 7-Up. It's always 7-Up time, so fresh up with 7-Up.
Fresh up with 7-Up, so clean tasting, fresh clean tasting, fresh up with 7-Up for a quick refreshing live, boys.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company office in Corpus Christi. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the perilous Padre matter. Expense account item 1, $128 even. Plane fare and incidentals to Corpus Christi, Texas. It was late the next morning when I got there. To my surprise, Jack Price wasn't at the municipal airport to meet me. So I grabbed a taxi, that's item 2, a couple of bucks and a half, to the Robert Driscoll Hotel at the corner of Antelope and North Broadway. Checked in, unpacked my bag, cleaned up, and then proceeded to walk over to Price's office in the Katz building. But as I rounded the corner onto Lawrence Street, I passed the big stockbroker's office there and...
Okay, buddy. You feel this in the middle of your back?
I feel it.
Then eyes straight ahead and keep walking. Act natural, see?
You think you can get away with this in broad daylight?
This here now 38 caliber Roscoe is the answer to that. You keep walking or I'll blow a hole in you so big you could shove an expense account through it.
Oh, please, consider my poor sick wife and 13 starving children.
You think that soft stuff will get you anywheres? You can try it on Big Nick and the rest of the mob. We don't like you Eastern hoods cutting in on our territory, see? You try any fancy capers here in Corpus, and you're going to find out that you're the Corpus, see? Now, that's a funny, so you better laugh, see? Now, laugh.
I'm sorry, Doug, but I'm weeping because you'll never make it.
Oh, sir, you cut me to the quick. I thought that was a pretty good performance in the fine old Johnstone tradition.
Johnstone tradition? And I'll tell you this, your brother Jack will never put it in the script when he writes up this case of mine for broadcast.
I'm crushed.
All kidding aside, Doug, I'm glad to see you. How are you?
Fine, Johnny, fine. But why doesn't that brother of mine let me know in advance when you're coming down here?
Doug, are you forgetting that he can't dramatize these insurance investigations for the air until after they're done and over with?
Well, I guess you've got a point there. But how'd you find out so soon?
Well, that's just the point, Doug. I didn't.
You what?
Mr. Johnstone, I will have you know that at this moment, I haven't the least idea what I'm supposed to be investigating down here.
Well, then maybe I have.
Oh?
You were on your way to Jack Price's office?
That's right. Tri-Western Life over in the... Why, what's the matter?
You won't find him there.
Well, where will I... Wait a minute, what goes?
Jackson Price and I have been good friends ever since I moved down here, Johnny.
I know you have.
I guess that's why his wife called me this morning to see if I knew what had happened to him. Now, when she told me that he'd phoned to you last night, asked you to come down here, well, then I wondered if you and he had gone out there together.
Gone where, Doug?
But when I thought about it and realized you couldn't have got on down here soon enough for the two of you to have gone out there together last night...
Doug, gone where?
Which wouldn't have made any sense anyway. I mean, going out there at night.
Doug.
But then, last night was the last she saw of him.
Doug, that bush you're beating around.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Johnny. You and I had better round up some equipment and get out there without wasting any time.
Get out where, Doug?
Padre Island.
Oh.
Yes. And let's hope that... Well, let's hope we find Jackson still alive out there.
First major toothpaste advance since fluoride. Westbrook Bamboris announcing new Ipana with hexafluoride. Contains fluoride plus hexachlorophene. Now listen. Gum troubles cause more loss of adult teeth than tooth decay. Gum trouble is often caused by tartar. Thorough cleansing with new Ipana helps prevent this gum trouble because it helps remove soft film on teeth before it hardens into tartar. Help protect your gums as you protect your teeth. Brush as directed with new hexafluoride Ipana.
When Doug Johnstone spoke of rounding up some equipment, he meant getting hold of a beach buggy, the sort of contraption that was just as much at home on soft sand as on a paved highway. Turned out to be a Jeep with a set of the biggest, fattest tires on it I'd ever seen. Doug borrowed it from a friend of his by the name of Obie O'Brien, who was very, very curious about where we were going and why.
I thought I told you, Obie. Johnny here is absolutely nuts about fishing.
Oh? Sure, Obie. Why else do you think I'd come all the way down here to Corpus Christi?
Well, from what I've heard about you, Johnny...
File in, Johnny. We'll see you later, Obie.
Sure, but from what I've heard about you, Johnny...
From what I've heard, Obie, we ought to have some pretty good luck over in the surf over on Padre.
Well, just answer me one thing. If you two are going fishing, where's the tackle?
Oh, we'll pick up whatever we need at my place.
Oh, fishing, huh?
Well, what else? Let's go, Johnny.
Sure. You sure you don't want me along, too?
Now, you know that three's a crowd in this rig of yours.
Oh, it is, huh?
And besides, why should I let you in the secret of all my pet spots over there on the island?
Well, okay. Okay, I can take a hint, but I don't believe either of you guys. I mean about going fishing. And I'd still like to know,
Obie, if curiosity killed people like it's supposed to kill cats, you'd be dead 10 times over.
So what's wrong with being curious?
O'Brien, my boy, it'll only get you into trouble.
So what's wrong with a little trouble now and then?
We'll see you later, Obie.
But at Doug's house on Hinman Drive, instead of loading up with fishing tackle, he threw in a couple of long-handled shovels, a couple of Jeep cans of extra gas, a can of water, and, most important of all, he said, was an old but well-oiled 30-30 Winchester and a box of cartridges.
You'd better throw some shells into it, Johnny. I don't like toting a loaded gun in a car any more than you do, but I think we'd better be prepared for anything.
We tore on up to the north end of town, then across the new causeway to Padre Island, through the park, then headed south on the so-called highway that stretches from one end of that long, narrow, sandy island to the other. Then, and only then, did Doug tell me what it was all about. And he unfolded one of the most fascinating bits of history I've heard in a long time.
You see, Johnny, it goes back to the year 1553, when a Spanish treasure fleet, 20 ships or more, set out from Veracruz, Mexico, loaded down with more gold and jewels than you can shake a stick at.
The treasure that Jack Price told me about over the phone.
Just let me get on to the story.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, somewhere along the line, they ran into a terrific storm. That sent 3 of those galleons to the bottom, and at least 3 of them.
No wonder there's so much treasure hunting off the lower coast of Florida.
Right. Now, some of the ships got through that storm and kept on eastward. But most of them came back westward, hoping to get back to Mexico in safety, maybe to the port of Tampico.
Tampico?
Right. Now, that's about 400 miles south of here.
Uh-huh.
Anyhow, they must have hit another storm, because 13 of those treasure ships came aground here on Padre Island.
No kidding.
Few of the survivors managed to get across from the lower end of it to what is now the Rio Grande Valley town of Port Isabel.
I see.
And the rest of them made a tasty meal or two for the people who lived on this island. Karankawa Indians. They were cannibals.
Cannibals?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Anyhow, sometime later, a salvage fleet came on from Spain under the leadership of a Don Angel de la something or other, found most of the wrecks and took the gold off them back home.
You say he found most of the wrecks, huh?
One of them, Johnny, with its load of Spanish doubloons and bars of solid gold, is still somewhere under the sands of this island.
And Jackson has found out where?
Well, one of Jack's clients, a young fellow named Jose Pineda, found a chart in the false bottom of an old wooden chest he was about to throw out.
Here on this island?
Yeah, according to this chart, it was from one of the treasure ships, and... Hey, wait a minute. Whose car is that?
Huh?
Parked there at the side of the road.
Probably just a breakdown. There's nobody around. Go on.
Yeah, well, now this chart I was talking about called for taking bearings on a Spanish dagger plant. And the other markers were an old anchor and 3 heavy brass spikes, all of them, no doubt, buried in the sand. But now, with dagger plants around here by the thousands...
Yeah, I wondered about that. Go on, though, Doug. This buried treasure bit's getting to me.
Well, you're not the first, believe me. Anyhow, back in the 1840s, a man who'd settled here on the island, he was digging around. He uncovered a chest full of jewelry and gold coins worth over $80,000.
And that was before inflation.
Right. But the Civil War came along, brought a lot of naval activity in these waters. So the old man buried all the stuff again and fled up north.
And?
Later, when he came back to look for it, well, he never found it again.
And nobody else has, huh?
Oh, there's lots of stories, Johnny. But until young Jose Pineda found that chart...
And then found the wreck?
That's what I'm not sure of. Jackson Price is the only one he told about that chart, swore him to secrecy, at least until Jose himself could dig around a bit.
Well, how come you know about it, Doug?
Well, Jose equipped himself with all sorts of modern detecting apparatus, some kind of combination of radar, sonar, a new type of mine detector, all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then, early last week, he told Price he thought he'd found something.
Yeah?
Yeah. Told him he'd be back to Corpus day before yesterday morning at the latest, pick up Price, and the two of them would come down here and dig it up.
I see. Go on.
Only Jose was worried about something. About the man he bought some of his equipment from, a fellow named Tony Larker, kind of a beachcomber in these parts.
You thought maybe this Larker had gotten wise to what he was after?
Well, that's what Jackson thought, too. Anyhow, yesterday morning came, and Jose Pineda still hadn't shown up. Jackson got worried.
I don't blame him.
So he looked all over for Tony Larker. Couldn't find him either. That's when he confided in me. Told me that he was coming down here for a look around.
Well, did he tell you exactly where?
Well, only approximately. So keep an eye out for Price's beach buggy. It's an old Model T that he's rigged up. I sure hope he's all right. He's found Jose okay and...
Hold everything.
Yeah?
Up ahead there on the right, back of that big mass of yuccas.
Hey, you're right. Now, you've got good eyes. That's his beach buggy, all right. Hang on, Johnny.
Kind of a deep hollow in that sand.
Yeah, it's an old treasure hunting spot.
Look, Doug. Somebody's working in it. I caught the flash of a shovel.
Well, thank goodness. That means that Jackson's okay.
Skirt around that big mound on the left.
Right.
Looks a little smoother over there.
Yeah, no sooner said than done. Hang on. Hey, you were right. This is a lot better. It's a better approach to that hollowed-out spot, too. Only...
What's happened to Jackson? Where is he now?
Well, his buggy's still there.
Slow down a minute, Doug. Shouldn't Jose Pineda's car be out here, too?
Yeah, you're right.
You sure it was Jackson in that hollow?
Well, who else could it have been?
Well, why did he duck out of sight when he saw us coming? I don't like the looks of this.
He's shooting at us. Let's get out of this thing and around the back of it.
I'm way ahead of you.
Mister, that bullet through the windshield was too close for comfort.
Wait a minute. I can just reach that old 30-30 in the back without making a target of myself. There it is.
Be careful, will you?
Stay down.
Johnny, I don't get it.
I'm afraid I do. That isn't Jackson pulling off those shots.
Well, it certainly isn't Jose Pineda. I know that he wouldn't. Larker. Tony Larker.
Sure. If there really is all that treasure out here, if Jose and Jackson found it, and if Larker found that out...
Where are they then, Jose and Jackson?
Let's just hope they're still alive. Hot, tired, thirsty.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor. Oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant tender leaf tea.
Just take a spoonful of instant tender leaf.
1.
Add cold tap water.
2.
Load it with ice.
3.
You've made iced tea.
New Instant Tenderleaf is 100% pure tea. Richer, brighter, livelier tea. It's made right from the juices of ripe young tea leaves. Instant Tenderleaf brand. Make a pitcher full.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor in new Instant Tenderleaf tea.
What'll we do, Johnny? With only a couple of sand dunes and a few Spanish dagger plants between us, we're like sitting ducks for Larker.
As long as we don't get out from behind this Jeep.
Hey, that one hit one of the tires. You hear it?
Yeah. There goes another one. All right, Doug, if he wants to play at war, we can too.
You mean try to shoot it out with him?
First of all, if I can reach one of these shovels in the back, we'll dig ourselves in.
Huh?
Then, sit here and wait for darkness, which isn't too far away now.
Yeah, and then?
Well, there are two of us, Doug. Maybe if we handle it right, we can surround him. You feeling brave, old boy?
Johnny, I'm just as scared as you are.
Okay, then. Let's map out our plan of action. We didn't have to wait for dark. Old Mother Nature suddenly stepped in and gave us a hand with one of the quickest, windiest, wettest thunderstorms that ever came up out of the Gulf. Doug and I separated then. He with that 30-30 rifle, me with the only handgun that I always carry. In the darkness, he circled wide to the right, firing an occasional shot in the hope of drawing the fire and the attention of Larker, there in the protection of that big hollow in the sand. Most of the light now came from the lightning, and I ran and stumbled over the dunes through the clumps of yucca. Then as I got close, got down on my belly, as I was about to make the sneak into the hollow. Oh, no.
Johnny! Johnny! Larker's got away!
Oh, I heard him take off in Price's car.
Only thing we can do is go back to our buggy and...
Those tires.
Yeah. How are we going to get... Hey, Johnny, look. Did you see them?
Two of them down there in the hollow. Come on. Jackson.
Johnny.
Jack. What happened here? That bullet crease on the top of your head.
Larker.
All right, Jackson, take it easy now.
But Jose...
Yes, I see. Judging by those bullet holes, one in the chest and one in the head.
It was Larker.
Yeah. Looks like a murder case now.
But what happened, Jackson?
I met Jose on the road. His car had broken down early this morning.
That was the one we passed a couple of miles back, Johnny.
Yeah.
I should have recognized.
Go on, Jackson.
Well, he'd found the treasure. Was on his way back to get me and some shovels, and...
He found the treasure here in this hollow?
No. I don't know where he found it. But that's when we saw Larker prowling around, keeping an eye on us.
So to throw Larker off the track, you and Jose started digging around here in this hollow.
Yeah. But then Larker came up to us with a gun. He shot Jose, and I guess this one on my head knocked me out. I don't remember anything till you came.
All right, Jackson.
Now, one thing, Jackson, before we got out here. Do you know where Jose found the treasure?
Well, that's something he's going to tell to me.
What?
Larker.
I know. Watch it, boys. Just drop those guns in the sand.
Johnny?
You better do it, Doug.
Well, okay.
So I fooled you, huh? Taking that buggy away from here and then coming back on foot?
So you fooled us. Well?
Too bad, boys. The both of you. So now I got to kill you. The both of you.
Larker, listen to me.
You listen. Price is going to stay alive long enough to tell me where his pal Jose found the treasure. I know it ain't here because I dug down and looked for it.
Larker, if you think for
You'll
1 minute...
tell me all right. After you've laid out here in the sun for a couple of days.
Did I say that I know where it is?
What, are you trying to bluff? Now, just shut up. But you two, the both of you are going to die. You ready?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, no. You want it first, huh? Okay, you're going to get it right now.
Obi!
What?
Stay away, Obi.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Try this. Oh, and this.
Grab the gun, Doug.
You bet I will.
Oh, Obi. Thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure, Johnny.
Whatever brought you sneaking up on us in the rain this way?
Well, doggone, I told you guys you should have let me come out here with you. Had a terrible time tailing along in my other car without you seeing me.
Oh, Obie, you did all right.
Yeah, but what do I get for all my trouble? Soaked to the skin and a handful of sore knuckles. Oh, that locker's tough, Johnny.
Well, he's not nearly as tough as the sentence he's going to serve. Treasure? I'm afraid the secret of its location, there on Padre Island, died with Jose Pineda. Unless, of course, somebody happens to find out where he hid away the chart. But you can bet your bottom dollar there'll be plenty of people looking for it. Maybe even Jack Price and Obie O'Brien. As for Doug, he says he's had enough of it. Expense account total, including a suit of clothes for Obie and a couple of new tires for his Jeep, $485 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism, and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum deep heating rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless mentholatum deep heating rub often. Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the dirtiest rackets I've ever had to deal with. To say nothing of the man behind it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Louis Van Ruten as Doug, Larry Haynes as Tony, Maurice Tarplin as Price, and Lawson Zerby as Obie. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Len Walker at Surety Mutual Insurance.
Out there in the wild and golden west?
Yep. Still holding down a desk out here in San Francisco.
How are you, Len? What goes these days?
Goes off is more like it, Johnny.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
3 neat, tidy little explosions that have cost us well over $1 million apiece.
Wow. What kind of explosions, Len?
Rocket fuel type of stuff.
Oh?
Yeah.
Where?
The Bascom Development Company. It's hidden away along the coast, a few miles south.
Bascom, hmm?
So if you want to grab your spacesuit and pop on out here, well, who knows? Maybe they'll oblige by sending you a loft on their next blow-up.
You make it sound very attractive, Len.
I'll tell you this, Johnny. If you can find out the why of this and put a stop to it, we'll pay you enough to let you fly high and wide and handsome for a long time to come.
Now you do make it sound attractive.
Well, then?
Okay. I'll start practicing on the first plane I can get.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Surety Mutual Insurance Company, San Francisco office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the top secret matter. Expense account item 1, $199.27. That covers a taxi out to Bradley Field, the hop to New York, and from there a one-stop flight on out to the West Coast.
At New York International, I thought I was the last one aboard before takeoff. But just as the big jet started taxiing out to the runway, a well-dressed gentleman with a well-stuffed briefcase plunked it into the seat beside me.
Well, looks as though I just made it.
By the skin of your teeth, and you better fasten your seatbelt because... Hey, George!
What? Why, it's Johnny Dollar.
In person?
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Well, how's the prosperous businessman?
Just fine, and you?
Couldn't be better. You on your way out to the coast, too?
No, just going as far as Chicago to our main plant and office. Oh, it's been a long time, Johnny.
It sure has. Tell me, are you still a vice president of that big chemical outfit?
I certainly am.
Oh, that's good. You're just the man I want to talk to. I want to ask some questions.
Oh? Why?
Hasn't your company got a hand, like all the others, in the liquid rocket fuel racket?
Certainly has. Or I should say had. Well, right now we're in the process of trying to turn down a contract.
No kidding. Well, how come? Well?
Well, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Oh, top secret?
No, not quite. Not exactly top secret. As a matter of fact, it'll hit all the papers in just a few days now, so if you want to find out what it's all about... Now, wait.
Yeah?
Didn't you used to have a top security clearance?
I still have, from OSI, CIA, CIC. You want to see my credentials?
Why not?
Okay. Anything to get you off this big Mysterioso kick? Here, and here. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what's the big secret that's about to hit the headlines?
A new solid rocket fuel.
Well, I thought a lot of companies were working on that. Had even developed some of it.
They are and they have. But, Johnny, we now have a radically different one that was developed in our place through sheer luck.
How do you mean?
Well, there's a young East German fellow, a scientist. I don't even remember his name. Anyhow, he has enough degrees in chemistry from European universities to choke a horse.
Yeah?
Came to us for just a run-of-the-mill job in one of our labs. But a few months ago, entirely on his own, he came up with this solid fuel formula, handed it over to the company lock, stock, and barrel. Big boys checked it. Now, thanks to him, well, Johnny, it looks like we're going to be light years ahead of the hammer and sickle competition.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's about all I can tell you about it.
Whatever you say.
Now, why'd you tell me I'm just the man you wanted to see?
Because maybe you can tell me something about a company out on the coast that is also in this field.
Oh, Johnny, out there must be hundreds of them, ranging from the big important ones like Air Search and Rocketdyne to little 1- and 2-man operations. Which is it?
The Bascom Development Company is somewhere near San Francisco.
Bascom, huh?
Yeah. What do you know about them? Well?
Nothing.
You sure?
No, Johnny, I'm afraid I never even heard of them.
Oh, you're a lot of help.
I'm sorry.
All right, what'll we talk about now? Politics? Religion? Women? Sex? Or something sensible like fishing? The way those jets traveled, there wasn't time to talk about much of anything before George got off the plane in Chicago. By the time I had an afternoon snack and prepared to settle down for a nap, we circled and landed at San Francisco International. Item 2, $470 for a cab into Len Walker's office. That's across from the Sheraton Palace and my pals at KCBS.
Now, where do you plan to stay while you're here, Johnny?
At the Huntington up on the hill.
Fine. So grab yourself some dinner, get a good night's sleep, and you can take off first thing in the morning.
Take off again?
Mm-hmm. I'll have a rental car sent around to you there at the Huntington.
Len, aren't you going to tell me first what this is all about?
Bascom Development Company.
Yes, you said that much on the phone.
Well, now look here on this map.
Yeah?
Now, you go down here on 101, then cut over to Route 1, then down the coast to here, a few miles south of Big Sur.
Wait a minute now. If memory serves me right, that highway is chiseled out of the side of a lot of cliffs that rise up out of the blue Pacific.
Right.
So what can be there but a lot of rocks and trees and the ocean?
A little well-hidden side road that goes down through the trees to a leveled-off spot on the very edge of the ocean. That's where you'll find the Bascom Development Company. Only for security reasons, it's been made to look like a cluster of summer homes.
You say they've been having explosions?
3, Johnny. And as a result of them, 3 deaths. That's where we've had to pay off through the nose.
Why?
Well, the men, they were chemists or engineers he had working for him, all had insurance that Bascom paid for. A cool $1 million apiece.
And he was the beneficiary?
Half to him, half to the families of those men.
Oh.
It's common practice where people of great importance to a company are concerned.
Yeah. Tell me, just how much do you know about the explosions?
I think you'll do better by getting that from Bascom himself. I told him you're on your way.
Oh?
Yes.
Okay, Len. Whatever you say. Item 3, $12.80 for cocktails and dinner at the Fleur de Lis. After all, I was on expense account. Why not live it up? After a good night's sleep at the Huntington, I took off. After passing through San Jose and Salinas, I cut over through Monterey and Carmel and hit California's wonderful one, Highway number 1. It took me through beautiful wooded hills and forests and then along the edge of the sea. It's a narrow, tortuous road with nothing but high cliffs on the left and a sheer drop-off on the right, sometimes for several hundred feet to the ocean below. And it is a beautiful, beautiful drive. At Point Sur, that's S-U-R, means south, the cliffs are almost perpendicular, so the highway goes a bit inland for a stretch. And then I found the sharply slanting little side road that Len had indicated on the map. I had to make my way down it in low, low gear. And there at the ocean's edge was the group of... Well, Len was right. They did look like harmless summer cottages. But there was an armed guard at the entrance gate. I showed him my clearances. He made a phone call, then directed me to the second building down the road. However, as I started to pass the first one, a small, white clapboard sort of building it looked like, I heard a sharp, strange, crackling sound like timbers breaking. I looked up. The side of the building seemed to bulge out momentarily, and then... building began to bulge, I must have reacted purely instinctively, shoved hard on the accelerator. But by the time that explosion really took hold, I was almost past it. Nonetheless, my rental car rolled completely over with me inside. Shook me up a little, but otherwise I was okay. From a building down the line, several intelligent but very angry-looking men came running over, hauled me out as roughly as possible, then shoved me unceremoniously into the next-door private office of Mr. Horace Alderworthy Bascom. Bascom, a slight, gray-haired man of about 60, sat quietly behind his desk, holding a gun on me in a way that indicated he could and wouldn't hesitate to use it if it became necessary. Until I produced my credentials and told him why I was there. Then he dismissed the others, shoved the gun back into the drawer of his desk, and said,
"I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar. We're always a bit on edge these days, and no doubt Doctors Harvey and Welcome and young Franklin thought that you had caused the explosion there in Unit 1.
Doctors, Mr. Bascom?
Of science, chemistry. Best I've been able to find.
Oh, I'll tell you this about them. They not only have brains, but muscles.
They're all experts in the field of explosives.
Are they?
The best.
I wonder after what just happened.
You were very fortunate, Mr. Dollar. Had that explosion occurred just a fraction of a second earlier,
I wouldn't be sitting here, would I?
Your body and the remains of your car would have toppled over the edge of that narrow spot beside Unit 1 and ended up on the rocks some 200 feet below. No question of it.
I don't doubt it. But now, aren't you concerned about what's happened to that Unit 1? From this window, it looks like a shambles.
Yes, like a few others that have gone before it.
Do you want to take a look and see if you can figure why it blew up? I know I do.
I'm afraid it would take far more scientifically knowledgeable minds than ours to determine the cause of this latest misfortune. And as you can see, Dr. Welcome and some of his aides are looking it over very carefully.
Well, I still want to look.
Of course. And I sincerely hope you can accomplish something. Thank heaven this time there was no one hurt. We've lost 3, Mr. Dollar. 3 of our finest chemists during the past 3 months.
So I understand.
And each of them, I'm convinced, just when he was on the threshold of a solution to this tremendously important project of ours.
Just what is this project, Mr. Bascom?
Creation of an uncommonly efficient semi-liquid rocket repellent that will, I am convinced...
Semi-liquid?
Yes. Yes, an almost unbelievably powerful gelatinous substance with all the energy of the complicated liquid fuels and the stability of a solid. If I can develop it, Mr. Dollar, it will be the greatest triumph in the history of space rocketry. And I will have made it. I alone will hold the secret of it.
And yet you're not a scientist.
Well, in the purely academic sense, no. But without my aims and my ideas, without my money to provide the means for their experimentation, these men I employ could accomplish nothing. And that means that... Well, what's the matter, Mr. Dollar? You are all right, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sure. But as long as this last explosion just happened, I'd like to get out there and see if we, or maybe your Dr. Welcome, can pin down the cause of it.
Oh, yes, of course. Believe me, if anyone can determine it, Welcome can.
But Welcome couldn't, nor could I. In spite of Mr. Bascom's help in combing through the ruins, and we really combed. A lot of theories got aired, but none that led to any definite conclusions. Then, early that evening in his quarters, I talked at some length with Dr. Welcome about not only this, but the 3 previous explosions.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Dollar. It's simply that some of the materials, the components used, are so unstable, so highly volatile, and shock susceptible that... And yet every possible precaution is taken, not only in the handling, but in the storage of them. So unless someone were setting them off deliberately, as you suggest might be possible...
An awful lot of people don't want to see our national rocketry program succeed. Don't you forget that, Doctor.
Yes, but someone here in this closely knit organization, no, I can't believe it. Another thing, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Williams, Thornbury, and Brenner.
Are those the 3 who were killed?
Yes. Now, certainly you don't suggest they deliberately caused the explosions that caused their own deaths.
That's hardly likely, I guess.
Not a bit likely. And Mr. Dollar, each of them was entirely alone in the laboratory when the accident occurred.
You sure of that, Dr. Welcome?
Oh, absolutely.
Tell me, was there anybody in Unit 1 this afternoon when it went off? Or anywhere near it?
No, you were the only one near it.
And you sure of that?
Absolutely certain.
Tell me something else, Doctor.
If I can, yes.
How close are you fellows to this rocket fuel?
Well, Mr. Dollar, I believe that Williams and Thornbury and Brenner were very close to it, each in his turn. Mr. Bascom and a couple of the other chaps and I felt they had found it. But now, of course, we'll never know. So, all the rest of us can do is keep on trying.
You don't sound very confident.
Well, sometimes it's very discouraging. And with the cutbacks in salary we've been obliged to take. But it's a challenge, and challenges are what make a profession like ours worthwhile. They and the opportunity to serve this country.
Who sparked this whole idea in the beginning?
Oh, I understand it was a young German chap that Mr. Bascom found somewhere abroad.
What?
Yes.
What was his name?
Kellerholz. Hans Kellerholz.
Kellerholz. I see. All right, Dr. Welcome.
Gentlemen?
Oh, Mr. Bascom.
Well, have you found anything? Anything to indicate what might...
No, it doesn't look as though we have, Mr. Bascom. Not a thing.
Oh,
What's more, I've suddenly remembered that I'm supposed to be back in San Francisco tonight, so I'll have to run. If, that is, my car is still usable.
I understand it isn't. But if you'll wait a moment, I'll bring mine around.
Oh, I appreciate that.
But your investigation here...
Oh, don't you worry. I'll be back.
Well, I certainly hope so.
San Francisco? No. I drove Mr. Bascom's car out to the highway and headed south to the first filling station I could find. And there, after parking out on the far edge of the highway, I ran up item 4, $21 even in telephone calls. And what I learned from them, figuratively, blew this whole case wide open. My first phone call was to George Langley, the man I'd met and talked to on the plane, at his home in Chicago. Thanks to his information, the second call was to the young German chemist who developed the solid rocket fuel that they were about to announce. You guessed it. His name was Hans Kellerhaus. What Kellerhaus said to me about his reasons for having left the Bascom Project to work at one of America's big, established, reputable chemical firms told me more than I'd even hoped for. And then, to top it all, well, let's face it, it was mighty lucky for me that I hadn't taken the drive up to San Francisco. Because when I stepped out of the phone booth there at the little gas station...
You know, I sure hope you don't need any more of my small change, mister.
No, that was the last call I had to make, and thanks for the use of the phone.
Don't belong to me, belongs to the phone company.
Well, thanks anyway.
Say now, maybe you want to drive your car over to this side of the road and fill her up, maybe?
Might not be a bad idea.
Though why you parked along that edge over there, so close to that drop-off, I'll never know. Hey, look! Look, you see?
I see, all right.
One of the tires must have went, you see? Well, she's rolling on over down the cliff.
One of the tires? Oh, no.
What'd you say?
Did you hear that little explosion? See the way that car sagged over?
Well, yeah, I guess I did.
Must have had a time mechanism.
Huh?
If that happened the way it was supposed to while I was tearing up this crooked highway on the way to San Francisco, nobody would ever have known. Listen.
Yeah?
Is that your car over there beside the station?
Sure.
Look, here's $100 for the use of it just for tonight, okay?
Are you kidding? Sure, it's okay.
Okay, then. Give me the keys. Luckily, the same guard was on duty, and he let me through the gate to Bascom's setup without question. And more important, without announcing me. In the darkness, then, I slipped the lock on the door of Bascom's office, went inside, pulled down the shades, put on a light, and looked around. And I finally found it. A small switch under the sill of the window facing out to where Unit 1 had been. And if those wires on it had led underground to some kind of a detonator there in Unit 1 this afternoon...
Mr. Dollar.
Better come in, Mr. Bascom.
Yes, I certainly will.
Just sit down there at your desk, anywhere.
Well, of course, if you like. Did you break your way in here?
You, want to tell me why, Mr. Bascom?
Why? Why what? Afraid I don't understand.
I want to know your reasons for the explosions.
Why, you're implying that I was responsible for them, Mr. Dollar?
Entirely.
And you honestly think that you can prove a wild assertion like that?
Yes, I honestly think I could. Otherwise, instead of sitting here talking with you, don't you think I'd be out and around investigating further?
Yes, I suppose you would.
Let's look at some facts. Like the explosion this afternoon that nearly killed me because you knew I was coming here. The switch I found under the windowsill. Well?
Yes.
And your help in combing through the ruins? Help? Or careful misdirection so I wouldn't find the detonator you'd rigged up, nor a trace of the wiring from that switch?
Of course.
Those cutbacks in salaries. You needed money, didn't you, Mr. Bascom, like all that insurance you collected?
Yes, very true.
And something you said this afternoon. I and I alone will hold the secret of this fuel. So when you thought that Williams and Thornbury and Brenner had it, to keep it for yourself, you killed them. Is that about it, Mr. Bascom?
Just about, I guess. And all because of a young chemist I brought over here.
Hans Kellerhaus.
Yes. I was supposed to be over there in Germany on a vacation. Actually, it was only in order to establish contact with him and hope that I could capitalize on his knowledge of missile fuels. Took a lot of time, a lot of money. Most of it spent in bribes to East German authorities. But I finally got him over here.
I see.
He was so glad to be free for the first time in his life, so grateful for an opportunity to work in this country, that he was willing to agree to have complete control of anything he might create and develop here.
And what happened? Did he find out you were in this thing only for personal gain?
Yes. So he came in here one morning and told me that he was leaving. That he would keep his word, however, and relinquish claim to whatever he had developed here. My demand, he put that in writing. So I let him go. like an idiot.
Why do you say that?
Well, I thought he'd completed the fuel, that I could go ahead and produce it and sell it and make millions. Millions, Mr. Dollar. And without having to share with him. But I was wrong. He hadn't finished.
Mm-hmm.
I hired other men, the best that I could find from all over, in the hope that they could carry on from where he'd left off. But all it did was cost me money. Money. And the only way I could think of to get enough to keep going was by collecting that insurance.
By committing murder?
Yes, I know. The first one was very difficult for me. But the second one, it meant another $500,000 to carry on with. And the third, because all the time I kept hoping to get that rocket fuel. I suppose I should have known. I never would. That my misdeeds would catch up with me.
Yes, you should have known. Are you ready to leave, Mr. Bascom?
I don't have to, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
Here in this open drawer beside my hand is a .38 revolver. Loaded.
What are you thinking of, Bascom? For you or for me?
Would it make any difference?
Would it really solve anything?
No, I guess it wouldn't. Shall we go?
It's almost unbelievable. I mean, the length to which some people will go to promote their own selfish interests at the sacrifice of others. Don't they know that somehow, sometime, there has to be a showdown? Expense account total, including repair charges on the rental car and the trip back to Hartford, $993.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a tale of the problems, at least one of the problems, that go with the owning of a gold mine. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Melville Ruick as Bascom, Court Benson as Dr. Welcome, Frank Campanella as George Langley, and William Mason as the gas station attendant. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. This is Lou Little over here at State Unity Life.
Lou, there must be some mistake. Goodbye.
What? Oh, wait a minute, will you?
Well?
Don't hang up on me. What do you mean, some mistake?
2 solid years I had to wait for an assignment from you.
Well, I know.
Now suddenly 2 calls within 2 weeks? I don't know if I can stand the shock. Come clean. What's the problem?
Problem? My only problem, Johnny, is getting rid of exactly $1,000.
Well, how nice. And I suppose you just want to hand it over to me.
What else?
You're kidding.
Am I?
You got to be.
Why did you come over here and see?
Sure, why not? Just be ready to pay my cab fare.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum deep heating rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless mentholatum deep heating rub often.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Well of Trouble matter. So maybe Lou Little was just leading me on. Had some real nasty case bothering him, but if it meant $1,000 in my kick, and after the one I handled a week ago for him for free, Well, to repeat myself, why not? Expense account item 1, $1.20 for a cab to his office.
Not kidding you one bit, Johnny. Here you are, baby. A perfectly good check for 1,000 clams.
Well, a Merry Christmas to you, too. But what's it for, Lou?
Why don't you take a look at the signature on it?
G. Stanley Porter.
That's right.
Last week's little fracas.
After what you did for him, and considering you wouldn't even take expenses for it, well, he insisted that you have this.
Well, I thought I made it plain, Lou.
He insisted.
All right. I'm certainly not going to turn down $1,000.
He wouldn't have it otherwise.
Tell him thanks for me, will you?
Be glad to.
Hey, what goes around here?
Huh?
You planning a trip to the gambling halls of Las Vegas or just leaving the country in a hurry?
What do you mean?
Big stack of dough on your desk.
Oh, that.
Yeah, what goes, Lou? You must have around 5,000 here, all in small bills.
Well, pick up the change line, then. You'll find there's exactly $2,388.24. I was just about to mail out a receipt for it.
Receipt?
Yeah. Just received it in the mail from an old crackpot by the name of Jeremy R. Withers.
What's it for?
His insurance premium. What else?
In cash?
In cash, like always. He simply stuffs it into a plain brown envelope and mails it in.
Without even insuring it? He must be a crackpot.
Johnny, I've written him half a dozen times, pointing out the risk in sending this much cash in the regular mail. I've even offered to send somebody out to his place to collect it from him. But he'll have none of it.
Crazy. Stubborn as that wild old Western character, Durango Laramie Dalhart, huh?
Durango what?
That's right. You know, believe it or not, he lived in a town called Bum-Spung, Oklahoma.
Oh, now you're kidding.
No, I'm not really, Lou. Old Indian name. Bum-Spung means bad spring. Yes, Bum-Spung. Bad water. But at least Durango had sense enough to bring in the cash in person. Nearly 4,000 at a crack once a year. I thought maybe you might have heard my report on the case a couple of years ago.
I must have missed it. But at least old Jeremy Withers has company in his eccentricity.
Look, if you could meet some of the wacky policyholders I've had to deal with, you'd think nothing at all of Withers.
Maybe not. What are you chuckling about?
Old Durango. Boy, he gave us quite a scare that one time.
How do you mean?
Well, he brought in a stack like this one day, you know, and, brother, you should have seen them. One look, and you'd have sworn they were counterfeit.
But they weren't?
Now, you know what they'd done? Carefully washed and starched and ironed the money to make it look like new, just like some of these... Wait a minute, Lou.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Just hold everything a minute.
Huh?
Just hold up on that receipt for this stuff, will you?
Why? What's the matter with it?
Where'll I find this Jeremy Withers? You got his address?
Well, sure.
Let me have it.
Well, sure, Johnny. Well, what's the matter?
Just let me have his address. Expense account item 2, $0.10 for a phone call to police headquarters where I got some very interesting information. And incidentally gave none in return. Item 3, another $1.20 for a cab back to my apartment. Item 4, $3.97 to fill up the gas tank in my car. It was getting dark now, but I headed west on 44, then north on 202. A few miles short of Granby, I found the dirt road I was looking for, leading off to the left. Then, finally, the crossroads known as Millbury Corners, consisting of one general store, a grocery, and a filling station, where I stopped only long enough to get some local directions. The Jeremy Withers place turned out to be a tiny, square, unpainted clapboard building that sat forlornly in the middle of a small, seedy-looking, weed-grown lot. But there was a flickering light inside. I could see it even through the tightly drawn shades. No doubt an oil lamp. And when I knocked on the door...
Who is it? Who is it?
My name is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
That's right, from the insurance company. Open up, Mr. Withers.
Just to leave me open up the peephole I put on this here door so as I can take a look at you first.
Go ahead.
Dollar, eh?
Here, take a look at these, my credentials, if you can see them in the moonlight.
Dollar, eh?
Come on, Withers, open up,
Just leave me get these here now chains undid. This bolt now.
Come on, Withers, you're stalling. All right now.
Just you stay outside there and tell me what the trouble is, young fella.
It's about that insurance premium of yours.
What's the matter with you, boy? I sent it all in yesterday.
I'll say you did.
In hard cash, too. Just like always. Good hard cash.
Good, huh?
Say, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about some of the 20s that were mixed in with that stack of bills. Some of the nice new ones. Like this one, for instance.
What's the matter with it?
Are you kidding? Plenty.
Just a minute, young fellow.
Just tell me one thing, Mr. Withers. Where did you get this money?
The time has come for a friendly warning. Now that the 4th of July is almost here, better keep plenty of 7-Up chilled and ready to serve. This is the sparkling drink that says a nice warm welcome to everyone who comes calling on the 4th. 7-Up has a wonderful gay sparkle and a fresh as all out of doors taste. Just about everybody goes for fresh, clean-tasting 7-Up. Grandmothers, moms and dads, the teenage set, even the tiny tots. It's this same clean, fresh taste that makes 7-Up just great with food, too. 7-Up wakes up your taste buds, makes whatever you're eating taste even better. Believe me, any food's a feast with 7-Up. So if you're in the business of pleasing people, and who isn't, keep plenty of 7-Up on hand for family and friends. Better order a case today. For a fresh, clean taste on the 4th of July, fresh up with 7-Up.
Now, you look here, boy. What's the matter with that money I sent in?
I said, where did you get it, Mr. Withers? I'm talking about these brand new $20 bills.
Anything wrong with it? The way you're talking, you might think it was counterfeit or something.
Counterfeit? Hardly.
No, of course not.
But it's plenty hot, believe me.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Are you trying to tell me you don't know?
How should I know?
Well, why do you lock yourself in the way you do? Not only a lock on the door, but safety chains and a bolt.
Man's got a right to protect himself, ain't he?
Against what?
Well, maybe against nosy people like you. Now, what's the matter with that money? You going to tell me or ain't you?
Sure, I'll tell you. These new bills are part of the loot from the First National Bank over in Millville.
Loot?
That's right, stolen money. Over $20,000, mostly in new 20s.
No.
I worked on the case. I had to memorize a list of serial numbers, or rather number groups, as long as your arm.
You must have a good memory, boy.
Luckily, the numbers were consecutive, all starting with 66644, so it wasn't too much of a strain.
Well, you mean you didn't solve the case?
I didn't get to first base. But you didn't answer my question. Where did you get these?
Just part of the money I had.
Mr. Withers, where do you get your income? Well?
From a pension, that's what.
Pension?
Anything wrong with that?
Big enough to afford an annual insurance premium of over $2,300?
So for 2-3 years, I've been able to pay it okay.
Doesn't make any sense, Withers, and you know it.
Now, look, son, I worked hard all my life. Made a right steady income. And I saved up a little bit to put aside.
Mr. Withers.
I never did like to waste what I had on fancy living and such like. So after my wife died and our kid went off and got herself married, well, I just kept on putting it aside.
Mm-hmm.
And these here last couple of years, too, I've been buying up some insurance so my daughter, she can benefit when I die. Now, anything wrong with that?
What sort of work did you do?
Flagman for the railroad company, that's what. Flagman on a railroad crossing.
A flagman? And you say that paid enough to save enough to buy the kind of policy you hold?
I told you.
Sure. Some of that money you sent the company was all right. Maybe it did come out of your pension money or whatever you managed to save, but the rest, these brand new $20 bills? Now, you better tell me about it, Mr. Withers, or, would you rather tell it to a judge?
Well, all right, Mr. Dollar, did you say it is?
That's right, Johnny Dollar.
Well, maybe I had better tell you where some of the money come from.
I think you better.
Well, you see, I had a son, too. A stepson. His name was Bernard.
Wait a minute. Barney Withers?
You knowed him?
Barney the Bum. That punk and small-time bank robber who was finally killed trying to crack Security First over in Danbury.
Yes, sir.
That was right after the job in Millville and 2 or 3 others before that.
Yes, sir.
Keep talking, Mr. Withers.
Well, now, maybe it's a pretty bad thing for me to say, him being my wife's kid and all, but, mister, that Bernard was no good.
That's an understatement.
Whatever happened to him, I mean his being killed, that's all he deserved. No good bank robber.
Go on.
Well, it was my knowing about him. That's what kept me from ever putting what I had in any bank. Instead, I sort of kept it right close, where I could watch over it.
Where?
Yeah, sure, I'll tell you. Right under the floor, over there in the corner.
You better show it to me, Mr. Withers. I'd like to look at the rest of your money.
Well, it's all gone now.
Gone?
I mean, all used up. The money of my own, I mean. That's why I had to start using up some of that Bernard hid away.
What's the matter with you, anyway? First, you tell me Barney was no good because of the jobs he pulled. You say that he deserved to die for what he did.
Yes, sir.
But you don't hesitate to keep and use the money that he stole.
Well, no, I didn't steal it, did I?
Well, do you think that makes you any less guilty for keeping it and spending it?
Well, sure.
Instead of returning it to the banks that it was stolen from? And why didn't you turn Barney in when you found out what he was doing? You say you had no use for him.
Well, I've been looking out for myself, is all. Man's got to look out for himself, don't he?
Well, from now on, the state's going to be looking out for you.
You mean you're going to get me arrested and put in jail?
You don't think I'm going to let you get off scot-free?
Well, it ain't as though Bernard done them jobs alone by himself, is it?
What difference does that make?
Well, 'cause that partner here's killed the bank guard over in Millville. Never caught him, though.
That has nothing whatever to do with this money that... Wait a minute. You know who that partner was?
Oh, I know. Why else you suppose I keep myself locked in here this way, and why I took out some life insurance?
Who was he?
Oh, that rotten, crooked Jerry McNear, that's who.
And you didn't tell the authorities?
Why should I? If I had, they might have tried to make me tell them where Bernard hid the money at. The same as that McNear's been trying. Only I kept telling him I don't know.
Mr. Withers...
Don't you see? As 'tis, the police and all think McNear got all the money. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, tell me.
Only thing that's kept that McNear from killing me off for not telling him is that then he'd never find out where Bernard hid out that money.
Well, you better tell me, Mr. Withers, and fast.
Yeah. Well, now, if I tell you where it's at, so's you can take it back, you think maybe the police, they'd go a little easier on me?
Well, isn't that pretty Wait a minute, what's that?
A little shutter out there on the kitchen window. Must be. Now, listen. If you're sure it'll make it any easier on me...
If all or most of that money can be returned on the basis of your information, well, of course it will.
All right, huh? You know the old Hacker farm about 2 miles up the road?
No, but go on.
Well, that's where the big poplar trees and the broken-down windmill is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of broken windows in the house. Place is empty.
Go on.
That's counted nobody been living in it maybe for, 10, 15 years now. Except in Bernard when he was hiding.
And the money is somewhere in that house? Well?
Dollar?
Yes?
You sure you'll try and have them go easy onto me if I tell you where that money's hid?
The only thing I'm sure of is if you don't tell me, I'll turn you over to the authorities and tell them to show you no mercy at all.
All right, I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Well, now, at the back of that old house, there's an old well. Only it ain't been used for years, and it's near empty now.
Yes?
You let yourself down by the rope on the windlass, maybe, 7, 8 foot. And there's a sort of big shelf hollowed out.
And that's where it is?
The money's right there on that shelf.
Hey.
Okay, Pop, thanks.
Jerry!
Expecting somebody else, Pop?
That's a corny line, McNear.
Keep out of this. Ready, Pop?
No, Jerry. No, listen, Jerry. Put it down. Put that thing down.
And now you.
Take it easy,
sir.
McNair.
Don't move.
Listen to me.
No, keep away from that lamp. Yeah.
Hot, tired, thirsty.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor. Oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant Tenderleaf tea.
Just take a spoonful of instant Tenderleaf.
1.
Add cold tap water.
2.
Load it with ice.
3.
You've made iced tea. New instant Tenderleaf is 100% pure tea. Richer, brighter, livelier tea. It's made right from the juices of ripe young tea leaves. Instant Tenderleaf brand. Make a pitcher full.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant Tenderleaf tea. 'Cause 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 'cause
brief second it took him to shoot down the old man, I suddenly realized that I'd come along without my gun. In spite of smashing the old-fashioned oil lamp, the only light in the place, his first shot put a nice new part in my hair. As I rolled under the table, the other two shots missed me, although he must have been able to see me in the light from the fire I'd started. He stood there looking down at me at the blood running from the crease in my hair. But then, instead of shooting again, he turned away from the now roaring fire, went out the door, and took off in a car. I got thoroughly singed, dragging myself and the body of Mr. Withers outside. Then jumped into my car and headed up the dirt road, hoping I could find the Hacker farm some 2 miles away. The one with the tall poplars, the broken windmill, the windowless house. Yes, and the loot from the bank robberies. Ahead of me were the tail lights of McNair's car. The moon was full. I could see pretty well, so I cut off my own lights. After only a mile or so, he turned off to a farm that had a broken windmill, all right, but there were lights in the windows of the house. Good. He was going to the wrong place. Or else the old man had told me wrong. With my headlights on again, I finally found it, the old Hacker farm. The remains of a mailbox still bore the name on it. After a quick look to make sure I wasn't being followed, I drove in the yard and parked the car behind a clump of bushes. Then walked around the old well. With only the moonlight to go by, I lowered the bucket, snagged the rope over the handle of the windlass, and slowly went down, hand over hand, into the well, feeling with my feet around the circular brick wall for the shelf that Withers had described. It was a big square hole in the side of that wall, big enough for me to crouch in and to find, with the help of a match, the 2 battered, moldy old suitcases loaded with money, mostly 10s and 20s, literally hundreds of them. No wonder McNair had been willing to kill once he'd found out where it was hidden. But as I knelt there, wondering about the best way to load the stuff in the bucket that was now swinging down near the water at the bottom of the well...
Pretty stupid, Dollar.
What?
Got yourself into a trap, didn't you?
Did I, McNair?
You think I didn't know it was you coming down the road after me before you turned off your lights?
So you knew.
That's why I turned off at that other place, to make you think I was stopping there, so you fell for it, huh? Fell for that old gag.
Pretty smart, aren't you, McNair?
That's right. That's why I stay alive. But you're not smart, Dollar. And that's why you're going to end up in the bottom of this well feeling real dead. Kind of, I'm the guy that's got the gun. So as soon as I get a match going...
What makes you think I haven't got a gun?
And didn't try to use it while I was knocking over the old man? And you think I didn't know you were still alive back
As he
there
talked,
in his place?
I crouched there, out of his sight, and pulled off my jacket. I draped it over one of the suitcases, set my hat on one corner of it, then shoved it out just far enough for him to see it if he struck another match, in the hope he'd think it was me. Then I waited.
Yeah, I got plenty of light now. And you think I can't see your head and shoulders sticking out of that hole? You make a real nice target, Dollar, even with only a match to see you.
All right, then. I'll climb on back up the rope.
Oh, no, you won't.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to shoot you right there in the well.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me.
It's no use,
I found the money. I'll make a deal with you. I'll split 50-50.
You make a deal? Ha. You're trying to stall, that's all.
McNair.
Shut up. I got to be sure of my aim before this match goes out.
Listen to me, will you?
So long, Dollar. Just as easy as that. Now, all I got to do is get down there and pick up all that nice new money. Oh. You got to be careful. Got nothing to hurry about. Not now. Well, come on. You better find that shelf.
Right here.
Dollar! I heard you driving the water.
You heard that suitcase with my coat on it.
Let go. Let go of me.
No, you let go of that rope.
This time I'll kill you.
Try this, McNair.
I'll kill you.
With only one hand? Try this. All they
could do when he'd recovered from the shock of his fall was stand there in the water at the bottom of the well, knee-deep in the money from the suitcase I'd thrown down there, cursing me as I climbed out and pulled the bucket out of his reach. He was still there when I brought back a couple of the state police. Expense account total? Why bother with it when I'll collect such a nice commission on the loot I recovered? Not bad, you know. I mean, for one night's work. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Who did it? How did they do it? What in the world did they do? Who put the men in menthol smoking?
Alpine, that's who. Now, the menthol cigarette has tobacco flavor a man can get hold of. Alpine always tastes rich, never smokes rough. Alpine filter cigarettes.
Nice.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the most valuable violins in the world that inspires a man to murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Parker Fennelly as Mr. Withers, Leon Janney as McNear, and Ellen Manson as Lou Little. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, my name is Parnell. Hank Parnell. I live out here in Muddy Gap, Wyoming.
Mr. Parnell.
Yeah, just call me Hank.
All right, Hank. What did you say the name of your city is?
City? Why, it's only a little town, Dollar. Muddy Gap, Wyoming.
Muddy what?
Well, just what it sounds like. Muddy Gap. Muddy Gap.
I see.
Yeah, due west of Casper, south of Powder River. It's not too far from where the Poison Spider Creek begins. You look it up on a map, and, well, here we are.
All right, I'll look it up. But what seems to be your problem, Hank?
Oh, Dollar, I'm the owner and editor and reporter and, well, just about everything else in Muddy Gap Weekly Tribune.
Yes?
I'm also the only agent for at least 50 miles around here for the Great Southwest Insurance Company.
Oh, I see.
Yes, sir. Now, I wonder if you could hightail yourself out here in one big fat hurry.
Well, that...
And that means on that little old expense account of yours. Can you do it?
Well, that depends. You are talking about insurance business now, aren't you?
Well, not yet, Dollar, but, well, put it this way.
Yeah?
Unless you can give us a hand, Great Southwest is plumb liable not to have any office or agent or anything else out here anymore.
Afraid I don't understand.
Well, then let's put it this way.
Yes?
What I want you out here for is to keep the town of Muddy Gap from getting itself blowed right clean off the map. Well, sir?
Well, sir, I'll be out to see you.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Greater Southwest Insurance Company branch office in the town with the unlikely name of Muddy Gap, Wyoming. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mad Bomber matter. Expense account item 1. $192.80 transportation by plane, train, and car to Muddy Gap. That includes a stop and bite of late supper at Casper, Wyoming, where I picked up a rental car.
Muddy Gap is in the middle of thousands of acres of range land for beef cattle in what used to be Indian country, where the Sioux and Cheyenne carried out many a bloody raid against wagon trains plodding along the old Oregon Trail. There's oil in this country, too. Muddy Gap consisted of a railroad siding, one main shopping street, and a surprisingly neat residential section, all of it pretty much surrounded by a tank farm. How many millions of gallons of crude oil were stored in those huge steel tanks, I'll never know. But it must have taken a mighty big pipeline to handle it. It was obvious that oil storage was the town's principal business. The combination insurance and newspaper office sat alone at the end of the street, and despite the late hour, Hank Parnell was there waiting for me. He was a long, lanky, not too bright character, dressed in jeans, an open shirt, cowboy boots, and the inevitable white Stetson. Instead of a horse tied up out front, he had a battered old touring car, minus the top and covered with oily dust, to get out and around and dig up news items for his paper, he said.
Oh, and I guess I forgot to tell you, Dollar, I'm also mayor of this town, a sort of city clerk.
And dog catcher as well, Hank?
Well, now, you know something? If we had enough head of dogs around here to worry about, I'd probably be that, too. Oh, and I'm also sort of acting police chief while Rafe Tucker's down to see his relations down in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see, I got plenty of reason to be worried about this nice little town of ours.
Worried about what, exactly?
You notice all them big oil tanks all around out there?
Oh, you sure got a lot of them.
Yes, sir. You imagine what'd happen if one of them, just even one of them, was to maybe explode? Dollar, there'd be just one long, continuous boom, and Muddy Gap wouldn't be no more. And maybe nearly 300 nice, fine people either be dead or, at the very least, homeless.
Well, do you think something like that might happen, Hank?
Unless you can somehow stop it, Dollar. Or rather, I mean stop him.
Who?
Billy Benbow's his name. Born and brought up right here in Muddy Gap.
Yeah?
A real bad boy. Always in trouble. Been a little older, he'd spend most of his time in the jail.
Mm-hmm.
So when the last war came along, my father, he run this paper then. He got an idea for ridding us of Billy. Yeah, so we wrote a couple of editorials or two to sort of pass on that idea. First thing you know, the draft board kind of caught on. The first thing he knew, Billy Boy was in the Army.
Well, I'd say that was a pretty smart idea, Hank.
Yes, sir. Except that when Billy realized how he'd been kind of, railroaded into the service, he swore loud and long as to how he'd come back here someday and get even with this town.
Well, I don't see why. What's wrong with the Army?
Oh, not a thing, not a thing. Just the way he got put there that rankled him.
I see.
Anyhow, all the time he was on the other side, they had him working on explosives. He got to be a real expert. Every time he'd set off a charge, to blow up a railroad or a bridge or whatever, he'd say, now, that's for so-and-so. Bahoom. And this one's for so-and-so. Bahoom. And every time he'd name somebody here in this town, starting, of course, with the draft board.
Became a real obsession with him.
Oh, it was more than that. It was like a mania. Yeah, Billy Benhow simply wouldn't forget.
Now, surely, Hank, after all this time...
Now, wait a minute, Dollar.
All right, go ahead.
Whether it was all the damage and destruction he was doing or whatever it was, I'm not sure. But, Dollar, there at the end of the war, well, maybe it was shell shock or battle fatigue or whatever they want to call it, Billy went completely off base.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. The first thing he did when he set foot back in this country, back there on the East Coast, was to start blowing things up. So, of course, he ended up in one of them state hospitals back there and never recovered. No, never got over it.
Well, if he's in the hospital, Hank...
Well, he was. But then a while back, he escaped. You see what I mean?
You think he'll be coming here to carry out his old threat?
Well, Dollar, a couple of days ago, I got a phone call right here in this office.
Yes?
All the voice said to me was, I haven't forgotten. And he hung up.
The voice of Billy Benbow?
Well, who else? Who else could it have been?
I wonder.
Well, I don't. It was Billy, all right. It had to be. And what he meant was, in his twisted way, Billy meant he's coming back here to get even.
Well, now, Hank...
Well, who knows? Maybe Billy's right here in town right now, hiding out somewheres, just waiting for a chance to blow us all to kingdom come. And don't you forget for 1 minute, Dollar, he was an expert with them explosives.
But, Hank, if it was this Benbow, why would he make a point of warning you?
Well, Dollar, Man with a mind like that, I don't...
Well, you may be right. Tell me, have you mentioned this in your paper? Have you notified the townspeople?
What, and got them all up into a panic? No, sir. But somehow, Dollar, we gotta stop him.
All right. Now, listen,
Yeah?
I take it you haven't much of a police force here?
Well, we never needed much of a force in a peaceful little town like this.
Well, how about the county or state police or whoever's available?
Oh, sure.
What?
Oh, they'd be glad to help. Yeah, come right over here and help us all they can. When and if Billy tries something.
Well, by then it might be too late.
Yes, sir. Because every day now, once a day, along about this time, this phone of mine has rung. And when I answered, there wasn't nobody there. So it's Billy, wherever he is, just adding up to that warning he gave me.
Possibly.
So, well, you got any ideas, Dollar?
Well, to be perfectly honest about it, Hank, before I believed that after all these years Billy would actually come back here, I think I'd like a little more convincing evidence.
Evidence? Well, what's he got to do to convince you? You mean to say you won't believe it until he... Oh, no. There it is again.
Well, maybe it's one of your subscribers.
You pick up that extension. Same time as I pick up this.
All right, if you like. Okay?
Yeah, now. Hello? Hello?
I think I'd better prove that I haven't forgotten.
Billy? Is that you, Billy?
That's right. Billy Benbow.
Now listen, Billy. Hello? Hello?
He's hung up, I'm afraid.
Now, you see now, Dollar? I told you he wasn't fooling. I told you that... Listen. What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like it came from somewhere just outside of this building.
Remember how much racket automobiles used to make? Time was you practically had to bellow to make yourself heard above the chatter and roar of the engine, the howl of the wind rushing by, and the rattling a rough road gave your poor old buggy and brains. Nowadays, with vastly improved automotive engineering and magnificent new superhighways, you literally purr along the road. This is a vast improvement, but one that can offer danger if you're not alert. You're sitting behind the wheel with the miles of highway unrolling smoothly beneath you. Suddenly a sharp curve jumps in front of you, and you find that you have to use all the skill of a professional racer to navigate that curve without getting into real big trouble. Your car was so quiet that your speed had crept up stealthily during those long miles of straightaway. You were burning along without realizing it. The point here, a simple one, is this. Your speedometer was put there for a purpose you can't afford to forget. Keep alert, take care, and get there.
The next thing I remember was crawling out from under Hank's desk. Hank himself had tried to make a dash for the press room, but was forced back by the blast and ended up beside me. As for the press room, it was a shambles.
Oh, my. Why here, Dollar? Why it here? Why'd he pick to blow up my press this way?
Hank, didn't you say it was your father's idea? That way of getting him out of town?
Yeah, you're right. And he spread the word by putting the stuff in the paper.
All right, then maybe this is all he wants to do, put your paper out of business.
Yeah, maybe so, Dollar. I hope so. But he's still got to be caught and locked up again.
Yes, but where do we start looking for him?
Well, he was here to set off this here bomb, wasn't he?
Only seconds after you talked to him on the phone?
Oh, yeah, you're right. If he was somewheres on the telephone, there's no other buildings nearby. How could he be around here, too?
Wait a minute. Look. Looks like this is the answer right here.
Why, that's a clockwork.
That's right. A little timing device. That means, Hank, that he could have been 100 miles away.
What is it, Hank? What's happened around here? Sounds like a big explosion.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, looks like one, too.
Yep, it was all right, Pete.
What happened? Hey, smells to me like dynamite in here.
Dynamite? What's the matter with your smeller, boy?
What?
It was just that big can of benzene I had for cleaning up the tap I used on the paper.
It was, huh?
Yeah, that's what it was. I had the dang thing up a little too close to the heater, and it blew up, that's all.
Boy, sure funny it didn't start a fire then, Hank.
What do you mean, funny? We were lucky, that's all.
Well, I guess you were. I'll tell you this, though, Hank.
Just don't bother right now. It was Only the can of benzene.
No, I mean about you saying there wouldn't ever be any excitement around here when I took on this job.
Oh, yeah. It looks like I was wrong.
What is your job, Pete?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should introduce you to. This is Pete
Branson, huh?
Oh, yeah. Him and Tony Batten are the rest of the police force here in Muddygat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, glad to meet you. What'd you say your name is?
Johnny Dollar. But now listen, you hear the hoax out there?
Yeah, Tony's out there, too.
Well, you and him just keep that mob out of here, will you? Tell him everything's okay. It was just that can of benzene, like I said.
Sure, Hank.
Now, go on now. You and Tony keep that mob out of here.
Okay. It's okay, folks. Just had a little accident back there in the print shop. Everything's under control. But just to make sure, Hank don't want anybody hanging around.
Pete
now,
Branson?
Come on, Tony. Let's get him all away from here. Come on.
What happened to him, Hank?
What, you mean his face? The way it's all cut up that way?
Yeah.
Well, it tells me he once got drugged behind a horse. You know, foot caught in a stirrup.
Oh, I see.
So the one thing he won't ever do anymore is get himself on top of a horse. Me, I don't blame him.
Hank, that excuse that you gave for the explosion.
Oh, you think I should have told him the truth and let him spread the word and get the whole town into a panic?
Well, if we were sure there won't be any more of them, that Billy's satisfied his yen for revenge by putting your paper out of business, okay, but if your fellow townspeople are still in danger... And didn't you mention the draft board? Who are they?
Oh, they're all long gone, Dollar, except for old Grandpa Whedon. Oh, Lord.
Well?
Oh, Lord, that old house of his, it's right over near the terminal end of one of them pipelines off the tank farm, and if that place were to get blowed up, and if one of the tanks were to go, why, there'd be nothing left of this town.
Then if Billy is still around...
Well, how can we know?
Wait a minute, telephone.
What?
It's the old-fashioned kind. It's no dial, which means you have to call an operator.
Well, sure,
Which also means that the operator has to call you. Come on, Hank.
What are you going to do?
We're going to find out where that... Here now. Hello?
Hank Parnell, whatever happened down there at your newspaper office?
Listen, operator.
Whatever you had blow up over there fairly shook me out of my chair. I haven't had such an explosion here in Muddy Gap since Allie Briscoe's still blew up and everybody thought the whole tank farm was gone.
Look, miss.
Look, Hank, you better tell me what happened so I can... Well, I mean, you know, in case somebody calls in and wants to know.
Operator,
well,
will you listen to me a moment?
What? Well, who are you?
I'm speaking for Hank Parnell.
Well, anything happened to him? Is he all right?
No, he's all right. Now, listen.
Yes?
Just before the accident, you rang this phone.
Well, that's right. I had a call for him.
Do you know who was calling?
No, he kept his voice low. Well, what'd you say your name is?
Well, I didn't, and it doesn't matter. But what I want to know is, where did...
You know something?
You
sound exactly like that Johnny Dollar on the radio.
Operator, listen, please.
And if you are and you're in town...
Miss...
Well, the folks around here would sure like to know that, they would.
Now, listen, do you know where that call for Hank Parnell came from?
Well, of course I do.
Where?
Well, the one outside phone booth we have over outside the drugstore.
Okay, thanks. You heard?
Yeah, Dollar. Then he is in town.
I'm afraid so. Hank, you better take it.
Okay.
I'll listen in.
Hello?
You got the sample, Parnell. The big one's coming later.
Billy.
That's right.
Later when? What do you mean by later?
Maybe tonight.
Billy, listen. Hello? Dollar, we gotta get the people out of this town.
300 of them before he can strike again?
I don't know, but we gotta try.
It's too late, and you know it.
Well, then what can we do? Dollar?
It's a long chance, Hank. I know it is.
What?
But I'm betting that he's been around this town a long time, maybe for weeks. Now, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Well, I don't get it.
All right, listen. Now, this crazy hunch of mine may be all wrong, but if you'll let me handle this my own way... Will you, Hank? In spite of the fact that it may mean jeopardizing all the people in town.
Anything you say, Dollar, as long as we do something.
All right. Those two boys on the force. Do you know where to reach them right now?
Who, Tony and Pete?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Call them up and have them come over here. Then if you and they will follow my orders to the letter and without question... Well?
We'll do anything.
Okay. Get them over here. It meant staking a lot on my limited knowledge of the criminal mind, possibly risking a lot of innocent lives. But I felt sure now that my hunch was right. Fortunately for my plan, Tony Batten got there first. When I told Hank and Tony what their job was, for a moment they couldn't believe I was serious. But they agreed to say nothing to anyone, not even to Pete.
Tony went outside, then waited in Hank's old car. When Peter Branson arrived, Hank put him under my orders, and he and Tony took off.
Well, I guess I was right, huh, Mr. Dollar? That was some kind of set explosion in here, wasn't it?
That's right, Pete. It was set, all right, by an expert.
And you got some idea who might have done it?
Either you and I are going to find out, or this town's in danger of being blown to bits.
Are you kidding?
Not a bit of it. I see you carry a gun.
Yes, sir, right here in handy. And if what you say is true, maybe you ought to have one, too.
Well, you better let me have yours then, Pete.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mr. Dollar.
It's your idea.
Well, yeah, I know, but...
Well, let me have it. Orders, Pete. You're under my orders, remember?
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir, here you are.
Good. Now, shall we go?
Where are we headed?
Out to see an old man. Old Grandpa Whedon.
Oh, now, you don't think he had anything to do with this explosion, do you?
Pete, I think this mad bomber plans to hit him next.
Did you say mad?
That's right.
Oh, I see.
We're going to go over Grandpa's place with a fine-tooth comb because a bomb may be planted, may be ticking away out there right now.
And if we don't find anything out there?
Well, we'll see.
But why do you think this man would pick on him?
Is it a man?
Well, I certainly guess so. But why on Grandpa?
Well, because once he was a member of a draft board.
Well, now, that don't make sense, does it?
Maybe not, but does anything make sense where a madman is concerned?
You're calling him that again.
You don't like that word, huh?
Well, it makes no difference to me, but if there was a madman out on the loose out there...
Pete, he might look every bit as harmless as you do, or as I do.
Yeah, I see. Okay, then. Let's go on out there and have a look, but I'm betting we don't find anything.
You don't think so?
Well, I bet on it.
Well, then maybe we won't. It seems to me Hank had a little trouble remembering your last name, Pete. How long is it that you've been on the force?
Huh? Oh, a few weeks, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Ever since you first came to town, huh?
Why, yeah, practically.
Mm-hmm. And before that?
Oh, you know, working around the ranches and...
Oh, I thought you didn't ride.
Well, no, not anymore.
Oh, what do you do then?
Oh, you know, odd jobs. Well, why you asking?
Well, your hands. They look kind of soft to me, you know.
Oh?
Another thing, come to think of it, seems to me you immediately recognized the smell of dynamite when you came in here. Didn't you?
Oh, look, you want to go out there, let's go.
And, those scars on your face?
What you getting at?
They're from an explosion, aren't they?
I said, what you getting at?
I've seen too many of those kind of scars not to recognize them. And you knew that because of them, nobody around here would recognize you. Didn't you, Billy?
Okay, Dollar, that's enough. You see this?
You got another gun, huh?
That's right. So instead of reaching for the one I gave you, just you reach up high. Now reach. I knew I'd have trouble when you come in town. Because you ain't dumb like the rest of these jerks around here. But not anymore, Dollar, because I'm going to kill you.
You think so, Billy?
Yeah. And then I go back to my place and I get the rig. It's all ready except for the setting of the clock on.
Billy?
Shut up. You know where I plant it then? Yeah, out by old Grandpa Whedon. You hear me? Out there by the tank farm. And I set the clock, so I only got time to get away. Get away in that nice car of yours, Dollar.
Now, Billy, listen to me.
No. You're only trying to stall me. So first it's you, and then I go get that rig.
This rig, Billy? Huh? This bomb we found over in your room?
You found it.
You better drop that gun, Billy.
No! Come in! Oh, you pull that trigger, Tony, I still get off a shot.
He's right. Let me take care of this.
Wowee. That's a mighty good left you got there, Dollar.
I guess he was right, though, Hank, about you being pretty stupid.
Well, now, you just wait.
Didn't you think about what might have happened if Tony'd pulled off a shot right next to that bomb you have in your hand?
Oh, my gosh.
Mm-hmm. You should have. Remarks? Why bother on this one? As for the expense account, let's call it a total of $350. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a beautiful girl, a handful of coins, and a mysterious disappearance. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Court Benson as Hank Parnell, Lawson Zerby as Pete Branson, Cliff Carpenter as Billy Benbow, and Barbara Cassar as the operator. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. The #1 network for news, expanded CBS News on the CBS Radio Network.
This is WROW Music in Albany, New York.
A newcomer in town can feel mighty lonesome. Welcome Wagon hostesses make these newcomers feel wanted when they make their cordial Welcome Wagon visits. Their baskets contain useful gifts from civic-minded businessmen, invitations to participate in varied social and volunteer activities of the many civic agencies in the community. In addition, every Welcome Wagon call recipient in the greater Albany or Schenectady areas, as well as Delmar, Latham, or Scotia, is invited to attend the local Welcome Wagon Club. This is an organization of newcomers all anxious to make friends. Various Welcome Wagon clubs vary from 30 to 150 members who meet monthly. Their interests include bowling, golf, cards, handcraft, and dancing. You can help to make your new neighbor feel at home. Call State 59640 today and make your neighbor eligible for the many opportunities in a Welcome Wagon Club. Remember, State 59640.
WROW Music Time now, 25 minutes before 7 p.m.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Bill Walker down here in New York. You know Northeast Indemnity Associates?
Sure, I know. How are you, Bill?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Johnny.
Yeah?
You ever seen the Grand Canyon?
No, but I've always wanted to.
Well, why don't you?
At this time of year? Isn't that usually on the summer run?
Oh, ask anybody. Grand Canyon's beautiful this time of year. And as long as the company's ready, willing, and able to pay your expenses, how about it, Johnny?
Okay, you've made the pitch. What's the trouble out there, Bill?
Does the name Orloff mean anything to you?
Sure, Ted Orloff, L.A. Office of Western Indemnity.
I wish it were Ted.
What?
Oh, Johnny, I'm talking about Christy Orloff.
No, never heard of him.
Perhaps it's just as well.
What do you mean by that, Billy?
Well, it just happens that Christy Orloff, why don't you come on down here and let me give you the whole story?
Okay, Billy, why not?
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Northeast Indemnity Associates, New York office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Grand Canyon matter. Expense account item 1, $10.12 for a mid-afternoon flight to New York. Item 2, $3.50 for a cab in to Billy Walker's office in the Salmon Tower building at that well-known corner of 5th Avenue and 42nd Street. And Bill didn't waste any time getting to the point.
I've arranged a room for you at the Waldorf, Johnny.
Oh?
And a seat on the plane to Phoenix a few minutes after 8 tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. Meantime, cocktails and dinner, and the show tonight will be on me. Of course, unless you have other plans.
Oh, no plans at all. But, why the royal treatment, Bill?
Oh, it's the least we can do, considering what's at stake on this one.
Which is what?
I mentioned Christy Orloff.
Yeah, and I told you that I never heard of him.
A lot of people haven't. But do you remember the summit meeting back in November '57?
Summit meeting?
Yep.
Let's see, that was before Khrushchev grabbed his top spot, wasn't it?
Well, Nicky had nothing to do with this one. I'm talking about a meeting that took place in the little town of Appalachian, New York.
Oh.
Yes.
That gathering of 60 or 65 alleged top men of the underworld.
Mm-hmm. And among those present was our little old friend, Christy Orloff. Not one of the big shots, I'm sure. Maybe there is a bodyguard or something, but he was there. So when you find him, Johnny, just remember that.
Why should I find him, Bill?
Because I am convinced that he has the Otera's necklace.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about that ruby and emerald thing that some countess brought over here? Got written up in all the picture magazines a couple of years ago?
That's right.
Was sold to Winkler & Winkler, the big jewelry outfit?
And has since been quietly, cleverly stolen.
No kidding.
Yep. It's been kept out of the papers. But, Johnny, we wrote the insurance on it.
For how much?
Just under $1 million.
Wow. If I remember the pictures of it, that thing could have been broken up by a fence with no trouble at all.
Right. Now, the police are doing everything they can. And as you know, I have a lot of faith in our New York police.
So have I. Who's your contact?
Man at the 18th Precinct.
Randy Singer?
Yep, Lieutenant Randolph A. Singer.
One of the best, Bill. If he can't run it down for you.
Well, he's the one who's so sure that Christy Orloff has the necklace.
Has he arrested him?
They held him on suspicion for a while, but apparently didn't mean a thing.
I wonder.
Anyhow, I told Singer I'd sent for you, and he wants to see you.
Well, good. Well, wait a minute. Just what is the connection?
Connection?
Yeah, I mean, if it's all happened around here, why am I going to Grand Canyon tomorrow?
I think you'd better get the story from Lieutenant Singer.
Okay, Bill, whatever you say.
And, Johnny?
Yeah?
If you do find Christy Orloff...
Yes.
Just remember what I told you about him and his background.
Sure. Item 3, a buck for a taxi across town to the 18th Precinct and a very brief visit with Randy Singer.
Oh, son of a gun. I might have known some darn fool would drag you and Johnny so you can get in our way and make a general nuisance of yourself.
All right. Now face up to it, Randy. If it weren't for my unselfish, unstinting help over the years, you might be doing the job that you're really suited for.
Yeah, and what might that be?
Pounding a beat. What else?
My pal. But you're not going to be underfoot this time.
Oh, how do you know?
Because thanks to our usual efficiency in this department, plus my inspired leadership, we've already nabbed the two guys who actually made the heist.
Oh?
Izzy Frambler, Soapy Norton.
Well, then where does Christy Orloff come in?
Both Soapy and Izzy, separately, and each without the other knowing it, sang like canaries, hoping we'd go easy on them.
That's typical.
And each of them told us the rocks had been handed over to Christy Orloff.
I see.
But could we find any sign of them around him or on him?
Nope.
No. We held him on suspicion as long as we could. Meantime, went over his apartment like Sherlock Holmes. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And yet it makes sense for him to have it. Because Orloff is one of the greatest passers ever lived.
Yes.
Yeah, mostly dope over the years, but also important jewelry, artwork. Only small stuff that he could actually carry on his person. Also, Johnny, Orloff has all the right contacts for disposing of such stuff, especially on the West Coast.
Well, then it seems to me, Randy...
I'm way ahead of you. The L.A. San Francisco cops are with us all the way. They know those contacts, so keep an eye on them. And if Orloff meets one of them out there, he... But I don't think he will. Got too much sense. Can smell a bull a mile away. And that's why you head for Grand Canyon.
Why?
Because that's where Christy Orloff is headed. To recover from the shock of this unwarranted incarceration by the muddled, misled minions of the law, as he put it.
Look, Randy.
Yeah, now shut up and listen to me.
All right, go ahead.
I told you I was way ahead of you.
Well?
One of my boys, Rafe Kelly, sort of unofficially is on Christie's train, keeping tabs on him as far as Chicago. Keeping tabs on anybody that he meets, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
But once he leaves Chicago, and the next stop will be Grand Canyon, well...
Randy, all on the word of two heisters trying to pass the buck.
Yep.
And the fact that Orloff said he's heading that way.
Yep, because he's smart enough to do exactly what he said. Oh, look, Johnny, I know him. I know him inside and out.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yes, sir.
Why, you haven't been able to nail him down after all these years?
Touche. But, Johnny, I'm betting my bottom dollar that Grand Canyon's where he'll try to make us pass.
But, Randy, if you didn't find the stones on him or at his place...
Yeah, I know. Somehow, knowing the way I do, I'm sure he'll somehow have them on him when the time comes to make the contact.
What about his luggage on the train?
Oh, yeah. Kelly telephoned me from Chicago only a couple hours ago. He went through it twice. Nothing.
Well, Randy, it seems to me
to me, Johnny, you need a vacation. Grand Canyon.
Talk about a shot in the dark, though.
Well, will you do it? Just for me, just for old time's sake?
No.
Oh, now, listen,
But
Johnny.
I will for one other reason.
Yeah?
It'll give me a free gander at the place. Which reminds
Of
me.
what?
Have you a description of Orloff that I can look at?
Oh, yeah, right here. Complete, including the picture.
Good, because if I... Wait a minute. You mean to tell me this sweet, harmless-looking little old man, this is Christy Orloff?
Don't let it fool you, Johnny. If he catches on to who you are and why you're there, oh, believe me, Johnny, look out.
All right, Randy. I'll take your word for it.
Hey, everybody, lend an ear. The Rexall 1 cent sale is here. I am the penny you see on TV. Save lots of money. Listen to me. Get twice as much for a penny more at the 1 cent sale at your Rexall store. There are hundreds of bargains. Everything from aspirin to vitamins, hairspray to shave cream, and all at 2 for the regular price of 1 plus a penny. Get twice as much for a penny more at the 1 cent sale at your Rexall store. It's on now.
Expense account item 4. Just before cocktails, dinner, and a show with Billy Walker. $184 at Willoughby's camera store to be sure I'd look like a genuine tourist when I got to Grand Canyon. Item 5, the following morning, $176.22 for a jet to Phoenix, Arizona. Then after we sat down there, item 6, $50 deposit on a rental car. The next 235 miles were mighty interesting driving through the colorful desert country around Wickenburg, Prescott, Ash Fork, and finally into the lower edge of the Kaibab National Forest. And then, Grand Canyon. You know, a lot of words have been written about the canyon, about its appalling size and rugged beauty, its fantastic colors, always changing like a giant kaleidoscope that never stops moving and yet never repeats itself. The many hued spires and temples and buttes, whole ranges of mountains that jut up from this mile-deep chasm. The mighty Colorado sweeps along in its dash to the sea. Well, words simply can't begin to do it justice. And the tireless forces that have molded it. The river, the rain, the frost and snow and sun are still at work on this incredible sculpture. Amazing, beautiful, impressive, almost overpowering. As I finished signing my name on the register at the famous El Tovar Hotel, perched there above the canyon's rim, the clerk passed a telephone to me.
Yes, sir. It's a call for you.
Oh, thank you. Johnny Dollar.
I told you I was right, Sunshine.
Randy.
Now, listen.
Go ahead.
I got another call from Kelly.
Yeah?
Your little friend Orloff will arrive there by train sometime tomorrow morning.
Good. Though I don't know whether I can stand your having been right for once.
I'm always right.
Oh, sure. Go on.
Now, listen.
I'm listening.
I also got a call from the cops out in L.A. about Ricky Fortino. Remember that hood?
Narcotics, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Narcotics, jewelry, artwork, the black market in Europe, gold smuggling in Hong Kong. Just about anything big time you can think of. I'll try to phone you an ID on him later.
All right, but what about him, Randy?
He's taking a train out of L.A. to guess where?
Here?
Uh-huh. Now, why those guys travel by train when something's on the fire, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't attract as much attention as a plane flight. Anyhow, that means Fortino's going to be the receiver for that necklace.
Certainly looks that way. And being here, he's clear of the L.A. police.
Sure.
When's he get here?
I don't know. Probably not until after Orloff does. But what's the difference? Those two will take their time about making the pass anyway.
So until they're certain they're in the clear, no tails on them.
Right. So, there it is, Johnny. Go to it. But be careful, boy. Be careful.
And all for the sake of building up that half-baked reputation of yours.
Sure. Why not?
You're a bum.
Of course I am.
All right, Randy. I'll be in touch. Item 7, $5.80 for dinner. Then I noticed that a lot of the guests wandered outside. And no wonder. The moon, low in the sky, was bright and full. And the canyon took on a completely new and almost mysterious beauty. The myriad colors gone, of course, but in their place,
The jagged spires and peaks stood out in bold relief, casting bleak black shadows in weird and exciting patterns onto the canyon floor. And from where I finally stood against the railing on the edge of a promontory, I could look back at the Alto Bar and see it silhouetted starkly against a silvery, moonlit cloud. Okay. I brought along the camera purely as a prop. But here, if the lens and film were fast enough, was a chance to shoot a masterpiece. To steady it for a time exposure, I set the camera on a post. Then, to get a better aim, and hoping none of the Park Service men were looking my way, I carefully climbed over the railing, holding on tightly with one hand, for it left me leaning slightly over the dark, seemingly bottomless chasm. And then, well, I guess I was too engrossed in setting the shutter and focus. For the next thing I remember is feeling a heavy boot smash under my fingers, losing my grip, and then a falling. When I came to my senses, a little while later, I was tangled up in a bush beside a little trail not 20 feet below the spot from which I'd fallen. Believe me, I muttered a prayer of thanks. As I lay there, I suddenly realized that Randy was all wrong. That Orloff's contact from the coast, Ricky Fortino, had already arrived and somehow had recognized me. So what if he didn't know my reason for being there? He might well suspect it. And it was obvious that he didn't like the idea of my being around. If only Randy had been able to give me a description of him. Anything, so I'd know who to look out for now. Wait a minute. If he thought I could recognize him, perhaps he'd stay out of my way until I could find out if Orloff was bringing the necklace. The next morning at breakfast, I carefully looked over the other guests in the hope of finding one of them surprised at seeing me still alive, but it was only a waste of time. All right, then. There was only one thing I could do. Stay as close to Christy Orloff when he got there as I possibly could. So from the time his train pulled in until dinner that evening, I was either watching the door of his room for a possible caller or within 50 feet of the gentle-looking little old man. On a guided bus tour run by the Park Service, I even sat right next to him. As a matter of fact, as the two busiest shutterbugs of the lot, we were quite friendly.
There you can see the 70-foot-high Indian watchtower, a faithful reproduction of the strange buildings put up here many centuries ago.
I've never seen it. Fascinating, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is.
Yes.
Boys, there on the brink of the canyon, it is built entirely of native stones. At the base there is a kiva. That is to say, a reproduction of an ancient ceremonial chamber once used by the Pueblo Indians.
How about that?
Beautiful, beautiful.
On the walls of both the kiva and the tower, you'll find numerous actual specimens of Indian pictographs, drawings and carvings of many centuries.
I see that you're as busy with your camera as I am with mine, young man.
Yeah, I've used up about 2 rolls of film in this bus trip alone, Mr. Orloff, did you say it was?
Yes, quite right. And your name is... Well, what you know. I'm afraid you forgive me, old man, but I've forgotten your name already.
That's all right, it's Burns, Jerry Burns.
Oh, of course. Jerry, I just love to take pictures. I'm never without my camera. Look, that Indian boy walking by. Fine. Got him.
Good.
Tell me, are you taking a mule trip down to the Bright Angel Trail in the morning?
Well,
I'm certain that I shall.
Oh? Well, good, then I will too.
Excellent. Oh, and Jerry, why don't you share my table at dinner this evening?
I don't know why not.
Excellent. But look there is a wonderful picture. See? Right there.
And then it hit me. his hiding place for the necklace. If, that is, Randy had been right, that he actually had it. Yes, the corniest, most obvious, and because it was so obvious, the best hiding place of all. In the one thing that he kept with him every minute. Except when he went to meals. No wonder Randy and his boys had missed it. And the tip-off? It was the fact that he must have snapped 70 or 80 pictures with that little camera, but without once changing the film. But I had to make sure. Item 8, back at the hotel. $380 for a call to Randy Singer.
And you're sure that'll be the right time, Johnny?
I'll make it the right time, Randy. Just be sure you keep him on the phone long enough to give me plenty of time.
Okay, Johnny, okay. Now, don't let him out of your sight or Ricky Fortino will get to him as sure as guns.
Don't you worry. Again, the vigil. Until at dinner time, I knocked on the door of his first-floor room, then together we went to the dining room, sat down, and ordered the meal. An appetizer, then the soup course, the entree. Then finally, the maitre d' came over and told Orloff there was a New York call for him at the desk. He looked puzzled for a moment, then politely excused himself. As soon as he was gone, I ducked down the corridor to his room, slipped the lock, closed the door behind me, and frantically looked around through his things for the camera. I found it at the bottom of a suitcase, opened the back, and there, sure enough, was the necklace. I stuffed it into my pocket, closed the camera, and put it back. But there was another matter to take care of. Or rather, another man, the one who tried to push me into the canyon. So when I heard steps, 2 pairs of them, coming down the hallway, I made a quiet but hasty exit through an open window. I stood there behind a bush and watched as Orloff and a short, dark, wiry-looking man walked in and headed for the suitcase.
I tell you, Orloff, I don't hang around here any longer than I got to. If Dollar finds out that I'm around, if he knows that I'm the one who gave him that push last night.
All right.
All right, so produce the loot. Let me scram out of here. Come on, will you?
Well, just be patient. It's right here in the back of my camera. Here you are. You see, it's... What?
Is, huh?
Ricky, look, it's gone. Somebody got to it.
Okay, Orloff. So that's why you tried to stall, huh?
Now, Ricky, put that gun down.
Big Hugo thought that necklace might be too pretty for you to part with.
What?
Yeah. He thought you might try some phony dodge like this.
Dodge?
Make out like it got snatched from you?
No, listen, Ricky.
You know what he told me I should do if you did?
Ricky!
Yeah. This.
No!
One quick movement. From somewhere under his coat, Orloff pulled a gun and got off a shot. So did Fortino. And then... By the time it was over, the 2 of them lay on the floor. Both very dead. Come to think of it, there's an extra dividend on this case. Fortino's mention of Big Hugo, whoever he is. So now the police know of another big shot to gun for. Expense account total, including a couple of extra days there at Grand Canyon. Oh, call it 5.5 bills. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I'll be back with another exciting adventure. Be sure to join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Sound patterns by Joseph Cabivo. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Eugene Francis as Lieutenant Randy Singer, Casey Allen as Bill Walker, Arthur Cole as Christy Orloff, Ralph Bell as Ricky Fortino, Guy Rep as the Park Service Guide, and Sam Raskin as the hotel clerk. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Like to hop aboard the next plane headed for the mighty sovereign state of Texas?
Why not? And who dat?
Jack Price here in Corpus Christi.
Oh, hiya, Jackson.
How about it?
Well, you know I like that town of yours, Jack. I always have. But unless your company plans to pay the freight, forget it. I can't afford it.
Now, you don't think for 1 minute I'd be inviting a character like you down here on just a social call?
Why not? I'm a very sociable fella.
Oh, sure. especially when you're on expense account.
Naturally.
Or when your investigation saves us a lot of money and you can pick up a nice commission for it.
Sure.
But this time, pal, there's no way you can save us anything. As a matter of fact, if what I suspect is true, you'll only cost us money.
Now, that doesn't make much sense.
Doesn't it?
Well, does it?
Why don't you come down here and see?
On expense account.
Yeah, on expense account. But no extras.
Bare minimum expense account.
Right.
No chance of a commission.
None.
But maybe just a nice little service fee, just for old time's sake?
No.
Oh, now, Jackson, listen, do you really think I'd accept an assignment like that from you, of all people?
I cannot tell a lie, Johnny. I think you would.
You want to know something, pal?
Yeah.
You're right.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to try Western Life Insurance Company, Corpus Christi office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Ike and Mike matter. Expense account item 1, $5.65 for a taxi out to Bradley Field. As for item 2, well, in spite of this demand for economy, I'm sure the company treasurer won't object to my not thumbing my way to Corpus Christi. So item 2 is $122.23 for a plane ticket. But to make up for it, after I got there, instead of a taxi, I took the airport limousine to the Robert Driscoll Hotel. That's item 3, $1.35. There I got myself a room, not a suite, mind you, and unpacked my bags. Yeah, who is it?
What do you mean, who is it? Come on, open up.
Jackson, come in.
Hi, Johnny.
Now, don't tell me you came around to make sure I didn't take too expensive a room. Sit down.
Thanks.
It's getting close to dinner time, Jack. Why don't I order up a couple of drinks?
No, listen, Johnny. You'd better not.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you were that serious about holding down on the expenses.
Well, I was and I wasn't, but something's happened since I talked to you on the phone.
Oh? Like what?
Well, what I mean is that's too late now.
Too late for what?
For you to do what I wanted you to do down here to see if you could do.
What are you talking about?
That is to say, look into this thing and see if I wasn't right about thinking maybe the best thing to do would be just to cancel the policy.
What policy?
I mean because of what happened just a few hours ago after I called you.
Look, Jackson, this bush you're beating around is getting pretty big. What policy? To whom and for how much? And what's the matter with it?
Okay. Straight life, Johnny. $25,000, and with the standard double indemnity clause.
Yes, I know, for accidental death.
Yes, darn it.
Well, who's the insured?
Well, Johnny, do you remember a character by the name of Lou Livercombe?
No, I can't say that. Wait a minute. Little Louie Livercombe, that slippery old stock promoter I chased all over the country a couple of years ago?
Yes.
And finally caught up with only to have a fast-talking mouthpiece get him off scot-free?
The same.
Oh, Jackson, don't tell me you issued a policy to a crook like little Louie.
No, I didn't. At least give me credit for some sense. But one of the boys in the office, a new kid, sold this policy to a Mr. Isaac Prellinger, better known around the local pool halls as Smarty Axe.
Mm-hmm.
And that nickname is a pretty good description of him. No visible means of support, just a smart, fast-talking bum recently in from San Antone.
$25,000 policy,
Yeah. When I found out about it, I didn't like it, but, well, I let it go through. Then, this morning, in a routine checkup, I found out who he named as beneficiary.
Livercombe?
Livercombe.
No kidding.
No kidding. And when the wheels began to turn in this so-called brain of mine, I mean, the fact that Ike bought a policy that big, though he apparently didn't have much dough.
So maybe Livercombe put up the money for it on condition that he be named beneficiary with the idea of having him knocked off.
Yes.
And it wouldn't be the first time a crook like Louie tried a caper like that.
But until I could be sure it's the same livercum, and the address we have for him is out in Eugene, Oregon.
Oregon?
Yeah.
Boy, then he did clear out of where he'd been working when I caught up with him.
Well, anyhow, that's why I called you. I figured if it is the same livercum, if you could find some evidence that he was paying for Ike's policy and planning to pull a fast one on us...
And on Ike Prellinger.
Right. Then I'd have sufficient reason to cancel out the policy.
Okay, Jackson. Let me get some dinner and a good night's sleep.
No, Johnny.
And I'll run out there to Oregon. Did you say no?
It's too late.
Hmm?
The dumpy little shack over on West Maple Street where he lived alone.
Yeah, what about it?
Just a few hours ago. Burned to the ground.
Oh?
And Ike Prellinger was in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're sure? Firemen, authorities, they're sure it was Prellinger's body they found there in the remains of the fire?
No question of it, Johnny.
Who identified it, Jack?
I did. And I checked against the description on his policy.
Oh, well, that's a pretty complete description.
Oh, Tri-Western really goes overboard on that, Johnny. Not only a complete physical and medical history, but pictures, x-rays, the works.
I know.
And then just to make doubly sure, I had the lad who sold him the policy go over and take a look.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no question of it. The man who died in that fire was Ike Prellinger. So now we'll have to pay off to this Louis Livercombe. Like I said, Johnny, you got here too late.
Maybe.
What can you do about it now?
What started the fire?
You remember Pete Frawley.
The arson squad?
Yeah, one of the best.
Yeah, I know.
Pete says it was accidental and typical. Ike got himself drunk, fell on the bed with a lighted cigarette. First went the mattress, then everything else, including him.
And Pete is sure of that?
He's already made out and signed his report.
Oh, he should know.
He does.
Well, I think I'll talk to him anyhow.
By all means. And I know what you're thinking. If this beneficiary is the same Louis Livercombe...
There almost has to be something fishy. Jack, how about if I rent a car and then meet you over at your office?
You want me to have Pete Frawley over there?
No, I'll dig him up at headquarters. But first, I'd like a look at the policy involved on this one. Okay?
Okay, Johnny. Anything you say.
Item 4, $1.85 for a quick bite in the Robert Driscoll coffee shop. Item 5, $50 deposit on a rental car. Then over at Jack's office, despite the late hour, I took a long, careful look at the policy on Ike Prellinger, especially at the description of him. Jack was right. Tri-Western does do a thorough job. Pete Frawley, the arson squad, had gone home for the night, but didn't hesitate a minute to get out of his robe and slippers, put on his shoes, and meet me at headquarters. We paid a visit to the morgue.
Well, there you are, Dollar. Pretty badly burned, no features left, but there's no doubt it's Ike Prellinger. Same height, weight, teeth, build, general characteristics, everything.
Mm-hmm. Including fingerprints?
From this? Oh, no, impossible.
Oh?
But, Dollar, I checked him out against the description on the insurance policy, and so did Doc Wyman, the coroner. It's about as positive an ID as we could want. And that young fellow who sold him the policy was sure of it, too. Even he identified the finger ring and the watch.
Mm-hmm.
Even old Jerry Deeks was certain.
Who's Jerry Deeks?
He runs a pool parlor where Ike used to hang around. Well, you want me to fold down this sheet for a better look at him?
No, don't bother. What about an autopsy, Pete?
Now, you don't think I'd have made out my report before Doc Wyman did his autopsy. No, Dollar, this is Ike, all right, and there is no doubt about it.
Jack Price tells me you said the fire was accidental.
If you mean any signs of arson, the answer is no. There were none whatsoever. Only all the usual, typical signs of what actually happened.
What do you mean, Pete?
Well, a flock of empty whiskey bottles around. One of them that dropped out of his hand when he lay down on his bed, same as I've seen it 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I was even able to isolate the ashes from the cigarette he'd had in his hand that set off the mattress at the point the fire actually originated.
Now, wait a minute, Pete.
Yeah, what?
I have reason to suspect that somebody might have wanted to kill him, to collect his insurance, and tried to use the fire as a cover-up.
Yeah, I thought of that, too. But Doc Wyman found absolutely no sign of injury nor any poison in his system. What's more, Dollar, he wasn't killed before the fire because there were signs of smoke in the lungs. And I mean plenty.
course, Pete.
Yeah? What is it, Dollar?
Well, I mean, if somebody smothered him, with a pillow or something, that would leave no marks.
Before the fire?
Yeah.
Well, did you miss my point? Then there wouldn't have been smoke in the lungs.
Oh, wait a minute. He would have passed out before he stopped breathing entirely, wouldn't he?
Yeah, possibly.
In other words, a killer could have smothered him just enough to make him unconscious, then started the fire, let him get his lungs full, and, well, then the fire would have finished the job.
Aren't you reaching a little bit, Dollar?
Maybe so, maybe no.
Well, I mean, unless you can somehow turn up some evidence that he was murdered.
No, it's just a hunch, but a potent one.
Well, I know that neither Doc Wyman nor I could find anything to indicate it, and believe me, Dollar, I tried. I mean, I have just as suspicious a mind as you have.
Okay, Pete.
So, you want to look at the autopsy report? I'm sure Doc wouldn't mind. You want me to ask him?
No, don't bother.
But why? Well, I mean, why this powerful hunch?
Oh, because of a man I chased halfway across the country a couple of years ago, who now lives in Oregon.
I don't get it.
He is the beneficiary of Ike's policy.
I still don't get it.
I think maybe I better fly on out there and pay him a visit. First, though, I drove around to Jerry Deke's pool room. Just why, I'm not sure now that I stopped to think about it. But you know something? It was Jerry Deeks who convinced me beyond the shadow of a doubt that my hunch was right. 100%.
What he done for a living, Mr. Dollar?
Yes, Mr. Deeks.
Anything Ike Perlinger made, he made right here, sir. Yes, sir.
You mean with a pool cue?
One of the steadiest shots I ever see. Mm-hmm. Most consistent, too. Yes, sir.
In spite of the way he liked his liquor?
Ike, liquor never would touch it.
You sure of that?
No, sir. Never touched it, sir, and I know.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I tried to give him some once, like a sort of present for the way that he's brought a lot of customers in here. Said no, he did. Said such stuff was nothing but poison.
Thank you, Mr. Deeks. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. For what?
You may not know it, but you've said one word to me, loud and clear.
Now, what's that, sir?
Murder.
It's a welcome change sometimes to have neighbors drop in unexpectedly for a visit. Weekdays here on the CBS Radio Network, we have a group of friendly folks who like to drop in on you, cheer your day along, and never once get in the way. They're Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Gary Moore, Bing Crosby, and Rosemary Clooney. CBS Radio's daytime stars. Every weekday, they furnish fun and frolic mixed with music at this lilting location on your radio dial. Tune in the daytime stars. They're good company.
Although it was now quite late. Item 6 is 10 cents for a phone call to Jack Price at his home.
What? You still out and circulating around?
I sure am, Jackson.
Why don't you get some sleep? Hey, what's up?
As soon as I can, I'm heading out to Eugene, Oregon.
To check up on that beneficiary?
Yep, among other things.
What do you mean, other things?
In the first place, I'm sure now that we have a murder case on our hands.
Ike was murdered, then?
Oh, I didn't say that.
What do you mean?
Just got me a wild idea, Jackson. You remember that old saying, Ike and Mike, they look alike?
Well, sure, but...
Well, just
what?
give that a thought while you're driving over to your office to meet me. Minutes later, in Jack's office, I took another look at Ike Pellinger's policy. I also went over the original application for it, and particularly the medical report and the x-rays.
Well?
Okay, Jackson. Now, if you don't mind, I'll use this phone.
Sure, go ahead, Johnny. Help yourself. But you still haven't told me what you meant by the Ike and Mike bit.
Just a hunch. But if it's the right one, there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Well, like what, for instance?
Like the possibility, for instance. Hello?
Hello?
Johnny Dollar, Pete.
Oh, what? Don't tell me you got on out there to Oregon already.
No, but listen, I'll call you from there sometime in the morning. In the meantime...
And you still think it was murder, huh?
Now I'm sure of it. You found some bottles in the remains of that fire, and that made you think Ike had got drunk and made that typical mistake of setting off his mattress with a lighted cigarette.
Well, I still think that's what happened.
In spite of the fact he never touched the stuff?
Yes, sir, in spite of the... What did you say?
You heard me. Listen, I've just looked over the x-rays on Ike Prellinger. First thing in the morning, at the crack of dawn, get your Doc Wyman to do a further autopsy on that stiff.
A further?
Yes. Have him look for marks from an old fracture of the first metatarsal on the right foot.
Oh, why?
If he doesn't find any, then you get busy and phone a complete description of Ike to the Missing Persons Bureau up in San Antonio. That's where Ike lived one time before he came here.
You think they might be looking for him?
For him? No.
Then I don't get it.
But if that description ties in with somebody who is missing from up there... listen, Pete.
Yeah?
If it doesn't, then you'll have to try every other town in Texas if necessary until somebody does recognize that description. And if the name turns out to be Mike somebody or other...
I still don't get it.
Just do it, Pete. Call Missing Persons Bureau until you get a positive reaction to that description. I'll phone you tomorrow from Eugene, Oregon. All right, now, Jack. I got to get me on out to the airport and see what kind of connections I can make. The connections I could make were anything but good. Item 7 is $199.75, and my routing took me to Houston, to Los Angeles, to Portland, and then finally Eugene. Because of the stopover at every point, it was well into the next morning by the time I got there. Item 8, $12.50 for a cab to Lou Livercomb's place off Deming Road, out beyond the Fern Ridge Reservoir. It was the kind of modest, well-kept sort of home you'd expect a retired country gentleman to live in, rather than a crook. The reason for that high taxi charge is because I asked the cabbie to wait for me. Remember that. As for Livercombe, he was the same suave, slippery old character I'd known 2 years before.
Yes, I heard from an old contact of mine that Ike Prellinger died down there in Corpus Christi. Too bad, darling. He was an old friend of mine.
Yes, so I understand.
As a matter of fact, he made me the beneficiary of his insurance. I've already mailed in a claim.
Why did he name you, Livercombe?
Why not? We used to work together, Ike and I.
You still working together?
Don't be ridiculous, Dollar. How could we be if he's dead?
Tell me, where have you been the past couple of days?
Right here. I haven't gone out beyond the mailbox for nearly a week.
Mm-hmm. Can you prove that?
Yes, I can prove it. Ask my next-door neighbor, old Morgan. I've seen and talked with him 2 or 3 times every day. And Mrs. Teller on the other side. I helped her gather in some wood yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning,
Yes. Yesterday afternoon, she brought me over an apple pie she'd made.
All of which makes a nicely set-up alibi for you, doesn't it?
Now, look here, Dollar. I don't know what you're getting at, but if you think you can tie me in with Prellinger's getting knocked off...
Did I say that?
Didn't you learn a couple of years ago that when you try to pin something on me, all you're going to do is fall flat on your face?
Suppose we see. Mind if I use your phone? Well?
Go ahead.
Thanks. The call was to Pete Frawley at police headquarters back in Corpus Christi. And the result of Dr. Wyman's further autopsy and Pete's call to San Antonio?
Dollar, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, Pete.
No broken bone in the foot of that stiff, so your hunch was right. It wasn't Ike Prellinger at all. It was somebody who was a dead ringer for him.
Taken there, planted there by Ike?
Well, that we can't be sure of. Anyway, not yet.
I'm sure of it.
But now listen. Like you suggested, I called the MPB in San Antone. Now, the missing man on their list fitted Ike's description perfectly. His name was Mike Ringler. So how you figured that one, I'll never know.
All right. Now, do you see what it means, Pete?
No, you tell me.
When Ike found that he had a double there in San Antonio, it gave him an idea. So he moved down to Corpus to carry it out.
What was it?
He got in touch with and made a deal with his old colleague in crime, Lou Livercombe, out here in Eugene. If Lou would pay the premium on a nice hunk of insurance, then when he supposedly died, they could split it. In this case, with double indemnity,
A total of $50,000.
Well, I'm a son of a gun.
It's an old one, but it's worked more than once.
Now, wait. We still have to round up Ike Prellinger.
Don't give that a second thought, Pete. I'll simply make the most of Lou's hospitality here in his home for a while. You'll what? For just as long as necessary.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Then when Ike arrives to pick up his cut of the insurance money, he thinks, well, Pete, I'll be right here and ready and waiting.
Okay, buddy. Hang it up. Hang it up, I said.
Johnny?
You hear me? You see this?
I'll, talk to you later, Pete. Well, Ike Prellinger,
That's right. Who are you? Who is he, Lou?
Don't you know him? That's Johnny Dollar, the insurance detective.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, Dollar, you won't be talking to anybody. Not later, not any time. You see this?
Haven't you made enough mistakes already, Ike?
Plug him, Ike. Let him have it. All right, Lou. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Now, listen, mister.
Cabby.
Hey, out of my way.
Hey, what's going on?
Look out, Cabby. Watch him.
Oh, no, you do.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, Ike.
And now you, Lou.
Holy mother. Wow.
Thanks, Cabby, for barging in the door that way and throwing him off balance.
Wowee. What you done to him? Say, what goes, anyhow?
Plenty. I'll tell you all about it while we drive these babies into police headquarters. Yep. It was good hunting. Not only because Ike will have to pay for the murder of Mike Ringler, but more important to me, because Lou Livercombe is finally ending up where he belongs. Behind bars. Expense account total? Oh, why don't you figure it up, Jackson? And don't forget my commission on the insurance that won't have to be paid out. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, only the shadow of a doubt locks up the case for me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were William Redfield as Pete Frawley, Maurice Tarplin as Jack Price, Reynold Osborne as Louis Livercombe, Lawson Zerby as Deeks, Ralph Bell as Ike Prellinger, and Bill Lipton as the cab driver. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Bill Gillian speaking. If someone you know has had an accident or an operation, the chances are he was given blood or blood plasma to prevent shock or to replace lost blood. Or perhaps one of your children came down with the measles and was given a shot of gamma globulin. That required blood for its manufacture. Whenever emergency arises in accidents, operations, or disasters, blood is urgently needed. And there's no time to get it after the emergency arises. It must be there, always ready for immediate use. The agency that collects the blood for our military and civilian hospitals and keeps blood banks all over the country well stocked is the Red Cross. This is only one of the countless invaluable services performed by this wonderful organization. One of the ways in which you can help the Red Cross is by giving blood regularly. There are many other ways you can help, too, doing various kinds of other useful volunteer jobs. Right now, during Red Cross Month, join and serve and help the Red Cross stay on the job for you.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar,
Yes?
this is Christian Albeck at International Life and Casualty in Boston.
Well, Mr. Albeck, I haven't heard from you in 3 or 4 years.
I know.
How are you?
Fine, just fine, Mr. Dollar. But I'm afraid I have a bit of a problem.
Well, who hasn't?
And I wonder if you could, what was that?
Nothing. You were going to say?
I wonder if you're free to come up here and see me right away.
I don't know why not. As long as you're willing to pay my expense account and commission, and maybe a little extra fee in addition.
Well, that remains to be seen. Of course, there is a $250,000 policy involved.
Say no more. I'm on my way.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the International Life and Casualty Insurance Company, Home Office, Boston, Massachusetts. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the 3-for-1 matter. Expense account item 1, $7.75, plane fare to Boston. Item 2, $2.25 for a cab to International's office in the little building at the corner of Tremont and Boylston, across from the Touraine Hotel. Come to think of it, it's not too far from station WEEI that carries the broadcast reports on these cases. Christian Albeck is in his late 40s, tall, blond, lantern-jawed. His casual manner and rather bland expression belie a sharp, keenly analytical mind. I've always had the feeling that he might always be just one jump ahead of me.
Sit down, won't you, Mr. Dollar?
Thank you, Chris. Only, why the mister?
Well, after all, you are in Boston, you know. Cigarette?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fairly noon. I take it you come up here by plane.
Mm-hmm. With an ulterior motive. I figured if I got here in time for lunch, I might persuade you to foot the bill over at the old Union Oyster House.
Well, why not? Afterwards, we can pick up a rental car for you.
Oh?
Yes. See, it'll be necessary for you to run up to Center Harbor in New Hampshire.
Up there at Lake Winnipesaukee again?
Yes, where you handled a case for us once before.
Great.
Huh?
Well, it's pickerel, perch, smallmouth bass. Only why didn't you tell me that on the phone, Chris, so I could have brought along some fishing tackle?
This time of year?
Oh, that's right. I kind of lost my head.
Now, why don't we go on over to the Oyster House, and while you're gorging yourself on seafood, I can tell you what this is all about.
Fine.
Another dozen on the half shell, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, are you kidding? I've had it. Oh, I just hope I can make it up to Lake Winnipesaukee. I come to think of it. To what, Chris?
To see if you can find out what's happened to a Mr. John Stewart Kirkman.
Kirkman?
Yes. He and his wife live on Red Hill Road up there at Center Harbor. He's a man of about 60, retired, worth quite a lot of money.
I see.
His wife telephoned me just before I called you this morning. She gave me no details, but it seems that Mr. Kirkman left the house sometime after dinner last evening, presumably to see a man on business of some kind or other. And, well, she simply hadn't seen or heard anything of him since.
A $250,000 policy, eh?
Yes, with a double indemnity clause.
She's checked with this man that he went to see?
She doesn't know who it was.
Well, what about the police up there? Chief Mike Sharp, isn't it?
Yeah. I talked to him this morning, too. He'll give you all the details, and he's happy you're on the case.
Well,
he thinks a lot of you, Johnny, Mr. Dollar, and he promises complete cooperation.
Well, good.
Incidentally, now,
Yeah? Well?
No. Nothing. Well, you see what you think when you get up there.
What I think about what, Chris?
Forget it.
No, wait a minute. You've got an idea maybe about someone who might have helped Mr. Kirkman disappear?
I didn't say that.
Now, don't start that again.
Again?
That other case up there, Winnipesaukee. If you'd told me your suspicions right at the beginning, it would have saved me a lot of trouble and your company a lot of expense.
Yeah, but if I'd been wrong...
But you were absolutely right.
Yeah, quite possible that I'm wrong this time.
Who do you suspect, Chris, of wanting to get him out of the way? Well, then, who is the beneficiary of this policy that he holds?
His wife, Mona.
$250,000, hmm?
Yeah.
Or maybe double that.
But I'm thinking of, well, 3 people, Dollar, who might, and I use the word might, now mind you.
Go on. Who are they?
Well, it's Charles B. Hockaway.
Who's he?
Hockaway, a sort of junior partner for a while in Mr. Kirkman's investment business here in Boston. Before Kirkman retired, went up there to live in Center Harbor.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Well, Hockaway borrowed a lot of money from him on a handshake. No contract. Never paid it back. For the simple reason that he's completely impractical, incompetent wastrel.
How much?
Nearly $100,000, I understand. Anyhow, last time I talked to Mr. Kirkman, he said he was going to take legal action, even if it meant complete ruin for Hockaway.
Did he?
I don't know. I do know that Hockaway was not only worried, but bitterly resentful.
He was?
He said he'd really earned the money, which isn't true. That Kirkman didn't need it, and that he'd see him in Hades before paying a cent of it. And a couple of months ago, Hockaway quietly took a little cottage up there in Center Harbor.
You think that in order to avoid paying off his debt, he would go so far as to...
No, I didn't say that. Then there's Mildred.
Mildred who?
Armstrong. She was Kirkman's first wife. When he divorced her, he made what was then a very generous settlement. But later, when he began to get really wealthy and wouldn't add to what he'd given her, well, I just happen to know that she's been threatening him for years.
Threatening to kill him?
Now, Mr. Dollar, I didn't...
All right. You didn't say that.
No. But she, too, has recently moved to Center Harbor.
Well, now, Chris...
And finally, there's Tony Benson, who's turned up in Wolfsboro on the other side of the lake.
And who is he?
Well, he's a fairly bright young fella. But basically, just a bomb. Just an irresponsible young... Now, Mr. Dollar, Tony has been in more scrapes. And I'll wager he's had at least a dozen different jobs in the last 10 years. There's been absolutely no good in any of them. Right now, he's a sort of dental assistant for Dr. Porteous.
And what's his beef?
Mona, Mr. Kirkman's wife. Tony was in love with her once, or with her fortune, really, but Kirkman beat him to it.
I thought Kirkman himself had the money.
Well, it was hers that enabled him to build up his business. Therefore, his own fortune, to the point where he could retire in 4 years.
Oh.
Anyhow, I don't think Tony would stop at anything to get even.
Oh, wait a minute. Get even with Kirkman or his wife?
Frankly, knowing the way that love can turn to hatred in such a case, I would have thought with Mona. But now, of course...
Well, they're pretty thin motives, it seems to me, Chris, all of them. But you think that one of those three might possibly have decided to put Kirkman out of the way?
No, I didn't say that. I only meant...
Okay, Chris. Let's get out of here. Get me a car and I'll be on my way. Item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car. By the time I'd covered the 125 miles or so to Center Harbor, it was late afternoon. Police Chief Mike Sharp was out of his little office, so I left a note on the door, went over and checked in at the Garnet Inn. I wondered which of the people that Chris had mentioned I should contact first. If, that is, anything actually had happened to Mr. Kirkman.
Yes, come in.
Well, howdy, Mr. Dollar.
Chief Sharp, nice to see you.
I thought maybe it was you who'd moved in here, and I saw that rental car out front.
Here I am.
About that Mr. John Stewart Kirkman, the man you come up here to look for?
Yes.
Might have saved yourself trouble, Mr. Dollar. Just found him myself.
Oh, well, good.
Found his body, rather. Mr. Kirkman's dead. Stone dead.
If you leave your car outside at night and hope in the morning it'll be all right. If your car's in a garage that has no heat, you want antifreeze protection that's real complete. Don't ask for trouble. Ask for DuPont Zerex Antifreeze.
For dependable protection against sudden drops in temperature all winter long, use DuPont Zerex Antifreeze. Even during a warm spell, Zerex won't boil away. It outlasts winter. And to guard against damaging rust and corrosion, Zerex has MR8 Rust Inhibitor, an exclusive DuPont development that protects all engine metals, including aluminum. So for safe, dependable protection, do as millions of motorists have done for over 20 years. Ask for Zerex Antifreeze. It's made by DuPont. Remember,
for cars left out at night or in unheated garages. Don't ask for trouble. Ask for DuPont Zerex Antifreeze.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Dollar, coming to that curve up ahead there.
Right, Chief.
Yeah, that is, unless you want the same thing to happen as happened to Mr. Kirkman. Maybe you better stop along about here.
Yes. I see those tire tracks
On over the edge of the curve and on through the broken fence there beyond.
Yeah, that's what happened to him, all right. Lost control, missed the curve, went on over the edge. Yeah, there. Now, see how it hit the bottom down there?
Yeah. 60 or 70 feet.
Well, come along, Miss Dollar. Watch your step here.
Yep.
Footing's not so good on this side of the hill.
Yeah, I see that. Who is that down there?
Old Doc Higby. He's the coroner. I want him just to be sure that body's all right.
How do you mean, all right?
Well, it looks pretty obvious, like an accident, but you didn't have a chance to look at those tire tracks as careful as I did.
Oh, I think I know what you mean about him, Chief.
Do you?
Yeah, there were no skid marks. They show that he tried to put on the brakes before going over.
Ah, that's right. Those tracks are so clear, so plain, Mr. Dollar.
You wonder if Kirkman wasn't dead before he hit the curve,
It's a possibility.
Maybe somebody killed him and propped him up behind the wheel, then helped that car over the edge.
Yes, sir. So, if Doc Higby has found any sign on him, any sign at all... Well, how about it, Doc?
Well, not a mark, Chief Sharp. Not a single mark onto him. Except for the blow to his head that killed him when the car rolled over.
You're sure of that, Dr. Higby?
Yeah. Eh?
I mean, there's no other mark that might possibly have accounted for his death. You're absolutely certain of that,
Now, just a minute, young man. Who is this young man talking to me like this?
No, Doc. This is Mr. Johnny Dollar. He's kind of a special
The Johnny
investigator.
Dollar? The insurance investigator?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, now, howdy, Mr. Dollar. I'm mighty pleased to meet you.
Well, thank you, Doctor, but,
You'll have to pardon his sparking up that way, Mr. Dollar. I guess we folks around here have him spoiled. He's just not used to having someone question his professional opinion.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, and I'm glad to know you, Doctor.
Yes, but, now, knowing how thorough you always are, Mr. Dollar, you see, I listened to all those reports on your cases over the radio, mostly on WGAN and over to Portland and on WEEI down to Boston.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir.
So, I suppose, in spite of my opinion, in spite of the way this looks like an accident, maybe I'd better do an autopsy.
I think it might be a good idea, Doctor, because if he was killed before the car rolled on down here...
I'll do it right away. If you two will help me get the body down to my car that's down below.
Sure. In the meantime, Chief Sharp...
Yeah, in the meantime, Mr. Dollar, just in case...
Yeah?
There are 3 people I'd like to make certain are still about in these parts.
Like Charles P. Hockaway, for instance?
Well, yes. But how'd you know?
And perhaps Mildred Armstrong and Tony Benson?
Yes, sir. Especially that Tony Benson over to Wolfsboro.
Okay. While you're rounding them up, I want a mechanic to look over the brake system on this car to find out, if possible, why it went over the edge.
That's a good idea. While you and Doc take in the body, I'll get a hold of Frank Marshall over at the gas station to look at the brakes, and then I'll round up those people you mentioned.
Fine. I didn't stick around to watch the autopsy, thank you, but went back to the Garnet Inn. It was dinner time, and in spite of the hefty lunch in Boston, I was hungry again. But as I went to my room to wash up... It's funny, I guess I forgot to lock it.
Oh, you locked it all right.
What? Who are you?
You're Johnny Dollar, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, I'm Tony Benson.
Well?
I saw the note you left on the door at Chief Sharp's office. I came over here to wait for you. Got tired of standing around, so I came up here and slipped the lock with a business card. Any objection?
And, if I decided that, you should be held for breaking and entering?
Well, it's a lot better than being held for murder, isn't it?
Murder?
Well, that's what that crazy old police chief would do in a minute if he could cook up something wrong about the way old Kirkman's car went over that cliff.
Oh, you know about it?
Doesn't everybody? But I don't want anybody accusing me of murder.
Why should they?
Because they all think I had a grudge against Kirkman, that's why.
Didn't you?
No. It wasn't him that did me dirt. It was that, it was Mona that left me flat. If I had a grudge against anybody, it was against her, not him. Well, if you don't believe me, ask her.
Maybe I will.
Anyhow, when I found out you were here, at least I knew I'd get a fair shake for a change.
Tony, you said murder. What makes you think Kirkman was murdered when all the signs point to an accident out there?
Now, listen, all I said was that old Chief Sharp would try and, well, cook up something just because he doesn't like me.
Maybe he has good reason.
Yeah?
Wait a minute. Johnny Dollar.
My name is Mildred Armstrong, Mr. Dollar.
Yes.
I must see you right away.
Oh, what about?
You know very well what about. About John Kirkman. And I'm not the one who murdered. Had him murdered.
What makes you think he's been murdered, Miss Armstrong?
Well, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes, he's dead, all right, but it looked like an accident.
I didn't know. Then there won't be any silly suspicion of me.
Well, should there be?
I beg your pardon?
Are you here in Center Harbor?
Yes. Why?
Well, then I think you'd better come on over here and see me.
Now, just a minute.
Or would you rather I had Chief Sharp bring you over?
Very well, Mr. Dollar. I'll be over to see you.
All right, now, Tony.
So, maybe now you got a better suspect, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if old Kirkman was murdered, what you said to that Armstrong dame. Now, look, if you want my opinion...
No, thank you. Oh, now what?
Mr. Johnny Dollar?
That's right.
Well, I'm glad to see you here. My name is...
Hi.
Tony.
Charlie boy, come on in. Join the party.
Mr. Hockaway, is it?
Oh, yes.
At this point, I guess I can only say I've been expecting you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, you came to tell me perhaps that...
That I didn't murder John Kirkman.
Yes, that word seems to be getting pretty common around here.
What's that?
How do you know he's been murdered?
Oh, I see. A little slip of the tongue, and you've immediately become suspicious. Well, don't, old man, because there's no reason to. What I meant was... you know.
Now, what did you mean, Mr. Hockaway?
Well, just that if there should turn out to be anything suspicious about the... Well, let's face it, Dollar. Kirkman and I were not on very good terms.
Yes, so I understand.
Careful, Charlie. You're sticking your neck out.
But if there should be any question of murder, old man, needless to say, I
didn't do it.
That's right. I'm glad you understand.
Sit down, Hockaway.
Oh, surely, Mr. Dollar.
Chief?
Yeah, this is Miss Armstrong, Mr. Dollar. Met her on the way over after I checked with Frank Marshall about the car.
Oh, won't you go on in, Miss Armstrong?
Well, Miss Armstrong.
As to where the other two are that I...
Yeah.
Where'd you find them, Mr. Dollar?
Well, let's say they found me, Chief. Have you checked with Dr. Higbee?
Yeah, let's shut this door a little.
Sure. Well?
Looks like we were wrong. Doc says it was the accident killed Mr. Kirkman, no doubt about it. So all this roundup of suspects...
Chief, what did Frank Marshall say about the brakes on the car?
He went over it with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Dollar. Nothing tampered with, no loose connections, nothing wrong at all.
I see.
Well, only one thing. There was no fluid in the brake lines.
What?
You know, that copper tubing that carries the fluid.
Oh?
But only because of a tiny little leak, a little hole so small that even his smallest drill wouldn't fit in it.
That car's pretty new.
Yeah. So it must have been just a defective piece of that tubing let fluid leak out.
Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Huh?
Chief.
Yeah?
Look, go on in there and keep an eye on the suspect while I go over and take a look at that car, will you?
Yeah, but I thought that you... Suspect?
That's right.
But who? Which one?
Judging by the way they all descended on me as though to make sure I wouldn't suspect them, it could be any one of them. But you just sit tight right here and we'll see.
Night, Tommy. See you in the morning. Now,
Yes, Frank?
Well, like I told Chief Sharp, Mr. Dollar, must have been an accident. These brake lines on this car have been tampered with, and I would have known it right away.
I'm sure you would, Frank.
Sure. Any wrench or other tool had been put on any connections, any bleedle lines, I'd have noticed. Kind of would have disturbed the mud from that last rain we had. Would have left a mark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no saw marks, anything like that, anywhere on that copper tubing. And I also checked the master cylinder and all four wheel cylinders, too.
Well, then how do you account for no fluid in the lines?
Well, I thought about that myself. Count if I'd checked the fluid level last time I did a lube jar on this car, last week.
The chief said that there is a small hole in one of the lines.
Yes, sir. It's a defect in the tubing. Leastwise, it's much too small for any drill point.
Is it?
Oh, yes, sir. And I know because I got drill points in my kit all the way down to 128th of an inch. The hole's a lot smaller than that.
Is it all right if I get under and take a look?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Here, you can use this crawler here. Just lay down, roll under.
Good. You have a flashlight?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, right here.
Is there any kind of a magnifying glass around here?
Yeah, sure. You can use this little pocket magnifier if you want.
Okay, fine.
The hole in that copper tubing that carries the brake fluid was tiny. But under the magnifying glass, it was all too obvious that someone had drilled it there. And remember this. Where an ordinary metal drill leaves a burr, a bit of metal shaving on the edge of a hole that it's cut, here there was none.
See it under there? Too small for any kind of drill. Much too small.
Any kind? Sorry, Frank. That's where you're wrong.
Oh, howdy, Mr. Dollar.
Chief?
Where you been, Dollar? Not digging up another suspect for the murder that wasn't a murder after all?
Yes, the chief has just told us it was an accident due to faulty brakes.
All right, it's all over. It's all settled now.
So you see, Mr. Dollar, I told you there was no cause for suspicion.
Right. So come on, let's get out of here.
Just one question first.
Yes, what is it, Mr. Dollar?
What is it?
Tony,
Yeah?
You're a dental assistant, aren't you?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Then you ought to be more careful with the equipment.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Or don't you remember what you did with this dental drill that you borrowed from the office?
Well,
this tiny drill that you used to drill a hole in that brake line.
No.
You don't remember where you put this drill without bothering to clean it? Without bothering to clean off the chips of copper on it after you used it on the brake line? Well, Tony?
You're pretty smart, you know.
No. Just smart enough. So, once again, it's up to the courts. And how about the switch on this one? I mean, the logical suspect being the logical suspect for once. Expense account total, including board and room, mileage on the rental car, and the trip back to Hartford, plus incidentals, of course, $81.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the cleverest ways to work a racket that ever tripped up a crook. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone. Produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Leora Thatcher as Mildred, William Mason as Tony, Robert Donnelly as Chris, Robert Dryden as the police chief, Reynold Osborne as Charles, Arthur Cole as the doctor, and Bill Lipton as Frank. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Durward Kirby's favorite program, The Gary Moore Show, on the CBS Radio Network.
At roll 59 on your Tri-Cities dial, this is WROW Music in Albany, New York.
Young man, are you gambling with your future? Going round and round in circles, waiting for a break? Well, has Lady Luck smiled on you lately? Too bad. But your future's still ahead of you. Why not kiss Lady Luck goodbye and put the odds in your favor? Choose your own job training in today's Army, and then watch your future pay off.
You can choose job training before you enlist. Before you enlist in the modern Army.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Henry Foreman down here in Port Jarvis, New York.
Port Jarvis?
That's right.
Lucky man.
I beg your pardon?
Well, the Delaware River on one side and the Neversink on the other, and that Neversink just happens to be one of my favorite trout streams.
Oh, I see.
Many's the time I've wet a line in that piece of water. Foreman, did you say?
Yes, I'm the local representative for Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company.
What can I do for you, Mr. Foreman?
Not for me, Mr. Dollar, but for one of my clients. I should say the husband of one of our clients, one of our rather important clients.
Yes?
His name is Tekler, Rudolph Tekler, and he lives a few miles north here, the other side of Monticello.
I see.
Lovely place. 200 or 300 acres of beautiful woodland, a private lake, and so on.
Sounds very nice.
Usually, though, at this time of year, they're back in New York at their big apartment, one of those luxurious duplex affairs on East River.
Also sounds like they're really loaded.
Loaded? Yes. Oh, you mean... yes, Mr. Dollar, they're quite wealthy.
Well, now, what's his problem?
I haven't the least idea. All I know is that he called me a few minutes ago, and he asked, well, as a matter of fact, he insisted that you come and see him. If, that is, you have some free time, and by that he meant anything from a few days to a few weeks.
Funny. Must have something to do with his insurance.
I don't know, sir.
Well, look, Mr. Foreman.
He did make it very plain that it's most important. Important to you, that is, to you personally.
To me?
Yes, he implied that if there were any question about your expenses, so on, why, he'd be more than glad to pay your expense account himself.
Ah.
Yes. In other words, Mr. Dollar...
In other words, maybe I can be a little free with the old expense account for a change.
Well, now, that isn't quite what I was thinking.
Well, let's pretend it was, though.
Now, look
now,
here.
just relax, Mr. Foreman. I'll grab a plane or a train or something and be down there to see you.
Now, Mr.
I'll
Dollar.
see you.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company office in Port Jarvis, New York. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Monticello mystery matter. Expense account item 1, $9.10 plane fare to New York. Item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car. I picked up Route 46, then 23, and some 70-odd miles later, pulled into Port Jarvis at the point where Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York all come together. It's a nice little city there on the Delaware. Quite a railroad center, and even better known for its glass companies. Henry Foreman's office was on Main Street, and after the usual howdy-do's, I again asked the question.
Believe me, Mr. Dollar, I don't know anything more about it than I told you on the phone. But in view of this company's policy of service to its clients, service of any kind, well, I felt we must accede to his request that you be brought down here.
I see.
And after all, when you consider the size of Mrs. Tekler's life policy alone, the annual premiums we collect on it, and remember this too, sir. She was a client of the company's long before she married Tekler. She's the widow of the late Horace Rathbun Mellinger. Well, you know.
The big steel and oil fortune.
Yeah.
Well, it's no wonder, then, the Teklers are loaded.
Precisely.
Well, just give me their address, and I'll see what I can do about inaugurating a Share the Wealth program. I drove north on 42 for some 25 miles to Monticello. Especially at this time of the year, this foot of the Catskills country is mighty beautiful. Then west for a few miles to the little town of Bethel, then north on a narrow, twisting little road to a spot somewhere between Canosa Lake and Swan Lake. There was a tall steel wire fence about the place, but the heavy gate was unlocked, so I went on through. And there it was. About as isolated and beautiful a place as I've ever seen. It might as well have been 100 miles away from the dozens of resorts and vacation spots that dot that area. The main building, the lodge, I guess you'd call it, was a kind of a large, two-story log cabin affair with a high peaked roof that would shed the winter snow. It was surrounded on three sides by tremendous trees, and they framed the lodge perfectly. It was a picture spot of the sort you see in a movie. And on the fourth side, out in front of the lodge and not more than 100 yards away,
One look at that blue, placid lake, and there must have been at least 20 acres of it, made me wish that I'd brought along every bit of fishing tackle I'd ever owned. As I stood there by the side of my car, taking it all in, a pair of lunker smallmouth bass jumped clear of the water, scattering it like the proverbial pearls in the sunshine.
So you like it, huh?
Like it? Oh, brother, what a fisherman's heaven this is.
Yes, it really is. And you must be Johnny Dollar, and I'm Rudy Tekla. And how are you?
Spellbound, if you want the truth. I didn't think a place like this ever really existed. Look at that. Did you see him?
I saw him.
Son of a gun, Mr. Tekla. That bass just broke water out there. Must be over 3 pounds. You're a fisherman, too?
Mm-hmm. I certainly am.
What are we doing just standing here?
I thought you might just possibly feel that way about it.
Why, sure. Why aren't we out there and... Oh, it is slightly out of season, isn't it?
Well, what's the difference? Private lake on private property. If the game warden comes around, I just shoo him away.
I also forgot that I'm supposed to be up here on business.
Oh? Are you?
Well, aren't I?
Not so far as I know.
You're kidding.
Not a bit.
Well, you sent for me, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. My wife and I sent for you, but not on business.
I don't get it. Not on business?
Not a bit of it.
Well, why then?
Johnny, suppose you go on into the house. Here, I'll help you with your bag.
Well, now, wait, Mr. Tekla.
Oh, no, come. Mr. Tekla, a fine fishing pal you're going to make. To you, it's Rudy, okay?
Okay, Rudy, fine. Now, what was that crack about a fishing pal?
Come along into the house, meet Nancy, my wife. Come on.
All right. But if you're implying that you sent for me just to fish this beautiful lake of yours...
Well, why not?
Well, I'm afraid it's a little hard to believe.
I don't see why.
Well, let's just say I've been around, Mr. Rudy.
Well, then maybe if Nancy tells you the same thing.
Well, much as I'd like to, I still won't believe it.
Come along and we'll see.
Maybe because of long years in this job of mine, I'm overly suspicious. But it all seemed just a little too good to be true. Now, I ask you, what would you think if a couple of complete strangers casually handed you the sort of chance and situation you've only dared dream about all your life? Yes. And when I met Mrs. Tekla there in the lodge, that silly little bell in the back of my head that saved my job and even my life on occasion, that warning, if you like, suddenly began to ring out loud and clear.
Have you ever stopped to realize how lucky we are? When people behind the Iron Curtain turn on their radios, they hear only what their leaders want them to hear. In this country, you can flick a switch day or night and get a true, complete report of what's happening everywhere. You get the news first, fastest, most accurately, and most completely when your dial is set to this CBS radio network station. Because the network is serviced by the far-flung fact-gathering facilities of expanded CBS News. Experienced CBS newsmen stationed in strategic places of the world over are on top of a story the moment it breaks. For news about local, state, national, and international affairs, even the news from out of this world, count on the frequent broadcasts of expanded CBS News. Hear CBS News every hour on the hour, every weekday. Wherever you are, keep in touch with the world through world-spanning CBS News. In this land where the news is free and reliable, let CBS News satisfy your need to know.
Mrs. Rudolph Tekla, beneficiary of the vast Horace Rathbone Mellinger fortune, was short, sweet, pert, and pretty. About 5 feet 2 or 3 with a trim, almost wiry figure. She had a pale, flawless complexion, sparkling dark blue eyes that contrasted with her light-colored hair, and she gave the impression of being very active, very alert, in spite of the fact that she must have been almost 60 years of age.
Then you do like our little country place, Mr. Dollar.
Like it? I love it, Mrs. Tekla.
Oh, I knew you would. We do, too, don't we, darling?
Well, you know the answer to that as well as I do, Nan.
And, Johnny, you must call me Nancy, even if only to flatter me and make me feel young again.
Well, you are young, Nancy.
Well, thank you. In spite of the fact I had to ask for it.
Not at all.
You see, Johnny, this was Horace's. He was my first husband. Horace's hunting lodge. We used to come up here during the deer season, and we'd have all sorts of people around shooting off guns and playing poker all night and eating their heads off and making a general nuisance of themselves. But Horace liked it, so I put up with it. spite of all the work it meant for me.
It certainly did, and it still does. And I think we ought to bring a couple of the servants up here.
Oh, now, darling.
Well, you work much too hard all the time we're here.
Yes, but I like getting away from the servants for a change. And all their problems.
Well, I know, Nan.
And
but...
it's no hardship for me. Does me good, keeps me healthy.
Well, just the same, Nancy, next year when we come up here...
Next year? Well, we'll see. But if I'm feeling as well as I do now... Well, anyway, Johnny...
Yes?
After Horace died, well, Rudy's never liked hunting, have you, dear?
Well, Johnny, I'm no sissy, but I just don't like killing, that's all. I mean, poor, dumb animals. Fishing, though? That's something else again.
I'm with you.
So, after Rudy and I got married, that was in 58, well, that's when he put in the lake. Stocked it with nice big bass and some pickerel and sunfish and bluegills and things.
Oh, you have me fairly drooling, you know that.
Well, I'm glad, because that's the reason I thought of having you up here. And when I suggested it to him, at first he thought I was silly. But then when he had a chance to think it over, he was just as enthusiastic about having you here as I was.
Just to go fishing?
Well, Johnny, I'll make a true confession. I'm an old fan of yours.
Oh?
I never miss those weekly radio reports you make on the cases you solve.
Well, maybe I'm lucky you don't know about the ones I don't solve.
I think the work you do is wonderful. And I've wanted to meet you for years.
Well, I thank you, ma'am.
Well, but never having any insurance problems, well, I just couldn't think of a logical excuse. And I knew you'd only be bored to death at any of the constant round of big, dull parties we have to give all winter long down in New York.
And believe me, Johnny, they are dull. But they're expected in this circle that we're obliged to travel in.
You know, Johnny, old friends of Horace's, so what can we do? Anyway, one Sunday night, listening to one of your radio reports, well, I suddenly realized you constantly talk about fishing. So here you are, and please stay as long as you like.
Nancy, I love you dearly.
Good. And by way of celebration, darling, why don't you pour us all a drink, huh?
Good idea.
And then while I'm fixing dinner, there'll still be about an hour of daylight. Why don't you two go out on the lake?
A very good idea.
And Johnny Dollar, if you don't bring back at least a couple of 5-pounders...
I promise, Nancy. Honest Injun. Short, sweet, pert, and pretty, I said. I should have added one more adjective. Smart. And that's why, in spite of her excuse for having me around, I wondered what her real reason was. But they didn't give me much time for wondering or anything else. Within half an hour, Rudy and I were out on the lake. That beautiful hunk of water so loaded with fighting bass that who could miss coming in with a limit? But we did. For no sooner had we got started across toward the far side, where there was plenty of the reeds and lily pads the big ones like to hide under.
Johnny, it looks to me...
Yeah, I see the place, Rudy, and if there aren't some lunkers over there, I'll eat my shirt.
No, what I was thinking
I still think we could have caught a sackful right off the dock.
But not the big ones. No, what I was thinking of is that mass of black clouds moving in on us there.
You're right. Look, there's a little shop building up in the water, too.
Yes, I'm afraid we're in for a sudden blow and a lot of rain. You know what that does to the fishing.
Oh, darn it, especially in a shallow lake like this one.
But I tell you, it's not as shallow as it looks.
Oh?
See, this was a kind of canyon up here in these mountains before we dammed it up, and some of the spots are nearly 20 feet deep.
Maybe we'd better figure... Uh-oh.
Yeah, here it comes.
Boy, don't you mean here it is. Wow.
Regular cloudburst. Certainly can't fish in this, can't even see where we are.
I'm afraid you're right, Rudy.
Well, don't you worry. We'll have plenty of time in the days ahead for all the fishing you can take.
Well, that may be a bigger order than you think.
Of course, if this blows over, we can come out tonight again. Sometimes the night fishing is great.
I'll try anything.
But as long as it keeps up like this... Oh, well, I'm sorry. So we'll go on back to the dock. If I can find it, then back to the house, build a big fire. We can sit in front of it and drown our sorrows, huh?
You mean if we don't get ourselves drowned first?
Right.
After cocktails, and plenty of them, during the delicious dinner Nancy had cooked for us, although we talked about nothing but fishing, I began to wonder again. Because I suddenly became aware of something between these two that hadn't shown before, but I couldn't quite put my finger on. A sort of tension that they both very obviously tried to hide. This very young man and the older, wealthy woman he'd married. Later, in the living room, as we sat in front of a roaring fire and Rudy became a bit too generous with the highballs, especially his own, I wondered some more, because several times when he glanced over at her while she was talking to me, there was a very strange look in his eyes. Fear?
Could it have been fear? But of what? I decided I'd better get him alone and talk to him, but by the time Nancy went up to her room to bed, the drinks had had their effect on him, and he didn't make very much sense.
Just one more little one, huh, Johnny? I mean, for a sort of nightcap.
No,
huh?
thanks, Rudy. I've had enough. You always drink this much?
Oh, well, remember what I said this afternoon? Drown your sorrows. I said, drown your sorrows. Yeah, Johnny, it's a very good idea. Okay, bottoms up. Oh.
Rudy, are you worried about something?
Why, me? With lots of money, I never have to do liquor work. Nice little wife, couple of nice places to live. Not me, Johnny. Not a thing in the world. Not as long as I can drown my sorrows. Hey, let's have just one more.
Now, look, if the weather stays clear the way it is right now, and we're going to do any fishing tomorrow morning, maybe we better hit the sack, huh?
Yeah, sure, okay. You find your way up to your room all right?
I think I can. The point is, can you?
Me? Oh, sure. Right next to Nancy's room. You're on the other side. Oh. Well, shall we?
I think we'd better. I helped him up to his room, put him to bed, and he promptly went out like a light. What he'd said about the clean, cool mountain air was certainly true. I slept like a log, almost as though I'd been drugged, and not because of the after-dinner drinks. I'd watched that pretty carefully. Then, shortly after sunup, came the rude awakening.
Yeah, yes, Johnny. Johnny!
Yes. What's the matter, Rudy? What is it?
It's Nancy. Something's happened to her. Come on, quickly, quickly!
Where can you find such entertainers as Buster Davenport and his Talking Minor Bird? Where can you find Lucille and her magic ocarina, or Little Billy and his 14-piece jug band? Well, frankly, we don't know where you can find them. But one sure thing, here on the CBS Radio Network, you find the top names in show business: Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Gary Moore, Bing Crosby, and Rosemary Clooney. And you find them here every weekday morning. Guaranteed entertainment, Monday through Friday, right here at the Star's address.
All right, what is it, Rudy? What's happened?
She's gone. Nancy's gone. Something's happened to her. Look at this. Her bed's been slept in, but she isn't here.
All right, now, just take it easy. Maybe she just got up early to fix breakfast for us before we go out on the lake.
No, Johnny. She isn't anywhere. I mean, not anywhere in the house. I've looked all over.
Out for an early walk, maybe.
What, without getting dressed?
How do you know that?
Look, the only things that are missing are the nightgown she wore and her robe and a pair of slippers.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you've checked every other article of clothing she owns?
Well, no, of course not. But those things are missing.
Did you look around the ground?
Oh, yes, all over. Except in the woods, of course.
Which just happens to cover most of this place of yours.
Johnny, the point is she's gone without letting me know. I say something's happened to her.
How many cars do you keep here?
Well, just the one, but it's still in the garage. Besides, Nancy doesn't drive.
Did you look for any footprints when you were outside?
Yes.
In the mud from that rain we had?
Yes, Johnny, there were none.
How about tracks down at the gate?
The road is paved down to the gate, even out to the highway.
Is there any way off the property except through that gate?
No, there's no other way out. What could have happened to her?
Just calm down, Rudy. Let me get some clothes on and we'll look around.
I hope she's all right.
Any reason why she shouldn't be?
Well, no, of course not, and yet...
Yes? Well?
Oh, there was something. Last night, Johnny, there in front of the fireplace.
Yeah?
Well, didn't you get the feeling, too, that she was worried about something?
Now that you mention it, yes. But what?
I wish I knew. Then maybe I'd know what's happened to her.
All right, you go downstairs and make some coffee while I get into my clothes. Then we'll have a look around. I still didn't understand all his alarm until we had to look around that place. And I mean all of it. There was no sign of her anywhere, no clue as to why or where she'd gone. And to leave by that front gate and only a nightgown and a robe, Rudy must have been wrong about that.
But even if she did change, why aren't those things still here? And why did she leave? And without letting me know, Johnny, it isn't like her.
Rudy, any problems between you two?
Oh, good heavens, no. Nothing serious.
In spite of all her money? And let's face it, your comparative youth...
Oh, now wait a minute. Now, I resent that, Johnny. I mean, whatever implication you're trying to make.
What about your drinking?
What, do you say that just because I happened to have a few too many last night? Oh, no. Now, that's ridiculous. And she would have told me if she'd really objected to it.
Speaking of which, I think I could use one.
Yes. Yes, so can I.
All right, I'll get us something.
No, I'll get them. The stuff is still on the bar from last night.
I'll get them, Rudy. You just sit tight and keep an eye out this front window in case.
Well, but I... All right. Bourbon, you know?
Yes, I know. It had really hit me. Two things. Several things. Like the complete lack of a hangover, though I'd had to help him up to bed only a few hours before. Nancy and I had been drinking scotch. He'd taken all of his from a bottle of bourbon, so I checked that bottle. Bourbon? Nothing but weak tea. So he'd been putting on an act last night. Why? And why the insistence on keeping my glass filled? More things. That crack about drowning his sorrow, for instance. Was Nancy his sorrow? Because she got wise to the fact that he'd married her only for money? And was she the one who was really afraid? Is that why she'd sent for me? Of course, he hadn't wanted me around at first until he realized what a wonderful cover-up I'd be for him. But then where was the body? There was one place, a very obvious place, maybe so obvious I wasn't expected to think of it. It's the obvious we most often overlook. Or was all this just wild speculation on my part? I had to find out.
You say a hunch, Johnny?
Yes, Rudy, and by some miracle, they usually pay off for me.
Well, what kind of a hunch?
There's one place on this property we didn't think of.
Where?
You just sit tight and finish your drink while I have a look.
Well, all right, Johnny.
You wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes. The little dam there at one end of the lake was a simple affair. 2 concrete abutments with a wall of 12-inch planks between them, one on top of the other. To raise the water level, you added a plank, and to lower it, of course. It was a bit of a struggle to pry away the top one, but I managed it. And the water started pouring out into a sort of canyon below, and then, as I fully expected...
Johnny, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?
Yes, I know, Rudy. I hate to spoil
the whole lake will go down.
You want to give me a hand and help me pull another one of these planks?
What?
Until we get the water low enough to see where you left her body after you killed her last night? Well, Rudy?
Johnny, look, it won't be necessary. You see, I'll show you the spot, but listen to me.
I'm listening.
Not only the insurance, but all of her estate, it'll mine. And without her to dole it out to me like she would to a child. And there's plenty. You see? There's plenty for both of us.
Rudy.
We'll both be rich, Johnny. You understand? You see what I mean? It'll be so easy.
Rudy, I hate to sound corny.
Yes?
But why don't you try telling that to a judge? Any comments? Why bother? I hate this kind of case. But it does happen. Expense account total, including mileage on the rental car and the trip back to Hartford, $71.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the Everglades of Florida. And believe me, there are spots in there that can be pretty dangerous. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were William Redfield as Rudy, Adele Ronson as Nancy, and Reynold Osborne as Henry Foreman. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanson.
Johnny Dollar? Oh, I beg your pardon. This is Earl Pullman's residence.
Well, it better be.
Who's that, Earl?
Who else? Now, listen, Johnny.
The idea sneaking out of the house on me this way and at the crack of dawn. Where are you, Earl?
Down here at my office.
What?
Well, why not?
I thought you and I were going fishing this morning.
We are. Now, look, when you got down here to Sarasota, when was it, a week ago today?
That's right, and you promised me this was one trip to Florida for nothing but fishing.
Well, now, Johnny...
So what happened? I wasn't here more than 15 minutes before you had me involved.
Well, I know,
and as soon as I cleared it up, what happened? You turned on a few days of windy, rainy weather, and all I can do is sit here.
Will you listen
the one
to me?
sunny day you picked to spend there in your office, my pal.
Did I say I've come down here to work?
What else?
Well, now, you remember that item in the Herald Tribune the other day about your being here?
Yes, and the one in the evening paper and the blurb on WSPB, and I thank you for the publicity.
All right.
What has that got to do with the weather and the fishing?
Well, I said, will you listen to me?
Okay. And it better be good.
Well, it is, and you're going to love it.
Now, all that publicity you just mentioned has every fishing guide within miles making offers to take you out on the Gulf. You know, to prove to you once and for all that the fishing down here is just as good as Todd Swam and his Chamber of Commerce advertise.
So?
So I came down here to look over these offers and decide which one we'd take advantage of today, now that the weather's cleared.
And have you?
I have. Old Captain Barney Beale.
Good.
He runs a half-baked fishing camp down at Lemon Bay and is not only a good skipper, but he happens to be a client, a policyholder.
Uh-huh.
And he guarantees to find us snook, sea trout, blues, bonito, pompano, kings, anything you want. So if you'll hop into my car and pick me up, we'll be on our merry way.
Now, you sure there isn't some teeny little unimportant insurance matter that maybe I'd better just kind of look into before we head for the briny deep?
No, sir, Johnny, I swear it. I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die. Well, you coming?
Okay. I'm coming. But if he tries to get me involved in another mess...
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company branch office in Sarasota, Florida, where I thought I had gone for a few days of fishing. But following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Guide to Murder matter. Expense account item 1. Well, after all, as long as I was on expense account, why not be nice about it? So item 1 is $4.38 to fill up the gas tank on Earl Pullman's fancy air-conditioned car. 5 minutes later, I walked in on him at the office.
All right. Come on, Johnny. Help me up in my crutch, and we'll go fishing.
I'm with you. Captain Barney Beale down there at Lemon Bay was quite a character. About 65, I'd say. Tall, lean, and wiry, and his skin tanned to the color of cordovan. His deep-set eyes were that peculiar bluish gray that made you wonder if they were looking right on through you, and sharp enough to spot a seagull diving after bait a half a mile away. His boat, the Barney B, looked as well-weathered as he did, and the faded lettering across the stern showed the old craft had come from Gloucester, Mass., which helped to account for his speech. Instead of a southern drawl, it was pure New England.
Yeah, born in New Hampshire, Mr. Dollar. But I learned my sea fishing down off the Cape.
Cape Cod, Captain?
Yes, sir. Off the George's Bank and the Nantucket Shoals. Develops a kind of instinct in a man, it does.
Well, I hope that instinct's working today.
Hasn't failed me yet. Not in all the 7 years I've been a guiding down here to this country. Now, you see that long stretch up ahead with the mangrove islands on either side?
Yep.
Snook Alley, they call it. Now then, let's see if we can hook up one or two.
One or two, we took no less than 7 fighting snook out of that spot, and all of them over 10 pounds. Then out in the Gulf, there were pompano and jacks and kings and just about everything else you can think of. By mid-afternoon, I was completely and happily exhausted from hauling them in. Earl, meantime, had laid himself across a thwart and slept. So we went on back to the dock, selected a couple of nice pompano to take home, then trudged wearily over to where I'd parked Earl's car.
That's a mighty pretty car you got there, Mr. Foreman.
Yeah, well, a lot of good it's doing me these days with this busted ankle. Having to depend on Johnny here, the speed demon, to get me around.
A lot more fancy than my old Maxwell it is.
Did you say Maxwell?
Yep. Drove it all the way down here from New Hampshire, I did. 1922 Maxwell.
And it's still running?
Yep. Had it up to Venice after groceries just a week ago, last Saturday. You'd like to see it?
I sure would. Earl, would you mind waiting?
No, go ahead, Johnny.
Right over here in the garage, Mr. Dollar.
1922, huh?
Yep, and the finest car I ever owned. Come to think of it, the only one. Real cheap to run, too. That's why I keep it. Now then, here we are. Here now.
Well, sir, there's it. My, oh, my, Mr. Dollar. Who is he? And what's happened to him?
The he that Captain Barney spoke of was slumped there in the front seat of the ancient Maxwell, his face against the wheel and turned in our direction. The face was gray, a mask of death.
Proud we are, we being the CBS radio network, to be able to bring you on this station each weekday the songs of Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney. In addition to the sparkling Bing Crosby-Rosemary Clooney show, we're equally delighted to present at this same time each weekday the assorted talents of Art Linkletter, the house party man, Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby, and the rousing Arthur Godfrey Time. There's no business like show business, and nowhere else such a fine sampling of same than on this blockbuster CBS Radio Network Entertainment Fest. The nicest thing about it is, should you miss any or all of these great stars on a Monday, you can catch right up with them the next day, or any weekday you're so minded. Remember, nowhere else can you enjoy each and every weekday the Bing Crosby-Rosemary Clooney show, the conversational gifts of Gary Moore and his foil, Durwood Kirby, the kids, comedy, and cut-ups of Art Linkletter's house party, and the air of glee with gusto that's a specialty of Arthur Godfrey Time.
A quick examination of the body made it pretty evident that the man, whoever he was, had died of carbon monoxide poisoning. What's more, the ignition switch of the old Maxwell was in the on position. The gasoline gauge said empty. More important, I could find no marks on the body that might have indicated a struggle of any kind.
My, Mr. Dollar, this is a terrible thing. Terrible.
Do you know who he is, Captain Barney?
No, can't say I ever saw him before in my life. But he's certainly dead, isn't he?
He's certainly dead.
Handsome man, too. Can't be more than maybe 50, 55 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that beautiful head of hair. Oh, nice clothes, too, yeah.
You better not touch him.
Oh, don't you worry about that.
When did you say you last used this car of yours, Captain?
Week ago, last Saturday.
Did you fill the gas tank then, by any chance?
Yep, filled it up the top. See, huh? Empty now.
Yes. And the garage has been locked ever since?
Ever since, Mr. Dollar. Nobody else but me has a key for it. But now, look here, sir.
Don't touch anything, Captain.
Oh, I won't, sir, I won't. You see here? The latch on this window is open.
Let's see. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So these spider webs all over it, though.
So this must be the way that he got in to do this to himself. I know that I should have always kept the keys in this car.
Captain, do you have any idea who the coroner is for this neck of the woods?
Yep. Old Dr. Hill lives over to this side of Cape Martin.
Then you better call him. Have him get over here right away.
Yes, sir. Do that right away.
And ask Mr. Poorman to come in and have a look.
Yeah, right here, Johnny.
Earl?
What's all the excitement?
Look for yourself there behind the wheel of the old Maxwell.
Hmm?
Ooh. Yeah.
How long has it been dead? Well, sir, Mr. Dollar, I'd say about a day.
I see.
Or maybe 2.
Oh?
Or maybe even 3. So for the sake of the record, I'll say it's been 2 days. Yes, sir.
And the cause?
Well, exactly what you said, Mr. Dollar. Carbon monoxide poisoning. No question of it, sir. That's what it is. That's what I'll put on the certificate.
Any idea about who he might be, Doctor?
No, and I'll tell you this, sir. There's no patient of mine would ever commit suicide this way.
You're sure it's suicide?
Well, of course it is. You don't see any marks on the body to indicate otherwise, do you?
No.
Well, of course you don't.
But I assume you'll do an autopsy anyway, won't you?
Autopsy? No, sir. No need for it. No need for it at all. No. I'll be on my way.
Just 1 minute, Doctor.
Now, you just stop worrying about it, Mr. Dollar. I'll have the boys come along over here and pick him up and take him to the morgue at Cape Martin, where I keep my office, and anybody wants to claim him, all well and good.
Well, just the same, sir.
If nobody claims him, why, they'll see that he gets a decent burial in the potter's field. And that'll be that. So you just stop worrying about him, huh?
Okay. You're the doctor.
That's right. Good day, Mr. Pullman. Captain Barney.
Bye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor. Good day to you, Doctor. Well, Mr. Dollar.
You're absolutely sure you don't recognize him, Captain Barney, now that you've had another look at him?
Absolutely certain, Mr. Dollar.
Well, I know he isn't any client of ours, so the doctor says, Johnny, why worry yourself about it? No point in it.
Yes, maybe you're right, Earl.
Sure, leave it up to local police if there is anything to investigate. And you don't really think there is, I hope. Well, come on, Johnny. Let's get on back to Sarasota before you start trying to blame me for getting you involved in something.
Earl, why don't you and Captain Barney load those fish into the car? While I take just one more look at this? Instead of wasting time on further examination of the body, I went back for another look at the window that Captain Barney had pointed out, where the dead man had apparently made his entry, carefully closing it after him. One of the panes was a brand new one, put in only recently. By whom? And why? There were several shards of glass from the old pane there on the floor, so I picked up one of them, cleaned it very carefully, and then, by the simple expedient of moistening the corpse's hands, took a set of fingerprints. Then I joined the others at the car.
Oh, at least let me pay you something for the trip today.
Not a bit of it, though I thank you, Mr. Pullman. It was a pleasure and a privilege to be a guide for a famous man like Mr. Dollar. Writ up in all them papers and all, and on the radio.
Well, we're certainly much obliged then, aren't we, Johnny?
Of course. Next time I'll have to make my regular charge.
Oh, don't you worry, Captain Barney. We'll be down here again.
Right.
Maybe very soon.
That was a fine way to end a pleasant day. But I told you I'd get you some good fishing, Johnny. And if you meant that about coming down here again, I'm all for it. Of course, that means you'll have to stick around a bit longer than you may have planned, because tomorrow I thought we might take my boat out and maybe just... Johnny? You listening?
Oh, of course, Earl. See Captain Barney again, you said.
Oh, well, that's almost what I said. Look, what's bothering you anyway? You mean maybe the kind of casual way that he took the finding of that body in his own garage?
Among other things.
Hey, wait a minute. We better go back there again. We forgot to look and see if there was a wallet or any papers or anything to identify.
No, the doctor and I both looked very carefully. There was nothing.
Well, I suppose a suicide wouldn't want anybody to know who he was.
That's wrong, Earl. Most suicides practically advertise their identities, and almost all of them leave a note of some kind.
But if you're thinking in terms of murder, Johnny, are you?
I'm not sure yet.
But you said yourself there were no marks on the body or anything like that.
I know. And I'm the chode. If only that old Dr. Hill would make an autopsy after I find out who that body belongs to.
Oh, now, look, Johnny, what's the point of it? And you're supposed to be down here on vacation, and you're supposed to... What?
What's the matter?
What the devil is that you have in your pocket?
Oh, careful, Earl. It's a little piece of window glass I picked up on the floor of the garage.
A little piece of what?
Who knows? Maybe it'll give us the key to a murder. Back in Sarasota, after leaving Earl at his home on Oyster Bay, I drove into police headquarters. The man I went to see was another Barney, Lieutenant Barney Phillips. He'd been of tremendous help to me many times before, and I knew that he would be again if he could.
Why, sure, Johnny. We'll be glad to cooperate all we can, all of us. But aren't you kind of shooting in the dark on this one?
Well, maybe and maybe not. The point is that unless the police down there show a little more interest in old Dr. Hill... Look, if you can have your lab crew photograph the prints that I have on this sheet of glass, will you?
Well, then send them on to Washington?
Yeah.
It might take a little time, Johnny, to get a report back on them.
Good. I'll spend it profitably. Fishing. It was 2 days later that Lieutenant Phillips called and asked me to drop in on him again.
Yes, sir. Your suicide had a record, all right, Johnny. His name was Maury Spencer.
Maury Spencer?
Yes, sir. He used to operate up in New England along the coast, dealing mostly in fishing boats.
I see.
Haven't heard from him or Well, it means he hasn't been caught in trouble, though, for a couple of years.
You said dealing in fishing boats,
Racket as old as the sea itself. He'd steal a boat, sneak it into a yard, repaint it, and disguise it pretty well, then pass it off on some sucker who thought he was getting a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been pretty active, too, because, well, he sure had enough aliases. Here, you look at this. Maury Spencer, alias Spencer Morrison, alias Rusty Spangler, alias Baldy Spangler, alias...
Did you say Baldy?
Oh, here, I completely forgot to show you this picture of him. This man, your suicide? What?
Well, there is some resemblance here, but I'm not sure.
You see a little bald spot on top of his head.
I don't get it.
Well, now, look, Johnny, if those prints were his, this has to be him.
Of course. Plastic surgery.
What?
If he had the record you say he had, why not plastic surgery?
Well, sure, an awful lot of crooks have done it, you know.
Now, wait a minute, though. Here in the picture, this bald spot. That body had bushy hair all over his head.
Well, I never heard of plastic surgery for that.
Captain Barney even went so far as to mention it himself, that nice head of hair. Okay, Lieutenant. Thanks a lot.
Well, where to now, Johnny?
Maybe to prove that suicide was a murder.
Oh, yes, sure. You can look at him again, but not much point in it any more than there is in the autopsy you suggested. Yeah, right in here. Hope you don't mind the cold in this place.
Where's the light switch?
Right here, sir. Mm-hmm. No, sir, an autopsy would be just a waste of time.
Would it? Which drawer, Doctor?
Right here.
Well, let's see now.
Hey, there's no point in you trying to pull the hair off his head.
Isn't there?
Well,
look, Doctor.
Oh, great day. This man had himself a top piece.
That's right. A small toupee, just big enough to cover that little bald spot.
But it's such a good one.
Do you see what's under it, Doctor?
Well, that's a hole. That's a wound there in the skull, like from an ice pick or something.
Or maybe from the point of a gaff. A gaff hook of the sort of big game fishermen would use.
It could be.
Or a fishing guide. And it wouldn't necessarily have killed him instantly, would it?
In that particular spot? Well, no, sir, unless it was deeper than this seems to be. But it certainly would have rendered him unconscious.
Yes. So that he could be propped up in that old car, the engine turned on, the garage closed up, and the actual death would be, as you said it was, due to carbon monoxide poisoning.
Why, yes, sir.
Okay. How would you like to round up a couple of the boys on your police force and have them follow us?
Yes, sir. Us, Mr. Don?
Well, Earl Pullman's with me, waiting outside in the car.
But follow you to where, sir?
Well, I thought we might take a little run down to Lemon Bay again to see Captain Barney.
And it really was a murder.
I'm afraid so, Earl.
So help me, though, Johnny, I never can figure what makes you suspicious in some of these cases.
Well, there are half a dozen things, Earl. Captain Barney himself, for instance.
Oh, how do you mean?
The old shack he lives in. Falling apart at the seams. Broken windows filled up with cardboard, and it probably hasn't been painted since he moved in.
Yes?
Even his old wreck of a boat, in spite of the fact he depends on it for a living, held together with baling wire. And his car, that old Maxwell. Do you see what I'm getting at, Earl?
No, but go on.
He doesn't spend a cent that he doesn't absolutely have to.
Oh, no, I get the message. So he's not the type to be giving anything away, not even a fishing trip.
Right. Unless he has a purpose. In this case, he wanted me around so there wouldn't be any suspicion of him, even when he led me to that corpse on the excuse of showing me the old car. And he's the one who brought up the subject of cars, remember?
Yes, you're right, but even so, Jimmy...
Other things, too. In spite of the way that he neglects the house and the boat and the car, he was very careful to replace the broken glass in the window of the garage to seal it up. Why? To hold in the exhaust fumes after he turned on that engine.
Well, that's enough for me.
I suppose I should have known I couldn't fool a smart young fellow like you, Mr. Dollar.
I don't think you really could have fooled anybody for long, Captain Barney.
No, maybe not. Account of, I guess I didn't reckon on my conscience. And oh, dear, how it's been torturing me.
Yes, I kind of thought it would be.
Seemed like such a smart idea, having you around when I made out that I discovered his body. Such a good way to keep anybody from thinking that I could have done it. But I guess I just forgot that I would always know.
Why did you kill him, Captain?
Felt I had to, Mr. Dollar. When I thought of all the people he hurt, when I knowed him down east, that is, up to New England, all the fine old fishing men they rooked and cheated, and then sweet-talked his way out of it, time after time. Then, when he come down here, as bold and brazen as he ever was, when he showed the nerve to suggest that I help him in his filthy work. Well, don't you see, Mr. Dollar? Somebody had to stop him. Somebody had to keep him from hurting all the nice, fine people that I've gotten to know hereabouts. Well, I guess I done the wrong thing, didn't I?
Yes, Captain Barney, I'm afraid you did. Like everybody who tries to take the law into his own hands. The police will be here in a few minutes. Shall we go out and meet them?
Yeah. Guess we'd better.
I don't know. Who am I to judge? But I hope they handle the old fellow as gently as possible in spite of what he did and must pay for. Expense account total? Well, this time it's only plane fare and incidentals for the trip back to Hartford. Call it $85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a city held at bay by a single man with a time bomb. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Ivor Francis as Captain Barney Beale, Ian Martin as Earl Poorman, Lawson Zerby as Dr. Hill, and Jim Bowles as the police lieutenant. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. Complete. The most complete news in broadcasting is CBS News on the CBS Radio Network.
At roll 59 on your Tri-Cities dial, this is WROW Music in Albany, New York.
Many merchants and businessmen of the Capital District offer you expert services and a complete line of fine products. When you shop, we hope you patronize the civic-minded stores and institutions that display the Welcome Wagon sponsor emblem. That emblem identifies the prestige firms who are playing a vital part in the life of our community through their sponsorship of Welcome Wagon service. When the Welcome Wagon hostess pays a call, her basket contains a gift from each of these progressive firms, along with a warm greeting to the newcomers. In this way, the Welcome Wagon sponsors help to extend the welcome of the whole community to the family in its new home. If you have new neighbors, call State 59640 and give their name and address to Welcome Wagon. And if you have any question concerning Welcome Wagon service, remember that number, State 59640. It's the Welcome Wagon number.
WROW Music Time, 6:35 p.m.
I'm afraid that we have a somewhat serious problem.
Oh?
Or rather, one of our branch officers has. Now, would it be possible for you to come out here and look into it?
I don't see why not. What sort of a problem, Mr. Hawkins?
Well, you see, we've had a series of fires, Mr. Dollar, out in Simi Valley.
Mm-hmm.
That is north of here and just beyond the San Fernando Valley.
Yes, and you think maybe some firebugs at work?
Oh, I do, sir. I definitely do. But until it is proven, Well, if you are free to come out and make an investigation for us, I hardly need tell you that we'll be glad to pay all your expenses.
Plus my usual fee.
Of course. You know what? Fee, did you say?
That's right.
Well, now, just...
Now, don't worry about it, Mr. Harkins. We can decide on the amount of it after we see how much there is for me to do out there.
No, but in order to justify a fee, Mr. Dollar...
And just how much of my time it'll take.
Now, hold on here, young man.
Needless to say, if it turns out I'm able to save your company any actual money, I'll expect my usual commission.
Now, look here, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Dollar...
Yes? Well, Mr. Harkins?
Very well. Very well.
Good. I'll see you.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Greater Southwest Insurance Company, Home Office, Los Angeles, California. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the do-it-yourself matter. Expense account item 1, $6 for a cab out to the airport. Item 2, $204.25, plane fare to New York, and a jet heading west. That east to west time differential is a great thing. It meant that we pulled into the new Los Angeles International Airport shortly after noon Pacific time. Item 3, $6.80 for the long cab ride into the big new Lozier building just east of Beverly Hills on Wilshire Boulevard, where Royal J. Harkins keeps an eagle eye on the affairs of Greater Southwest Insurance.
Now, let us get this understood right now, Mr. Dollar, insofar as any fee is concerned.
Now, you just stop worrying, Mr. Harkins. Did I ever hit you with a bill too big on any of the other jobs I've done for you?
Well, no.
Not that I haven't tried.
I beg your pardon.
Now, tell me, what's this all about? A lot of fires, you said.
Yes.
Around the San Fernando Valley.
Now, out beyond that, in what is known as the Simi Valley. Tell me, do you remember hearing or reading about the terrible Bel Air and Topanga Canyon fires last fall?
Last November? Oh, sure. Why, according to our eastern papers, it was one of the worst disasters that ever hit Los Angeles County.
It certainly was. Over 450 homes were destroyed. Many of them in the fashionable Bel Air section were in the $100,000 to $200,000 class.
So I understand.
Now, many of those homes were owned by wealthy, prominent movie stars and producers and directors, mansions.
And you had a lot of them insured.
Oh, yes, we certainly did. In other words, Mr. Dollar.
In other words, your company has had to shell out plenty of money.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. It has cost us millions, literally millions.
Now, what has that got to do with your troubles out in the Simi Valley?
Dollar, the best way for us to recoup some of our losses, I decided, was to simply sell more insurance. More and more insurance. And if you know anything about the tremendous amount of real estate development that's going on out in the Simi Valley, now do you?
Well, I understand that all the orange groves and farmland...
Orange ranches, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, with the hundreds of new homes out there, it's opened up a whole new territory for us.
Well, I would think so, and for every other insurance company.
Yes. So the first thing I did was establish an almost completely autonomous branch office in the community of Moore Park.
That's out there in the valley?
Yes, just north of Thousand Oaks.
I see. How autonomous do you mean?
I mean full power to immediately settle all claims. At least all except those that might be questionable for one reason or another. They, of course, are referred back here to the main office, to me.
Well, isn't that rather unusual, Mr. Harkins?
Well, now, that's one of the best ways a relatively small company like ours can compete with the big ones by close personal service and the settling of all claims fairly and immediately.
Now, I guess you have a point there.
No question of it. And, by the way, a young man simply walked in one day, took our course, passed with flying colors. His name is Harry Walterson and Dulles. He has sold as many policies in the past 3 months as I ever sold in 3 years.
Well, real go-getter.
Yes. Yes, he certainly is. Now, as a result, the premiums have been rolling in, but now, recently.
Yes, let's get to those fires you mentioned.
Oh, yes. When you figure 9 fires in less than 6 weeks, plus the personal property losses that went with them, ruinous.
At least it gives your young friend Walterson a pretty terrific argument for selling more insurance out there.
Yes, of course it does. And under my urging, he's fully capitalizing on it. Every time there's a fire, he's able to sell 10, 15, 20 new policies with no trouble at all. But the premiums on them don't begin to make up for those losses.
Now, tell me, have the police found anything to indicate arson?
Oh, we have reason to be mighty proud of our police and fire departments out here, Mr. Dollar. But they simply cannot keep up with this burgeoning population growth. There simply aren't enough of them, not enough men or facilities. And to answer your question directly, no, they haven't actually found any concrete evidence of arson. Nor has Walterson, although he suspected it once or twice.
I see.
And if you know that valley area, well, do you?
Well,
with its brush-covered hills and plains, canyons, covered with mesquite, sumac, manzanita, chaparral, all of it tinder dry because of our lack of rainfall.
New homes, you said?
Oh, yes.
Are they homes that people are satisfied with after they've moved in and lived there for a while?
Oh, you're thinking perhaps the homeowners themselves have set these fires?
Well, it's just a possibility, and it has been done before, you know.
But a whole series of them.
Well, who else stands to gain? And don't forget this, sir.
Yes.
An idea like that, if it's gotten away with, can spread pretty quickly. You ask the tort squad in any big city. And if that's the case with these fires...
Dollar, you've got to find out. And if it is, put a stop to them before they ruin us.
Item 4, that usual $50 deposit on a rental car. I drove west on Wilshire Boulevard to Sepulveda, north over the Santa Monica Mountains to the valley, west on the Ventura Freeway to Thousand Oaks, and then north to the little town of Moore Park. The Greater Southwest Insurance Office was a spanking new little building of fieldstone and white stucco with picture windows all around. Inside, there was only a reception desk, half a dozen girls with typewriters and calculating machines, and down at the end, the private office of Harry Walterson, who got right to the point.
The homeowners themselves setting these fires?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it?
No, sir, Dollar. And I'll tell you why.
Excuse me, do you mind if I just close this door?
No, go right ahead.
Now, maybe we can hear each other now.
I guess I'm conditioned to all that racket out there.
You'd have to be. You have a mighty busy little place here.
Well, after all, if I'm going to make any money for the company. But as I started to say... excuse me.
Go right ahead.
Walterson. Oh, yes, Mr. Pretty. Yes, sir, your policy will be mailed out to you tonight. Well, I'm glad you did, too. Yes, sir. Yes, that last one scared me, too. But if you talk with Mrs. Hatcher, you know how fast we paid off on that. Yes, sir, just part of our regular service.
Good boy.
Okay, Mr. Pretty, and thank you. Now, let's see, Dollar. I was... Oops, here's another. Walterson. Burton? Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Burton. Well, fine. Yeah, I think you're very wise. And the increase in premium is only negligible.
Of course.
Take care of it right away, Mr. Burton, and I thank you. Sorry, Dollar.
It's all right.
Betty, add those 2 outbuildings to the Burton policy. And listen, just hold any calls for me for a while. Now,
you said that you don't think that the folks themselves could have set any of those fires.
Because those are all brand new homes, and they're nice ones.
Mm-hmm.
People, families that go to the trouble and expense of moving into a section like that, they want to stay.
Yeah, I would suppose so.
And listen, Dollar, no policy ever gives complete coverage. You know, because of the personal things, the stuff with sentimental value.
Sure.
Yet those things have gone up with the rest. And do you think the folks that endanger the lives of their kids, Yet there have been a couple of mighty narrow escapes. One cute little pair of twins that I myself saved. But most important of all, Dollar.
Yeah.
You don't know the people who got burned out. I do. Sure, there might have been one questionable character among them, like the one who had the first blaze. But the rest, no, sir. I'd stake my bottom dollar on it.
What about that first one?
Old man Orloff? Sure, he was a crackpot, Johnny. You mind if I call you Johnny?
No, please. Be my guest.
Sure, he hated having so many new people move in around him. But you know what I think started that one?
What, Harry?
A lot of dead grass and weeds and dried-out bushes. And over in the corner of the lot was a pile of broken bottles he'd thrown out.
That might have acted like a magnifying lens.
Yes, sir. County firemen thought so, too.
Orloff.
But that wouldn't account for the rest of them, because they all started at night. So somebody, somehow, somebody... And yet, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about the arson angle.
Tell me, has there been any particular pattern about these fires?
Well, I don't know exactly what you mean by pattern, Johnny, but they've all had one thing in common.
What's that?
They've always started on a windy night. And this time of year, we have quite a few of them. Look out the window there. You see the dust beginning to kick up?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and every time I see it, I start getting worried again.
No, I can't say I blame you, Harry.
But hey, it's getting dark already. Any plans for dinner, Johnny?
Well, I thought I'd better get back to Los Angeles and find myself a hotel for the night.
Some real good places to eat out here in the valley. Say, why don't you and I just... No, wait. I better make sure it's okay for me to leave. Betty, any calls, any callbacks I ought to make before I... Huh? What else? Go on. Oh, you're kidding. Okay.
Well?
Sorry, Johnny, but it looks like 2 or 3 hours at this telephone for me. Can't let down the clients.
Oh, the prospective clients.
Right.
All right. I'll see you in the morning then, Harry.
Good. And believe me, Johnny, if I can be of any help to you. Oh, nuts. Walterson. Oh, yes, Mrs. Duval. Sorry, Johnny.
Take it easy, Harry. You'll live longer.
Now, how can I help you, Mrs. Duval?
Instead of going back to L.A., I grabbed a bite to eat. That's item 5, $1.70. Then prowled around until I found a county fire chief at his home down in Thousand Oaks. I'm afraid he wasn't much help, though.
Sure, Dollar. We always look around for signs of arson, too, when there's a string of fires like that. When we don't find a thing, what can we do? And don't forget, until people stop building those little frame houses, until we get some laws with teeth in them, it'll make people clean up the brush and old dried-up grass around their places. You know all it takes to start one of those fires?
What, Chief?
Just one live cigarette tossed out of somebody's car. I tell you, the American motorist is the worst firebug ever lived.
Afraid I'll have to go along with you on that, Chief. All too often it makes them killers, too.
Yes, sir. Sure, I agree with you. There's been too many fires in that one section. And with more people coming in all the time than we're ready for, people don't know how to handle this dry, brushy country. By the time we or any other department can get to some of those places, why, it's too late. Fire's done its work. There's nothing left to do but... Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steve Barter. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Well, want to come along?
What?
Right on cue, Dollar. Another fire.
Oh, where?
Where else? Up in the Simi Valley.
Let's go.
Most of us have problems, business and financial worries, family troubles, or personal difficulties. They can build up strains and tensions that, if improperly controlled, can develop into mental illness, America's #1 health problem. There are many effective ways of treating mental illness, but the most effective method is to prevent it before it starts. Write for the free booklet, How to Deal with Mental Problems. The address is Box 3000, New York 1, New York.
As the chief suspected, by the time we got out to this newest fire up in the Simi Valley, We were too late. Another of the nice, new little houses had burned to the ground. The firemen had been able to keep it from spreading to other nearby properties, but that was all. The chief and I both talked to the owner, but he wasn't able to give us the slightest clue as to how the fire had started. And after talking to him, I'd be willing to swear that he had nothing to do with it. Using a hand lamp, I went over not only the remains of the house, but all of the other property, too, inch by inch, until it was nearly midnight. The piles of ashes from brush and grass and tree cuttings on the windward side where apparently somehow the fire had started. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, Dollar. I'm afraid it was just some crazy kid or a drunk in a passing car that flipped out a lighted cigarette. With this much wind, the whole place went up in a flash.
No.
I just hope he finds out about it and has brains enough to have a conscience that'll plague him for the rest of his life.
I'm afraid that won't help this poor man and his wife and those two youngsters.
Don't you worry about him, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Harry.
Mr. Alderson?
Hi, Chief. Son of a gun, it's happened again, hasn't it?
Sure has. How'd you find out about it?
Well, one of my neighbors where I live in Moore Park. I guess he's been over here giving you boys a hand.
Oh?
I just got back from Hollywood where I'd gone to see a show at Grauman's Chinese, and he stopped me at the front gate. Told me about it.
Well, if he was so interested as to come all the way over here, maybe you better give me his name, Mr. Walterson.
Sure, it was old Timothy Hamlin. You know him, Chief.
Yeah. He was here even before we got here. Huh.
Oh, now, wait. If you think old Tim would do a thing like this.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Anyhow, Johnny, don't you worry about these people here. I'll put them up in a motel for the night at company expense and then pay them off in full first thing in the morning.
Item 6, $10 for a comfortable motel on Ventura Boulevard. After a late breakfast the next morning, I drove back to Harry's office and watched him pay off the unfortunate but grateful people who'd lost their home. Then I watched him accept application after application from people who now, after this latest fire, suddenly decided they'd better have insurance or add to what they already had. The people streamed in and out of there in droves. Finally, at about 1:30 p.m., Harry closed the door of his private office long enough for a quick sandwich.
Yeah, it's pretty awful that you have to be scared into buying insurance this way, Johnny. But by golly, they need it. They know it now. We'll give it to them.
They're a pretty scared lot.
Main problem is to keep them from over-insuring, throwing their money away. More coffee?
No, thanks.
But I check pretty carefully before issuing the actual policies, you know. Hey, you and the chief find out anything?
Well, it doesn't look so.
Well, I sure hope you do.
Well, not me, I'm afraid.
Huh?
Harry, I have to fly on back to Hartford.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry, but that's the way it is.
Oh, but if somebody is setting these, well, Johnny, all I can promise is I'll sometime get to the bottom of it.
Somebody better. Item 7, $314, covers a lot of things. First of all, a weekly rate for me at the motel. Then a phone call to Pat Fuller at Universal Adjustment Bureau back in Hartford, a sort of clearinghouse for information on claims made to companies throughout the whole country. Then a while later, when he called me back...
Well, yes, Johnny, your guess was right. Greater Southwest is the only company that's had to pay on fire losses out there in the Simi Valley lately, and 9 or 10 of them in a row.
Okay, Pat. Thanks.
But what do you think it means, Johnny?
Well, what I think, Pat...
Yeah?
I don't like. I'll see you. Item 7 also covers deposits on 2 more rental cars and a beat-up farm truck, so I'd never have to drive the same vehicle twice in succession. And it covers several changes of clothes, including the sort of stuff the local farmers wear and some hats. Also, a couple of the biggest tank-type fire extinguishers I could find. I kept them with me all the time. Then I started the longest, most careful tailing job I ever attempted. Why? Because I'd suddenly remembered an old phrase from my high school days from, believe it or not, my class in Latin. Cui bono? Who benefits? And how benefits? Not by burning down their own homes. As Harry had said, all the insurance money in the world couldn't completely make up for a loss. No, the one big beneficiary of all those fires was the man who collected a nice fat commission on the policies and all the nice new policies that he sold as a direct result of those fires. I followed Harry Wallison 24 hours a day, even slept in one of my rental cars parked out near his home. And then finally, one moonlit, windy night, and thank the good Lord for that moon, when he slipped out, got into his car, and headed up into Simi Valley, I, with my lights off, was only a few hundred yards behind him. When he stopped, got out, and walked quietly over to a new little home with a lot of dried-out shrubbery at one side, I knew I'd guessed right. Oops. Oh.
There we are. That'll do it. Yeah, it's going to be okay.
Be a lot better if we put this to work on it.
Johnny.
That's right.
Listen,
Save
Johnny.
it, Harry. Here, you get that extinguisher going while I use this one.
Johnny, now.
Go on, Harry. Use it. That dry stuff is going up fast. Go on.
I suppose I might as well, huh?
Yep. You might as well.
How'd you know, Johnny?
By remembering my Latin. He didn't have a leg to stand on. He knew it. And he confessed to the whole dirty, rotten business. For my money, they can lock him up for life, because if there's one thing I can't take, it's a crooked insurance man. I'm glad they're few and far between. Expense account total, including car mileage and the trip back to Hartford, $833.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, I'll be back with another exciting story. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Herb Duncan as Harry Walterson, Raymond Edward Johnson as Royal J. Harkins, Joseph Julian as the fire chief, and John Thomas as Pat Fuller. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Bill Gillian speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
Fred Larkin, Johnny, at New Jersey Fire and Casualty.
Fred.
I hope I didn't get you out of bed.
Well, you certainly did, but don't give it a second thought. How are you, Freddie?
Pretty good.
How are things in the grand old historical city of Trenton?
Here in Trenton, fine. A little farther south, though, I'm not so sure.
Like where, for instance?
Like just outside of a little town called Woodbine. Remember it?
Woodbine?
Yeah, you handled a case for us down there 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, sure, I remember. Some crook with a mattress factory pulled the old stunt of billing his clients more than they actually paid for the stuff he sold them.
Right. Not knowing about that little trick, we'd give them insurance for the amount shown on those phony bills. Double what they paid.
And when something happened to the merchandise...
Sure, they collected twice as much from us as they were entitled to. Real nice people down there.
Well, what goes this time?
A couple of fires.
Oh? Arson?
That's what I hope you can find out.
Any reason for suspicion?
Yes, I think so.
Like what?
Well, why don't you run on down here and let me tell you all? And, Johnny...
Yeah?
If what I think is going on, if you can put a stop to it before we have to pay for any more losses, well, you can figure on not only your expense account, but a nice big fat commission to boot.
Freddie, you speak the language I love to hear. I'm on the way.
CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Jersey Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Home Office, Trenton, New Jersey. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the terrible torch matter. Expense account item 1, $20.50, and that covers a taxi out to Bradley Field, then plane fare to Philadelphia, PA. Item 2 is $50 deposit on a rental car. I headed north on Lucky 13, crossed the Delaware at Morris, better than George Washington did, I might say, and landed in Trenton, the Jersey state capital, shortly after noon. Since Fred Larkin's office is right there on State Street, I made like a starving Armenian. He took the cue and hauled me over to Hildebrecht's for lunch.
What makes me believe it was arson and there'll be more of it? Well, I'll tell you, Johnny.
You think there'll be more of it, Freddie?
Unless you can throw a monkey wrench in the works. How well do you remember Woodbine, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know. It's mostly farm country down there, as I recall.
That's right. Acres and acres of sandy soil, scrub oak, and pine trees. But in the little town itself, there's a hat factory, a couple of dress factories, and the Golden Bedding Corporation, the plant you investigated before.
And which one of them burned?
No. The 2 fires that we've had to pay for so far.
2?
2. They occurred just outside of Woodbine, about halfway between Woodbine and Dennisville.
Mm-hmm.
Because those plants in town I mentioned seem to have done pretty well, some promoter came along, bought up a couple of 100 acres, and promoted a little industrial section big enough for nearly the factories.
I see. Well, it's sort of a funny place for that kind of thing, though, isn't it, Freddie?
Well, that's just the point, Johnny. It's a lousy place for such an operation. Too far from any of the regular supply sources, a long, long way to ship their finished goods. All their fuel and power have to be imported, labor's hard to get, and so on.
Yeah.
In other words, the big pitch for those companies to get out of the high rent, high labor cost area didn't mean a thing. They've been slowly but surely going broke.
And there's nothing like a good fire to pay off the bills, provided there's plenty of insurance.
Right. And like I said, there have been 2 of them so far. And I'm afraid there are going to be more.
Why, Freddie?
Well, simply because an idea like that, when it pays off so nicely, and when it can be gotten away with, can be very catching.
You have a point there. When you say gotten away with, does that mean the police were able to find no signs of arson?
Right. But when you talk about the police, don't forget how small that town is.
No. When was the last fire?
About a week ago.
A week? And you wait till now to call me?
I know. But I only found out about the second one yesterday.
Afraid that means a pretty cold trail. But I'll see what I can do.
Good.
Now, how many factories are there in that little complex? About a dozen, did you say?
11, Johnny. And here's the point.
Yeah.
8 of them are owned by people who are one way or another related to each other.
No wonder you're afraid the idea might spread.
Right.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call in some help. In the form of Smokey Sullivan.
Smokey Sullivan?
That's right.
Smokey?
Yep.
That sounds like the name of somebody who'd commit arson.
He's one of the best, Freddie.
What?
Smokey probably has set more successful fires than you and I ever heard of. He got away with it for years.
Well, then I don't understand.
Since doing time, he's going legit. And what else I can think of?
Well, it's just the same, Johnny.
But he knows more about firebugs, their methods, their eccentricities, the little trademarks that some of them leave behind than any man alive, believe me. That's why he's been of such use to me.
Oh, okay, Johnny, if you say so.
You know what his job is right this minute?
What?
He's a kind of consultant for an arson squad up in Boston. It's been made a matter of public knowledge. As a result, arson up there is pretty much a thing of the past.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Well, in that case, of course.
He's on the payroll, too?
Oh, whatever you say.
Good. One more thing, Fred.
Yes?
Is there any kind of a bank there in Woodbine?
I don't know. I imagine not, but there's a loan office that I guess kind of serves as a bank.
Mm-hmm.
I know that some of our checks have been cashed through it.
Good.
Not much more than a one-man operation, though, I understand.
All the better.
Is it? Why?
Well, could be a mighty good source of information for me.
Oh?
Yeah.
How? And for what kind of information?
Let's just wait and see. Item 3 is a total of $41.40. Covers a long-winded phone call to Boston, then Smokey Sullivan's plane fare, and finally dinner and hotel accommodations for the two of us there in Trenton.
Yeah, but, Johnny, where can that racket down there in South Jersey in such a little one-horse town like that?
Well, why not, Smokey? Without a smart metropolitan police force to contend with, it'd be a cinch for a good torch man. I mean, for him to get away with it. And certainly a whole string of factories, no matter how small, could promise enough loot to make it worthwhile for him. Another thing.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
A lot of those plants are owned by people related to each other, who got suckered into setting up and operating in that unlikely place by some smart promoter. Now, if that family group all came from one place, from one big city, maybe that'll give us a key as to where they dug up their firebug. Who knows? Maybe that gang has used an arsonist before, or wherever they operated before.
Maybe so, yeah.
Smokey, the point is that if a couple of them have found out what they think is the answer to their financial troubles, the rest of them are liable to try it, right?
Well, yeah, if it was arson, Johnny.
That's what you've got to find out for me, okay?
Yeah.
Early the next morning, in my rental car, we headed south, through what's known as the Piney Country, passing towns with such colorful names as Mount Holly, Indian Mills, through Hamilton, Mays Landing, and Tuckahoe. Finally, Woodbine. After signing in at a motel, I gave Smokey the car keys and told him he was on his own while I paid a visit to the loan office. Smokey understood and took off. As for the loan office, it was just what Fred had thought, a one-man operation. And as for the owner, Mr. Hanley M. Becker...
What's that? What? You want to know what, Mr. Dollar, did you say it is? Dollar?
That's right. Johnny Dollar.
What's your business here?
Well, I'm a special investigator, Mr. Becker, for the company that's insured a lot of people and property down here in this section.
Investigator, huh?
That's right. And I want to know the financial condition of every one of the 11 factories at that little industrial complex outside of town.
Well, then, why come to me?
Well, don't you function as a kind of a bank for some of these people?
Well, of course I do, but... What's the matter with you, young man? Don't you realize anything like that is completely confidential? Is nobody's business but the banks and the companies? Why, what kind of a banker do you think I am, huh?
I'm beginning to wonder.
Well, you can keep right on wondering. Besides, there aren't 11 of them out there anymore. There's only 9.
Thanks to a couple of fires.
Yes, blasted. And if the insurance company doesn't pay off on those fires, no, don't you worry, boy. I'll collect on those loans somehow.
Then you have loaned those factory owners quite a bit of money,
Well, of course I have. Of course I tell you it's none of your business.
Well, I think it is.
Well, you just tell that insurance company of yours to pay off on those losses, so I can get back my money on the two that burned down.
Even if those fires were set?
Yes, even if they were... What? What'd you say? How do you know?
Well, I don't.
Well, how do you know they were... What? What was that? What?
I said I don't know. Not for sure, that is. But I intend to find out. Because if they were, Mr. Becker, and if the owners can be tied into it, or you or anybody else concerned...
Me?
Believe me, there will be no payment of insurance. You can bank on that.
But, well, there's no insurance, and, well, then what'll happen? Well, that is to say, if they don't, well, what I mean is, and you're accusing me?
No, just calm down.
Oh, yes, sure, calm down. Well, but these things you're saying,
now,
Mr. Dollar...
Let's take things one at a time, shall we? I said you've loaned them a lot of money, haven't you?
Well, yeah, well, they had to pay off on the property when that promoter up north threatened to put them out of business. And what about the workers, the help? They had to build a lot of living accommodations for them, didn't they?
Well, did they? From what I understand, Mr.
Oh, yes,
Becker...
yes. You're right. There are no workers anymore. Well, that is, there's not enough workers to speak of.
You mean they're out of business?
Oh, yes, practically. Nothing much in use out there but the warehouses where they keep their goods. It's a lot of stuff they'll probably never use now. But if they don't pay off on their loans, well, I'll just have to take over and get what I can for those plants. The ones that are left, that is.
Not if they're burned down first.
Not? What'd you say? Huh?
Use your head, Mr. Becker. If they're burned out the way the first two were, and if we find out that there was arson involved...
You really do think that there might be other fires? Oh, but good heavens, Mr. Dollar, don't you see what that would mean? I mean, if they're arson, like you say, why, don't you realize that would ruin me?
Possibility, isn't it?
Oh, my. Oh, please, now, don't let it happen. It mustn't happen, Mr. Dollar. Listen, I'll tell you anything you want to know, anything you want to know. Just please, ask me.
Well, Mr. Becker, for the moment, I think I've learned enough.
Oh, but I haven't told you anything.
Oh, you haven't, hmm? I went back to the motel and waited for Smokey to come in with a report on what he'd learned at the scene of the two fires. Noon came, and I went out for a bite of lunch. That's item 4, $1.10. At 2 p.m., he still hadn't returned. It's funny. He could usually take one good look at the remains of a fire and know almost immediately if it had been set. So perhaps he had found something to really get to work on. I hope so. But to go ahead without telling me? That wasn't like him. When he hadn't appeared by 5 o'clock, I left word where I'd be and went back to the loan office. Mr. Becker was just about to lock up for today.
Oh, hold everything, Mr. Becker.
Who's that? Oh, Mr. Dollar. Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Dollar. Here, come in, please.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've been thinking about what you told me this morning, Mr. Dollar.
Yes?
And if you're right, why, come in. Oh, you are in, aren't you?
Yes. Just a couple of other things I need to know, Mr. Becker, and then a favor that I want to ask.
Oh, anything, Mr. Dollar.
All right, now, these factory owners that you loaned the money to.
Yeah, for labor, housing, and plant improvement. For additional trucks and materials. Thousands, Mr. Dollar. Thousands.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes. And they just didn't realize, well, none of us realized that they wouldn't be able to make a go of things like the hat factory, the clothing factories here in town.
Yes.
These old established factories have no labor problem or a housing problem because they use people, from right here, the people here in town,
yes.
Unlike these newcomers.
All right, now, Mr. Becker, these newcomers, where did they come from?
What? Oh, come from? Oh, well, from up in North Jersey, from up around Patterson, and all the mills, the silk business, and all the others when they went into a slump up there.
All right, now, if I remember correctly, there were several big arson jobs up there. That means torchmen were available. That means these people would know about them, but know where to contact them if they wanted to.
Well,
so if Smokey's found out what I suspect he has...
Smokey?
My co-worker on this case.
Oh?
And apparently, Mr. Becker, he's found out something. But where and what it is, I don't know yet, because he has my car with him.
Oh, you need a car? Well, here, please, you use mine. There, you see? It's the one out there in front. Here, take the keys.
Well, thank you.
And if you need me, if I can be of any help to you...
Just give me some directions. I wondered. But no, it didn't make sense. He was no actor, and his worry and excitement looked genuine. Yet, of course, you can never be sure. Following directions, I headed south on 557, then after a couple of miles, cut over toward the old Dennisville Road. And there it was. The group of 9 factories, obviously not in operation, and a couple of storage buildings, warehouses, all with weeds growing up around them. The same applied to a group of cottages. Shacks would be a better word, scattered out among some pine trees nearby. And then I saw my rental car, not beside one of the burned-out buildings, but next to a big, windowless warehouse. There was no sign of Smokey Sullivan, but a metal side door on that storage building was open. Had he found another setup for a fire there inside of it? Well, there was one way to find out. Smokey? Smokey, are you inside there? Smokey? You in here? I wonder if there's a light switch around here somewhere. Smokey. Smokey. Smokey, can you hear me? Are you still alive? Smokey. Good Lord.
This year, the YMCA marks its 50th anniversary of its work with and for foreign students in this country. This is just one of the countless valuable services the Y performs in your community. Right now, during National YMCA Week, your local Y invites everyone, boys and girls, young men and women, and family groups of all races and creeds, to join in its activities. The Y also needs volunteer leaders. Get more out of life. Join and support your YMCA.
There was still life in Smokey Sullivan. I carried him gently to the car and drove him back to the motel in Woodbine. There, thanks to the ministrations of Dr. Rosenberg, a local medico, and well, I still can't believe it, but by the time the doctor left, half an hour later...
Johnny, you think...
Now, take it easy, Smokey. You were badly beaten.
Well, do you think some two-bit torchman like him could knock me off, huh?
Smokey, will you lie back now and relax?
I'm too tough, Johnny.
I don't care how tough you are. You've got to take it easy for a while.
It was Pete.
What?
Pete Garrison, Johnny.
Garrison?
Yeah, from up in Patterson.
Oh?
Yeah.
It all ties together. Why did he do this to you, Smokey? Does Pete Garrison know that you're working with me now?
Well, I guess he thought I was trying to muscle in his territory. But if he saw you go there, Johnny, and if he knows who you are...
Well, how could he?
Well, you think he wouldn't? They all do. Oh, Johnny.
Now, listen. If you know him, if you know what he looks like, as soon as we get you back on your feet... Look, better yet, just give me a description of him.
No, listen to me. Tonight, he's gonna fire that warehouse tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, and listen...
Well, it's after dark right now. I better get going.
Johnny...
Smokey, I want you to settle back and rest.
About the others, Johnny.
Forget it. If I stop him on this one, there won't be any others.
No, what I mean by the others...
Back to the warehouse and with a flashlight now, there wasn't a soul around the place. I thought. But as I slowly opened that side door again, I was almost knocked over by the smell of gasoline fumes. Then as I quietly swung the door closed and flattened against the wall, feeling around for a switch, suddenly all the lights went on.
Don't reach for anything but the ceiling, Johnny Dollar. That's right.
I see. You're Garrison.
That's right. Pete Garrison.
And you'd pull that trigger inside this gasoline-loaded place?
Be a lot better than giving you a chance to draw and pull off a shot at me. Now, wouldn't it? Waller.
Yeah, Pete?
What?
Right here in back of you, Dollar, so don't try nothing. You feel this?
Oh, yeah, I feel it.
Take his gun away, Waller. I'm sure he has one.
Sure. Okay. I got it.
Have you seen, Dollar, the elaborate preparations I've made for the little fire that we're to have here tonight? And because of all the heavy upholstery material that's stored in here, it'll look to the stupid police as though it all went up because of spontaneous combustion.
Elaborate preparation was right. Long, narrow strips of heavy felt soaked with gasoline spread out from where he stood like the rays of a spider's web. And the strips led to various stacks of upholstery material and piles of cardboard cartons he'd also soaked with gasoline. Then, moving toward me, he unrolled another heavy strip of felt, the main fuse for his operation.
And you see, Dollar, all I have to do now is set a short candle on the end of this fuse right here by the door. So, then after planting you in here, I light the candle. And don't you see, if they can identify what's left of you, and if they do by any chance suspect arson, they'll think that you set this off. You, the great Johnny Dollar.
Don't you know that Smokey Sullivan is still alive?
They'd take his word against my perfect alibi.
What alibi?
By the time the candle burns down and starts the blaze, Walter and I will be sitting at his home with poor, foolish old Hanley Becker playing pinochle.
Then he doesn't know about this.
Becker? He doesn't know anything. He thinks we're just a couple of suckers from the city who might buy some of his overpriced farmland. No, Dollar, the only ones who know are the plant owners who've hired us.
Well, thanks for that information.
It's too late to do you any good. Walter.
Yeah, Pete?
While I take care of Dollar, you get those gasoline cans out to where we hid the car.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just these two of them, ain't there?
Yeah, now go ahead.
Sure.
Things happened much faster than I can tell you about it. As Walter holstered his gun and turned to pick up the gasoline cans, I shifted my weight, and then as he passed in front of me and kicked open the door, I spun around against it. Grabbed away one of the cans, threw it over at Pete, and rolled out the door tight against the ground. And that's where Pete made his big mistake. In that room full of gasoline fumes, he pulled off a couple of shots. And went up. Me? I guess I was lucky. The blast rolled me 100 yards or so across that sandy ground, and I came to only a couple of minutes later. Walter, who was blown against the side of my car, ended up with a concussion. As for Pete, well, I don't think I need to tell you. And that's it, Freddie. The company can prosecute the factory owners any way it sees fit. Expense account total, including a chunk for Smokey, damage to the rental car and the trip home. Call it $1,500 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the biggest blunder that I've ever made. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Leon Janney as Hanley Becker, Sam Gray as Fred Larkin, Mason Adams as Pete Garrison, Larry Haynes as Smokey Sullivan, and James Dimitri as Walter. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. Get the news firsthand and in full, the expanded CBS News on CBS Radio Network.
Hey, down here in New York at State Unity Live.
Phil, how's my one-time fishing pal?
Slowly but surely going nuts with this business.
All set to open the trout season?
Not a chance.
I am. Sunrise on opening day is going to find me out in the middle of a stream, gently dropping flies in front of ravenous rainbows.
Yeah,
And you know where I plan to do it?
Yep.
Oh?
The point is, do you?
Well, of course I do. On a private stream only half an hour's drive from here is the clearest, coldest... What was that?
Yeah, you see, I was right.
Right about what?
You're not knowing where you're going on opening day.
What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me?
Oh, I heard all right, but you're wrong.
Oh, I am,
Sure. Because, Johnny, you're going to do your trout fishing on the Esopus River.
Down there in New York State?
That's right, near the little town of Mount Tremper.
Who says?
It's just west of Kingston, the other side of Ashokan Reservoir, and about halfway between...
Oh, I know where it is, and I've taken some nice, fat native browns out of the Esopus, and I love it dearly. But what makes you think that's where I'm going to open the season?
Well, after all, if we're going to pay your expense account...
Oh, you are?
Yeah, and for once, you won't have to hold back on it.
Well, that's a little different.
I kind of thought you'd see it that way.
Tell me all.
Come on down here to New York, and I will.
I'm on my way.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, New York City office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Blue Rock matter. After carefully packing all my trout fishing gear and clothing to go with, including waders and a set of long johns, expense account item 1 is $5.75 taxi fare to Bradley Field. Item 2, $10.12 plane fare to New York. Item 3, $6.20 cab fare into Phil's office at 500 Fifth Avenue.
Sure, Johnny. And I know that old saying just as well as you do. The time that a man spends in fishing
is not deducted from his lifespan. Right.
Right. But I just haven't had the time these last couple of years.
Well, why don't you unchain yourself from this desk and join me there on the Esopus?
Nope, I'm afraid it's no-go.
Why not?
I wouldn't dare show my face up there where you're going.
Why not?
Because the man I want you to keep an eye on knows me.
Oh, who might that be?
Thomas Gerald Aspinwall.
And who's he?
A man who would stop at absolutely nothing to get his paws on the Emery Archibald fortune.
Archibald? Big stockbroker?
The same.
I thought he was dead.
He will be within a matter of weeks. One of those incurable things.
Oh? Well, where does this Tom Aspinwall come in?
He was married for a while to Nancy Archibald, Emery's daughter, and last of the line, except for little Barry.
Who's Barry?
Barry Aspinwall, Nancy's 5-year-old son.
By Tom Aspinwall?
No. No, in spite of the last name, he's by an earlier husband who died about the time little Barry was born.
I see. Go on.
Now, in his original will, the old man left half to Nancy, half to Tom.
Mm-hmm.
But in a brand new will, that's all changed. When old man Archibald goes, and that could be most any day now, the whole of his estate, including nearly $1 million of insurance, gets divided 50-50 between Nancy and the boy.
I see. And Tom doesn't like that.
Unless, Johnny.
Yeah?
Unless the youngster dies before the old man does. In which case his share goes to Tom Aspinwall as in the earlier will.
Ah.
Don't ask me why, but that's the way it is.
In any event, Tom would like nothing better than to see the youngster out of the way.
Right. Before the old man dies. And that's why I suddenly got worried when I learned that Tom's taking the child away for a few days.
Do you think he'd try to kill him, his own stepson?
I think he would.
All right. Now, what's all this have to do with my opening the trout season on the Esopus? Or was that just a gag to get me down here?
No, not a bit of it. Now, I've made a reservation for you up there at Mount Tremper at the farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Fritz Hornblock. It's only a couple of 100 yards from the big pool below the bridge over the Esopus.
Blue Rock Pool?
Yes.
Where I've wet many a line, Phil.
Oh, but not many people fish that spot anymore.
Because unless you know every inch of it, and with the high, roily water this time of year especially, it's about as dangerous a place as there is.
Right. So, when I tell you that the only other guests the Hornblocks will have for opening day...
Tommy Aspinwall and the boy?
Yes.
Wow. If there's one place on that river to fake an accident and make it look legitimate, that's it.
Yes. You, like to run on up there and keep an eye on things? Maybe prevent a murder?
What do you think? Expense account item 4 is $28 even. Includes cocktails and dinner, a movie, a soft bed at the Lexington, and breakfast the next morning. After which I spent item 5. $275 for a 3-day non-resident fishing license. Item 6, the usual $50 deposit on a rental car. I drove north on Route 9, crossed the Hudson at Poughkeepsie, north on 9W to Kingston, then west around the Shokin Reservoir to Mount Tremper. By the time I got to the Hornblock farm, it was late afternoon, and the weather had turned very windy and very cold.
Now, you think I'm too old to carry these packages of yours, Mr. Dollar?
Well, no, but let me carry some of the fishing gear at least.
Nine. I'm strong as an ox.
Are there any other guests, Mr. Hornblock?
Here now. Right in here. Okay?
Oh, looks fine to me.
Good. A nice warm feather bed for you, and If you like it, I built you a nice big fire here in the fire.
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary.
Or maybe while the mama is out, you like maybe a little schnapps to keep the cold away.
Well, now, it just happens, Mr. Hornblock, that I brought a bottle along with me.
Oh.
You know, just in case of snake bite.
Oh, snake bite this time of year. Oh. What kind?
Well, if 8-year-old Scotch doesn't offend your finer sensibilities.
Well, why don't we see?
Why don't we? Here you are. To your heart's content.
Now let me see.
Well, what's going on here?
What?
Hey, just what are you up to, Fritz?
That was good, Mr. Dollar.
Well, good. Will you join us?
Oh, with that cold wind coming up out there, maybe I'd better. My name is Tom Aspinwall.
Ah, yes, Mr. Aspinwall. This is Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Tom.
Oh, well, hi. Dollar, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds vaguely familiar.
I don't know why it should. I'm just a fisherman up here for the opening.
Yeah, so is Mr. Aspinwall. Him and his little boy, that cute little Perry.
Oh, your son, Tom?
Stepson. I figure if a youngster learns to fish at that age, he'll be forever grateful for it.
Sure he should. Even I might learn sometime.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, where is he, Tom?
My wife, she took him in to do the shopping in the village.
Yeah.
And she promised to buy some more rocks for him.
Rocks?
Yeah.
Well, he's crazy about those little hard candies, sugar candies, red and blue and yellow kinds.
Yeah, rocks, he calls them.
Oh, I see.
I hope she doesn't give him too many, though. Make him sick.
Oh, so isn't the little boy entitled now and again, eh?
Even if it gives him a terrible stomach ache sometimes?
For a little boy, it always passes away.
Mm-hmm. Except last time, I thought the poor kid was going to die.
Line. You just let him lie still for a while on the bed, and he'll be all okay again, no matter how sick he thinks he is.
Well, yeah, I suppose you're right, but... Well, this time I've brought him up here to learn to fish, not to lie around with a stomach ache because of the way you and your wife spoil it.
Now, Mr. Aspinwall.
And, didn't you say there isn't a doctor this side of Kingston?
No, we take care of him. Now, don't you worry about him.
You going out first thing in the morning, Tom?
Yeah, I certainly am. Johnny, did you say?
That's right.
Yeah, I haven't missed an opening day in years.
Where do you plan to fish?
Oh, I don't know. Somewhere along the river. You?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I will tell you, boss.
Yes, Fritz?
You know where's the big hole below the bridge?
Oh, you mean where the Blue Rock is?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, of course. It's an ideal spot.
And nobody else will be fishing there.
Right, that's for me.
Only one thing, though, Mr. Aspinwall.
Yeah.
I won't let you take that little boy there.
Oh? Why not?
It's too dangerous, all those slippery rocks.
Oh, now look.
And with all that ice on them in the early mornings, 9.
Well, with me along.
Maybe later in the day after it gets warm.
Okay, Fritz. We'll see.
Now, you don't take him there.
Okay, Fritz.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Yeah?
If that's such a hot spot...
Sure it is.
Well, Tom, why don't you and I hit it at the crack of dawn?
Well, now, just wait a minute, Johnny.
Sure, that's a good idea.
Sure, what difference would it make to a youngster of 5?
Well, it's simply that I promised him. I mean, a place where he'd be sure to get some fish.
What's more, it'll be a lot warmer later in the day.
Of course.
And after you've caught your limit, we hope, you'll feel a lot more like taking the time to teach him.
Yeah. You leave him with us in the morning.
Now, listen.
He can play around this place the way he likes to.
Does he really care about fishing at that age?
Well, he will, once I've shown him how.
Well, he'll enjoy learning a lot more if he's warm and comfortable.
I suppose you know all about kids.
No, not very much, but if he does enjoy playing around the farm the way Fritz says he does...
Sure, that's what he really likes.
And, you want the truth, Tom?
Truth?
Well, apparently you're the expert around these parts. I'm not, so I'll use whatever arguments I can to make you help me get a limit tomorrow morning.
Johnny, now...
And don't you think that would be the sporting thing for him to do, Fritz?
Sure it would.
All right, then it's all set. You and I open the season with a bang at this hot spot of yours. Then later, when it's warm and the rocks are dry, we can both take Barry out and teach him how.
Well, thanks, but I prefer to teach him myself.
Okay. Would you care for a little snort out of this jug?
Yeah, sure.
No, thanks. I've got to run over to Kingston to pick up some dry flies I forgot to bring along.
Sure. That's much, much better.
Yes, yes, I think so, too.
Say, more trout flies, did he say? That's funny.
Is it?
You should see what he bought. Every fly that was ever made.
Well, more to the point, Fritz.
Yeah?
Purist though he may be, and I like to think I'm one, too, doesn't he know that dry flies would be ridiculous this time of the year?
Sure he does.
Some wet flies, or nymphs, or streamers maybe, or even when you come to being practical about it.
Yeah. Some of the nice fat worms that I have already for you, eh? And he knows that's the way to fish this water at this time of year, as well as you do, if you want to catch the fishes.
But there he goes.
Yeah. Oh, and look, from the window. Here comes Mama back with the little boy.
It was obvious from the way he spoke of him that Barry wasn't overly fond of his stepfather. But he was a cute little tyke, and I didn't blame Mrs. Hornblock, a sweet, typical housefrau, for wanting to spoil him just a little. A little, judging by the size of the sack of hard candies he clutched in his hand. Blue rocks, he called them. She was doing a pretty good job of it.
The kind he likes the very best, his steppapa says.
There was something about those candies, though, that vaguely reminded me of... I wondered...
Yeah, and the blue ones, those are his favorites. Any kind that's blue, he loves it. But, Fritz, where's the steppapa?
Oh, just to Kingston to make an errand.
Tell me, Barry. You looking forward to fishing tomorrow?
Oh, I'd rather stay here and play with the pigs and chickens.
Sure you would.
Eddie, you want one, mister?
No, thanks.
Now, come, Liebchen. You must wash off all the sticky.
So much happier the boy is with the pigs and chickens. But he's bound he teach him how to fish. And so he will.
Will he?
Huh?
I wonder. It was only too obvious how Aspinwall planned to get rid of Barry. And I made up my mind to be among those present whenever he headed for the river with the youngster in tow. But you know something? That turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. For two people.
Pardon me, mister.
She said...
Do you have a match?
The old gag. Sure, I said. Do you have a cigarette? She had one. Newport filter cigarettes. We lit up. Some smoke. Finest rich tobacco flavor I'd ever tasted. Real tobacco, the way I like 'em. The right touch of menthol and just a hint of mint.
A great combination.
She suggested.
Makes Newport more refreshing to begin with. More refreshing all the way.
She wasn't kidding. Been smoking them ever since. Newports. Newport filter cigarettes.
Shortly before dinner, I beg your pardon, I mean supper, Aspinwall returned from Kingston decked out in a new fishing jacket. And judging by the way one of his pockets bulged, he'd added to his collection of flies and lures. During the meal, his annoyance, a couple of hours earlier, seemed to have disappeared.
You must really like the new coat, Mr. Ashmanwald, wearing it to the table, huh? Would you like some more pig's knuckles?
Oh, no, thanks. No, I just want to make sure it's broken in, Mrs. Hornbach, before Johnny and I hit the river in the morning.
Oh. That's a good-looking jacket, Tom. I like those bellows pockets.
Yeah, they're nice and roomy.
Mm-hmm. Looks like you bought a pocket full of new lures, too.
Oh, nothing of any consequence.
Mama, please, some more sauerkraut.
Yeah, here you are, Papa.
And did you buy me some more rocks?
Now, Barry, don't you think these folks gave you enough of that hard candy?
Oh, no.
Well, it seems to me that everywhere I turn, there's some of it lying around, waiting for you to find it.
I know, and I look for it. And every time I get a stomach ache, too.
You sure do.
Well, I don't care.
No, of course you don't.
And he always gets over it.
You're still set for the crack of dawn, aren't you, Johnny?
I sure am.
But just the two of you.
Why, sure, Fritz. Just the two of us.
Yeah.
And, Barry, while we're gone, you can fool around the barnyard.
Go on. Can I have my dessert now?
Yeah, in a minute. Papa.
Yeah.
When you go to the village in the morning, you'll buy my little boy some more blue candy.
More blue candy.
Yeah.
Oh, there isn't enough of it around here.
Oh, and I must take some butter over to Mrs. Hilger after breakfast.
And I'll stay here and watch your chickens.
That's right.
You'll leave him alone?
Oh, just for a little while. He will be all right.
Sure.
If you say so. Oh, by the way, Tom, I'm guaranteeing that we'll bring in the limit tomorrow.
You mean if we're lucky?
Oh, luck won't even enter into it.
Oh, no?
No. Papa Hornblock's promised me a secret weapon. Haven't you, Papa?
Yeah, that's it. A secret weapon.
Like what?
You just wait. I'll show you tomorrow morning after you're through beating the river to a froth with no results. At dark next morning, the temperature was in the mid-20s. But after fortifying ourselves with pork chops, hotcakes and bacon, 3 fried eggs apiece, and plenty of steaming hot coffee, Tom and I set out for the river, leaving the Hornblocks to their errands and little Barry to play around the farmyard. We crossed the bridge, then worked our way down to the Blue Rock Pool. Fritz had been right. There was a slick coating of ice on all the rocks and ledges. And, incidentally, I noticed the pocket of Tom's jacket wasn't bulging the way it had the night before. And I meant to ask him about it. I wish I had. But having given up on lures, I'd resorted to Papa Hornblock's secret weapon, a can of fat, sassy earthworms. Then, precariously perched on a slippery rock, I tied into the first trout of the season.
Yo-ho! Hey, good boy, Johnny. Looks like you've got one.
Oh, I sure have. This one's a dilly.
Well, and here I come for some of that secret weapon.
Just watch your footing, Tom.
Oh, don't worry. My hand's free. I can hang on to bushes along the side.
There he goes again. Oh, he's a good one.
Yeah. Johnny Dollar, huh?
What?
You think I didn't know why you came up here?
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, look at him go.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look at you.
Go. Hey!
Things happened fast as Tom, holding onto a bush, gave me the shoulder. My feet went out from under me on the icy rock, and I fell sideways into that treacherous, frigid pool. But in twisting around, I'd grabbed at one of his legs and managed to hang on, and then the two of us went in. From then on, all I can say is that it's a miracle we ever got out of that freezing, rushing torrent alive. But somehow we did. Then up on the bank, the water on our clothing freezing into ice.
All right. All right, Dollar. So you think you won, huh? Just because you got me.
And you did bring that youngster up here to kill him.
You bet I did.
All right. Come on now, back to the house before we freeze to death. And we'll make sure that Barry's still okay.
Johnny, Dollar, it's no use. Because you gave yourself away.
What?
You knew that he was only 5. You said so before you even saw him. So I knew you were onto something when you came here.
All right, so I goofed. Now, come on.
I remembered who you are, and I knew you wouldn't let me get him down to the river alone. So that's why I made other plans.
You what?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That pocket on your jacket.
Yeah, that's right, Dollar.
From the wetting, there's a blue-green stain all over it.
Huh?
Blue vitriol, copper sulfate that you bought in Kingston.
Oh, so you're smart now, huh?
And the little chunks of blue vitriol look just like the chunks of the hard candy that kid likes.
Yeah, and they both have a kind of sour taste. You see?
Yes, I see. Come on.
No, it's too late, Dollar. Because I left enough of that stuff around for him to find to kill him 10 times over.
Come on.
When he sees it, he'll think the Hornbachs left it for him. And even if they're there, you think they'll worry over his stomachache before it kills him?
Barry! Barry!
You're too late, Dollar. You're too late.
Barry!
So, maybe you caught me, but at least that lousy kid will never get the money.
Barry! Barry! A big dramatic ending? Oh, I'm sorry. Not this time. Thanks to the fact that Mrs. Hornblock had changed her mind and had taken Barry along on her morning errand. By the time they got back, I'd cleaned up every chunk of the blue vitriol that Aspinwall had planted. Mostly around the chicken coop. So the only casualty? Aspinwall, who'd nearly frozen to death in his wet clothes on the frozen ground where I'd knocked him out. And he was a very docile prisoner when I handed him in at the Kingston Hooskow. Expense account total, including a bit extra for the Hornblocks? Oh, call it 200 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a lesson in how to crack a safe. And I'm perfectly serious about that. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were William Mason as Tom Aspinwall, Carl Weber as Phil Taylor, Louis Van Ruten as Fritz Hornblock, Bryna Rayburn as Mrs. Hornblock, and Sarah Fussell as Barry. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS.
Johnny Dollar. Hi, Johnny. This is Earl Pullman.
Earl.
You know, Tri-State Life and Casualty.
Sure, in dear old Los Angeles, California.
No.
I should say West Los Angeles.
No, sir.
Only I thought you'd given up the insurance business to retire out there in the Golden West.
No more,
That you were going to
Johnny.
do nothing but laze around in that California sunshine, maybe play a little golf. Hey, wait a minute. I hear you throw in a no somewhere along the line there?
You sure did.
No to what?
California.
Huh?
I mean that Mike, my darling wife, and I are back home in Florida again.
No kidding.
No kidding. Right back here in Sarasota.
I'll be darned. When'd that happen?
A couple of months ago. And by way of keeping out of mischief, I've taken over the Tri-State office again.
Oh, I get it. You're back to your old habit of putting in a pitch for me to get on down there and do some fishing with you.
Maybe, among other things.
Other things like what?
Like insurance investigation. What else? How's your musical ear?
Well, I think I can tell the difference between a fiddle and a bass drum, if that's any help.
It may be, Johnny. It may be.
What's up, Earl?
As long as the company will pay your expenses, why don't you come on down here and see?
Okay. Why not?
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly,
Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company office in Sarasota, Florida. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the fiddle-faddle matter. Expense account item 1, 7940 taxi out to Bradley Field and a plane heading south. The flight was quick and easy, and by early afternoon I was in the office at 1306 Main Street that Earl shares with another old friend of mine, Don Boomhauer, a prominent real estate operator.
Don't let Earl kid you for 1 minute, Johnny.
What do you mean by that, Don?
Only real reason he wants you down here is to go fishing with him. And maybe in the hopes he can get you to settle down here, which wouldn't be such a bad idea, Johnny.
Now, stop making with the pitch, Don. You dig up Earl for me so I can get to work on his insurance problem.
Well, I tried.
And you did very well. Tell me, do you know anything about why he wants me down here?
I told you.
No, I mean about the job he has for me.
Oh, that. Well, Johnny, it's probably the most unimportant case anybody ever handed you. Did you ever hear of Mr. Joseph R. Tetrick?
Nope, never heard of him.
Real big in oil and steel and copper a while back. Came down here to retire. Built himself a big house at the north end of St. Armand's Key, really on Lido Shores.
And?
Well, that house of his includes an air-conditioned walk-in vault big enough for the average bank. And why?
Why?
It's to keep his collection of fiddles in.
Collection of fiddles?
That's right, violins. Fine, rare violins.
Oh, you must be quite a musician.
Nope, doesn't know a hemisemidemic quaver from a G-string.
What'd you say?
I wouldn't know the difference myself, Johnny, so don't ask. But that collection is his one pride and joy in life. A couple of genuine Strads. You heard of a Stradivarius, haven't you?
And everybody?
Plus one called an Amati and a Paganini or a Pagliacci or whatever it is, and a Guianarius. And oh, boy, that collection must be worth hundreds of thousands, Johnny.
Well, what's happened?
Well, now, the one he cares about most is was a Bisiac.
Never heard of that one.
Well, now, apparently this man Bisiac over in Italy, and not too long ago at that, made a whole raft of real good fiddles, worth $1,000, $2,000 apiece.
Mm-hmm. I'll take your word for it.
But this one, they call it the Canary on account of its almost yellow color. Unlike the others he made, this one, the one Tetrick had, was just about the finest that he ever... Well, anyhow, Earl insured it for $10,000.
Get to the point, Don.
Well, like he always does every couple of months, and I mean with all those good fiddles, Tetrick took the Bisiac to a fiddle maker for a kind of a checkup, just to make sure it was still strung up properly and okay and all,
Well, you say that he doesn't play himself.
No, not a note, sweetest sir.
Seems like an awful waste.
Yes, I know. It's a waste of all of them. But anyhow, he took the Bisiac to this man for his regular checkup.
Took it to whom, Don?
He's an old Italian named Antonio DiPolito. And he's been down here over a year now, has his little shop at the end of Palm Avenue.
DiPolito?
Yeah, DiPolito. Anyhow, he took the fiddle to him yesterday, and this morning early, the police found the place broken into, old man DiPolito on the floor, still out from a bang on the head, and of course, that Bisiac fiddle was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have the police any leads on who got into that shop and how?
Nary a one, Johnny. But, now, about 2 hours ago, Tetrick called Earl up on the phone and told him to hop on out to his home on the Key, that he was certain he had the answer to the whole thing.
That's where Earl is now.
Yes. And if you ask me, if Tetrick does know who did it, you've wasted your time coming down here.
And I better try calling Earl at the Tetrick place. You mind if I use this phone?
Wait a minute. Hold everything, Johnny. Don't bother. He's just parked his car out front.
Oh, good. What's the matter with him?
Oh, yes. He does look kind of funny, doesn't he?
Hi, Earl. How are you? I should say, what's all the gloom about?
Oh, hi, Johnny. I'm glad you got down here so fast. Tell me, Earl, did old man Tetrick really know who took his fiddle and how and why, like he said he did on the phone? I guess he must have done.
Must have?
Yes, Johnny. By the time I got out there to his place, Tetrick was dead. No, murdered.
Take a thirsty man and serve him 7-Up. When he wants a fresh, clean taste, just serve him 7-Up. Noon or night, 7-Up is right. A quick, refreshing lift. We're thirsty now, but we won't be thirsty long. 7-Up.
And a thirsty man can tell you outside eating takes on extra pleasure when you serve 7-Up. It can be hot dogs on the grill, hamburgers on the broiler, or charcoal cooking that's really extra fancy. 7-Up just plain makes them all taste better. That's because 7-Up sharpens up your taste buds. Trout fresh from a stream, backyard barbecue, picnic at the beach. 7-Up is the greatest outdoor eating companion you can take along. So pure and wholesome, everyone can enjoy it, regardless of age. When you're planning a cookout, include plenty of 7-Up. Fresh up with 7-Up.
By the time Earl Pullman got back to his office to tell us about the murder of Joseph Tetrick, the Sarasota police had arrived there and a full-scale investigation was underway. Results so far, nothing. Apparently someone Tetrick knew had gone to see him. There were no signs of the house having been broken into. He'd let them in himself and got slugged to death with just one blow with a heavy crystal ashtray. But the police had found no fingerprints, no clues of any kind, not yet.
So if you want to go on over there and talk with the police, well, it might be a good idea, Johnny.
Yeah, I suppose so. Don, Earl, either of you have an extra car I can use for a while?
Oh, sure, Johnny, sure. Here, take these keys. It's the light tan job out in the back there.
Thanks, Don.
Oh, better still, I'll drive you over there, Johnny.
No, Earl. To where I'm going, I think I'd rather go alone. The little shop of Antonio DiPolito, there at the end of Palm Avenue, was just that. Little and dirty and thoroughly cluttered with the tools of his trade. In the dusty fly-specked window, he had half a dozen or so dark brown, cheap violins in a stack of fiber cases. Inside, on a couple of shelves serving as a counter, was the usual stock of strings, rosin, mutes, and so on. Mr. DiPolito sat behind his workbench, a bandage around his head, concentrating on a refinishing job on the fiddle in his lap. Now, let me say again that I'm no expert, but it did strike me that he was doing a rather good job with the varnish that he so carefully, painstakingly applied.
He's a kid. He's a crazy kid.
The body of the violin took on a sort of old-world patina under his expert hand.
These are children. They get us so careless. They drop the violin to make it a crack in the belly.
That's a good violin, Mr. DiPolito?
It's maybe $150, $250, but it's too good for the kid. He don't take care of him. So I got to fix up. Put on the varnish. Then he's to look like a $500.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yes. Now I'm hang it up to here. And it'll dry. Yeah. And now, what am I going to do for you, mister?
I'm an insurance investigator, Mr. DiPolito.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's a terrible thing. Yes, that happened last night. The Beesiac, the beautiful, beautiful canary Beesiac.
I call it canary because of its color, I understand.
Yeah.
Because it had sort of a yellowish cast to it,
And because of the way it could sing like only the most beautiful violin of a master can sing. Only my own boy, my young Antonio. Yeah, but now the violin is gone. Mamma mia. What a terrible thing.
You want to tell me what happened to the Beesiac?
I was working on it, Mr.
Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
See, I was alone. It was very late. And because it was the beautiful Beesiac, and pulled down the shades in at the front, I locked the door, just like I'm going to tell the police, so that nobody would have seen me, and it's so late.
Yes?
And I'm, I guess I fall asleep. And then I'm going to wake up, because I'm hearing somebody in behind me.
Could you see who it was?
By the time I'm turning my head, he's a hit to me, and a hit to me. I want to know that. Only is daylight. And I'm going to see the police when he's a bang-bang on the front door, so I'm going to let him in.
Well, the door was still locked then?
Yes.
And he'd come up behind you?
Yes. From the window in the back of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Come, I'm going to show you where he's a break open at the window while I'm asleep.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Now, here. You see where he cut at the glass? Where he make it the hole to reach in and lock at the window?
Used a glass cutter and probably some tape to keep the glass from falling and waking you.
That's what the police says.
Looks like the work of an amateur, though.
Why you say that, Mr. Dollar?
Well, you see, instead of a clean, round stroke with the glass cutter, he made a whole flock of straight scratches with it. You see him?
Huh?
You feel that?
Yeah.
The kind of clumsy grooves that he cut?
See, senor. But he's thinking he hit me.
Now, Mr. DiPolito.
Yes?
Like I've said a couple of times now, I don't know very much about these things. But you tell me, where could a fine violin like that, where would a person be able to buy one?
Well, Bisiak.
I mean, surely a little place like this of yours wouldn't sell them.
Oh, no.
At least if those you have in the window are any sample of the stock you'd carry.
Oh, no. Fine violin is like a fine jewel.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of. And it's a lot more conspicuous. So whoever stole a thing like the Bisiak would either have to hide it away for years or get rid of it immediately before the alarm was out.
The only place I know of that would handle a fine violin.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of thought you might be coming over here. Feeling any better, DiPolito?
Thank you, Mr. Pullman.
Good. The only place I know of that would trade in a fiddle like the Bisiak and those Strads and the rest, well, as a matter of fact, that's where old Tetrick got all his violins.
Where, Earl?
The famous Wurlitzer collection up in Chicago.
Sure?
I could be wrong, but the way I understand it, practically all the great violins in the world have passed through their hands.
Okay, then. I'm on expense account, right?
Well, of course, but Johnny, what just happened to Mr. Tetrick is far more important than the fiddle right now.
Or is the fiddle the key to that murder?
Murder?
I'll leave Don's car here.
Huh?
That is, if you'll drive me out to the airport. Item 2 is $79.05, plane fare to Chicago. I had a late dinner and spent the night at the Blackstone Hotel. That's item 3. Call it $15 even. In the morning, within 5 minutes of the time they opened for business, I was talking with one of the experts at the Wurlitzer collection.
Well, of course, Mr. Dollar will immediately notify every one of our branches, too, New York, Los Angeles, and so on, to be on watch for that Bisiak.
Good.
And, of course, we'll let you know right away if it shows up. Beyond that, however, I don't know what we can do.
Well, I'm afraid I don't either.
Terrible shame if it's got into the wrong hands. Only a true artist could do justice to that violin, but then, of course, no such artist would dare to use it.
Why do you say that?
Well, because it's now known to be stolen, too easily identified because of its unique, almost yellow color.
Oh, I see.
Poor Emil will be heartbroken when he learns of this.
Emil?
Emil Victor, who once owned it, played it in concerts all over the world before he brought it to us, and we sold it to Mr. Tetrick.
Tell me, why did this Emil Victor ever sell it?
Oh, you didn't know? Tragic accident to his hands that also left him blind?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't know. Matter of fact, I'm afraid that I never even heard of Mr. Emil. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That name, of course.
Emil?
No. Oh, son of a gun, I knew that name had rung a bell.
Oh, who's Mr. Dollar?
How stupid can I be?
I'm afraid I don't.
Listen, Emil Victor played that Bisiak for years.
Oh, 15 or 20 at least.
All right, then blind or not, he'd recognize it immediately if he heard it.
But I thought you just said Emil's was not the name that rang a bell, so to speak.
Don't you worry about that. Just tell me where I can find this Emil Victor and get me a list of concert bookings anywhere in this country.
Concert bookings? Now, I don't understand.
You will when I recover that Bisiak.
Who did it? How did they do it? What in the world did they do? Who put the man in menthol smoking? Alpine, that's who.
Alpine always tastes rich, never smokes rough. Try Alpine filter cigarettes.
Who put the man in menthol smoking? Alpine, that's who. Who? Alpine, that's who. Nice.
Item 4 is 420 for a couple of phone calls to Earl Pullman. Yes, the man I was now looking for had been in Sarasota on a brief stopover before resuming a concert tour. Okay, now, with the help of the concert schedule, I knew where he was going to play next. That very night, as a matter of fact. Item 5, $1.90 for a cab to the flat where the once famous violinist, poor, blind, old Emil Victor lived. I told him about my suspicions, of what I planned to do with his help.
But I cannot believe it, Mr. Dollar, that a fine young musician could... and that his own father... And perhaps he didn't know what he was saying.
Because of that bang in the head? Who really knows how hard he was hit? Maybe that wallop on the head was faked.
But if he was unconscious the rest of the night...
Well, that's what he says. Who can prove otherwise? Look, he distinctly told me the shades were down so that no one could see him working on the Bisiak.
I see.
Yet later he told me that when he came to, he could see the cop, could see him outside knocking on the door.
Mr. Dollar...
Now, one of those statements is false. But I really deserve a kick in the pants because of those scratches, because I didn't get wise to them right then and there.
Scratches, Mr. Dollar?
Yes, from a glass cutter on the window in the back of the shop to make it look like that was the way somebody had got in there. But don't you see, I could feel them. I could feel the grooves there with my fingernail on the inside of that window.
But that only proves...
And another thing. Now, I don't know how much the old man knows about fixing fiddles. But when it comes to refinishing them, he is great. That much I saw for myself. Refinish, recolor, call it whatever you like. But my biggest boner was in failing to pick up the cue when he was talking about the Bisiak.
What do you mean?
He said, if only my own boy, my young Antonio. Don't you see what he was trying to get across? Was if only his own boy could play a fiddle like that. He tried to plant the idea that the boy never would.
But, Mr. Dollar...
Let's go, Mr. Victor.
But don't you see, if it was as you suspect, if the boy, if young Antonio does have it, if his father did change the color...
That's exactly what I'm betting on.
But then who could prove it's the Canary Bisiak?
Are you kidding? You.
Me?
Come on. We got to get to a plane to that concert in El Paso tonight. Item 6, $172.50, taxi to the airport, then plane fares for the two of us to Fort Worth and a hop westward to El Paso. There, thanks to a captain of police, our tickets for the symphony concert cost us nothing because, yes, the soloist for the evening was young Antonio DiPolito. I'll say this for him. The short, dark, intense-looking kid could really play beautifully on the rather reddish-brown-colored violin that he used.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. It is the Bisiak. I am sure.
Absolutely sure?
How could I be mistaken when that instrument of heaven was my own for so many years?
Okay.
Would a father not recognize his own child? And I tell you, the Bisiak was far closer to me than a child could ever be. It was a part of me, as much as my own hands and mind and spirit are a part of me. From the first note that young Antonio played, I knew it was the Bisiak.
Good.
Even though it does not quite sound the same as it did.
What do you mean?
Because of the varnish he must have used, the old man, to change the color.
Mm-hmm.
There is a dryness to the tone that was not there before. It is just as robust, as commanding in its tone as ever. Yet there is a dryness, too, that only I would hear. But it is the Bisiak, the Canary Bisiak. Of that there can be no question.
Okay, then come on. We'll pick up the police and wait for him in his dressing room. After the concert was finished, there in the dressing room when he was faced with the facts as I now knew them, temperamental young Antonio screamed and fought like a tiger. Literally had to be held down by the police. But then when the old master Emil tore into him and really put his heart in it, the kid broke down and confessed. Not only to theft of the fiddle with his father's help, but to the murder of Mr. Tetrick. It seems that Tetrick had called him in to tell him that he suspected him. And when Tetrick picked up the phone and called Earl Pullman, Tony struck him down and killed him.
Oh, I've told you. I've told you everything. So you can take me away. You can kill me, too. But he deserves to die.
Did he, Tony?
Keeping such a priceless instrument locked up in a vault. It had to be played and played and played as only a true artist like me can play it. To thrill an audience with the warmth and color and sound that only I, Antonio, can bring from anything I touch. And now, thanks to you, I shall play no more.
No?
All this talent of mine, this matchless technique wasted. All the years that my father spent working, begging, even stealing so that I could study. And the hours and days and years of practice that I spent developing this wonderful gift that I have wasted.
Is it?
But it's the world that loses. Never again will an audience be able to feel the outpouring of my soul in the music of my violin. Without an audience to feel the power of my every note, I shall play no more.
Why not, Tony?
What?
Well, if an audience is all you need, seems to me that where you're going, you can be pretty sure of a captive one. So, from here on out, it's up to the courts. And that means for his father, too. You know, I wonder if the Tetrick estate will put the priceless fiddles in that collection in the hands of musicians where they can be used and appreciated. I hope so. Expense account total, including back to Chicago with Emil Victor and a trip home. That is after a few days of fishing with Earl Pullman back in Sarasota. $681.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub often. Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the old-fashioned murder matter. As if there was anything new-fashioned about it. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also heard in our cast were Santos Ortega as Dipolito, Leon Janney as Emil Victor, Richard Holland as Tony, Frank Behrens as Don Boomauer, Sam Gray as Earl Poorman, and Bill Lipton as the violin expert. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hannah speaking. First word in speed, the last for accuracy, expanded CBS News on the CBS Radio Network.
Once there was a smoker, an ordinary cigarette smoker. He was neither happy nor unhappy about his cigarette. Then one day he tried a Salem cigarette. Because he heard that Salem refreshes your taste. He soon learned that Salem does refresh your taste. So softly, so gently, that when you take a puff, it's springtime. And Salem is menthol fresh with rich tobacco taste and a modern filter, too. And air softens every puff. Now he is a Salem smoker and very happy.
CBS Radio.
Johnny Dollar.
Tell me, old boy, how's the weather?
Cold, wet, and miserable, and who are you?
Charlie Warren, Johnny, out here in warm, sunny Southern California.
Oh, you lucky dog.
Don't I know it. I spent too many long, cold winters at the home office there in Hartford not to know it.
You're still with Worldwide Mutual?
Sure am. Always will be, I guess, unless they try to move me out of this Los Angeles office. Boy, when I think how you must be suffering back there in New England with all that cold and snow and sleet.
Okay, Charlie, don't rub it in. We can't all be as lucky as you are, and just think of all the beauty you're missing.
Yeah? Like what?
The clean, crisp, invigorating air, the sparkle of the sun on sleet-covered branches, the sound of sleigh bells, rolling fields drifted high with pure white snow.
And all that mud and slush you have to plow through there in town, and don't tell me otherwise.
Okay, you've made your point. I'm feeling even worse than I did before you called. Now, what's on your mind?
Any good reason why you shouldn't be out here enjoying the sunshine, the warm breezes, the smell of orange blossoms, the palm trees, and beautiful broads barging around in bikinis, and all the other delights of this subtropical paradise, and I want a badge from the Chamber of Commerce?
Yes.
What?
Money.
Well, now, that's no problem.
Oh, it isn't.
Well, why should it be? When the company's going to pay the freight. Provided, of course, you keep that crazy expense account within reasonable bounds, but just once in your life.
Oh, Charlie, you touched me to the quick. Have I ever done otherwise?
Oh, no.
I mean, except for an occasional nickel or dime here and there.
Or an occasional C-note now and then.
Well, after all, Charlie.
Well, seriously, Johnny, I need you. I need your help. Are you free to fly out here?
I don't know why not.
Okay, now, according to my watch, it's a little after 4 p.m.
And according to the clocks here in the wilds of Connecticut, it's a little after 7.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Now, look, suppose I take a prop job that'll give me time for a little sleep along the way, and I'll see you first thing in the morning. Okay?
I'll meet you at the airport.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Los Angeles office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Cinder Elmer matter. Expense account item 1, $176.40, taxi to Bradley Field and a plane ticket. It was close to midnight by the time I could get a flight out of Hartford. I don't know why so many people have to travel this time of the year. And it was nearly 3 by the time my plane in New York took off and headed west. All my plans to sleep along the way went to pot. Not only because of the several stops we had to make, but because of the cute little brunette who occupied the seat next to mine. A real charmer on her way to L.A. for a winter vacation, and did I have any ideas for how she might enjoy herself out there on the coast? Did I have ideas? But after we landed, then she introduced me to the blonde giant who met her there at the airport and took her in tow. Well, who am I to argue with a man who plays right tackle for the L.A. Rams football team? Anyhow, I was sadly lacking in sleep when Charlie Warren finally found me at the luggage stand, picked up my bags, and led me out to a car parked at the curb.
Oh, here you are, Johnny. I'll just toss these bags in the back.
Hey.
Here, Johnny, here's the keys.
To a nice, quiet room with a soft bed in it.
Are you kidding? To this car.
Oh, Charlie, why don't you drive?
Well, this is one of those rental jobs. Sure, my car's over there in the lot. Oh, and I had him throw in a set of chains.
Well, you mean skid chains?
Yeah, up where you're going, you're going to need...
In sunny Southern California?
Excuse me. Let me get my glove compartment.
Be my guest. You mind telling me just where I'm going and why?
Now, here's where we are, see? L.A. International Airport, see it?
I'd rather see a comfortable bed, Charlie.
Now, you go north on Sepulveda Boulevard to Manchester. East to Harbor Freeway, turn north, then east on the San Bernardino Freeway.
I do,
Yeah. San Bernardino's maybe 65 miles or so. Then you turn north here up into the mountains, see? And there's Crestline. There you are. At least that's where you can get directions to Hillcrest Lodge.
I can.
Oh, boy, I wish I could go along with you. That's the most beautiful country up there this time of year.
It really is.
75 or 80 degrees of hot smog down here. And up there at 5,000 feet altitude, it's all covered with snow. Beautiful.
Oh, Charlie, you're a dirty dog.
What?
Over the phone, you give me the Chamber of Commerce pitch to get me away from an eastern winter, and when I get out here...
Yeah, but this is different, Johnny. You'll love it. Skiing, tobogganing, magnificent view of all the peaks up there on the Rim of the World Drive. It's right near Lake Arrowhead, you know.
No, I didn't know, and what's more, I don't care. Unless I can get a little sleep, Charlie, I can...
Sleep? Johnny, up there in that clean, clear, crisp, cold air on that high altitude, you'll sleep like you've never slept before.
You mean like sometime tonight?
Sure.
If I'm lucky.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you still haven't told me what kind of a case I'm supposed to be working on.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Disappearance, Johnny. Name is Bartley Harmon.
Bartley Harmon?
Uh-huh. He and his wife, Nora. Real good-looking doll, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And his business partner, a man by the name of Elmer Wrightson.
Yeah.
Well, like they always do this time of year, they all went up to Crestline, Hillcrest Lodge for a few days.
So?
Nora phoned me just before I put in that call to you. Seems the poor little shrimp took off.
Poor little shrimp?
Yeah, her old man, Bartley.
Oh.
Both he and his partner, Elmer Wrightson, stand about 5'3", about 115 pounds, wringing wet. Look almost like twins.
I see. Go on.
Well, not that Nora. Bartley's wife. She's a good 5'11", but Johnny boy, I mean good. She's built like an Olympic champion, blonde, beautiful, and wow.
I'll take your word for it. Now, what happened to Bartley Harmon?
Well, he took off for a tramp in the snow, and he suddenly and completely disappeared.
Oh?
Sheriff's Department put out an APB in the whole area, but nobody's seen hide nor hair of him.
Go on.
And, Johnny, that San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, well, they know their way around out in that country. If they haven't been able to find him, Bartley Harmon is really lost. And with the way it gets cold up in those mountains, well... Anyhow, Sheriff's boys are expecting you. They'll cooperate.
Just what is your stake in him, Charlie?
Got him insured for $200,000. Accidental death, double indemnity. If he's fallen off a rock and busted his neck or into a chasm or something.
Charlie.
And on top of everything else, heart isn't too awfully good either. Of course, if somebody... Well, you know what I mean.
No, I'm not sure I do. Does Bartley Harmon have a lot of enemies?
Not that I know of. For that matter, I don't think he has any real friends either.
Tell me, who would benefit by his death?
Well, of course, the business would all go to his partner, Elmer Wrightson.
Mm-hmm. How do they get along?
Only because they have to, I guess. Keep the business going.
I see. And the insurance goes to his wife?
All goes to Nora.
And how do they get along?
Well, she's a beautiful dame. He has a lot of money, and, well, she's a lot younger than he is, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny. Somebody did murder him. Well, you mean... You think that maybe one of them?
Charlie, I think I'd better get on up to Crestline.
Here's a friendly and important reminder from your postmaster. This is the time of year when the post office handles its biggest volume of mail. The extra load often takes extra time. So if you want your cards and packages to arrive at their destination before Christmas, mail early and often. Make sure addresses are clear and correct. Use postal zone numbers and send your cards by first-class mail. For a merrier Christmas, shop early, mail early.
That long, hot drive through the valley to San Bernardino, San Bernardino as the natives call it, almost did me in. I really felt the lack of sleep. But But then as I swung up into the mountains, and at the 4,000-foot level had to put on snow chains and turn up the windows, well, it really is beautiful country up there. Not only because of the white, clean snow, but the mountains, the magnificent big pines anchored to the sides of them, and the colorful, picturesque little cottages. At Hillcrest Lodge, I found that a young fellow from the sheriff's office, Roy Turner, was waiting for me. After helping me up to my room with my bags, he got right to the point.
I can't say that I like this situation, Mr. Dollar. Not a bit.
Why, Turner?
Call me Roy.
All right, call me Johnny.
Well, Johnny, simply because of the people involved.
Man falls in love with partner's wife and does away with said partner?
Not a chance. At least there's no chance you'd give him any kind of a break. I'd bet on it.
Why?
Because Wrightson is the same kind of homely, pedantic, facts and figures little shrimp as her husband Bartley is. And there's no question but that she's had enough of him.
Enough to want to get rid of him, Roy?
Well, Harmon's worth a lot of money, I understand. A lot of insurance, too.
Yeah, that's true.
And she's a much younger, good-looking, athletic... Well, where do you see her?
I'd like to.
You will. And don't think for a minute she doesn't make the most of it, of what she has. Johnny, for the few days they spend up here every year, she brings along enough expensive clothes to sink a battleship. In addition to snow and ski and skating outfits, I mean. She has a whole trunk full of shoes alone. Anyhow, we're making sure that she sticks around. Wrightson, too, for that matter.
Roy, if they're all on such lousy terms, why do they come up here together?
Only because she likes it so much. So Bartley tags along to keep an eye on her.
And Mr. Wrightson?
To keep an eye on him, I guess.
I take it you've combed the hills around here pretty well.
As thoroughly as we know how.
Mm-hmm. What about all those little cabins that I've seen around?
Been through them all. Apparently, Harmon headed over toward Old Ironside. That's just north of here. Has a sharp face on it where the snow doesn't stick. And beyond it, well, in order to save time, we have a helicopter out there looking over that big valley.
Roy?
Yes, Johnny?
You know, over the years, I've investigated an awful lot of disappearances.
Yeah?
And you would be surprised at how many people disappear deliberately, just to get away from things once and for all.
But leave behind that beautiful wife he's so jealous of? And his share of a prosperous business?
It is a possibility, though, isn't it?
Well... Oh, that may be for me. I told the operator I'd be here. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Where? Okay. Leave it there. Have him go back and pick me up at the port.
As I started to say, it is possible, Roy.
Not anymore, Johnny.
Oh?
The copter just found Bartley Harmon out there beyond Old Ironside. Or rather, they found his body.
We got to the airport on the edge of San Bernardino in less than 20 minutes. The copter was already there and waiting for us. We piled in, took off, and headed back to Crestline, then past it, then circled the cold gray peak that was called Old Ironside. Beyond it was a long, narrow valley, edged on both sides by a heavy growth of timber, and 100 yards or so from the tree line, out in the open, there on the cold, dry snow, lay the body of Bartley Harmon.
I don't see any mark where you landed this crate, Steve.
I didn't try to land, sir. Just took her down low enough to make a positive ID, then got on the horn and reported in. They told me to run back to Purdue and pick you up, sir.
Looks to me as though you may have got down there too close.
What, sir?
I mean, this chopper apparently blew a lot of snow on top of it. Hope it didn't cover any clues.
Sorry, sir.
Clues, Roy? Now find a spot to land us up there ahead of it.
Right, sir.
I can't help wondering what Harmon was doing way out here and alone.
Oh, he and Wrightson believes that old legend about a cave full of gold out in this valley. Often came to look for it.
You know, while his wife was busy skiing or skating or tobogganing.
With his bad heart, Roy?
Well, actually, it's only a mile or so from the lodge, so I guess he figured it wouldn't be too much for him. Looks like he figured wrong, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of knocks my theories into a cocked hat, too.
You've given up the idea of murder.
Yep. Set us down here anywhere, Steve. Right, sir. And we shall see what we shall see.
What we saw down there was more than we'd bargained for. The body was that of Bartley Harmon, all right, and there wasn't a mark on it. It looked as though the old boy, overextending himself at that high altitude, had simply had his heart give out on him. Until we found two things. One, another set of footprints leading to the spot, much smaller prints that could have been made by a woman's snow boots. And second, beside them there in the snow, a cigarette butt with lipstick on it.
Looks to me, Johnny, like this settles it. In spite of her alibi. Nora Harmon.
Alibi, Roy?
That she was over in Arrowhead Village shopping when he took his little walk out here.
Anybody try to check up on it?
Yeah, but nothing really definite either way.
Well, then that doesn't prove that she did this, Roy, that she or anybody else did anything.
You mean because of no marks on the body?
That's right. And, Roy, there's something about this whole setup that... I don't know. I don't know.
Let's face it, Johnny. Why'd she say she was in Arrowhead when she was really out here with him?
Well, was she?
And who else had such a motive?
Did Elmer Wrightson have an alibi, too?
Asleep in his room all that afternoon? And no reason to doubt him.
I wonder.
But Johnny, the footprints. And more important, this cigarette butt with a lipstick. If a lab test shows it to be the same kind that she uses... Steve.
Yes, sir?
When you and Mr. Dollar haul the body into San Bernardino for the autopsy, have Doc Hanley analyze the lipstick on this cigarette, too. Have him do that first.
While we take the body in?
I want to follow those two sets of footprints back to the lodge. I'll meet you there, okay? What's the matter, Johnny?
Oh, nothing, Roy. It's just that... Well, if we've overlooked something out here...
Yeah? Like what?
No, forget it. Come on, Steve. Let's get the body aboard.
Yes, sir.
Doc Hanley told me that the lipstick was quite unusual. While he went ahead with the autopsy, I had Steve drive me up to the lodge. A $5 tip to a light-fingered bellboy got me one of Nora Harmon's lipsticks out of her room. When I got back and showed it to Hanley, he was certain it was the same as that on the cigarette. As for the result of his autopsy...
Beaten to death, Mr. Dollar.
Without a single mark on him?
There were several intestinal and mesentery perforations, blood in the peritoneal cavity.
So?
You saw no external bruises because death occurred so quickly, the blood stopped circulating immediately. And without circulation, there can be no hemorrhage into the tissues. A little-known fact, my boy.
I see. So it looks then as though Roy may have been right in spite of this hunch of mine.
Hunch? In this modern day and age, don't be ridiculous, my boy. Look at the facts. She not only had the motive, but if I understand correctly, is physically capable of such an action. And with the cigarette butt as proof that she was out there with him, yeah, I'll phone Roy Turner at the lodge and tell him to charge her with murder.
I wonder, though.
Wonder? Why? What's there to wonder about?
Well, Doc, unless she is pretty stupid.
Well, I'm certain from what I've heard about her that she isn't. Far from it.
Then why leave such obvious, incriminating tracks? Both the footprints and the cigarette.
My boy, even the cleverest of criminals sometimes overlook little things like that.
Little things? Doc, this is more like leaving a couple of neon signs. I'd better get back to the lodge.
To assist Roy with the arrest?
Maybe to keep him from arresting the wrong person. As I walked walked into my room at the lodge, Roy was just hanging up the phone.
Okay. Okay, Doc. Yeah, that's good enough for me. I'll bring her in right away.
Roy, before you do that...
Yeah, I know, Johnny. The doc told me what you said to him, and I agree with you. It was pretty foolish for her to leave such obvious signposts. Not at all like her.
Okay, then.
But following up those sets of tracks out there really clinched it.
How do you mean?
Oh, he went for his little walk in the snow alone, all right, but she followed him. And every time he stopped to rest, she also stopped, but a couple of 100 yards behind him and well hidden by the trees. And more important, Johnny...
Yeah?
Every time she stopped, she lit up and smoked one of those cigarettes. And they are the same brand she uses. I've checked on it. Then, when he took off again, she dropped the butt in the snow and followed him again. Until finally, when she had him far enough away to be safe... Bango.
Now, wait a minute.
One other little thing, too, Johnny.
Roy.
While you were down there in San Bernardino, I compared those footprints with a pair of Nora's shoes. Same type and size.
Wait a minute, will you?
Well?
Roy, it has finally got through this thick skull of mine. The butt, the cigarette butt we found by the body, before you picked it up.
Yeah, what about it, Johnny?
Listen, did you find some more out there?
Several, just further proof.
Did you leave any of them laying around out there?
Well, sure. One or two are all I need for evidence.
All right, come on. We're going out there and look at them.
What?
Yes. Unless you can visualize exactly what that first one looked like lying there beside the body.
Well, I don't know.
Because I can. And, Roy, before you do anything foolish like arresting Nora Harmon, you better have a look at some of those others. Now, come on.
The first place she stopped is just ahead.
Good. Glad it hasn't snowed for a while.
But I still think this is a kind of silly waste of time, Johnny.
And I tell you that both of us ought to be shot for not having been more observant.
You still haven't told me what this miraculous inspiration is that... Oh, here we are. And you see? That butt lying there with that same lipstick on it. Here, I'll take it along.
No, don't touch it.
Huh?
Just take a good look at it, Roy. Don't you see? It wasn't crushed out. It was simply dropped there on top of the snow.
Well, sure, so what?
Then what put it out?
Well, the snow. What else?
Did it?
What do you mean?
If that cigarette was still burning when it was dropped here on the snow, don't you see, Roy? Don't you see? It would have melted some of the snow while it was going out.
Wait a minute, Johnny. You're right.
Of course I am. All those butts you found were smoked and put out somewhere else. No doubt by Nora Harmon because of the lipstick. Then somebody else carefully picked them up and saved them. And for only one reason, Roy, to plant them out here beside these footprints.
Wrightson?
Right. Elmer Wrightson, the only other person with a motive.
But the footprints from her shoes.
Didn't you say that she's a big girl? And that Elmer is a little shrimp?
Yeah. And if he wears a snow boot like hers, we've got him. But if he doesn't, Johnny?
Didn't you also say that she has a whole trunk full with her?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't she have at least a couple of pairs of snow boots?
Sure, I've seen them myself.
Any reason, then, why he couldn't have borrowed a pair of hers and then put them back?
Yeah, but if he didn't, Johnny...
Well, let's try it, Roy. Let's try the Cinderella bit on him, Only it'll be, Cinder Elmer. We'll make him put on a pair of her snow boots, and if they fit... Well, are you game to try it?
Nothing to lose, Johnny. Let's go.
Her snow boots fit him all right. And little old Cinder Elmer, oh, the dumb jerk should have known better. He should have made us come up with some really concrete evidence. But luckily for us, Elmer just broke down and confessed to the whole bit. So, once again, it's up to the courts. Expense account total, including the trip home, $377.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the cleverest cover-ups for a firebug I've ever seen. And believe me, I've seen plenty. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Cliff Carpenter as Sheriff Roy Turner, Eugene Francis as Charles Warren, Bob Dryden as Dr. Hanley, and Jim Stevens as the helicopter pilot. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Enjoy the Gary Moore Show weekdays on the CBS Radio Network.
At Rule 59 on your Tri-Cities dial, this is WROW Music in Albany, New York.
A newcomer in town can feel mighty lonesome. Welcome Wagon hostesses make these newcomers feel wanted when they make their cordial Welcome Wagon visits. Their baskets contain useful gifts from civic-minded businessmen, invitations to participate in varied social and volunteer activities of the many civic agencies in the community. In addition, every Welcome Wagon call recipient in the greater Albany or Schenectady areas, as well as Delmar, Latham, or Scotia, is invited to attend the local Welcome Wagon Club. This is an organization of newcomers all anxious to make friends. Various Welcome Wagon clubs vary from 30 to 150 members who meet monthly. Their interests include bowling, golf, cards, handcraft, and dancing. You can help to make your new neighbor feel at home. Call State 59640 today and make your neighbor eligible for the many opportunities in a Welcome Wagon Club. Remember, State 59640.
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, this is Ted Orloff.
Orloff?
Yeah, you remember Western Indemnity Company out here in Los Angeles?
Oh, of course, Ted. How are you?
Fine, just fine.
Gee, it's been a long time.
I know. Now, tell me, are you free to come out here? Come out here right away?
I don't know why not. What seems to be the trouble?
One of our clients owns a small bottling plant.
Yeah?
Name is Garrison. Barney Garrison.
Go ahead.
Called me and told me that somebody's pulled an embezzlement on him, taking nearly $170,000 from his till.
Uh-oh.
170 grand, yeah. Well, can you make it? Can you come out here?
I'll pick up a plane schedule and call you back, okay?
Fine.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Western Indemnity Company, Home Office, Los Angeles, California. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Shadow of a Doubt matter. Expense account item 1, $350 for the call back to Ted Orloff to tell him the best deal I could make was the flight out of Hartford at 7:20 the following morning. Item 2, $185.70 for the plane ticket. When I got to L.A. a few minutes after noon Pacific time, Ted was waiting for me. I piled my luggage into the back of his car and we took off.
Now, Mr. Bernard Livermore Garrison, Barney Garrison.
Own some kind of a bottling plant.
That's right, soft drinks. You know, root beer, sarsaparilla, lime, orange, the works. And just now, today, as a matter of fact...
Watch it!
Okay, it's okay. But why didn't she signal that turn? Crazy Southern California driver.
We were going pretty fast, Ted.
Been out here 7 years now. 7 years, Johnny, but I can't get used to it. These natives all drive around like an accident, just going somewhere to happen.
Yes, they do.
But like I started to say...
Yeah, Ted.
Somehow, somewhere, Barney Garrison raised himself a lot of money. And he set up this plant.
Who is Ralph Betterly?
He's vice president, and yikes. Crazy California. What's the matter with that guy?
Hey, Ted, seriously, hadn't you better slow down a little?
Now, stop worrying, Johnny.
About Ralph Betterly.
Vice president and business manager, I guess you'd call him, handles the bookkeeping department, that kind of stuff. It's almost a sort of partnership, Johnny. Kind of a partnership. So why those two would ever get together, I'll never know.
Why do you say that?
Well, about as opposite as any two people could ever be. Ralph is a quiet, little, ingrown old man. He isn't really old, probably not more than 2 or 3 years older than Barney. But he looks and acts it. Quiet, meek, responsible citizen.
Mm-hmm.
He and his wife have a nice little home on Pandora Avenue in Westwood.
And Barney Garrison?
Big, well-fed, back-slapping, hail fellow, well-met sort of a guy. Talks to anybody and everybody. A real salesman. He's a bachelor, has a big eye for the gals, and really lives it up. Gets along with anybody, drives an expensive car, has a showy home in Bel Air, has just bought one in Palm Springs, entertains like mad, and well, you know the type.
I think I do.
Just the opposite of Ralph Betterly, just the opposite.
Well, opposites always attract, they say.
Yeah, I guess they... Hey, what's the matter with you? You crazy or something? Didn't you see that stop sign? Jerk. You'd think he was the only one on the road.
That was a little close, Ted.
Oh, some of the crooks behind the wheel have absolutely no consideration for anyone else. But as I was saying...
Yes, let's get back to the embezzlement.
Well, Barney called me yesterday, just before I called you. Said he'd been going through the books of the cash on hand. For some reason, they keep a lot of cash on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And as near as he can figure it, there's about $170,000 gone.
I see. Well, what does this Ralph Betterly think about it?
I don't know. I told him we'd call on him after we've seen Barney. So after you've talked to Barney, we'll come back here.
Come back from where?
Palm Springs. That's where Barney called me from, where he's waiting for us.
Oh, I see. Hey, watch the stoplight ahead, will you?
Huh? Oh. No, instead of driving on down there, we'll cut over to Lockheed Airport in Burbank and take a plane. Take his plane.
His plane?
That's right. His own personal private plane.
Well, isn't it just about as fast to drive down there?
Yeah, sure it is, but this is the way he wants it.
Okay. We'll do it the way Barney wants it. Once at the airport, we hopped aboard Garrison's twin-engine Beach. The pilot took off, and in almost less time than it takes to tell about it, we set down at the Palm Springs airport.
He promised to meet us here, but I don't see any sign of him. Not a sign. What time is it, Johnny?
I have exactly 20 minutes after 5?
Sure. That's Eastern time. You forgot to reset your watch.
Oh, of course.
Well, that makes it 20 after 2. Pilot called him, though, so he shouldn't... Huh? What's the matter?
Nothing. I was surprised to see those long, thin clouds up there in this desert sky.
Clouds?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Those are just the kind of tail end of a skywriting job.
Look there behind you. The skywriter's still at it.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. P-O-P-P-O. Papo?
When he's finished, that'll spell Papola.
What? That's a fine way to decorate an otherwise clean, clear blue sky.
Don't knock it.
Why not?
That's Garrison's brand new product.
Oh.
And like I say, today's the first announcement of it. But now we're in the Sam Hill... Oh, here he is.
Oh, beat me to it. I'm sorry I have to wait. How are you, Ted boy?
Fine, Barney, just fine.
And you must be Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
How are you, Johnny? Welcome to Palm Springs.
Thanks.
Just wait till you see the new joint I have down here. Now, listen, Ted, I'm afraid you brought him down for nothing.
Why do you say that, Barney?
Well, I used the old noodle. I did some thinking about who might have embezzled the 170 G's. And the more I thought, the more sure I got about who did it.
Who?
And I'm willing to bet that if you face up to him and tell him that I'm on to him, he'll break right down and admit it.
Who, Barney?
That so-called partner of mine, Ralph Betterly.
Barney Garrison refused to talk further about the embezzlement until he'd taken us out and showed us through his new home. It was U-shaped and built around the swimming pool, and just about as modern as an expensive resort home could possibly be. It was the kind you see written up in the movie fan magazines and only half believe is true until you see it. His penchant for entertaining on a big scale was shown by the fully equipped bars. There were 3 of them, one in the pantry, another in the den, and the third one poolside. Only one thing marred the attractiveness of that pool. A huge, gaudy, garish neon sign at one end with the words, "Now is the time to," and below it was an electric clock a couple of feet in diameter with the words, "Drink Papola" on the dial, where the numbers should have been.
You get it, Johnny? Now is the time to... And when you look at the clock, well, sure, you can tell the time all right, but what you're really reading is, "Now is the time to drink Papola."
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, sure. I want to get photographers out here, take shots of the place for all the picture magazines. You know, publicity. So the word Papola's got to show up somewhere, and if they take a picture of me here at the pool, they can't miss it.
I see what you mean.
Well, just to make sure. Yeah, now, look here. Look at these snapshots I took this morning out here myself. Yeah, I used one of those 10-second cameras and rigged a long cable release so as I could get into the pictures, too. Hey, see here?
Yeah, I see. Now, about this embezzlement.
Yeah, and see this one? It shows me, shows the clock, shows it was 10:05 a.m., and you see up there in the background, up in the sky?
Oh, yeah, that's Skywriter we saw, Johnny.
Yeah. Today's the first day for that skywriting bit.
So I understand.
You know, just to announce Papola.
Yes, I know. Now, Barney.
But now, why don't you guys slip into some trunks and let me get some pictures of you out here by the pool?
Well, why don't we get down to business instead? You said you think your partner, Ralph Betterly, took the money?
Oh, yeah.
Why do you think that, Barney?
Well, it's an awful thing to say, Johnny, after working together on this bottling business, but... Well, there comes a time when a guy's got to face the facts.
Well, suppose you give me some of the facts.
Well, to begin with, Ralph isn't a full partner with me. The deal we have only cuts him in for about a quarter of the profit.
I see.
And they've been pretty low, Johnny, on account of the startup costs on Papola. Like I said, the skywriting's only started today, and all the rest of the advertising and promotion. Mighty expensive, too.
I'm sure it is.
Anyhow, with all the money that he's had to spend on hospital, his wife, did you know that she died a couple of days ago, Ted?
No, I didn't, Barney.
Yeah, too bad. Anyway, he's been having a real tough time of it.
And, you think that he would steal from his own company?
He's been pretty desperate. But, Johnny, the real point is, and, well, I hate to say this, but he's the only one who could.
Why is that?
2 reasons.
Don't you have a lot of employees there at your plant?
Sure, Johnny, quite a few, but outside of me, Ralph is the only one who has the combination of the safe we keep all the cash in. The only one, Johnny. And if that don't put the finger on him, I don't know what does.
I think you said 2 reasons.
Yeah. Number 2, Ralph is the only other one has any idea how much there was in there.
Do you mind telling me why you kept that much cash on hand?
Oh, so maybe it did seem like a lot, but it takes a lot to run a business, any kind of business.
$170,000?
Sure. But don't you see, I got to have cash to pay off the Mexican boys who... well, that is...
Yes, Barney?
Okay, you're not the cops or the pure food and drug fellows or anything, so you're only a private detective, so I'm going to level with you.
Go on.
Some of the stuff for the Papola mix, a secret ingredient. Well, you know what I mean.
Go on.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't cross the border exactly legal, you know?
Ted, did you know about this?
I certainly didn't.
Now, wait a minute. There's nothing poison or narcotic about it, anything like that. It's only that if those wetbacks are willing to bring it in for me, well, that's why I've got to keep a lot of cash on hand, okay?
Is it? What's okay about running a business like that?
Hey, now, wait a minute, buddy.
Ted, didn't you know what kind of an outfit you were selling indemnity insurance to?
I guess I didn't.
Now, don't get up on any pulpit, Johnny.
Garrison, have you told the police about the embezzlement?
Why should I?
You bet you haven't, because you know you'd have an investigation on your hands that would put you out of business so fast you wouldn't know what hit you.
Oh, yeah? You think I'm not smart enough to cover up if anybody comes poking around? You don't owe me, Dollar.
I don't think I care to.
How do you think I got where I am today? Answer me that. You know why? Because I'm smart, that's why. Me, I'm smart enough to get away with anything if I want to.
Don't be too sure of that. Come on, Ted.
Yeah? Now, you listen here, Dollar.
Yes?
If you think you're going out and make trouble for me...
I wouldn't waste the time. Come on, Ted. Let's get on back to L.A.
Yes, Johnny, and believe me, I'll cancel out every policy we have on him.
Sure, go ahead. But you're still going to have to either recover the money or pay me off on this embezzlement.
I'm afraid he's right, Johnny.
Well, I'm not.
And remember what I said. You tell Ralph Betterly I'm wise to him, and I'm betting he'll break down and confess. if he hasn't got conscience all of a sudden and blown his brains out. But you just get me that money.
Item 3 is $50 deposit on a rental car to get us back to Los Angeles, and just as quickly as possible. Because I was really worried now, and I don't mean over that $170,000.
About what then, Johnny?
You have Ralph Betterly's address, Ted?
Sure. Like I told you, he lives in the Westwood section on Pandora Avenue. That's out beyond Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I know. But look, until we get there...
Yeah?
You better do a little praying, Ted.
Praying?
That's right. That this hunch of mine is all wrong. But all the prayers in the world wouldn't have helped. By the time we got to 1308 Pandora... out there in Westwood, the police, including a medico and a couple of the lab crew, had done their work and left. All but a Lieutenant Harvey May. As for what had happened there...
Well, you see, we got a phone call from his business partner, a man by the name of Garrison, called from Palm Springs.
Oh?
Yeah. Said he'd been trying to raise Betterly on the phone, that he was worried about him. So one of the boys in a prowl car drove over, got no answer to the doorbell, but the front door wasn't locked. So we barged in, found Betterly dead, a bullet in his head. I come on over with the doc and the lab crew.
I see. But I figure it, Lieutenant.
Looks like suicide, Lawler, all the way. You know, because of losing his wife and financial troubles and all, and Betterly's prints are on the gun, and only Betterly's.
Suicide, hmm?
Well, maybe.
Why do you say that?
Well, had Betterly pulled that gun on himself, there should have been clear powder burns on his head, see? But the doc seemed to think he might have been shot from 6 or 7 feet away. No, he could be wrong, of course.
Could he? I doubt it.
Yeah? Why?
When was he, well, when did he die?
Doc figures sometime between 9:30 and 11:30 this morning.
And nobody in the neighborhood saw who might have done it? Nobody heard any shots or anything like that?
No, but if you're thinking of that crooked partner of his...
Why not?
Well, he's down there in Palm Springs.
You forgetting, Lieutenant? That's not much more than a 2-hour drive.
But he said he's been down there since late last night. And if he can prove that... look, I know Garrison isn't Lily White.
Oh, you're so right.
But if he can prove he's been down there all day...
Well, Lieutenant, I'm sure that he thinks he can.
Well, then?
And I'm almost sure that I can prove his alibi's a phony.
How, Dollar? And if you can...
Well, that's out of your jurisdiction down there, isn't it?
Well, sure, but all we have to do...
No, don't call him. Not yet. Give me time enough to drive to Palm Springs,
Why?
Well, you do. Maybe I'll bring you back a killer.
Maybe.
But if you tip him off by having the police bust in on him, you can bet your bottom dollar that Barney Garrison will think of some way to worm out of this murder.
You seem pretty sure it was murder.
I'm sure.
And that Garrison did it, huh?
I'm sure of that, too. Well?
Okay, Dollar, go ahead. But I better hear from you in a hurry.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. You will. Thanks.
Can a girl from a small mining town find happiness with a civil service jazz musician from a big city? This problem may never be solved by Betty Furness on the CBS radio network's Dimensions of a Woman's World. But her tips on home improvement, cosmetics, teenagers, anything of interest to women could help you find a few answers that you've been looking for. Dimension of a Woman's World is heard 3 times every weekday, with Betty Furness as hostess with the mostess. Information for and about today's woman. And you'll hear Dimension of a Woman's World only on weekdays and only on CBS Radio.
This trip I made alone. After all, why stick out Ted Orloff's neck, too, especially when I wasn't as sure of myself as I'd made the lieutenant think. But too many things added up. If what Ted had told me about Betterly was true, he was hardly the man to pull an embezzlement. But Garrison, if he thought he could get away with it, sure. And with a home in Bel Air, another in Palm Springs, he could certainly use the money. Then there were some other things, like his call to the police to say that he was worried about not being able to reach Betterly by phone. Really worried about him? Or just to make sure the body would be discovered and a time of death set by a lab crew? And as the lieutenant said, to take away any suspicion from himself. Time of death. That was the key of the whole thing. Garrison's alibi. And that's what got me suspicious. The fact that I'd be called on to back up his alibi. And how? Well, a little over 2 hours later, the door of his Palm Springs home opened.
Come on in and have a drink.
Well, not right now.
Come on in, Dollar. Join the party. A little housewarming I'm throwing.
Hello, Barney.
I thought you went away mad this afternoon.
A little noisy in here, isn't it? I decided I'd better come back.
Yeah, attaboy. Incidentally...
Yeah?
I tried to call old Ralph after you left, but I got no answer.
Oh, well, why call him, Barney?
Well, like I said to you, if his conscience ever caught up with him...
Yes, I know. You tried to plant the suicide idea with me pretty solidly this afternoon.
Huh? Now, why do you say plant that way?
Look, where can we talk quietly for a few minutes?
Oh, Barney, you're not leaving me all alone, are you?
Well, just for a little while, sugar. You know, just a little business. Come on, Dollar. In my den, right this way. First, wouldn't you like a drink?
No, let's talk first.
All right, sure. Right in here now. Well, sit down, Dollar, sit down.
No, that's better. Thanks.
Now, what did you mean about trying to plant the suicide bit with you?
Same as you were so careful to set your alibi with me.
Alibi? What are you talking about? Now, look, I told you why I think Ralph embezzled that money, and I still think he did. Well, don't you?
No. I think you did, Barney.
Now, this is no time to joke, Dolly.
I'm not joking.
All right, then, listen.
Are you pretending you don't know what happened back there in Westwood this morning?
You mean that Ralph...
Are you pretending you don't know Ralph is dead?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Suicide, huh? That's too bad.
He was murdered, Barney. And you were the first to know because you murdered him.
Now, wait a minute. Look here, Dollar.
Well?
Now, listen. You know that isn't true. Because you know that I was right here in Palm Springs when it happened.
Then you know when it happened.
Well, you said this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess I did.
Yeah, and I was right here. And I can prove it.
Can you?
Well, didn't I prove it to you this afternoon?
Did you?
Okay, when was he killed?
Then you admit it wasn't suicide.
Well, I don't admit anything because I haven't got anything to admit. I asked a question. When did he die?
The medico said between 9:30 and 11 a.m.
Hey, see? Well, I was right here at exactly 10:05 a.m. And you know it, and I know it, and I can prove it. So can you.
How?
By that picture I showed you.
That's exactly what I want to see again.
All right, then here. I got it right here in this desk here. Yeah. Now, look. You want to argue with this? You see the clock there in back of me? 10:05, it says. And that can be called sure, and I could have taken that picture some other time, like last week, maybe. Except for just exactly one little thing, Dollar. Well, go on. Look. Look at it.
I'm looking.
You see, up there in the sky, in the background, you see that sky writing? Popola, that's what it says. And the whole population of Palm Springs Bible, that sky writing didn't start until today. Today, do you get it?
All right. So you killed him, then tore on out here to reset that clock, take the picture, and have your alibi all ready by the time we arrived.
You're crazy.
Perfect alibi, Barney, except for exactly one little thing, as you put it.
I say you're crazy.
Now, you look at the picture. Your swimming pool runs north and south, doesn't it?
So what?
You face the south, into the camera.
That's right. So what?
So the morning sun coming from the east would have cast your shadow to the west. Over here. Instead, what little shadow there is east of you from the early afternoon sun. Because you reset the clock and took this picture just before we arrived.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, Dollar. Now look, you see this? And it's loaded, baby.
Complete with silences, hmm?
That's right. So, Dollar... Hiya, Sergeant.
Well, looks like Lieutenant May of the West Los Angeles Department was right, huh?
Now, look, just let me explain this, huh?
Why bother, Barney? Just give the sergeant the gun. Once again, it's up to the courts. But when the West Los Angeles police run down the $170,000, wherever Garrison put it, and I'm sure they will, he won't have a leg to stand on. Expense account total, call it $450. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, like a lot of other people, I open the trout season, but in a way I don't suggest you try. Believe me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Bob Dryden as Barney Garrison, Bernard Grant as Lieutenant Harvey May, James Stevens as Ted Orloff, Eugene Francis as the police sergeant, and Jocelyn Summers as the girl at the party. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Pat Cannell speaking.
Sportsorama with Red Barber premieres April 6th, putting Major League Baseball in the Sportsorama spotlight with straight-from-the-shoulder talk about our national pastime. April 6th, the first Sportsorama program with Red Barber on the CBS Radio Network.
Do you know a new family just moving to your neighborhood? Welcome Wagon would love to welcome them. Welcome Wagon helps all new neighbors to feel welcome and wanted here in the Capital District. Each gracious Welcome Wagon hostess brings baskets of gifts from Tri-City merchants. She brings greetings from the community to these newcomers, answers questions everyone wants to know about the Tri-Cities. You can make sure your new neighbors benefit from Welcome Wagon service. Just call State 59640 and give the Welcome Wagon hostess the name and address of your new neighbors. She'll call on them and present them with a basket of gifts from civic-minded businessmen. You'll be helping your neighbor and your Welcome Wagon hostess who carries on this valuable community service. In the Albany-Troy-Schenectady metropolitan area, call State 59640. That's State 59640 for Welcome Wagon.
WROW Albany, fair and cool tonight, gradually diminishing winds, the low 25 to 30. Monday, continued fair and mild, high in the low 50s. Present temperature 45.
Johnny Dollar.
Come on back, Johnny.
What?
I said come on back here is all.
Well, why not? Only where and who's that?
The where is here in Corpus Christi, and this is Jack Price.
Jackson. Haven't you had enough of me lately?
Sure we have, but that's beside the point.
Now, wait a minute, Jack.
Well?
Don't tell me you and Doug Johnstone have finally found that old Spanish treasure we were all looking for last week.
No, thanks. And I thought we made it plain we've had our fill of that caper. But seriously, Johnny.
Yeah.
What happened to us out there on Padre Island kind of proves a point, doesn't it?
That in this world of ours, you simply don't get something for nothing?
Right. And sometimes when you try to, you may lose everything. Like young Jose Pineda lost his life.
Yeah. Jackson, from here on, I'm perfectly willing to work for what I need and want. Now that we've got the lecture on philosophy over and done with.
How'd you like to take on another case down here?
Why not? As long as you're willing to pay the old expense account.
Well, of course.
Without questions or checking it over too carefully.
Oh, hold it.
Plus, of course, a nice, big, fat extra fee.
Hello, operator.
Operator?
Must be a wrong connection. The man I was talking to was that fine, generous, self-sacrificing, do-it-for-nothing gentleman by the name of Johnny Dollar.
Do it for nothing?
Okay, that do-nothing gentleman.
That's more like it.
Seriously, Johnny.
Yes, seriously.
Come on down here, will you? Right away.
What's up?
The makings of an international incident, maybe.
Oh, you better call in the U.S. Marines.
Be serious, will you?
Well, who's kidding?
I'm afraid one of my clients is mixed up in the narcotics racket. And you know what that could mean.
That he's not long for this world.
That's right. Unless you can straighten things out for him.
Narcotics, huh? It sounds like a big order.
Don't kid yourself, Johnny. It is. And it could be kind of dangerous. Well?
You know something, Jackson?
Yeah?
When somebody calls me in on a case that's supposed to be a lead pipe cinch, I always nearly get my head shot off, like last week.
Yeah?
So maybe this one that looks kind of big and dangerous, well, who knows? Maybe this will turn out to be a lead pipe cinch.
Well, don't bank on it.
Oh, I won't. But why not give it a try? I'll grab a plane that'll get me down there first thing tomorrow morning.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company Corpus Christi office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the wrong doctor matter. Expense account item 1, shortly after midnight, $132.21. That's for a taxi out to Bradley Field and a plane ticket to Corpus Christi, Texas. As promised, I arrived early in the morning. Too early for Jack Price's office to be open, and there was no sign of him around the airport. So item 2 is $3 for a cab to the Robert Driscoll, where I grabbed some breakfast. That's item 3, $1.30. Then went up to my room, unpacked my bag, showered, shaved. Johnny Dollar.
Jack Price, Johnny. I thought you might have signed in there at the hotel.
Well, after all, Jackson, if you weren't up early enough to meet me at the airport.
Oh, I've been up all right and down at the office. Now, this thing is even harder than I thought it would be.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, this client, his name is Julio Olvera.
Sounds Mexican.
He is.
Now, go on.
Julio worked the shrimp boats, down the Mexican coast, and they dumped their catch off here.
Yeah, so?
Well, one of them started hauling narcotics up here, heroin. Much easier than smuggling it across the border on land. Now, Julio happened to be on board, so the judge gave him 3 years in the clink. Now he's out again.
And back in the dope racket?
Not if he can help it, Johnny. I'm sure of it.
Not if he can help it?
Right. But I got a call from his girlfriend, Consuelo Diaz. Real nice little girl who used to work here in this office.
Uh-huh.
And according to her, well, anyhow, I promised her I'd send for you. Because, Johnny, what's happened is this.
I'm listening.
Only wait, I try to explain it over the phone.
That's right. You're only a few blocks away.
Right, so come on over here at the office. I'll give you the whole story.
Right.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I'd better take along the old 38 lemon squeezer. And I'm sure I put my hat somewhere. There we are. Now, off to the races, Johnny. Yes?
Room service.
Room service?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, you must have made some mistake.
There's no mistakes in your dollar.
Isn't the silencer on that thing just a bit corny in this day and age?
Back up so I can come in and close the door.
Well, sure, as long as you hold the gun and with that chambermaid coming down the hall.
I said inside.
Never let it be said that Johnny Dollar isn't the perfect host.
Try and trick me, huh? You may be pretty big. Too big for you, senor.
Oh, my goodness. What's happened? What's happened here?
My friend, he hurt himself.
But I thought I heard a shot.
No, he fell. He fell against the door. He hurt himself very bad.
Oh, my goodness.
See, you go on downstairs. You get the doctor, eh?
Oh, yes, I surely will. I'll get the doctor right away.
Yes, pronto. And by the time the doctor he arrive here, Senor Dollar, you will be very dead.
Through the breeze, hanging by her knees up on the high trapeze. But first may we suggest a 7-Up you test. Its fresh, clean taste is best. Come be Louise's guest. No time to waste. You'll love that fresh, clean taste. As you fresh up with 7-Up, your thirst is quickly chased. The curtain's going up, so bring your 7-Up. And we will watch Louise swing on the high trapeze. Oh, she knows how to chill you. She really loves to thrill you. But what she likes best when it's time to rest is sparkling 7-Up. What did you say? For the very best when it's time to rest, fresh up with 7-Up.
I learned it a long time ago. When you're as outmatched as I was by this big Mexican gorilla, you play it smart if you want to stay alive. Which explains why I let that glancing blow of his send me to the floor with my knees pulled up against my belly. After the chambermaid left as he closed the door and leveled his gun at me.
And by the time the doctor he arrive here, Senor Dollar, you will be very dead.
I kicked out with all I had. The gun flew out of his hand across the floor, but he left it lay there and turned on me. He was big and he was tough. But that kick in the stomach had slowed him down a little. I caught him with a hard left that staggered him, but only for a second. He came back at me with a chair and everything else he could pick up and swing or throw at me. I tried to get inside of those long, powerful arms to work on his midsection and maybe open him up for a blow to the chin, but he just hung on.
I'd kill you.
He locked my arms to my sides, and grabbing his hands behind my back with his powerful arms, he started to squeeze.
I break you in two.
And a terrible pressure against my ribs and against my spine. I wondered how long before my bones would...
Hey, what's going on in there? Open up.
He's killing him.
Open up in there.
Break down the door. First I break you.
Open up.
Here, I got a key.
A key? Well, give it to me. What's the matter with you?
Here you are.
That's too late. Looks like I got here too late.
You mean he's dead? Oh, I knew it. I knew something was wrong here.
And now, maybe... Let me see now.
That's why I got you instead of the doctor. You being the house detective and all. I just...
Wait a minute. Where's the man who did this to him? You said it was a big fella?
Look, hiding there behind the door.
That's right, senor.
Oh.
Now, just take it easy, Johnny. The doctor says you've got a rest. Take it easy.
Oh, hi, Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
That's right. Another little sip of this brandy the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
Lie still, you bum. Here, take a slug of this.
Oh, brother, what a reception committee you have in this town.
According to the chambermaid, she smelled trouble and brought the house stick up here. Well, it looks like your reception committee must have been Hernandez.
Hernandez?
Diego Hernandez. When we met you out there at the airport, I didn't dream that Hernandez might find out about your coming here.
Who is he, Jack?
Well, you remember I mentioned Julio Olvera to you over the phone?
Oh, yeah, the one who's just out of the pen.
Yeah. Hernandez was skipper of that shrimp boat.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who was running the heroin up here from somewhere in Mexico. As you know, that could mean from somewhere way to the south or from just barely across the border.
Yeah, I know.
But more important, Hernandez is the one who was never caught. He skipped across the border and disappeared.
I see.
But then Consuelo, that's young Julio's girl, and Johnny, she's the one who convinced me that Julio is on the up and up, keeping his nose clean. You got it all straight now, Johnny?
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, she's the one who called me. She'd found out somehow that Diego Hernandez was here in town again. And that's when I called you in Hartford.
And you didn't tell the police?
Yeah, no, I should have.
Well, sure you should have. Probably the Narcotics Bureau, too.
Well, they all know it now, of course. You see, when you didn't come to the office and I came over here and found out what had happened to you...
what about the girl, Consuelo?
Well, she was afraid, and I don't blame her, that Hernandez had come here to get young Julio.
Why?
Because it was his testimony in court 3 years ago that put the finger on Diego Hernandez and his drug racket.
Oh, I see.
Anyhow, early this morning, she called me again. Hernandez had been out there to see her to try and make her tell him where he could find Julio.
And did she?
No. In spite of Diego's claim that he only wanted Julio in on a business deal, which, of course, is exactly what she didn't do.
What's the matter?
Of course.
What?
She must have been the one who told Hernandez you were coming here. You know, in the hope it would scare him off.
Oh, well, thanks a lot, Consuelo, whatever your name is.
Yeah. But the point is this, Johnny. And darn it, I forgot to tell the police, but they'll be coming here any minute now to talk with you about this attack. I'll tell them then.
Tell them what, Jack?
Consuelo had no way of warning young Julio. He's been out of town, coming back this morning. He'll be stopping by to see Consuelo. But if Hernandez goes back there and finds him there, heaven help him.
Come on, Jackson. We got...
Now, you stay in that bed, Johnny. Now, take it easy.
What's the matter with you? We got to get to Julio and that girl before he does, if we're not too late already.
Well, Johnny, when the police come...
Will you stop wasting time and help me get into my clothes?
But the police are on their way up here now,
right now.
Look,
we'll leave them a note or something, that's all.
Well, like I said, Johnny, I haven't yet told them about Consuelo and Julio.
Jackson, over there at the desk. You write him a note while I finish dressing, and don't waste any time about it. Consuelo's little house was way out at the edge of town, in a very sparsely populated area. I knew the minute that we pulled up in front of it that we'd got there too late. The front door was wide open. Inside was still the smell of cordite from that pistol with the silencer on it. Yeah, Diego Hernandez had got there first, all right, and done his job well. Too well. In the doorway lay the body of young Julio. Just one well-aimed bullet must have killed him instantly. The little Consuelo, young, pretty, dark-haired Consuelo, was still alive. And she tried to drag herself to the phone on a nearby table, but she just lay there gasping, barely out of reach of it. While Jackson called the police and a doctor, I carried her into the bedroom, and I went to work with a couple of wet towels and a bottle of tequila that I found. Then, finally...
No. It is no use, senor.
Oh, now, sure it is, Consuelo. Sure it is. You're going to be all right. The doctor will be here in a couple of minutes, and he'll get that bullet out of your back.
No. With my Julio gone, I do not want to leave now.
Consuelo, come on now. Come on. Now, listen to me. Listen. Tell me, what was it Hernandez, Consuelo? Was it Diego Hernandez who did this?
See? I wanted my Julio to help him again.
He wanted him to help him in the heroin racket again.
See? To go with him. To help him.
To go with him where, Consuelo? Consuelo, listen to me. Did Hernandez tell you where he's operating? Where?
Doctor.
No, you mustn't worry. The doctor will be here.
No.
Where will we find Hernandez?
I can't tell you.
That's right, Consuelo. That's right. Tell me.
Doctor. Well, last question.
Maybe it'll be Dr. Velasquez, but please, Consuelo. Where will I find Hernandez? Where, Consuelo?
I say it.
Yes?
Dr. Velasquez.
Consuelo, I know the doctor is on his way. You must tell me, where has Hernandez gone?
Doctor.
Consuelo, try. Consuelo.
It's okay, Johnny. The cops and Dr. Parker are on their way.
Parker?
Yeah, so we could... Oh. Is she...
Yeah.
Too bad. She was a pretty little thing.
She sure was.
Could she give you any lead on Diego Hernandez?
No, I'm afraid she didn't make very much sense, Jackson, before. Wait a minute, maybe she did.
What?
Maybe she did. The next 15 hours, I spent down at police headquarters working with a young Sergeant Ortiz, trying to locate a Dr. Velasquez there in Corpus Christi. There in any city on the Gulf Coast, anywhere in Texas even. We must have run up a phone bill of several $100s, but it was no go.
Sí, gracias. Muchas gracias.
Nothing again, Sergeant?
Nothing, sir. Again.
Well, unless this map here is lying, we have covered every single town this side of the Mexican border. Look at it. I've circled them all.
I know. But if he went to a Dr. Velasquez and the girl was sure of it...
Of course, down in Mexico, a name like that is probably as... Wait a minute.
What is it, Mr. Dollar?
Of course she told us where he is. Here, right in front of our noses on this map. Look, Sergeant, don't you see it?
Yes.
Only about 50 miles below the border.
And others here, other towns also named after people. Here, you see? Here's one called General Bravo. Here's Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Cos. Little town.
The one we care about is this one, Sergeant. The town they call Dr. Velasquez.
Yes?
And, of course, that's where he works his racket. Right there below the border in Dr. Velasquez. Okay, Sergeant.
Yeah, but Mr. Dollar, by the time the necessary contact can be made with the policia down there, by the time the necessary papers can be drawn up, and look, here it is such a small town on just a little side road, and in such a desert country.
That's all the better. That means if I take things into my own hands, there'll be nobody around to interfere.
You would go down there alone, without the authorization?
After what Hernandez did? The attack on me, 2 murders, and heaven only knows how many people he's killed with this filthy heroin.
You are right. But he has had such a start on you in a fast car, even now he could be well across the border.
All the better. It's down there in that wasteland that I'm just dying to meet him. And if I'm lucky, maybe I can get down there ahead of him.
But how?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for him at the town of Dr. Velasquez.
But how can you? And the day, it is getting late, Mr. Dollar.
Sergeant, whatever I may do from here on out, you know something? It's none of your business.
You are right. It's none of my business.
Good.
I know nothing.
Good. If only I knew somebody around here with a light plane I could charter and no questions asked. I mean, if you should just happen to have a friend or a friend of a friend. Of course, you don't know what I'm thinking of, but...
Oh, no, of course not. But, why don't we go out to my squad car and take a little ride, huh? It's a beautiful afternoon, huh?
Let's go, Sergeant. That little single-engine plane was a beauty. Incidentally, item 4 on the expense account is $250 to that friend of a friend. It was getting late, though, and I opened the throttle wide, flying a rather erratic course in the hope I wouldn't be intercepted crossing the border. Luckily, I wasn't. Then, with only a highway map to guide me, and believe me, the sun was getting mighty low now, I finally found the place I was looking for. The so-called town of Dr. Velasquez wasn't even a crossroads. It was just a handful of ramshackle buildings out there in the middle of the desert, some 20 miles north of the nearest decent piece of highway. Along the rough dirt road leading to it was a bare space where, by wrestling the controls a bit, I managed to set down. Then I taxied carefully onto that road, blocking it off. Why? Because in that last rays of the sun, I'd seen a cloud of dust that said there was a car on the road heading my way. Hernandez? I hope so. If not, I'd simply have to stay there and wait for him. Or rather, stay nearby in a clump of mesquite. It was Hernandez, all right. And as the headlights picked up the plane, barring his way...
Just hold everything, Hernandez. And don't reach for that gun.
You again?
That's right. Keep 'em up over your head.
What are you doing out here?
What's your guess?
I will kill you, Senor Dollar. Like I meant to kill you before.
Sorry. This time I have the gun on you.
It will do you no good.
Turn around. Keep those hands up in the air.
I will kill you. Remember that.
Aren't you getting a little tired of killing? This gun of yours will be a nice souvenir.
Thanks.
So, you have what you call the advantage, eh?
That's right.
But not for long.
Well, we'll see about that. All right, put your hands down slowly. Put them behind your back.
You're not afraid to let me lower the hands, eh?
Do it, but slowly.
Very well. But it gives me the chance, senor. The one chance.
Yes, for what?
Have you never heard of the gun in the sleeve?
No, you don't.
No, I kill you.
Why don't I ever learn to frisk one of these punks before I let him lower his hands? Next time I might not be so lucky. It was well after dark when I finally got us back to Corpus Christi, and I had quite a time landing in the small private field from which I'd borrowed the plane. Sergeant Otis, of course, denied any knowledge of the whole thing, but I noticed the landing lights were on and waiting for me, and also, by pure coincidence, a young fellow from the narcotics squad just happened to be there to meet me. Nor did he suggest that I might have picked up my prisoner anywhere but this side of the border. Just the same, Jackson, maybe it wouldn't hurt to keep this report under wraps for a while. Expense account total, including board and room, and the trip home, $532.40. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism, and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum deep heating rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless mentholatum deep heating rub often. Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, 1 murder, 3 suspects, and each of them with plenty of reason, plenty of opportunity. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Ralph Camargo as Diego, Bob Dryden as the sergeant, Kelly Sonnenberg as Consuelo, Lawson Zerby as the voice, Maurice Tarplin as Price, and Hilda Haynes as the maid. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Stuart Metz speaking.
Johnny Dollar.
I am thy father's spirit,
What?
doomed for a certain term to walk the night,
Well, good for you.
and for the days confined to fasting fires,
How about that?
till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away.
Bravo, Mr. Shakespeare. Now, why don't you just relax and enjoy it?
I wish I could, Johnny. This is Jack Price down here in Corpus Christi.
I thought I recognized those pear-shaped tones. How are you, Jackson?
Fair.
Why the long-winded quote from Act 1 of Hamlet?
Tell me, Johnny, do you believe in ghosts?
Are you kidding?
Not a bit. Because a lot of innocent people down here in Corpus are beginning to.
You are kidding.
No, sir.
How come?
Because of a so-called psychic medium who's moved in on us.
A medium? Hmm?
He's been holding seances, or whatever you call them, and making with the clairvoyance bit. He's a rare one, Johnny.
Now, which is it, Jack?
What?
Rare, medium, or maybe well done?
Well, the act he puts on is well done, all right.
Well, what's your worry about him?
He's costing us money.
How?
Come on down here, Johnny. I'll give you the story, and you can get to work on him, okay?
All right, Jackson. Why not?
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-Western Life Insurance Company office in Corpus Christi, Texas. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the medium rare matter. Expense account item 1, $132.15 for a cab to Bradley Field, then plane fare to Corpus Christi. Item 2 is $1.35 for the airport limousine to the Robert Driscoll Hotel, where I got myself a room, parked my luggage before walking over to Jack Price's office in the Katz building.
I'll bet you're tickled pink to get away from that cold New England winter weather,
That's the truest thing you ever said, Jackson. How are you?
Oh, fit to be tired, Johnny, on account of this so-called psychic medium.
Oh?
Sit down, I'll tell you all.
All right. Tell me, don't the police around here kind of frown on such? This one is a phony, isn't he?
Sure is. But somebody's got to prove it and put him out of business. Johnny, there are a lot of people who believe in spiritualism. But when a rank charlatan like this comes along...
Well, let's face it, Jack, you find them all over. They ought to be locked up, but they're usually too smart. Now, let's have the story.
Well, first off, He operates out beyond the city limits. That's why our Corpus Christi police are helpless.
Yep.
His name is Udi Vishnu.
Vishnu?
At least that's the name he uses. And you ask me, that Hindu or whatever it is accent he uses has a touch of Brooklyn in it.
No?
Phony, phony, phony. But they continue to fall for him. Knowledge of the past, present, and future. Mind-reading, message from the dead. Phooey.
You really don't like him, do you?
He's already cost us money.
Oh?
Unless you can stop him, he'll cost us a lot more. Us and a lot of other people. And that means a lot of heartbreak, too.
Don't tell me that he makes a charge for his meetings, seances, whatever you want to call them.
Too smart. He'd be up against the laws on fortune-telling. No, Johnny, all it takes is contributions. There's no law against that.
Just where and how does he operate?
A few miles out South Staple Street. You remember the place they call Ranch 66?
Wasn't that a gambling joint, among other things?
Well, they prefer to call it a roadhouse. Anyhow, on a side road ways beyond Ranch 66 is a little theater that's been empty for years. And now, all decked out in fresh paint, with a new facade, it's Udi Vishnu's Temple of the Living Truth. And, Johnny, every single night of the week, that place is packed with the poor suckers who think he's some kind of a new prophet.
He must be good.
He is. He's great. And, brother, you should see the money they lay on the drum.
Plenty,
Right. Including proceeds from the insurance policies they've been cashing in.
So that's where it hurts.
You bet it does. We've made a big thing over the years of insuring the little guy. The one that some of the big companies don't want to bother with. Policies for only $1,000 or $2,000. Don't you see, Johnny? Those are the people who need that insurance. And you've got to stop him.
Well, Jackson, I don't know.
You've got it, Johnny, before any more of these people get hurt. Every single night they're out there shelling out their dough to hear his glorified magic act. People from all over this part of the country.
Oh?
Yeah. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, wherever he's carefully planted his literature.
At least that brings some extra money into this thriving city of Corpus Christi.
Wrong. I forgot to tell you. The suckers don't know it, or if they do, they don't care. But he also owns a big old hotel that just happens to be only a block away from his temple. It's always jammed with his followers. This thing's been going on for over a month now, so he's really cleaning up. But mostly, of course, on the contributions.
I don't know, Jack. I mean, if he's not committing any actual crime...
I think he is.
What do you mean? What sort of crime?
Murder.
Murder?
Yeah. He's been getting his people his followers to name him as the beneficiary of their insurance. Not Temple, Johnny, but him.
Oh?
Yeah, and listen.
Go ahead.
In the last 2 weeks, for no apparent reason, and remember that.
Yep.
2 of our clients, both of them in good health, but neither of them wealthy or anything like that.
Yeah, go on.
For no apparent reason, they've been murdered. And the murders are unsolved.
And you think this Udi Vishnu did it? Now, wait.
No, he's too smart. But knowing his influence over his followers and their fanaticism, the way that some of them do anything for him, and I mean anything, Johnny, even murder. Well, what do you think? You want to look into it?
Looks like somebody better, doesn't it?
Good. Now, just how do you plan to start your investigation of this phony mystic, this Udi Vishnu?
Well, it seems to me, Jack, that it might be smart to go on out there to his temple and catch his act.
That's what I thought. So here, you better have this.
What's this?
An admission ticket.
You mean you have to have a reserved seat?
Sure do. And here you are, a row H, seat number 43.
Well, I thought you said there was no charge.
Well, there isn't. But you have to have a ticket or you'll never get in.
It's funny.
And most of them are handed out there at the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel. And just to make it look good, some of the small hotels and motels on the edge of town are given a few ducats, too.
I see.
Anyhow, if you want to go tonight, here.
Okay, Jackson. Thanks. Item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car. By the time I'd got it and going back to the Robert Driscoll to freshen up, well, item 4 is $680 for a cocktail and a leisurely dinner. Then I drove out to the Temple of the Living Truth. Literally scores of people were standing around begging to be let in. But only those with tickets for reserved seats were admitted. And remember that. Reserved seats. The audience, or rather the auditorium, held something over 100 people. And the house was packed. The wide, shallow stage was hung with gray velvet drapes and was bare, except for a sort of reading stand or lectern. There were steps leading from the audience to stage center. And Jack had been right. Most of the people gathered there looked like rather poor folks. The very kind most likely to be taken in by this self-styled mystic. My ticket stub said the service would start at 8:30. At exactly 8:27, the lights were slowly dimmed except for a blue spotlight that shone on the lectern and on the steps that led up to it. And from somewhere came the recorded music of an organ. Low, haunting, mysterioso. The crowd grew silent. They all leaned forward expectantly. And then at 8:30 on the nose, from one side of the stage into the spotlight, glided Udi Vishnu. I'll say this for him. He cut a mighty impressive figure. He was tall, with curly chestnut hair and a smart, short beard. Brown eyes that were set deep in their sockets, but that almost seemed to glow in the spotlight. His face rather pale and wan, like that of someone who has suffered. He wore a long gray robe bound in the middle by a cord that looked like gold. It reached to the tips of his gold-colored sandals. His hands were those of the artist, with long, slim fingers that barely gracefully curved as he gave the sign of a blessing. He simply stood there for a moment, his eyes raised upward, as a soft, almost imperceptible sigh passed through the crowd. Then he lowered his hand, and the music died out. As he looked out over the crowd, I realized that there was something almost magnetic in that gaze of his, almost hypnotic. Believe me, whatever it was, this man had it.
And do you believe? We believe. And do you believe in me? We believe. And do you know that I, and I alone, possess the infinite knowledge?
Yes, we know.
Of all things then, and now, and forever.
Yes.
Then you know, my children, that through me, you too can be possessed of supranormal, supernatural powers, can share my unification with the omnipotent consciousness that rules the cosmic destiny of all mankind. My bond with the supreme intelligence, and you can gain psychic powers beyond belief. Know all things about all people.
Yes.
Now, these tremendous forces lie dormant within you. They must be aroused and developed, as only I can show you how. If you will uphold me, not only in worldly things, but in things spiritual. If you will believe in me, and show me that you believe, your lives will be successful, full, and complete.
Yes.
You know this.
Yes.
Then be silent. As I close my eyes, as I concentrate on someone here I have never seen before, but who will be the first tonight to be relieved of all worldly cares, who is one of the elect to share with me Yes, I see now a number. The number H41.
Oh, it's me.
Really?
That's my ticket. My seat number. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. But see, it's the number of my seat.
Yes, I see, miss, but wait a minute. I mean...
Patience, my child, that I may speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In the eye of my mind, there comes a vision now.
a farm in Oklahoma near the town of
Yes, El Reno, yes. Oh.
And a little girl, perhaps 10 years old. Her name is Martha.
Oh, that's my name.
Martha Winter.
Yes.
And with her, a little dog.
The dog.
The dog she was not supposed to have. She never told her mother. His name was Skipper.
Skipper. I'd almost forgotten.
Then Martha's school. And Miss Albright.
My teacher. But how could he know?
Yes, who alone helped Martha decide not to run away from home.
It's true.
And now, when she got the call to come here to see me, but she left the car, an old one. It's blue.
He's right. He's right.
43U7418.
That's the license number. But it's back in Oklahoma.
Are you here, Martha?
Yes. All you said is true.
And do you believe?
Yes.
Do you all believe?
Yes.
You went on that way for 2 hours, telling people there in the audience all about themselves. Names, places, dates, intimate things about their faraway homes, their childhood friends, events in their lives that they themselves had almost forgotten. Believe me, it was impressive and very convincing. And when he promised eternal supernatural help for all those who would help him, brother, you should have seen the money pour into the collection baskets. After it was over, in the crowd outside, I talked with those people to find out how he had learned so much about them. But they'd only arrived that very day, that morning. And more important, not one of them had told anyone, not anyone, of the personal things that he had known. Who could blame them then for believing him, and for believing in him, and for going on back to their farms or whatever, convinced that thanks to him all their troubles were over and forever? And the next night there'd be another, a fresh mob there, to shell out their money for his phony promise of supernatural help. But how to stop him?
You know the only way, of course.
Do I, Jack?
Sure. Somehow prove to those followers of his how he actually does get all that information about him. But it's pretty fantastic, isn't it? He's never seen them before, doesn't even have any way of knowing they're going to be there.
Yeah, he's mighty convincing.
And what he does is just plain impossible. But until you or I or somebody can duplicate his act, then tell him it's all a phony. But how? Even Houdini or Thurston or Blackstone or any other magician would have to take a back seat to this punk.
Wait a minute, Jackson.
Yeah?
Reserved seats.
Huh?
And one of those names you mentioned, a magician, years ago when he set out to expose the phony mediums.
What are you talking about?
In all the big cities where he played, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, all the big towns. But this one, this Udi Vishnu, plays to the country folks who couldn't have known about that magician's expose.
Look, will you please tell me...
Jackson, I think I can do it.
Yeah?
Get some tickets for tonight's performance and drag in all the state or county authorities, whoever has jurisdiction, all of them that you can. Also, somebody from one of the news services.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
See if I can prove once and for all that this big mystic is just one big mistake. The next few hours were about the busiest I ever spent. First of all, through a contact there in Corpus Christi, whose name I had better not mention, I got the answer to the one key question in my mind. Amount of the latest monthly phone bill paid by the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel. Then, on the excuse that I wanted a reservation for the night, I paid a visit to the hotel. Needless to say, all the rooms were taken, but I sneaked a good long look at the register, and sure enough, beside the name of each guest were the two things I needed to know: home address and ticket number for the night's meeting. Only let's call it performance now. Then back in town, I ran up item 4, $121 in telephone calls. I know, a lot of calls, but very necessary ones. Then, I don't know where and how Jackson got the tickets, but he did.
And there in the audience with us were 6 or 7 state and county cops, out of uniform and looking fresh off the farm, and 2 reporters from the National News Services. Again, the house was full. Again, the dim lights and organ music. Again, the opening preliminaries.
Do you believe? We believe. And do you believe in me? We believe. And do you know that I alone possess the infinite knowledge? Yes, we know. Of things then and now and forever? Yes, yes, yes.
Then when he had him in the mood, and again I say it was pretty impressive, then he began his demonstration. He was every bit as good as he'd been the night before, and by the end of an hour, he had them with him all the way. Finally came the break that I'd been waiting for when he called out one of the numbers on the list that I had compiled.
And I see another number in the eye of my mind. Number L13.
Hey, that's me. It's my seat number.
Then listen, my brother, while I tell you of the wondrous things I know through the psychic powers that have been granted me.
Yes.
That have made you one of the elect.
No, let me tell him.
What's this?
Hey, Johnny, what's here? Throw him out.
Wait. Be silent, my children. And who are you, my brother?
I was here last night. Don't you see you've inspired in me the same powers that you have?
The same powers?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Seat number L13. Have you ever seen me before?
No, I haven't.
Wait, my children.
Of course you haven't, nor have I ever seen you before, but that doesn't keep me from knowing all about you.
Please.
About the same kind of trickery that this Uri Vishnu has been using on you.
Do not listen to him.
Number L13. Your name is Martin Mefford. You came from Cotton Valley, Louisiana, car license number CFU 160. You're a plumber's helper, right?
Yes.
Oh, no.
He has to give.
Please do not listen to this man.
Mr. Mefford, you walk with a limp because you broke your leg when you were 6 years old when Tommy Parkins shoved you out of a tree.
That's true.
Do not listen to this
Your
man.
teacher in the first grade, Miss Brewster, she promised you a book if you'd stop chewing your nails. Is that a fact?
Yes. How do you know? I forgot it myself.
I know by the same trick this crook has been using.
My children.
Seat number C41, Mrs. Nathan Parry.
Yes.
Your maiden name was Wilma Leonard. You were born in Asherton. You ran away to Austin when you were 14, and a little secret in your life. Well, listen, and I'll tell you.
No. Stop this man. Stop him. Stop him.
By the time I got through telling some of those people stuff that even Uri Vishnu hadn't found out about them, and some of it was pretty personal, they fairly tore the place apart. Then when Uri dragged a gun from under his robes to protect himself and pulled off a couple of shots, well, then the police moved in. As for the radio newspaper story that followed, well, believe me, Uri Vishnu, whose real name turned out to be Bernie Bildrick, won't try that caper again, even if he does get out of the pen.
But you still haven't told me how you got all that dope on those people, and in only a matter of hours, Johnny.
Same way he did, Jack.
And some of it pretty intimate stuff, too, and stuff they couldn't have told you because they'd forgotten about it. What's more, you'd never seen them before. How, Johnny?
Look, the tickets were free, but all the seats were numbered, reserved. Now, there had to be a reason, Jackson. That's what reminded me of the famous magician, the trick that he'd used up in New York.
Yeah?
He'd call the ticket agency, the hotel, find out the name and address of a guest who'd bought a ticket to his show.
Well, down here, of course...
All I had to do was look at the register, right there at the Temple of the Living Truth Hotel.
Which will soon be out of business, I promise
all
you.
Right. Having seat number, name, and home address, I got on the phone. That Mr. Martin Mefford from Cotton Valley, Louisiana. I called the police chief there and the mayor. On the information they gave me, I called his old school teacher, 2 cousins, a couple of boyhood pals, an old girlfriend. Jackson, by the time I got through, I knew more about him than he did about himself, and the same with the others.
Well, I'll be darned.
So, that's that.
You certainly proved your point.
Point?
Big mystic? No. Big mistake.
Whether they can pin the 2 murders on him that Jack told me about remains to be seen. That's up to the authorities and out of my hands now. Expense account total, $465.30. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a nice, quiet little town in South Jersey that doesn't stay that way for long. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Featured in our cast were Maurice Tarplin as Jack Price, Dan Arco as Udi Vishnu, Evelyn Juster as the first woman, Bill Lipton as Martin Mefford, Tony Darnay as the second woman. Also heard in our cast were Guy Rep and Sam Raskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hanna speaking. The #1 network for news, expanded CBS News on the CBS...
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, this is Adolph Dorfman at Amalgamated Life Association.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dorfman.
Where the devil have you been? I've been trying to get you for days.
Well, I've been out of town, sir, in Las Vegas on a special assignment.
Never mind. Just get yourself over to this office, Dollar, and right away.
Well, now, Mr. Dorfman...
What do you think you're up to, anyway? This is absurd. This is ridiculous.
If you say it is, I'm sure it must be.
Of course it is.
Do you mind telling me what you mean by it?
The Cleet Martin case. What did you think I was talking about?
I wasn't quite sure.
But don't tell me you have solved it and just haven't bothered reporting to me.
No, Mr. Dorfman, I have not solved it as yet, but I think I'm on the right track.
You think? You think, don't you know?
No, because there is one possible clue to be checked out before I can be certain.
Yes? Certain of what?
That it actually is a clue to that murder.
What? Do you mean to say you've been wasting valuable time and a lot of company money on just theories about that killing? That you haven't really accomplished a thing?
Mr. Dorfman...
Oh, that's ridiculous. And what about this expense account you've sent in and the fact it's marked incomplete, no total given? Does that mean I'm to expect another one?
Yes, it does, Mr. Dorfman. Maybe more than one by the time I'm through.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Whatever gave you the idea we'd pay you before the case is closed? Why do you expect us to pay you now?
I don't.
Then why send in these itemized expenses?
Because you yourself demanded I send in my expense account on Friday of each week, whether complete or not.
Now look here. Some of these items you've listed, these charges you've run up...
When it's all over, all wrapped up, I'll be glad to explain every one of them to you.
Not a bit of it, Dollar. You get yourself on over here and start explaining them now. Why, I've been trying to reach you for days.
As I tried to tell you, Mr. Dorfman,
If you have anything to tell me, you can say it to my face, not waste my time on this telephone. Well, you coming over here?
I certainly am.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Amalgamated Life Associates, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Wayward Gun matter. Adolph Dorfman always had been, always would be, a short-tempered, crotchety old maid. Nothing but trouble on a case. But Amalgamated Life, mostly through Al Spangler, a VP and a very nice guy, has done mighty well for me over the years. So when Dorfman called me in on the Martin case, I couldn't very well turn him down, in spite of resenting his high-handed manner. Expense account item 1, $1.10 for a cab to his office.
Oh, all right, I'll accept that one. But look at this item right here. $4.80 for a tank full of gasoline.
Because I used my own car to go over there to Lakewood.
Yeah, but $4.80. When you could have made the trip on a bus for less than $2?
Sure I could.
Then why didn't you?
Then we'd have had to spend $8 or $10 in taxi fares between the Martin home and police headquarters. Is that what you would have preferred?
Yeah, well, no, of course not. But just the same, Dollar,
we're just wasting time here, if you'll excuse me.
We're wasting time,
And in the beginning, you'd question every single item in this expense account. You always do.
And why not?
And that's why, instead of handing one in that would give you some real cause for worry, I decided for once to keep expenses down to the barest minimum. But it hasn't done the least bit of good, so if you don't mind...
Minimum? minimum, eh? What about this? $1.75 for lunch.
What about it?
Do you deny that it included an over-generous tip to some pretty waitress?
The tip was exactly 25 cents, and it came out of my...
There, you see? A 25-cent tip and a $1.50 meal. That's ridiculous.
I started to say the tip came out of my own pocket, Mr. Dorfman. If you don't believe me, take a look at the cash register slip. It's right there. Go ahead, look at it.
All right. I'll take your word for it. The fact remains that you still haven't solved the case.
I think I have.
You think you have?
But I'd rather not talk about it just yet.
Well, I don't know why not. You either know who killed Mr. Cletus Martin or you don't. Now, which is it?
I'll be able to give you the whole story, I hope, after I get a phone call from New York and not before.
New York?
Yes, from a friend of mine at 18th Precinct Police Headquarters.
Oh, so that explains this item here. Return ticket to New York and several cab fares.
That's right.
But why? What possible connection can they have with the Martin matter?
They just happen to have a top ballistics technician.
Ballistics? What's the matter with the police in Lakewood?
Not a thing.
Or with their county police over there?
Not a thing.
Then why go all the way to New York?
Because once I got hold of the picture of the bullet that killed Mr. Martin, I didn't want Lakewood or Lakewood County to know what I intended doing with it.
Why?
I'd rather not say. Now, you've had these items explained, so if you'll excuse me...
No. Wait, Dollar. Sit down.
There isn't a thing further I can do until I get my call from New York.
Oh, but there is. There's something else I want to talk to you about. The really important reason I sent for you.
Well, I hope it's a lot more important than quibbling about this expense account.
Oh, it is.
Then why the big stall? Why all the waste of time?
Stall?
Yes. I don't know why, Mr. Dorfman, but that's all you've been doing for the last 10 minutes is stalling me.
Oh, no, not a bit of it, not a bit. I was only, now sit down, please. Sit down.
All right. Well, what is it?
You, say you were out of town?
I was in Las Vegas, but it had nothing whatsoever to do with...
Yes. No, that's it. That's the reason we couldn't find you anyway.
We?
I mean, I couldn't find you. Yes, that's, very pleasant out there at this time of year, isn't it?
Look, will you please quit stalling again and tell me what this other important matter is?
All right, Dollar. Have you seen the papers? Did you know another client of ours just met a violent end?
Mr. Barryman, here in Hartford?
Yes, Alfred W. Barryman. You didn't know him?
No. Know that he was a client of yours.
Nor that he was a big contractor like Mr. Martin?
No. Now, do you plan to assign me to that case, too?
Do we have to?
Of course you don't. And if you want the truth, Mr. Dorfman, if you're the company contact on it, so why wait until now to tell me? Why waste all that time picking away at the expense account?
Don't you know?
I certainly don't. Now, what goes, I would give...
Now you may know. Come in, Sergeant.
All right, Mr. Dorfman. How about this? Johnny Dollar, huh?
That's right, Sergeant,
Sergeant Bill Anseth.
I told you I'd find him for you, Sergeant.
I don't know how you did it.
What is this?
All we knew was he'd left town, Mr. Dorfman.
Wait a minute. Why the gun, Sergeant?
You ought to know. Up on your feet, Dollar.
You mind telling me what this is all about?
Just hand me your gun, Dollar, that nice big 38 you carry. Well, what's the matter?
I'm sure I don't know. It's for my 38. I don't happen to have it on me at the moment.
I know.
What?
Because we got it. Dollar, serial number and all down at headquarters. And maybe that's the reason I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
Pardon me, mister.
She said...
Do you have a match?
The old gag. Sure, I said. Do you have a cigarette? She had one. Newport filter cigarettes. We lit up. Some smoke. Finest rich tobacco flavor I'd ever tasted. Real tobacco, the way I like 'em. The right touch of menthol and just a hint of mint.
A great combination.
She suggested.
Makes Newport more refreshing to begin with. More refreshing all the way.
She wasn't kidding. Been smoking them ever since. Newport filter cigarettes.
My reaction to the snide sergeant's bombshell wasn't repeatable. Me, Johnny Dollar, arrested on suspicion of murder by a cop with a grudge, fingered by a tight-fisted people-hater named Amalgamated Life Dorfman.
Thanks, Mr. Dorfman, for latching on for us.
Yeah, pleasure, Sergeant.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. If you're talking about the Martin matter...
Now, don't try and kid me, Dollar. We got you nailed down for the murder of that other contractor, Barryman.
What?
And he pretended not to know much about it. Was almost evasive when I brought it up.
That explains all your stalling. Waiting for this man to get here.
I think I did very well.
Oh, you were great. Next week, he's still in. Now, look, Sergeant...
No time for talk, Dollar. On to headquarters now, on account of you happen to be under arrest.
I am.
Quite so.
In which case, I'm entitled to one phone call, am I not?
Sure, if you want to call a mouthpiece, you're entitled.
You mind if I use your phone, Mr. Dorfman?
No, not at all, not at all.
Thank you so much.
Provided, of course, you pay for the call.
Don't bank on it.
I beg your pardon?
Don't be surprised if you end up paying for it. Through the nose. My call was to Lieutenant Randy Singer, 18th Precinct, New York Police Department. No, he still had no word for me, but he promised to call the minute he did, so I told him where to try if I wasn't at my apartment.
Okay, now, Dollar, you ready?
Look, are you sure this isn't some kind of a gag?
Are you kidding?
Because if it is, it's a pretty bad one. Sergeant, don't you know who I am? I mean, what my job is?
Yeah, Dollar. I know all about you. What a great guy you are.
Thanks.
And nobody wasn't any more surprised than me. But Lieutenant Bartley don't go off half-cocked, and you know it.
Bartley?
So when he says to bring you in, well, baby, in you go.
He sent you after me, Harry Bartley?
Lieutenant Bartley. Now, come on. Okay, now, Lieutenant, you want me to book him now, lock him up?
In a couple of minutes, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, Johnny?
I'll say this for you, Harry.
Yeah?
When you pull a boner, you really do. Wasn't that one of the gentlemen of the press outside there?
Yep, no doubt he's on the phone to his paper right now.
Harry, this is ridiculous.
Is it?
You know me better than to think I could have killed this Barryman, is it?
When your own gun was found beside the body, when a bullet from it killed him...
Just let me handle this, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Look at the facts, Johnny. You've been on the Martin case up in Lakewood, haven't you?
That's right.
But you've been stalling on it.
But there is reason for that.
You even left town, went to Vegas, presumably on another investigation.
It was on another investigation. Would you like some verification?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks a lot.
But you found no real clue to the Martin murder, did you?
Have you forgotten the microphoto of the bullet that you got for me?
No, but you didn't tell me why, Johnny. Why'd you want that?
Because maybe it was his gun did that killing,
Sergeant.
So he figured on changing the barrel. So the markings wouldn't look like that bullet.
Okay, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, yes.
Let me go on, Johnny.
Please do.
Then Barryman got killed here in Hartford. And he's also a contractor bidding on that redevelopment project there in Lakewood County. Is there a tie-up, Johnny?
Are you kidding, Lieutenant?
Sergeant.
Don't you say there's some other contractor wants that business and hires Dollar to knock him off.
Well, Johnny?
Harry, if you'll get rid of Big Mouth here for a couple of minutes.
Hey, now, just a minute, baby.
Okay, Sergeant. I'll call you when I want you.
But didn't you hear when he just called me?
Yes, I heard. Just close the door quietly. Go on.
Yes, sir.
All right now, Harry. I've held out on things, but for good reason. Don't you know about the rotten political situation up there in Lakewood?
Well, I've heard some things.
Well, then you know the contracting job on that redevelopment project is going to be one big, juicy plum for somebody.
I know.
And who gets it depends, unfortunately, on one man. On one politician whose own brother just happens to be in the contracting business. Do you know the man I mean? This Mr. Politics I'm talking about?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
And he's powerful enough to make things pretty rough for you or me or anybody else who might cross him.
Are you saying that he might have killed Martin?
Exactly. Killed off one of his brother's competition.
And the same for Barryman's death?
Yes. And for the same reason. Because there is no doubt that Mr. Barryman or Mr. Martin could have underbid Mr. Dirty Politics' brother if they stayed alive. So with that in mind, I call him on this politician.
On what excuse, Johnny?
Just to suggest some possible changes in his insurance. He fell for it and he let me in. And Harry, there in his study on the wall, he had quite a collection of guns. Most of them flintlocks, very old and very well cared for.
Flintlocks?
But I also spotted one half hidden behind some books on a shelf that was a dead ringer for the gun I always carry. Same make, same model, same caliber and finish.
Oh?
So by the simple device of dropping a lighted cigarette into his wastebasket, starting a little fire, well, while he was throwing it outside, I switched guns on him.
Why, Johnny?
So that I could have his checked against the microphoto you gave me of the bullet that killed Mr. Martin.
Checked there in Lakewood?
Oh, no.
Why not?
Because if my hunch was wrong, Harry, and if it got around, that man could make more trouble, could hurt more people than you or I ever dreamed of. And his first target would be the Lakewood police who made the checkup. You can be thankful that you don't have that kind of politics to contend with.
I am. But if you're right, if his gun matches that bullet...
Then he's through, Harry. The big construction job will be handed out legitimately. And more important, Lakewood and Lakewood County will be clean for the first time in years. And you'll have your killer.
Yes, if this story of your switching guns is true.
If it's true?
Yeah.
Harry, you've got to be kidding. Don't you see now why I've had to go this thing alone?
If it was his gun that killed Martin. If not, the story about your gun, why it was used for the Barrowman killing, is going to sound pretty fishy.
What do you mean?
Johnny, we know only one thing. It was your gun that killed Alfred Barrowman.
And I've told you why.
Yeah, but what if the tests show your gun also killed Martin?
Harry, that's impossible. When Martin died, I had my gun in my own possession.
That's exactly what I mean.
Now, wait a minute.
Sergeant, answer.
Harry, will you wait a minute?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You can lock him up now.
What?
Yes, sir. It'll be a pleasure. Only first I better book him, hadn't I?
Oh, just leave that to me.
Harry, you're out of your ever-loving mind.
Am I?
Come along, Dollar. Hey, shut up.
You like a car with plenty of pep, a car with reserve power for safe passing. Most good drivers do, but they don't like to pay extra for premium gasoline. Listen, in 3 out of 5 cars, regular priced Sinclair Dino gasoline matches performance of premium gasolines, saves you up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair Dinosaur sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dino. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline.
Okay, Lieutenant?
Thanks, Hanley. I'll call you.
Yes, sir.
Well, it seems to me the least you can do is ask me to sit down, Johnny.
Sure, jail, Harry. Make yourself at home.
Thanks. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I have one. Now, what goes, Harry? Well, don't you believe what I told you last night?
Seen the morning paper?
Yes, and I'm sure you went out of your way to have it brought into me.
That's right. And the cigarettes and extra coffee and the reporters who called on you. Did you tell them anything?
You know darn well I didn't.
Yeah, I thought you'd clam up, huh?
Harry, don't you see what you've done to me, to my reputation in this town?
You think so?
I'll never live down this boo-boo of yours. And worst of all, you're letting a killer run around loose.
I am? Wasn't it your idea to try to pin the Martin murder on him, too, as a clincher?
Of course it was, but... Look, Harry, will you listen to me?
Sure, if you think it'll do you any good.
Now, I'm expecting a call. A very important one.
Yeah? From where? From whom?
Well, you wouldn't like it if I told you, because I didn't contact you instead. But I had to stay away from this territory to prevent even the remotest possibility of a leak. But if you'll let me out long enough to take that call when it comes in, and I told him to try to reach me here...
Don't you mean if it comes in?
No, I mean when. It'll be a ballistics report on the gun. His gun. As compared to the photo of that bullet that killed Martin.
But what if they don't tell you what you've hoped for?
Harry, don't you see there is still a matter of my gun?
I know.
Well, don't you believe what I told you about it, about the switch?
Lieutenant, got an urgent one for you, real urgent, up in your office.
Okay, Hanley, thanks.
Harry, listen to me. You've got to let me out of here to get that call.
We'll see. Behave yourself, Johnny.
Well, what is it this time, Hanley?
I don't get it, Dollar, but out you go.
Well, thank you.
Come on, I'll lead the way.
You mind telling me where we're going?
Sure. Up to Lieutenant Bartley's office.
Phone call for me?
Gee, how should I know?
Come on, let's find out. This could be very important.
Now, take it easy, huh? My feet hurt. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Tell me one thing. How come a smart man like you didn't get a lawyer to spring you?
Only one reason. I know you're Lieutenant Bartley a little better than he thinks.
Huh?
At least I hope I do, because if I don't, if he's pulled the boo-boo, it looks as though he's pulled.
Well, come on in, Johnny. I have a little surprise for you. Oh, that's all, Hanley, and thanks.
Yes, sir.
Now, this had better be good, Harry.
Believe me, Johnny, it is. Oh, sit down.
Thanks, but that's all I've been doing for the last 15 hours.
Listen. Now, that urgent call I got when I had to leave you a couple of hours ago?
Yeah.
Well, it was a phone call for you.
Randy Singer in New York?
Have you forgotten he's an old friend of mine, too? But look here, see, this is a transcript of his call.
Let me see.
Kind of proves you were right, Johnny. It was that gun of Mr. Dirty Politics that killed Cletus Martin.
I knew it, Harry. It had to be.
And, of course, that gives full credence to what you told me about switching with him.
And that means that he also killed Alfred Barryman.
No doubt about it. So, once again, Johnny, one of your crazy hunches paid off.
That hunch was based on plenty of known facts.
Anyway, you're a hero again.
Oh, some hero after spending a night in the clink, after being booked on a murder charge? My name is Mudd.
Booked?
Well, certainly, by you.
Well, it's funny, I must have forgotten, too.
What?
Yeah, so if you want to sue me for holding you illegally...
Oh, if I had any sense, I probably would. But now, would you make with a good reason for all this, Harry?
Well, it's a trick I learned a long time ago from a fellow. A man I've admired for a long time, Johnny. You.
Me?
Yeah, I suspected Mr. Dirty Politician, too. As would anybody who really knew about his methods and his machinations. All his shady deals up there in Lakewood.
So?
So, stealing a page from your book, I decided that the best way to throw him off, make him careless, keep him around here feeling smug, was to broadcast that we had absolute proof of your guilt.
Uh-huh.
And don't you see, with not only the papers, but even the boys here on the force believing it, well, he couldn't possibly smell a rat. As a result, instead of running away, well, we picked him up right here in Hartford.
Well, that's all very fine for you, Harry.
And when I faced him with a report on his gun that killed Martin, and then told him about the switch with your gun that he then used on Barryman, well, believe it or not, Johnny, and so help me, you could have knocked me over with a feather. I was that surprised.
Yeah.
Johnny, this smart, clever old crook got so rattled, so completely confused, he broke down and made a full confession.
Congratulations, Harry. You have made a real hero of yourself.
Of myself?
But I just wonder how long it's going to take me to live down that phony newspaper story.
But you have, Johnny, you have.
I have, huh?
Sure. And just wait till you see that afternoon edition. Giving you full credit for the whole stunt.
Oh?
That's right, Johnny. The only hero on this case is you.
Well, now, wait a minute. I mean, after all, Harry, you're the one who wrapped it all up.
Oh, yeah? But where would I be if you hadn't laid all the groundwork? If I hadn't got the idea for this little trick from some of those cases of yours? Absolutely nowhere. No, Johnny, it's yours. All yours.
After this, I think I'd better keep my tricks to myself. Well, now, wait a minute. How can I? When every case I handle gets broadcast all over the country. Well, I guess I just can't win. Expense account total? Well, all I want now is one big fat apology from meddling old Adolf Dorfman at Amalgamated Life for having trapped me into that night in jail. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, San Francisco, and a ship. A most unusual ship. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson, music supervision by Ethel Huber, sound patterns by Joseph Cabibbo. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Robert Dryden as Adolf Dorfman, Ralph Bell as Sergeant Anseth, Martin Blaine as Lieutenant Bartley, and Nat Polen as Hanley the Guard.
Mid pleasures and palaces, though we may roam, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. My name is Trudy Peebles. I'm your welcome wagon hostess in Albany. How well we realize there's no place like home. If you're moving to a new city, home can be a little strange. New faces, new places. It's our job in Welcome Wagon to make newcomers feel at home. Won't you call us when there's a newcomer on your street?
Welcome Wagon hostesses are charming ambassadors of goodwill. Won't you call Welcome Wagon at State 59640 and give them the name and address of any newcomer you know? Each newcomer will receive greetings and warm wishes from civic-minded businessmen. Your call will help your neighbor, and it will help your Welcome Wagon hostess who carries on this valuable community service. Call State 59640. That's State 59640 for Welcome Wagon.
WROW Music, row 59, Albany.
Johnny Dollar.
Well, at long last.
What?
I say it's high time.
It is, huh?
Well, isn't it?
I don't know. High time for what?
High time you answered that phone. And listen.
Well?
This is Jimmy Bartell.
Oh, Jimmy.
You know, over here at Mono Guarantee Insurance.
Of course I know. How are you?
Well, what happened to you, Johnny? Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for about 4 weeks now.
Didn't you try my call service?
Yeah, I tried you. Huh? Oh, no, I guess I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, well, if you had, you'd have found out that last week I was at Grand Canyon, the week before in Corpus Christi, the week before that in Knoxville, Tennessee, and before that up in Boston.
Yeah, sure, gallivanting around the country while I've been sitting here up to my neck in trouble, beating my brains out, working my head off.
Sounds to me like you need a plastic surgeon.
Huh?
What's the problem, Jimmy?
The Burma Red, Johnny.
The what?
You heard me, the Burma Red.
Jimmy, are you sure you want me and not the State Department?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, I'll bite. Who is the Burma Red?
Not who, but what.
Well?
And listen, we carry the insurance, $500,000 worth. You hear that, fella? $500,000.
I am deeply impressed.
And, baby, if you can't get it back for us, that's exactly what we're going to have to hand over. In cold, hard cash. 500 G's.
Well, maybe I had better get to work on it.
Good. And I don't need to tell you what your commission will be if you do recover it.
What else do you think I'm thinking of?
Then the job is yours, Johnny. And, brother, I sure hope that you can find it and get it back.
The Burma Red?
Right.
Just one thing, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Sure, Johnny.
Before I start gallivanting around the country, as you put it, looking for this thing...
Yeah?
Don't you think that it might be nice if I have some slight idea, some inkling of what it is, this Burma Red?
I told you. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Come on over here and I'll tell you all I know about it.
Okay.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special message. To the parents of schoolboy patrol members who were taking the Washington trip, the buses with the patrol will arrive at Durham Union Bus Station this evening about 7:15 to 7:30. We repeat, the Durham Schoolboy Patrol Washington buses will arrive at the Union Bus Station this evening at 7:15 to 7:30. Parents are asked to be present to pick up their children. The parents, are also asked to use the Sears parking lot. 7:15 to 7:30 the time.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Burma Red matter. Expense account item 1. $1.20 for a cab from my apartment to Jimmy Bartell's office in the Spear Building down on the square. Jimmy's specialty, incidentally, is property insurance, especially where fine artwork is concerned. And in this case...
Yeah, Johnny, 4 solid weeks I buzzed that phone of yours, and what I thought of you for not being there to answer it wouldn't be fit to print.
All right, I'm here now, so stop bellyaching.
But maybe you're too late, fella. He's already gotten into the country with it.
The Burma Red?
That's right, the Burma Red.
Which is what?
I told you, Johnny, it's... Oh, yeah, that's right, I didn't. Now, listen.
I'm listening.
It was brought over here a couple of years ago as part of a collection by some countess or other. Got written up in all the picture magazines.
Do I hear a slight echo?
Echo?
Yes, from the case I had on my hands last week.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what you had a case of. But listen.
Go on.
Having been a part originally of the Buckingham collection over there in England, you know, well, as you might expect, it was picked up here by Winkler and Winkler.
The big jewelry outfit down in New York.
The same?
Oh, then I do hear an echo. So it's a piece of jewelry and it's been stolen from them.
No.
The same as the Otara's necklace I recovered last week.
No again.
For Northeast indemnity. No?
No, Johnny. It's just a single unmounted stone, a ruby. But so help me, it's big enough to choke a horse, and now it's gone.
When did you say it was stolen from them?
I didn't, because it wasn't. They'd sold it to that wealthy old Mrs. Harvey Larriman Brittingham. Lives out on the edge of town.
Oh, I see.
But 4 weeks ago, somebody neatly chiseled open her wall safe and walked off with it.
Chiseled?
Okay, blew it. What's the difference?
Plenty. Knowing a safecracker's method can help a lot in pinning him down.
No, the police think they know who did it, all right.
Well, what do you need me for?
To get that stone back.
But if they already know who did it...
But they couldn't prove it. Sure, the modus operandi, the way the safe was blown, it pointed straight to him and nobody else. But also, he was known to be here in town.
Who?
But they couldn't pin it on him. He had himself a perfect alibi.
Who, Jimmy?
So maybe it was rigged. They couldn't break it.
Jimmy.
But, Johnny, it had to be Oscar Mayfield.
Mayfield?
They held him as long as they could, went through everything he owns, checked out every contact he made while he was here in Hartford. And all that got him was nothing, and not very much of that.
I'll say this. If Oscar Mayfield, the old master, made that heist...
So what could they do but let him traipse merrily on back to New York, where he's been living lately?
Look, Jimmy...
But I figure, despite the police report on all the work they did, I figure that somehow Mayfield got away with that ruby.
Jimmy, I'm inclined to think you may be right. I know Oscar Mayfield. He's clever. I've tangled with him before. And, come to think of it, he made a promise to me once.
Mayfield? Made a promise?
Mm-hmm.
What was it, Johnny?
That if I ever tried to interfere with him again...
Yeah? Well?
He'd see to it that I had a very nice funeral.
To look neat in the heat, look for Dacron on the label, 'cause Dacron is a man's best friend.
Right, men, Dacron is your best friend when it comes to staying wrinkle-free and neat all summer. Look for Dacron in lightweight suits, handsome slacks, good-looking sport coats, too. You'll stay well-pressed and well-dressed thanks to Dacron by DuPont.
There's just no denying in the clothes he'll be buying, Dacron is a man's best friend.
Expense account item 2. 65 cents for a cab to police headquarters where, after some inquiries, I ended up talking with Sergeant Holly Holcomb. He wasn't very encouraging.
Sure, Dollar. He was known to be in town. Known to have tried to leave right after it. Trademark he left on the wall safe was his. Plain as the nose on your face.
Mm-hmm.
And we pride ourselves on knowing the MOs of all the safe men within 1,000 miles.
Yes, I know you do, and rightly so.
But we couldn't pin a thing on him. All the direct evidence we didn't have on him because of his alibi apparently checking out all the way. We simply couldn't hold him on nothing more than suspicion any longer.
Yeah.
Especially with that smart mouthpiece he dragged in. If we tried, he would have sued us from here to Kingdom Come. I mean, if you know Oscar Mayfield.
Only too well, Sergeant.
And you know what I mean. I suspect him just as much as you do. But sure we have something definite, some real tangible clue. Well, anyhow, he went back to New York.
Have you notified the police down there?
Sure I am. Lieutenant Singer at the 18th Precinct. And, isn't he an old friend of yours?
Randy Singer? He certainly is.
Well, I haven't heard a word from him, not in over a week now, so why don't you call him? Or better still, go down there and see him. See what goes.
All right, Sergeant. Maybe I'll do that. There was some more talk between us, and Sergeant Holcomb gave me every detail of the job. Told me what they'd found and what they'd done about it. And yes, all the completely unconfirmed evidence pointed straight to Oscar Mayfield. Unconfirmed and unconfirmable evidence because of the man's unshakable alibi. Item 3, 85 cents for a phone call to Lieutenant Randy Singer, 18th Precinct, New York Police Department.
You mean to say you just now found out about that heist?
That's right, Randy. I just found out.
You see, Johnny, if you didn't spend so much time gallivanting all over the place, you might be of some use around here.
You didn't get a promotion for all the gallivanting I did for you last week.
Oh, darn it, I guess I should have worked that case myself. Well, how about this Mayfield?
You've kept an eye on him?
I've done everything but tap his phone line.
And?
Nothing, Johnny, absolutely nothing. You just didn't get on this one soon enough.
I know what you mean. Unless he's changed these last couple of years, Oscar Mayfield is not one to hold on very long to whatever he's lifted.
Right. And if he did snatch that stone, you can be sure he passed it on and collected for it long before this.
And yet there's always the chance.
So, in the case of a big hunk of rock like that, it means one of two things. The guy who bought it from him is either carting it out of the country and far away or having it cut up into little ones that nobody will ever be able to identify.
I guess Mayfield would have passed it along in one big fat hurry.
I know we couldn't find it. Anywhere on or around him. We tried every trick. And I mean trick, Johnny. Until he started to yell at the DA, and the DA started yelling at us. Johnny, I understand. I've just heard this, mind you.
Yeah?
Well, I understand that one of my boys... Oh, well, he was off duty, of course, so it was completely unofficial, you understand?
Yeah.
Well, I heard he even went so far as to roll Mayfield one night in the alley back of a nightclub.
What?
Not a sign of that, Ruby.
Randy, if the department ever catches up with these unofficial tricks of
Look,
yours...
I told you, Johnny, I only heard that. But I know myself it isn't hidden anywhere in his apartment.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Randy, didn't you and your clever little boys completely overlook the Otara's necklace that was hidden in the back of a camera just about a week ago?
Oh, now that was different.
So that I had to get lucky and find it for you?
Okay. So you happen to guess right. For once.
So maybe I better get on down your way and look around for myself. Tell me, where does Mayfield live?
A hotel apartment over at 614 East 49th. But it's no use, Johnny.
Why, just because he's always gotten rid of things quickly in the past?
No.
Or because you knuckleheads couldn't find the ruby?
No, Johnny.
You haven't been able to hold him on suspicion and make a real investigation?
I mean because by the time you can get here, he won't be.
All right, then I'll grab the first plane I can and... What was that?
Your pal Mayfield has paid up his rent and he's moving out. He's got himself a reservation on a plane to Mexico City this afternoon.
Uh-oh.
And by the time you get to his place, he'll be gone.
Randy.
Yeah?
Can't a genius like you come up with some excuse to hold him there for me?
Oh, flattery will get you nowhere, Johnny. The answer's no. I've run out of tricks. Anything else I might try would only get me into hot water.
Oh, wait, Randy.
Yeah?
Maybe I know a little trick to hold him over.
Well, don't expect any official help from me or the department if you do come down it. What kind of a trick, Johnny?
What's the difference?
Now, look, if you're thinking you're doing something illegal...
Oh, Randy, how
that
you
would
talk.
only get us in order to clamp down on you.
Don't worry about it. I'll be in touch. Illegal? I don't know why, but I'd suddenly remember that during my run-in with Mayfield a couple of years ago, there'd been talk about a man who was fencing his stuff. A man who had been only vaguely identified as Hugo. The last name had never come to light. Okay, maybe that name still meant something to him. If so, it justified item 4, $1.26 for a telegram to Mayfield. It read as follows. Urgent, that before you make any deal, you call me immediately at Plaza 3, 9970, and I signed it, Hugo. And I had them put a rush on it, hoping it would give me some much-needed time. Item 5, $6 for a cab to Bradley Field. Item 6, $10.12 for a plane to New York. And when I got there, item 7 is $5.80 for a taxi to 614 East 49th Street. It was a smart, good-looking apartment hotel, which is more than I can say for the stuffy uniformed doorman.
Mr. Mayfield, did you say?
That's right. Mr. Oscar Mayfield. Is he still here? Is he in?
Whom shall I say is calling, sir?
Don't.
Don't?
Just give me his apartment number.
Your name, please?
Now, don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, but I must have your name, sir.
It's Dollar. Now, what's the apartment number?
Dollar. Very well.
No, you don't. Just put the phone down.
I beg your pardon.
It's granted. Now, the number of his apartment.
Not unless I announce you, sir.
Now, look, I am a special investigator.
Oh, you are?
Yes, and if you'd like to call the police and check on me, only I haven't time. Look here. These are my credentials.
And I tell you, sir, that unless I... Oh, I see. Mr. Johnny Dollar.
That's right.
The insurance investigator.
Yes.
I didn't know.
Well, you do now.
Well, nonetheless, Mr. Dollar...
Just give me Mayfield's apartment number, please. Now, what is it?
Well, it's 7G.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll phone that you're on your way up, sir.
You do, and I'll break your neck. 7G, Just in case he remembers what he once promised, I better make sure that this thing is working properly. Here we are. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, 7A. 7. Oh, there. 7E, 7F, and 7G. Well, Mr. Mayfield, I hope you are still here. Mr. Mayfield? Mayfield? Doggone it, if he's already flown the coop. He left it wide open. Mr. Mayfield? The well-furnished living room was empty. And so was a kind of study off at one side and a little bar kitchenette beyond it. As for the bedroom in the back, well, as I started through the door, I caught sight of a couple of handbags in front of a chest of drawers. So he was still here. What I didn't catch sight of, though, was the gun shoved around the side of the door into my back.
Just lift them up slowly, Dollar. Slowly, while I see whether you're armed. Yes, here it is. Thank you.
Okay, Mayfield.
Now, over there, next to the bed. Go on.
Sure. Sure, why not? Are you happy now?
Dollar, I made you a promise once.
It's kind of foolish of you, wasn't it?
I'm going to keep that promise now.
You going to pull off a shot in a place like this?
This apartment is absolutely soundproof. One of the reasons I selected it.
I see.
Well, are you ready?
Have you tried the mild, kind taste of Kent? You should, because
you'll feel better about smoking with the taste of Kent. Kent
with the micronite filter
refines away harsh flavor, refines away hot taste. It makes the taste of a cigarette mild as a balmy day in the month of May.
Kent is the best for the flavor you like. Kent is the best for the flavor you like.
Yes, Kent is the best for a mild, kind taste. Smoke a carton of Kent without switching. Discover the kind taste of Kent's blend of the world's finest quality tobaccos. Then try your old brand. What a difference in taste.
Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite, Kent with the micronite filter. Refines away harsh flavor, refines away hot taste.
You'll enjoy the mild, kind taste of Kent with the micronite filter.
Kind of looks like you were expecting me, Mayfield.
Oh, yes, Dollar, I was. You see, I figured right from the beginning that you might be called in on this case.
Then you do have the Burma Red, the ruby.
Now? Oh, of course not. You should know that I wouldn't hold on to a thing like that. Let's say it's been successfully disposed of.
And why do you hang around here?
Because I'm waiting for...
Yes?
I was waiting for you. To settle my old score with you. When I received that silly telegram, I was certain that you would be here.
No? You mean I pulled a boo-boo? Your old pal Hugo is dead?
I mean that ridiculous number you gave me to call.
It's too bad. I thought it was a pretty good idea to keep you trying it until I could get here.
Oh, I'll confess it did make me change my reservation to a later plane. But after all, when I got nothing but a busy signal 8 times in a row, I naturally called the operator.
And she told you?
Yes, that it's a number used for testing. That a busy signal is all it ever gets. Obviously a trick, then. Worthy of you. So I waited for you. And when the doorman, following my explicit instructions, called me, told me you'd arrived, Oh, but I'm wasting time. What's more, I'm expecting someone else. So, Dollar, this is it.
Expecting me, maybe?
What?
Randy.
Just drop it right there, Mayfield. Gently now. All right, now dollars again. Now sit over there in that chair next to the window.
All right, anything you say, Lieutenant.
Oh, Randy, you're like the U.S. Marines. Here, you better keep this gun of his.
You know, I'm just glad you got careless and left that front door open out there.
I thought I heard a door close just before you made your dramatic entrance. But how come, Randy?
What do you mean, how come?
Well, from what you said on the phone...
So what? I'm off duty. Any reason I shouldn't just kind of drop around for a visit?
Oh, I'm glad you did.
You know something, Johnny?
What?
So am I. Now, I'll probably hate myself in the morning for saying this, but I've waited a long time for a chance to return some of the favors you've done me over the years.
But I've done you.
Well, Mayfield?
I'm afraid your so-called visit is completely pointless, Lieutenant. You must know very well that you won't find the ruby around here or anything to even remotely connect me with it.
Do I need to after the little party I walked in on? Yeah, that's right.
Huh?
You can stop smiling now.
Oh, very well, very well. If you insist on booking me for an alleged attack on Johnny Dollar with a, quote, deadly weapon, unquote, let us go down to your station house and have done with it.
This Grand Central Station?
Shall we? Shall we go, Lieutenant?
You just stay in that chair, Mayfield, while I...
No, Randy. While I answer the door.
Okay, but leave this one open so I can hear.
Right. Yes?
Yeesh, what a fancy layout this is.
Who are you?
You Oscar Mayfield?
Well, who did you expect to find here? Santa Claus?
Yeah, well, no. Look, Mr. Mayfield, you mind putting down a gun, huh?
Not till I'm sure you're okay. Come inside.
Yeah, sure.
All right, now, what's your name?
Yeah, Rosie Gilliam. Look, you can frisk me. I'm clean.
And that package?
Well, it's from the boss. It's from Hugo. It's what you've been waiting for.
Oh, it's from Hugo, huh?
Yeah, sure, honestly. He said I should deliver it and get a receipt, then maybe you'd hand me a fin or a tenner.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe I better make sure that it's, whatever he was supposed to send over to me.
Well, you think I'd meddle with it and maybe do myself out of these delivery jobs he gives me and pays me so good?
You're on the level?
Yeah, honest. If you hit it.
Now, this contains, and I think it does. By the way, where does Hugo hang out?
Well, how should I know? All I know is he calls me now and then, meets me at some place, and gives me something I should deliver.
I guess you're okay, then. Sit down there while I take a look at this.
Yeah, sure.
We'll just see now.
You know, you're the first gent to ever open one of those deliveries in front of me.
Am I?
Yeah, you're the very first. Holy jumping, look at that loot.
Where is he waiting to pick up the receipt, Rosie?
Yeah, I don't know. He only hunts me up when he's ready. Look at all that dough.
What kind of a receipt, Rosie?
He said you'd know what kind. Oh, man, would you look at that? Would you look at it?
All right, I'll write you one.
Yeah, maybe I could have a 20 for bringing it.
I'll give you a receipt to Mr. Hugo. Let's see, how is it now that he spells his last name?
You don't know, Mr. Mayfield?
Well, don't you know?
I should know how to spell Hemperschlag.
Hemperschlag. So that's it.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Listen, you are Mayfield, ain't you?
All right, Randy.
Randy who?
Lieutenant Singer of the police. Come in, Randy.
The police? Oh, no, I've been took. Mr. Hugo will kill me.
No, Rosie, I don't think he'll ever get the chance.
Just take it easy, Rosie.
Oh, no, listen, cop, I was...
We'll give you all the protection you need after we sign you in at headquarters.
Rosie, whatever your name is, you hair-brained idiot.
Just take it easy, Mayfield, and sit down. You too, Rosie.
Well, now, look at all this beautiful money.
Randy, unless I'm awfully wrong, it's payment to Mayfield for the ruby. And if you can locate a Hugo with